The Strongest Sect of All Times Chapter 1857 to Chapter 1927. Ha. Ha. Hey. In the barracks outside Ironbone City, millions of soldiers were training. With each standard movement, a voice that could shatter the heavens would be heard. These soldiers came from different races, including humans, Soul Clan, Devil Clan, and Thunder Rhombus Clan. Without exception, they were all carefully selected. Gu Tianqing sat on the stage, feeling more and more shocked. There were two things that shocked him. First, judging from the aura of these soldiers, they were not ordinary middle or upper-level truth-seeking realm. Second, the quality of their weapons and equipment was extraordinary. Uncle Xianxia said, "These are the elite soldiers in my world. Their cultivation is a bit low, but in a few years, they can all break through to the half-step divine mystery realm." Vice Leader Peng, who was sitting next to him, felt a bit dizzy. To become a high-level member of the League of Stars and Seas, they must have talent and strength. In the past, it took thousands of years to break through to the half-step truth-seeking realm from the half-step truth-seeking realm. It was unimaginable to break through in a few years. Of course. Jun Changxiao added, the equipment will also be upgraded. At present, this batch of armor and weapons is outdated. The master of the forging hall is actively researching new products. Nephew, with this scale and formation, have you been preparing to fight against the Celestial Devil Emperor for a long time? Gu Tianqing asked. Not long. Jun Changxiao said, it's just a recent idea. Gosheng was not pretending. It was true that he had only recently decided to fight against the Celestial Devil Emperor. As for the many elites in the eternal world, it was also because they could not let the people in the sect be idle. They had to make full use of their abilities. For example, Xue Rengui of the War Cavalry Hall now spent more time on the major races and used military skills to cultivate talents. And Fan Yezi. He was almost at the age of retirement. All kinds of armor and parts were given to him. He was busy every day, but he lived a fulfilling and happy life. To put it simply, the Sect of All Times was on the right track, and all the departments were operating in an orderly manner. Jun Changxiao ordered the seniors and disciples to help the Eternal World and the big clans when they were free, so that they could improve their realms faster. After all, the strength of the Eternal World was equivalent to the strength of the Sect of All Times. Hoo-hoo! Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the sky. Gu Tianqing and the others raised their heads and saw pitch-black mechas slowly flying over their heads. From time to time, they would form the word one in the sky, and from time to time, they would form the word person, giving off a technological vibe. This is? Gu Tianqing was stunned. From the expressions of Vice Alliance leader Peng and the others, it was clear that they had never seen such a high-tech product before. I'm the 4th generation Diablo of the Sect of All Times. Jun Changxiao said proudly. Of course, the 4th generation Diablo was the latest product developed by the Taishan elders after Shao Tian killed the demon. Other than being smaller in size, the design was very similar. It was a pity. It was limited by the technology. The 4th generation Diablo could only be regarded as a replica, and its performance was far inferior to Shao Tian's. The development of mecha required the world. A small step taken today would be a big step taken tomorrow after a long period of time. Uncle Jun Changxiao said again, the 4th generation Diablo's strength is comparable to the upper level of the truth-seeking realm. Gu Tianqing, Vice President Peng, and the others were shocked again. They swore that the mechas only made a rumbling sound when they flew over their heads, and there was no aura at all. How could it be comparable to the upper level of the truth-seeking realm? Boy! Gu Tianqing scolded, don't fool us with a pile of scrap metal. Do you want to have a fight? Okay. The League of Stars and Seas sent an upper level of the truth-seeking realm martial artist. However, after the fight began, he was beaten to the ground by the 4th generation Diablo. In the end, he could only howl, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Sigh. Jingji, who was in the cockpit, took off her helmet and shook her head. Although this 4th generation mecha is much stronger than the previous generation, it's still a far cry from my precious baby. An imitation will always be an imitation. Seeing that their member was beaten to the point of being unable to fight back, the upper echelons of the League of Stars and Seas were all dumbfounded. During the fight, there was no martial Dao aura at all. This big black guy was probably a monster. Actually, Jun Changxiao said, this 4th-generation Diablo is nothing. The Sect of all times has a mecha emperor that's as powerful as the Prophet realm. Uncle, are you interested in having a fight? Gu Tianqing said, then there's no need. Okay. Jun Changxiao picked up the walkie-talkie and said coolly, come on out. As soon as he said that, another rumbling sound came. This time, Gu Tianqing and Deputy Leader Peng couldn't sit still anymore. They stood up and looked into the distance with shock in their eyes. From their field of vision, they could see steel warships gradually emerging from the mountains. 10, 20, 30, until 200 warships. That's not right, Jun Changxiao only took 100 warships from the Celestial Demon Emperor. How could there be another 100 warships? Don't ask, just ask. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Huge warships slowly flew over the drill ground. The scene that appeared once again deeply shocked the upper echelons of the League of Stars and Seas. The military parade lasted for a while. After the announcement, Jun Changxiao stood up and said with a smile, Uncle, is the Sect of all times qualified to compete with the Celestial Demon Emperor? Gu Tianqing was silent for a while and said, not at the moment. Before entering the Eternal World, he would definitely have said no. Now that he added at the moment, it was enough to show that his attitude had changed. So, Jun Changxiao said, I need time. I need the help of Uncle and the League of Stars and Seas. Gu Tianqing looked at him and asked in a dignified tone, what do you want to compete with the Celestial Demon Emperor? Well, Jun Changxiao fell into silence. Deputy Leader Peng and the others looked at him and seemed to be waiting for his answer. This young man was extraordinary. If he could keep a low profile and develop in practice, he would definitely have a bright future. However, establishing an alliance to compete with the Celestial Demon Emperor was completely equivalent to gambling with his life. Son. Gu Tianqing walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Even if the sky falls down, there are tall people in front of you to hold it up. Why do you have to get involved? Swish. Jun Changxiao stood up. He stepped on the chair with one foot, his left wrist resting on his leg in a thinking posture, and his right hand slowly picked up the microphone. The camera suddenly changed to a KTV style, and the lyrics slowly came out below. Then, he sang at the top of his voice, ah. As long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become a beautiful world. Goshen couldn't answer the question of why he competed with the Celestial Demon Emperor. He could only respond with a sincere and affectionate song. Ah ah ah. Ah ah ah. The high notes gradually turned into low notes and slowly disappeared. Uncle. Jun Changxiao turned around and said, now you can understand what I mean. He gradually closed his mouth because Gu Tianqing, who was standing behind him, was lying on the ground in a V shape, bleeding from his 7 orifices and foaming at the mouth. The camera zoomed out. Deputy Leader Peng and the others on the general appointment platform and millions of soldiers on the drill ground were all lying on the ground. Sigh. Jun Changxiao squatted down and put his hand on Uncle Gu's face so that he could close his eyes when he fainted. Then he squatted on the ground and held his head. How come nothing happened when I sang the Purple Golden Hammer? The system said, I don't know about that. The song Devotion of Love shocked Gu Tianqing and the others. They vomited blood and fainted. It told them that as long as Jun Changxiao sang with his heart, he would be able to sing with his heart. If that was the case, there was no need to establish the Jun Alliance or develop a sect. He could just sing a song to the Celestial Devil Emperor through a loudspeaker. That would be the end of the story. Sorry. That was a serious and rigorous novel. Unorthodox methods would not work at all. Puff. The next day, Gu Tianqing recalled the soul-stirring song and couldn't help but spit out white foam again. So did Vice Leader Peng and the others. It would take time for them to recover from the damage to their souls. On the other hand, Li Qingyang and the others were quite normal. They had been deeply hurt and had learned to protect themselves. Uncle. Jun Changxiao sat in the main hall and clasped his hands together. He said, please join me in dedicating love to make the world a better place. He almost sang the last few words. Everyone was so shocked that their heads almost exploded. Nephew. Gu Tianqing said with a serious face, fighting against the celestial devil emperor is a difficult task. Are you sure you want to do this? Yes, yes, and yes. Jun Changxiao answered seriously. Because he had beaten Ling Li in the galaxy competition and was almost killed by the clone of the celestial devil emperor, Gosheng knew that he would have to fight to the death with this ambitious hero. Okay. Gu Tianqing said, the League of Stars and Seas is willing to help Alliance leader Jun. He didn't call him kid or patriarch. Instead, he called him Alliance leader. It meant that he was willing to join the Jun Alliance and fight against the celestial devil emperor. Jun Changxiao smiled brightly. The Jun Alliance, which was established on a whim, welcomed its first batch of members today. However, Gu Tianqing was confused. He asked, what's going on in this world? He was shocked by the millions of well-equipped soldiers, the countless mechas and battleships, and the eternal world. He was especially puzzled by how he had suddenly entered the eternal world when he was just relaxing his soul. Since Gosheng had agreed to join the Jun Alliance, there was no need for him to hide the truth any longer. What? Upon hearing this, Gu Tianqing stood up and exclaimed, this is the Xianyuan realm? Yes. Unbelievable. Gu Tianqing said in disbelief, unbelievable. Jun Changxiao said, before Senior Gu Xianyuan died, he used his divine ability to turn the Xianyuan realm into a grain of sand. I inherited it by chance. Gu Tianqing calmed down and said, Xianyuan realm was destroyed by the heavenly demon monarch. So, Jun Changxiao's gaze was cold and stern as he said, now that I have inherited the Xianyuan realm, I will fight him to the death. Hearing this, Gu Tianqing understood. The so-called dedication of love and making the world a better place were all nonsense. The real reason was that he had inherited Gu Xuanyuan's realm and his hatred. Have you inherited Senior Gu's Xianyuan divine sword? Gu Tianqing asked. Xianyuan divine sword? Jun Changxiao suddenly remembered that Gu Xianyuan had given a sword to a child before he died and then sent him away. He shook his head and said, no. What a pity. Gu Tianqing said, the Xianyuan divine sword is the most powerful sword in the upper universe. If you can get it, you will be like a tiger that has grown wings. He had a rough understanding of Gu Xianyuan. Not only was his cultivation unfathomable, even his sword was a top-level divine weapon. Jun Changxiao agreed. When he watched the remaining memory, the power of Senior Gu's sword was extremely terrifying. Countless subordinates of the heavenly demon monarch died under the sword. Unfortunately, they were taken away by the child. Was he still alive? Where was the sword? Nephew. Gu Tianqing said, since you have inherited the Xianyuan realm, you should focus on your cultivation instead of fighting the heavenly demon monarch in a hurry. Of course I want to. Jun Changxiao said bitterly, but I'm already at odds with that guy. I might not have the time to grow. Are you planning to fight the heavenly demon monarch with the Xianyuan realm as your base? Although the inner realm is strong as a whole, we don't have enough top-level experts. That's why we need to recruit more and gather more forces. Jun Changxiao said, Uncle. You're considered someone important in the Ashen Cloud faction. Can you recruit them and let them become members of the Jun Alliance? Gu Tianqing's lips twitched. So, it was not enough for him to join the Jun Alliance. He still had to help him recruit people. All right. Gu Tianqing agreed. Since he was already on this ship, he would not jump off halfway. He could only do his best to help him strengthen the Jun Alliance. In fact, as the major factions entered the scene, the situation of the universe would change. If Jun Changxiao did not recruit him, he would be recruited by someone else sooner or later. The heavenly demon monarch was their common enemy. He had to gather everyone's strength. Thank you, Uncle. To welcome the League of Stars and Seas, Jun Changxiao ordered Lu Wancher to prepare a sumptuous meal. They ate until their souls floated and their states of mind were sublimated. Since you've taken a gift from someone, you'll have to hand over it. Gu Tianqing quickly took action. He led Vice Alliance leader Peng and the others out of the Crossing Heaven realm and began to persuade the experts of various realms. As a well-known figure in the Ashen Cloud faction, the alliance leader of the League of Stars and Seas was more important than the patriarch of the Sect of all times. Moreover, Gu Tianqing was a good person. So, in a short time, many warriors expressed their willingness to join the June Alliance to fight the Heavenly Demon Monarch. However, the Ashen Cloud faction was not the most outstanding galaxy in the upper universe. Although they had recruited many experts, their overall strength was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm or the half-step realm. There were only 2 people at the Divine Secret Realm. Uncle, Jun Xianxia said, we lack top-level experts. The upper echelons and disciples of the sect could be qualified for the truth-seeking realm and the half-step realm. What he needed now was those at the Divine Secret Realm. At least when facing the Heavenly Demon Monarch's army, they would not be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers and momentum. I want to find one too, but I can't find one. Gu Tianqing expressed his helplessness. How about? After a pause, he said, let's go to the ruins of End Sword Saint. Jun Xianxia thought for a while and said, that's the only way. When he was escaping, he had planned to go to the ruins of End World, but he was afraid that it would be troublesome, so he gave up the idea. Now, he could not care less. After all, it was related to the upper universe. No one could stay out of it. Whoosh, Eternal cut through the void and flew toward the ruins of End World. As soon as Jun Xianxia took action, a group of experts with the words Night King engraved on their chests appeared. They stopped in the universe and chased after them after a certain method. Kid. In the Tianyuan prison pagoda, Feng Wanli said casually, I've roughly guessed your identity. If you don't want to make things too ugly, you'd better let us go. Oh? Jun Xianxia asked curiously, what's my identity? Only the ruins of End Sword Saint has special swords and sword auras in the Grey Cloud branch. You must be related, said Feng Wanli. Jun Xianxia said, that's right. I'm close to the ruins of End Sword Saint. Since he thought so, then he would satisfy him. Whoosh, whoosh, dozens of black shadows flew at high speed. The leader of the group determined from the flight path of Eternal and said solemnly, are we going to the ruins of End World? Could Guardian Feng and the others have been captured by the ruins of End Sword Saint? The Night King ordered Guardian Feng to rope in Jianguishu, but there's no news now. They might have clashed with him, someone analyzed. Let's go. Find the ruins of End Sword Saint. Whoosh, whoosh, everyone sped up. After they left for a while, the Sky Devil Emperor's battleships gradually appeared. The captain sitting in the main warship said with a cold gaze, could it be that the Eternal Sect that has repeatedly opposed us has the backing of the ruins of End Sword Sage? Headquarters sent news that the ruins of End Sword Saint established an organization called the Sword Alliance. The sect of all times should be one of them. Humph, the captain sneered and said, our emperor treated that old man with courtesy on account of him being a legend of the Tsangyun lineage. However, he didn't know what was good for him and dared to oppose us. Let the ruins of End World be reduced to ashes. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have dared to say this. However, the Sky Devil Emperor's general, King Gallo, had just defeated Jianguishu not long ago. Jianguishu should be injured. This was the best chance to eliminate him. Gu Tianqing knew where the ruins of End World was, so under his guidance, Eternal quickly arrived at the destination. What a powerful sword aura. Before entering this plane, Jun Xianxia could already feel the rich sword aura, and his admiration for the ruins of End Sword Saint increased. Especially when he thought of his disciple, Zhou Hong, who had been cultivating with him for 2 years, he wondered what he had achieved now. Whoosh, Eternal passed through the spatial barrier and entered the ruins of End World. Perhaps because the Sword Saint lived in seclusion, this plane's heaven and earth attributes were relatively weak, but its sword aura and sword intent were very strong. It could be called a holy land for sword cultivators. Whoosh. Whoosh, Eternal landed smoothly. However, as soon as Jun Xianxia and the others walked out of the cabin door, thousands of sword cultivators had gathered around them. Judging from the eruption of sword aura, they were obviously not welcome. Everyone. Gu Tianqing cupped his hands and said, I'm Gu Tianqing, the leader of the League of Stars and Seas. I'm here to visit Senior Sword Saint today. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a hearty laugh was heard. A middle-aged man who looked like a scholar walked over and stroked his goatee with his hand. He smiled and said, what brings you here, Leader Gu? This person's aura was thick, and it was obvious that he was not a simple person. Pei Song? Gu Tianqing was rather surprised. Why are you in the ruins of End World? I'm indebted to Senior Sword Saint. The middle-aged man named Pei Song smiled and said, I've been recruited as an elder of the Sword Alliance. Gu Tianqing only remembered that the Sword Alliance founded by the ruins of End Sword Saint had been defeated by the Celestial Demon Emperor's subordinate, the Gallo King. It was over. There was no chance of recruitment. If the ruins of End Sword had not joined the organization, there might still be some hope, but now there was no hope at all. This is? Pei Song looked at Jun Changxiao. Because they knew each other, his tone was gentler. The Sword Alliance disciples withdrew their sword auras, and the atmosphere gradually eased. Eternal, just as Gu Tianqing was about to introduce him, Jun Changxiao interrupted, the leader of the Jun Alliance, Jun Changxiao. This time, he had come to pay a visit to the Sinkhole Sword Saint, not as the patriarch, but as the alliance leader. Although they were similar, there were still differences. Jun Alliance? Pei Song looked at Gu Tianqing as if he had understood something. You want to recruit Senior Sword Sage? No. Jun Changxiao said, my disciple became a disciple of Senior Sword Saint mainly to pay him a visit. Oh? Pei Song said in surprise, you're the patriarch of the Sect of all times? Senior Sword Saint's new disciple, Zhou Hong, came from a sect called the Sect of all times. He had long heard of it. That's true. Jun Changxiao's words and actions were really asking for a beating. I'm sorry. Pei Song said, Senior Sword Saint is in seclusion. Come visit another day. When Gu Tianqing heard that, he muttered in his heart, could it be that Senior Sword Saint was injured in the battle with the Sky Demonic Emperor's subordinates? Whoosh, whoosh, at that moment, the sky distorted, and martial artists flew in one after another. Judging from their attire, they were obviously from the Night King Alliance. Pei Song's expression turned ugly. Although the Sinkhole realm was not a major realm, it was still guarded by Senior Sword Saint. It was not a place where just anyone could come in. Alliance leader Gu. Pei Song said with a straight face, your people? I don't know them. Gu Tianqing said. He did not know them, but Jun Changxiao naturally knew them. He thought to himself, why are the Night King Alliance people here again? As expected. A gray-haired old man among the martial artists who appeared locked his eyes on Eternal and said with a cold gaze, this kid is related to the Sinkhole. Sword Saint. Sword Sinkhole. You're a little disloyal. Jun Changxiao suddenly realized that the Night King Alliance had really tied him to the Sinkhole Sword Saint, so he angrily rebuked, this is Senior Sword Saint's place of cultivation. Don't bark. Kenzie bark. It meant barking like a dog. When the pale old man heard that, he was unable to restrain his anger. Our Night King Alliance respects the Sinkhole Sword Saint as a senior, but your people kidnapped our alliance members. Is this what a man should do? Bullshit. Jun Changxiao roared, you were the ones who attacked me first. Don't accuse me first. Gu Tianqing broke down. Why is he shouting so loudly? Can't his attitude be a little better? Kid. The Night King Alliance expert said coldly, it's not your turn to speak here. Hurry up and get Sword Sinkhole to come out. This old man wants to reason with him. I'm sorry. Pei Song said, Senior Sword Saint is in seclusion. It's not convenient for him to meet guests. Please leave the Sinkhole realm quickly. He was considered to have a good temper. If it were someone with a bad temper, they would definitely not be able to tolerate someone shouting here, especially the patriarch of the Sect of all times. His voice was like a megaphone. So, the Night King Alliance expert said coldly, is Sword Sinkhole going to be unreasonable and protect his subordinate? F***ck, who was being unreasonable, Pei Song looked gentle, but that did not mean he did not have a temper. He pointed at the Night King Alliance expert and said, please watch your words. This old man hates being pointed at the most. So what if I do? Come up. Come down. Both of them were angry. Their faces and noses were about to collide. Calm down, both of you. We're all martial artists. We see each other all the time. There's no need to make things so ugly. Bear with it for a while and calm the waves. Take a step back and you'll see the world. Jun Changxiao pulled the Night King Alliance expert one moment, then the Sword Alliance elder the next. After going back and forth like this, he was sweating profusely. No. The system broke down, this started because of him. Why are we fighting now? Humph, the Night King Alliance expert suppressed his anger and waved his sleeves. This old man did not come here to fight. Quickly call the Sword Saint out. I already said that Senior Sword Saint is in seclusion. Pei Song said emotionlessly, come another day. The way I see it, he knows he's in the wrong and is too ashamed to come out. The Night King Alliance expert said. Old man. Pei Song raised his hand again. His scholarly demeanor was replaced by a societal one. He gritted his teeth and said, watch your words. Calm down, both of you. Jun Changxiao came over to mediate again. It was as if he was a professional mediator. However, he did not know that the reason the two of them ended up like this was because of him. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, right at this moment, the space in the sky suddenly cracked. A gust of wind from the depths of the universe arrived. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Xiao, xiao, streaks of light flew over at an extremely fast speed. The Night King Alliance expert and Pei Song, who were about to fight, stopped and looked up with solemn gazes. At this moment, dozens of huge warships were floating in the sky of the ruins of End World. Jun Changxiao's gaze was solemn. From the shape of the warships, he immediately recognized that it was the demonic emperor's fleet. However, from the size and the energy radiance, it seemed to be much more advanced than the one he had stolen. I am the captain of the demonic emperor's sharp blade fleet. I'm here on orders to kill the patriarch of the sect of all times. A voice came from the main warship. Crack. Crack. At the same time, the bottom cabins of the dozens of warships opened. All sorts of fancy devices protruded out and began to gather special energy radiances. The Night King Alliance is here too? Great, then let's kill them all. Boom. Boom, boom. As soon as he said that, the cannonball-like devices in the bottom cabins of the warships fired at the same time. Streaks of light that looked like nuclear bombs flew over, drawing out a beautiful scene. Oh no. Jun Changxiao and Gu Tianqing's expressions changed. Ka. Yi Xingzhen, Xiao Ziji, and the others activated the text effect and stood in front of the patriarch. To protect him. However, they knew better than anyone that the other party had suddenly attacked with such powerful firepower. This time, they were afraid, my domain. Don't be presumptuous. Suddenly, a sharp voice that seemed to split the sky came from behind. Before anyone could turn around, visible ripples of sword energy rippled across the entire plane. Bang! 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 In an instant, the cannonballs from the sky were all cut into pieces, creating a series of explosions that made everyone's eardrums buzz. Damn! Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. At this moment, gusts of wind blew, forcing him to turn his head stiffly. Thud. Thud. A plain-looking old man slowly walked out from the crowd, as if he was in slow motion. He placed his sword on the ground and stopped in front of everyone. His faded cloak fluttered in the wind, and two words could be vaguely seen engraved on it, Sword Saint, his back. It deeply shocked Jun Changxiao. If one had to describe his momentum at this moment, it would be like the white-bearded old man who fought in the war. The difference was that one stood with a sword while the other stood with a sword. One was extremely burly while the other was extremely weak. Jun Changxiao secretly said, I'm definitely going to hug this thigh. He too. The system spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Not only did it satisfy itself, but it also satisfied the reader. The ruins of End Sword Saint, who looked weak, stood in front of everyone, displaying the demeanor of a legend of the Blue Cloud lineage. While Jun Changxiao was shocked, he also decided to become friends with this senior despite their age difference. Eh? You're not injured? The Blade Warship's captain sounded surprised. According to the information sent by the higher-ups, the ruins of End Sword Saint was not only defeated by the Gallo King, but he was also heavily injured. Why did he look fine now, this point? Pei Song was also puzzled. After the Sword Saint returned, his face was pale. It was obvious that he was heavily injured. He then gave a few simple instructions and went into seclusion. Although I'm injured. The ruins of End Sword Saint's hands were still on his sword. he said calmly, but I can still deal with you small fries. His voice was calm, and his sword aura was strong. Senior, you're awesome. Jun Changxiao took advantage of the opportunity and said. The ruins of N Sword Saint said, you're the patriarch of my disciple, Zhou Hong? Whoosh, Jun Changxiao cupped his fists and said loudly, Patriarch of the Sect of all times and Alliance Leader Jun Changxiao greets Senior Sword Saint. No matter what, he was still a junior. There was nothing wrong with using the word greet. The ruins of N Sword Saint nodded and praised, you're leading a sect at such a young age. You're indeed a young hero. Senior, you're too kind. It had to be said that Jun Changxiao was very humble when he was being humble. On the contrary, he was very high profile when he was being high profile. He was even beyond the category of human. Jun Patriarch, why did you come to the ruins of End Realm from so far away? The ruins of End Sword had a legendary aura around him. This made Jun Changxiao even more impressed, so he went straight to the point without beating around the bush. The Sky Devil Emperor is a scourge of the universe. Senior, please join my Jun Alliance and work together to eradicate evil and protect the world's peace. His words were spoken clearly and forcefully. Gu Tianxing was speechless. This guy was still trying to recruit him when the enemy was right in front of them. Jun Patriarch is right. The ruins of End Sword Saint agreed. Everyone knows that the Sky Devil Emperor wants to destroy the upper universe. We have to work together to fight against him. Only then can we maintain the world's peace. Jun Changxiao was overjoyed. A legend was indeed a legend. He was not careless in the face of major issues. Since that's the case, the ruins of End Sword Saint continued, Jun Patriarch, why don't you bring your disciples into my sword alliance? Jun Changxiao was dumbfounded. I'm here to recruit you, not be recruited by you. The two of you. At this moment, the captain of the blade ship interrupted their conversation and said coldly, you are talking and laughing here. Are you looking down on me? Humph, Jun Changxiao sneered and said, Senior, leave this group of small fries to me. Please step back. All right. Jian Guishu quickly took a few steps back and gave him the stage to show off. Jun Changxiao was dumbfounded. I was just joking around. Why did he really back off? There was no other way. Since he had already said that, he could only bite the bullet and walk forward to confront the dozens of battleships. Forget it. Since he wanted to recruit such a legend powerhouse, he had to impress him with his strength. Get out of the way. Jun Changxiao roared, I'm going to get serious. Gu Tianxing and the others hurriedly stepped aside. At this moment, if the ruins of End Realm was compared to a stage to show off, then Jun Changxiao alone facing dozens of high-specification battleships presented a very spectacular scene. Whoosh, a pocket-sized saber appeared between his fingers. Whoosh. Whoosh, Jun Changxiao's black hair fluttered in the wind, revealing his knife-like face. A saber cultivator? The ruins of End Sword Saint said. As a veteran powerhouse, he had a knack for judging people. However, when he looked at Jun Changxiao, other than being a little annoying and a little despicable, he could not see anything else about him. Jian Guishu did not think that this person was a despicable person to the bone. He must be different, but he hid it better than others. Crack. Crack. At the bottom of the dozens of battleships gathered in the sky, many cannon-like objects protruded again. They locked onto Jun Changxiao, and the heaven and earth attribute kept gathering at the muzzles. It was not the first time that Jun Changxiao had fought with the demonic emperor's fleet. Most of the time, he sent a large number of subordinates. Now that the muzzles and cannons were coming out frequently, it felt like a bomber. In fact, the battleships they had encountered before were regular combat forces, but this sharp blade fleet was an elite force. They did not bring many soldiers, but they were strong in that they had many cannons powered by special arrays, and their main purpose was to destroy. Go against the Emperor. The captain's cold voice rang out. All of you must die. Hum, in an instant, the muzzles of the dozens of battleships flashed, and the heaven and earth attribute around them were instantly drawn over. Beep. Beep, the density of the heaven and earth attribute marked on the star map of Eternal instantly dropped to 0. In fact, it could be seen with the naked eye that the heaven and earth attribute around them seemed to have dried up because of the crazy absorption. Whoosh. Whoosh, 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 the light gathered at the muzzles became brighter and brighter, and extremely powerful energy ripples burst out. Everyone's expression gradually turned solemn, and beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Dazzling streams of light gathered at the bottom of the dozens of battleships, which brought about a huge threat to them. They could even foresee that an even more terrifying stream of light cannons bombarding them was about to happen. "Nephew," Gu Tianxing called out, but when he saw Jun Changxiao standing proudly in front of him, exuding an unyielding aura, he finally swallowed his words. His intuition told him that since he dared to face so many battleships, he must have absolute confidence. "Uncle. Senior sword sage. Everyone present." Jun Changxiao turned his head and said, "This Jun doesn't have any grand ambitions in his life. I don't want to be a hero. I just want to run the sect in a stable manner. I want to give my disciples a home to cultivate." "Don't laugh." Gosheng had always thought so. However, Jun Changxiao's expression suddenly became serious, and he said clearly, "Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the universe. Today, the celestial demon emperor is harming the common people. As one of them, Jun should shed his blood for this world. Even if I die, I will not let this world down." Hearing this, the ruins of An Sword Sage's eyes flashed with approval. "Then you can die together with the world," the captain of the Blade warship said coldly. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, in an instant, the cannons in the various battleships shot out energy that had been ready for a long time, and the energy that shook space roared out. From Jun Changxiao's perspective, in the sky ahead, streams of light that resembled intercontinental missiles pressed down from different angles, carrying the power of heaven and earth, instantly squeezing and tearing everything apart. Everyone turned pale with fright. What level of array did these battleships gather to be able to erupt with such terrifying energy? Far from it. Inside the Eternal, the Taishan elder held his head and said, "Our skills are far inferior compared to them." Unlike this technical geek, the upper echelons and disciples of the sect were worried about the patriarch, because the streams of light that could tear everything apart were locked onto him. If it exploded, it would definitely be unimaginable. Patriarch. Lu Wancher and Yao Menjing's eyes turned red. The two of them silently took out their mourning clothes and waited for the bombs to explode on the spot. Clang, however, the moment the streams of light that resembled missiles blasted in a gorgeous manner, the sound of a sword being drawn suddenly rang out, suppressing the whistling sound of the streams of light tearing through space. It was so crisp, so ethereal. Huff. Huff, huff. Huff. Huff, a vast sword aura gushed out crazily like a tide. The ruins of An Sword Sage looked at Jun Changxiao with a dumbfounded expression, looking at the pocket-sized broken sword that was gradually evolving into a huge broken sword. Swish, swish, at the same time, attributes similar to red flames shrouded Jun Changxiao's body. His eyes gradually sharpened, and the words king and tyrant were engraved on his face. He suddenly raised his sword and said, "The day the broken sword reappears, the time when the tyrant king returns." Aura, special effects. They were rendered to the extreme. The streams of light that came from all directions seemed to be restrained by some kind of force and suddenly slowed down. The heaven and earth attributes of the converging warheads were also greatly weakened. If the current area was described as a balloon that had been sucked dry, at this moment, as the attributes continued to return, it began to expand until it returned to its original saturated state. What was the reason? It was because the fifth form of the hard-to-retract blade was unsealed. Was it just to control the cannonballs? No. The show had just begun. Jun Changxiao, who was shrouded in red light, waved his arm, and the huge broken sword slashed from bottom to top. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, wherever the sword aura and sword momentum passed, the frozen cannonballs exploded. The entire sky was as beautiful as firecrackers and fireworks during a festival. How is this possible? In the main battleship, the captain stood up in shock. Then, he turned his head stiffly and saw Jun Changxiao, who was shrouded in red flames outside the window, gently carrying the huge sword on his shoulder. Beep. Beep. Beep, beep. Beep. Beep, the alarm sounded in the cockpit, and the star map and various data suddenly went out. "Captain," the crew member said in horror, "the Sharp Blade's driving system is paralyzed." He stopped abruptly because he saw a vertical crack appear on the captain's forehead, and then, it spread down the captain's nose. It cracked, the captain cracked, bam. At this moment, the captain of the Sharp Blade exploded, and his flesh and blood splattered on the wall. As he died, the cracks continued to spread on the ground of the battleship, like a cucumber that had been cut open from the front. From this, it could be seen that the internal program of the battleship had been paralyzed. It had been cut by Xianxia, and it had coincidentally passed through the captain's body. Boom! Boom! 2 parts of the battleship fell to the ground. Perhaps because of the material and the speed of the cut, it did not cause a huge explosion. "Thank goodness," the Taishan elder said in relief. Whoosh, whoosh. It was at this moment that Xianxia, who was holding the 5th form of hard to retract, turned into a sky full of afterimages, and flew here and there until he stood in the sky with his sword horizontally. Behind him, the warships collapsed and slowly fell down. At this point, the dozens of bombardment battleships were all destroyed. Seeing this, the Taishan elder clutched his chest and held in his heart, "Not a single intact battleship is left for me." The saddest one was Jingjiu. Previously, she had controlled Xiaotian to destroy a few battleships and was sent to clean the toilets. Now, the patriarch had destroyed even more advanced battleships. What should she say? The Sect master wanted to shock the ruins of the End and the Night King alliance. That's why he used such a tyrannical method to destroy all the warships, young Master Yuan said with deep respect. Hall Master Z clenched his fists. "I'm also destroying my clothes to shock the enemy. I don't expect to be admired, but don't punish me afterward." The ultimate world. The sword aura raged wildly. Xianxia stood in the sky like a god, his domineering aura filling the world. In fact, he had unsealed once before and sent the top-level Feng Wanli to the Tianyuan prison pagoda. He should have seen the special effects and aura, but why did it seem more shocking this time? It was simple. There was an audience present. As the saying goes, not returning to one's hometown is like walking in the night. Without a bystander, even if the upper universe was cut down, the atmosphere would not be expressed. Xianxia destroyed the entire fleet with lightning speed, which really shocked Gu Tianqing and the others. Although they did not want to overdo it, at this moment, everyone's evaluation of Guoxing was really terrifying, especially the sword saint of the ultimate. His turbid eyes were filled with shock, and his skinny fingers were trembling uncontrollably. Destroying the enemy with the sword. The sword saint was so shocked that his hands were trembling. If it was anyone else, it would be enough to brag about for a lifetime. "Senior." Xianxia retracted his sword and cupped his fists. "I've embarrassed myself." Everyone's mouth twitched. Destroying so many battleships in such a short time, you are not just making a fool of yourself, you are making an eye-popping spectacle. "Humph." The Night King Alliance expert said coldly, "Let's go." Xianxia's display of strength terrified him, so he did not care about settling the score. He had to leave the ultimate world as soon as possible. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Night King Alliance experts left one after another. However, when they entered the spatial barrier, they heard Xianxia say, "Go back and tell your Night King that if you want to destroy the celestial demonic emperor, joining the Night King Alliance is the right way." TSK, the Night King Alliance experts sneered, then ran faster than the other, afraid that they would be cut down by that guy if they were too slow. In the bamboo forest, Zhou Hong stood in front of his fellow sect members, a rare smile on his face. He had been cultivating in the ultimate world for 2 years, and he missed his sect. Now that his fellow sect members were here, he was naturally happy. "Junior brother Zhou." Su Shama sat next to him and smiled. "How's your sword Dao?" "Not bad," Zhou Hong said. Su Shama stood up and patted his butt. "How about we spar?" "Let's not." Zhou Hong said, "I'm afraid you'll be shocked." Su Shama said, "He's a little arrogant." "If you don't like him, then spar with him," Yi Xingchen instigated. Su Shama smiled awkwardly. "I don't have time to spar." "Junior brother Yi, you can try if you want." Among the core disciples of the sect of all times, Zhou Hong did not have much screen time, But he specialized in the sword Dao and always gave people an unfathomable feeling. So, if they really spar, he did not have much confidence. Not interested. Yi Xingchen said lightly. Everyone laughed. Junior brother Ye's not interested actually meant that he was not confident. That's strange. Su Xiaoma looked at the bamboo house in the distance and changed the topic. Patriarch has gone in for 2 hours. Why hasn't he come out yet? Maybe he's talking about the sword Dao with Senior Sword Saint, Li Qingyang said. In the bamboo house. The layout was simple and unadorned. Jun Changxiao sat cross-legged in front of the table and took a sip of tea. He praised, not bad. Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu sat beside him and filled his cup again. A legendary sword saint of a generation actually took the initiative to pour tea for a junior. If this spread, it would definitely shock the entire Ashen Cloud faculty. Senior. Jun Changxiao said bitterly, I've already drunk dozens of cups. Can we get to the point? Okay. Jian Guishu put down the teapot and looked over with a serious expression. May I ask who Jun Patriarch's master is? Jun Changxiao strong. Performance back then was just watching for fun to outsiders, but to an expert like him, it was definitely watching the door. After a moment of silence, Jun Changxiao said, the 7 profound sage. What? The Guishu sword saint stood up and exclaimed, Jun Patriarch's master is a martial arts legend? That's right. Jun Changxiao's expression showed that he wanted to hide it but could not. In short, he was very conflicted and uncomfortable. The Guishu sword saint's expression changed again and again. As a legendary expert, his ability to control his emotions should be very strong, but at this moment, his heartbeat was accelerating and his breathing was rapid. The 7 profound sage, that was an existence that was regarded as a martial arts legend by the beings of the upper universe. Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu calmed down and said with a trembling voice, your broken sword is, the 7 profound sage sword. Jun Changxiao made up a name. Jian Guishu immediately deduced from the word 7 profound that this must be the sword of a martial arts legend, so he said excitedly, since Jun Patriarch can inherit Senior 7 profound sword, he can definitely inherit. After a pause, he said, Xianyuan divine sword. The Xianyuan divine sword? Upon hearing these words, Jun Changxiao immediately recalled the scenes he had seen in the illusion. Before Gu Xianyuan died, he had given the sword he had used to kill his enemies to a child. Wait a moment, Jun Changxiao immediately grasped the crux of the matter. He shot to his feet and exclaimed, Senior, could you be the child Gu Xianyuan gave away back then? Sword Saint, and the Xianyuan divine sword, just a little thought and he would understand. Jian Guishu's hands trembled. How do you know that child? From his expression and actions, he seemed to be in great disbelief and excitement. Because this junior once unintentionally entered an illusory realm and personally witnessed the scene of Senior Gu resisting the Heavenly Devil Emperor until his death, Jun Cheng said with a smile. Jian Guishu's hands trembled even faster. Divination. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and said, you were right. This old man really can meet the fated one in this lifetime. Divination, what did this have to do with him? Jun Changxiao was confused. Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu stood up and said, please come with this old man. The two left the bamboo hut and stopped in front of a stone wall in the back of the mountain. Boom. Jian Guishu placed his hand on an inconspicuous groove. A stone door slowly opened, and a historical aura blew in. Please. Jun Changxiao entered, puzzled. Behind the door was a passageway that was not too narrow. Judging from the dull surface of the walls on both sides, it was probably man-made and even had some history. The passageway was parallel at first, but it gradually sloped downward. The two walked for an unknown period of time before finally entering a spacious cave. There were 8 large pillars in the cave that served as support points. Lifelike wyverns and beasts were carved on them. There was a stone platform in the center. 2 statues were erected on the platform, a little girl hugging a sword and a black-robed middle-aged man guarding her. Jun Changxia's expression was solemn. Wasn't that middle-aged man guarding the child the sword saint of Guishu, and that sword he was hugging? Jun Changxiao could no longer suppress his emotions. He blurted out, Senior Gu's Xianyuan divine sword? Not bad. The ruins of Sinkhole Sword Saint said seriously. In other words, Jun Changxiao said with a frown, the little girl you're protecting is the person Senior Gu sent out? Not bad. Jun Changxiao was silent. Before inheriting the Xianyuan realm, he had only known that the one who had been sent out was a child. However, he had never been able to tell the gender of the child. Now, he had finally found out that it was a girl. Where is she? Let's go. Where did you go? I've searched all over the upper universe, but I haven't found any news. At this point, a pained expression appeared on Jian Guishu's face, as if he was deeply blaming himself for not being able to protect that child. What is your relationship with Senior Gu? Jun Changxiao asked. A teacher and a friend. Memories of the past gradually surfaced in Jian Guishu's eyes, and his thoughts gradually drifted to the youth that he had once lost. Senior. Jun Changxiao interrupted. Where's the Xianyuan divine sword? AI. Jian Guishu sighed. It's a long story. Then let's put it simply, Jun Changxiao said, I've just destroyed the demonic emperor's fleet. Time doesn't allow you to play with memories. The system was speechless. He wasted such a good opportunity. There was a hidden chamber in the cave. When Jun Changxiao walked in, the first thing he saw was a simple and unadorned sword hanging on the wall. Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu said, this is the Xianyuan divine sword. Jun Changxiao's expression was solemn. The sword hung on the wall. It looked simple and unadorned, but the aura it exuded was enough to move people. It even evoked the scenes they had seen in the illusion, where they saw the man who fought against an army of thousands of men and horses by himself. Can I take it? Yes. Jian Guishu added, this sword was prepared for the fated one. Whoosh. Jun Changxiao strode forward. As he got closer and closer to the Xianyuan divine sword, he felt an even more shocking aura. Gosheng was usually very playful, but today, he was especially serious. He even had a heart of admiration. Jian Guishu, who was standing behind him, also became more and more excited. He was younger than Gu Xianyuan in terms of seniority. In that era, he was definitely a little fan. Even though he had the title of Sword Saint now, he had been guided by the other party. Therefore, he had always guarded this sword, waiting for the fated one to inherit it. The only pain was the disciples who did not protect Gu Xianyuan well were still alive. Bang! While Jian Guishu was thinking, Jun Changxiao was bounced back and slammed into the wall. His raised hand trembled violently as if it had been electrocuted. Seeing this, Jian Guishu's heart sank. Jun Patriarch went to touch it and was bounced away. This meant that there was no fate. Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu said bitterly, it seems that you are not the person the Xianyuan divine sword is waiting for. Let me try again. Jun Changxiao did not intend to give up. He walked toward the Xianyuan divine sword, but just as he reached out to touch it, he was sent flying like an electric shock. Sigh. Jian Guishu looked up at the sky and sighed. After waiting for countless years, he thought that he had finally met the fated one. In the end, reality gave him a ruthless blow. Uncomfortable. He wanted to cry. I don't believe it. Jun Changxiao rolled up his sleeves and rushed over again. The camera turned and saw Gosheng lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Clearly, he was not fated with the Xianyuan divine sword. As for his sorry state, although it was partly because of the electric shock, it was more of the side effect of using the unstoppable blade. Senior. What's the girl's name? After a few days of recuperation, although Jun Changxiao was very weak, he could speak. The Xianyuan divine sword was hidden in the secret chamber. Because he was not fated to obtain it, he began to ask about the girl holding the sword. He even wondered if she knew the secret of how to grasp it. Jian Guishu said, the girl's name is Xianxia. Pfft. Jun Changxiao directly spat out all the tea in his mouth. Jian Guishu reached out to wipe the tea on his face and asked in confusion, Jun Patriarch, what's wrong with you? Ding. The system imitated the prompt and said, Shi Jingshuan's side task has been triggered. No, nothing. Jun Changxiao gradually calmed down and said to himself, it should be just the same name, right? When Jian Guishu said the name, Gosheng immediately thought of the palace master of Miaohua Palace, who was in charge of the sect in the eternal world. But Gu Xuanyuan's disciple had been sent out a long time ago. The age of the two did not match at all. Same name. It should be just the same name. The system said, does the host still remember that Gu Hongzhenren once said that Palace Master Shi is the child of the dimension? What do you mean? Gu Xianyuan should be regarded as the master of the Xianyuan realm. He even risked his life to protect it, and his disciple is. Think carefully, think carefully. Jun Chongxiao fell silent. Do I need to think carefully? It's easy to figure it out with my toes. What are you waiting for? The system said, hurry back to the eternal world and bring Palace Master Shi out. Maybe then you can control the Xianyuan divine sword. Jun Chongxiao was speechless and said, I'm not even in a hurry to become the emperor. Why are you, a eunuch? I'm just worried about Palace Master Shi. Her interstellar travel with the host is almost like air. Wait. Who are you calling a eunuch? The creatures of the falling star continent had all moved into the eternal world, and the major sects had chosen their own mountains. The mountains were also divided into different grades and good ones. Some places had strong heaven and earth attributes, while others were relatively weak. Therefore, choosing a mountain was a big deal for future development. The sects that entered the eternal world did not have the right to choose, because the best feng shui places were usually distributed by the eternal sect. They could not occupy them as they wished. For example, the two areas closest to the Iron Bone Mountain had mountains and lakes. From the perspective of feng shui, it was definitely a first-class place for crouching dragons and crouching tigers. If it wasn't allocated, the major sects would definitely fight over it. Who would get such a good place in the end? Songshan sect. Miaohua Palace. The major sects had no objection to this at all. The reason was simple. When the sect of all times developed in the falling star continent, it was in an alliance with the two major sections. Over the years, the senior positions in the Songshan sect had changed a lot. The former elder Ma Yunting became the new sect leader. Oh, no, patriarch. The former fifth-class sect had become a second-class sect. Like the Songshan sect, the Miaohua Palace's overall strength had increased rapidly after entering the eternal world. It had become one of the top sects in the inner world. The two of them had improved so quickly because Jun Chongxiao had sent them elixirs, resources, and even talents. The sect of all times would open the mountain gate to recruit disciples every year, but only a small number of people could be accepted. Therefore, those who were eliminated would be recommended to the nearest Songshan sect or Miaohua Palace. To put it bluntly, the sect of all times would choose the best. The Songshan sect and Miaohua Palace would choose the second best. Those who were not chosen would depend on how the major sects fought over them. If a sect wanted to be strong and prosperous, the blood of the younger generation was indispensable. The two major sects were located in feng shui places, and they could choose talents with good aptitudes. Naturally, they would become stronger and stronger. It hadn't been long since they entered the eternal world. As time passed, the Songshan sect and Miaohua Palace would become stronger and stronger. There was no doubt that they would become the two strongest sects after the sect of all times. There's no Jun patriarch. On the martial arts practice field, Ma Yunting pointed to the Iron Bone Mountain in the distance and said loudly, there's no Songshan sect today, no flourishing world. When the disciples heard this, their eyes filled with admiration. Patriarch. Someone said. Can you tell us the story of Songshan sect and the sect of all times? The eyes of the disciples. Most of the disciples gathered at the martial arts practice field had just joined the sect a few years ago. Although they knew that the sect and the eternal sect had an alliance, they did not know much about the history of the sect. The camera slowly moved to the sky. When it landed again, the scene had already returned to a few decades ago, the scene of the recruitment of the numerous sects in Qingyang City. For Ma Yunting, he could brag about meeting Jun Chongxiao for the rest of his life. Whoosh. Suddenly, a streamer flew over the Songshan sect, interrupting Ma Yunting's memory, and said happily, Jun Patriarch. Yes. It was Jun Chongxiao. But he didn't come to the Songshan sect. He just happened to pass by and went to the Miaohua Palace. Maybe he had something urgent and didn't have time to say hello to his old friend. It's really June Patriarch. Our God. The disciples of the Xianxia sect were so excited that they almost jumped up. All the creatures in the eternal world had regarded Jun Changxiao as a god. Patriarch. Wang Donglin, who had been promoted to first elder, came out of the inner yard and asked in confusion, "Why is Jun Patriarch free to go to the Miaohua Palace today?" "It's a bit strange," Ma Yunting said. Most of them who had been friends with the sect of all times in the early years knew that Jun Changxiao and the master of the Miaohua Palace had a secret story, but they didn't seem to have much contact in recent years. The Miaohua Palace. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers. The environment was beautiful. Unlike the Xianxia sect, this sect had always insisted on the old way of only recruiting female disciples. The number of famous female disciples in the sect of all times could be counted with 10 fingers. But the Miaohua Palace was full of female disciples. Senior Brother Li, in an open space in the mountain, a beautiful girl said shyly, "Thank you. Our sects are allies. It's natural for us to help each other." Li Tian grinned. No, why was this guy in the Miaohua Palace? However, when the camera panned to other areas, Yang Yuhua, Long Xiang, and the others were all instructing the girls in martial arts. Their attentiveness was no less than that of the sect elders teaching in the martial arts hall. On the contrary, not a single disciple of the sect of all times was seen in the Xianxia sect. This was too realistic. Whoosh, Jun Changxiao flew into the Miaohua Palace and landed on the training field. Oh no! Why is the Patriarch here? Whoosh, whoosh, in an instant, Li Tian and the others disappeared from the Miaohua Palace. Their movement techniques were superb. Jun Changxiao stabilized himself and shook his head. "Elder Wei, I don't forbid you from flirting. Why do you have to be so sneaky?" Elder Wei, who was about to sneak away, smiled awkwardly. Jun Patriarch. Lung Xinyue walked out of the hall and rolled her eyes at the guy hiding in the dark. Then, she asked, "What brings you to my Miaohua Palace?" Jun Changxiao asked, "Where's Palace Lord Shi?" "She's in seclusion." "When will she be out?" 3 to 5 months if she's fast. 3 to 5 years if she's slow. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. "I have something important to do. Can I trouble you to inform her?" There's no need to inform her. I'm already out." Suddenly, Shi Jingxuan's light voice came from the inner court. Lung Xinyue was speechless. The palace lord was in seclusion to improve her cultivation level. She even told everyone not to disturb her. However, when Jun Changxiao came, she couldn't sit still. Sigh. My silly palace lord. He already has a wife. Why do you keep thinking about him? At this moment, Shi Jingxian walked out of the inner court. She was wearing a light yellow dress and had a bright smile on her fair face. All right. My palace lord has even changed her clothes. Jun Patriarch. Shi Jingxian smiled. What brings you here? I found a sword. It might be related to Palace Lord Shi's identity, Jun Changxiao said with a serious expression. Identity? Shi Jingxuan's eyes were filled with astonishment. Whoosh, whoosh, in the ruins of End World, Jun Changxiao and Shi Jingxian appeared out of thin air. Gosheng brought her out and paid attention to the changes in her expression. In the end, he didn't see anything. Jun Patriarch, where's the sword? Follow me. The two of them walked to the stone wall outside the bamboo forest and walked all the way to the secret chamber where the Xianyuan divine sword was hung. After carefully examining Shi Jingxian, the ruins of End Sword sage shook his head. She doesn't look like her. He naturally knew that children's appearances would change when they reached adulthood. However, at least he could find similarities. The girl in front of him and Gu Xuanyuan's disciple were two completely different people. Palace Lord Shi. Jun Changxiao pointed at the Xianyuan divine sword. Have you seen this before? No. Shi Jingxian shook her head. All right. Jun Changxiao was speechless. As expected, it's just someone with the same name. In fact, Gosheng already had a premonition when he brought Shi Jingxian to the secret chamber. This was because she didn't show any fluctuations in her emotions from beginning to end. There was still a blank look in her eyes. It was enough to show that everything here was very unfamiliar to her. Xianxia really wanted to obtain the Xianyuan sword. Not to mention how strong the weapon was, at least it could be considered as inheriting Gu Xuanyuan's will again. From the ruins of N Sword Saint, he found out that the girl's name was Shi Jingxian, which happened to have the same name as Palace Master Shi. In the end, he was overthinking it. Sigh. Xianxia thought to himself, how can there be so many coincidences in the world, and I just had to meet them all? The system took the opportunity to ridicule him. It's rare for the host to realize this. June Patriarch. Shi Jingxian took 2 steps forward and asked, is this the sword you're talking about? Yes. Can I take it down? Please don't. Before Xianxia could finish his words, his eyes widened, because Shi Jingxian had already taken the Xianyuan sword in her hand and gently caressed the engraved lines on the scabbard. She took it down easily. This? The ruins of N Sword Saint was dumbfounded, and then he said with joy, she is the fated person that Senior Gu has been waiting for. Wei Buzi had once divined for him, saying that not long later, the Xianyuan sword would wait for the fated person. At first, he thought it was Jun Changxiao, but now he knew that the fated person was her. Ha ha ha. Jian Guishu laughed out loud with tears in his eyes. Senior Gu, Jian Guishu, will not let you down. Back then, Gu Xianyuan had only entrusted his disciple to him, but he had willingly taken on the responsibility of guarding the Xianyuan sword. Today, the fated person had finally come, and he had fulfilled one of his wishes. Jun Changxiao was also quite excited. Although the sword did not recognize him, it recognized Shi Jingxian. They were all good friends, so it didn't matter who it was given to. June Patriarch. Shi Jingxian caressed the Xianyuan sword lovingly as she asked weakly, can I draw the sword? Sure, do as you wish. Clang, Shi Jingxian placed one hand on the hilt of the sword and easily pulled it out of the scabbard. The sound echoed in the secret room. Jun Changxiao didn't have time to look at the Xianyuan divine sword, because the moment it was unsheathed, a special sword momentum spread out from the gap, instantly enveloping Shi Jingxuan's body, and a painful expression appeared on her face. Not good. Jun Changxiao saw that the situation was bad and reached out to grab Palace Master Shi. However, as soon as his 5 fingers touched the sword Shi, he felt as if he had been hit by a huge hammer. His entire body slammed into the wall with a bang. Boom, there was a powerful force in the sword force, and Jian Guisu was unavoidably sent flying. He exclaimed, this is Senior Gu's celestial dipper sword intent. What do you mean? Jun Changxiao said as he suppressed the pain in his chest. Jian Guishu said, Senior Gu is a dual cultivator of sword and martial arts. He created his own celestial dipper sword intent, and its sharpness is unparalleled in the upper universe. I never thought that such a supreme sword intent would be sealed in the Xianyuan divine sword. Get to the point. Jun Changxiao wasn't interested in listening to the story. He was more concerned about Palace Master Shi's safety. Jian Guishu said, this girl is inheriting Senior Gu's celestial dipper sword intent. Once she masters it, her attainments in swordsmanship will definitely improve by leaps and bounds, and the benefits will be even greater than if she had the Xianyuan divine sword. I see. Jun Changxiao relaxed slightly. It seemed that this was a great opportunity. If Palace Master Shi could inherit it, she should benefit greatly. Sigh. The system said, the girl who is about to disappear in the long river of history is finally going to welcome a wave of epic level strengthening? It's a pity that the eldest disciple is going further and further away. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Jun Changxiao said. To be honest, I'm actually the embodiment of justice for the readers. Because I exist in a different dimension, you can't see their complaints, so they can only use me to express it, the system said seriously. Scram. Doraemon said you're a eunuch. A guy who pretends to be a girl has the cheek to talk about me. He too. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sword momentum was released more and more intensely, and Shi Jingxuan's expression became more and more painful. Especially her black hair fluttering, satisfying the reader's wish of not giving a close-up of her hair. Senior. Is she okay? Jun Changxiao was worried. Jian Guishu said solemnly, inheriting the celestial dipper sword intent is not only an opportunity for her, but also a crisis. Jun Changxiao wanted to rush over and pull her out. He didn't dare to gamble. Whoosh, at this moment, a majestic wave of air erupted from Shi Jingxuan's body, and the gathered sword intent was pushed out, then formed a vortex and gathered in front of her, maintaining a safe distance. Without the disturbance of the sword intent, the pain on Shi Jingxuan's face gradually weakened. Before Jun Changxiao could relax, he saw the woman's face turn from gentle to cold, and her clear eyes gradually became turbid and violent. This scene seemed familiar. Trouble! Jun Changxiao exclaimed, Palace Master Shi's other personality has appeared again. Back in the falling star continent, Shi Jingxian was blind, and every time she was depressed, she would enter another personality. Later, she was cured by the vacuum cleaner, and so far, it had not recurred. No. Strictly speaking, it was to purify the special attribute that existed in her body. However, today, she inherited the celestial dipper sword intent and was actually stimulated again, and her violent appearance was no different from before, or even worse. Palace Master Shi, whoosh, the blackened Shi Jingxian turned her face, and the Xianyuan divine sword, shrouded in light, cut through the void, and slashed over with the power to cut through space. In the bamboo forest, Li Qingyang and the others were watching Zhou Hong's sword dance, mesmerized. This guy. Yi Xingchen secretly rejoiced, fortunately, I didn't ask him to spar. Swordsmanship was different, and martial arts had extremely detailed divisions, so everyone could only judge how strong Zhou Hong's improvement was through the movement of the sword and the eruption of sword momentum. Boom! Suddenly, the mountain in the distance exploded. What's going on? Su Xiaoma was so shocked that he almost jumped up. He hurriedly turned his head and saw the patriarch stumbling in the distance, and from this situation, it seemed that he had been beaten up, clang. Clang, in an instant, the nearby disciples of the sect of all times all drew their swords and stood on the left and right sides of the patriarch at lightning speed, staring angrily at the dust-filled area in front of them. Thud. Thud, a graceful figure walked out of the dust, wearing a pale yellow dress and fluffy hair. The sharp sword in her hand stuck close to the ground, drawing slender sword marks. Everyone looked and was shocked. Palace Master Shi? Goodbye. Excuse me. Whoosh. Whoosh, in an instant, the disciples gathered around Jun Changxiao collectively disappeared, and even returned to the scene of admiring the sword, flowers, and bamboo forest, as if nothing had happened and they had not seen anything. Die, Shi Jingxian lowered her head and walked with her sword. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changxiao said loudly, it's me. It was fine if he did not speak, but the moment he spoke, the hostility in Shi Jingxuan's eyes intensified, and she raised her sword to attack. Swish, swish, intricate sword auras instantly rippled in the bamboo forest. At first, there was no problem, but when the two of them confronted each other, one attacking and one defending, the surrounding bamboos all broke instantly. Pfft, Jian Guishu, who walked out of the ruins, saw this and spat out a mouthful of blood. These bamboos were all very precious species, and they had been wholeheartedly cultivated. Now, they were all destroyed. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changxiao said solemnly, since you have lost your mind again, Jun can only offend you. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, in an instant, an explosive aura erupted and spread out in all directions like a flood. Because the explosion was too fierce, everywhere it passed, no matter if it was the bamboo, bamboo roots, bamboo shoots, or bamboo leaves, everything was turned into powder. It was like a paradise, and it instantly became a barren land. Plop, Jian Guishu collapsed on the ground and said in despair, it's gone. It's all gone. Shi Jingxian went berserk. Jun Changxiao had to stop her in time. Otherwise, this picturesque bamboo forest would suffer a calamity. If Jian Guishu knew what Guoxing was thinking, he would definitely shout at him, I thank you. I thank you, the entire sect. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. In the ruins, sword chi crisscrossed. The dark Shi Jingxian held the Xianyuan divine sword and attacked crazily like a female devil. The evil aura that filled the air became more and more intense. If that was all, it wouldn't be too much of a problem. The key was that the evil aura was wrapped in a sharp sword aura, which was obviously the Tiangang sword intent that Jian Guishu had mentioned. Whoosh whoosh. The evil aura and sword intent filled Shi Jingxuan's body. His messy long hair and pitch-black eyes gradually turned as red as blood. The woman who was as gentle as water suddenly became wild. This contrast was a bit big. However, there was one thing to say. The red-haired and red-eyed Shi Jingxian was even more beautiful. What Jun Changxiao cared about was not whether she was beautiful or not. What he cared about was that after her hair and eyes turned red, the sword aura became stronger and stronger. Ding! Suddenly, the Xianyuan divine sword cut through the void and slashed over, forcing Gosheng to take out the immortal sword to block in front of him. Dang dang dang! Dang dang dang! The two swords crossed each other, accompanied by the eruption of flames. One was retreating while the other was pressing down. Ka ka! Ka ka ka! The ground cracked and dust flew. The bamboo species that had been destroyed were very rare, and even if they could be planted, they would have to look at the soil. Now that there were two immortals fighting on the face, it would definitely be hard to escape. Jian Guisu roared, "Stop! All of you stop! Don't fight anymore." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the hut behind him instantly collapsed. The bamboo forest that was like a paradise was completely destroyed in a short period of time. Jian Guishu clutched his chest, breathing rapidly as if he had an asthma attack. Anger, from the soles of his feet to his skull. Two children. Jian Guishu clenched his fists and roared, "Don't be presumptuous." Buzz. 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 The dust floating around suddenly trembled, and the surface began to be enveloped by the sword chi. "It's over," Jian Xiaohong said. "Grandpa is angry." Boom, an explosion came from the dust-filled area, and Shi Jingxian staggered out. At this moment, not only had her hair and eyes turned red, even her lips had turned crimson red. She looked devilishly charming and flirtatious. "Have you had enough?" At this moment, Jian Guishu walked over with his head lowered. His footwork was very stable, but with every step he took, his body would emit a powerful sword aura, as if his entire person had turned into a sword. As a sword saint, Jian Guishu's understanding of the way of the sword needed no explanation. In short, he was powerful. However, when he walked over, the sword force that had gathered around him suddenly flew out uncontrollably, circling behind Shi Jingxian and gradually condensing into a whirlpool. "This," Jian Guishu said in shock, "borrowing power?" Shua. Shi Jingxian held her sword horizontally in front of her, her two white fingers pressed against the surface of the sword. Her fiery red lips were chanting a strange language that no one could understand. Swish. 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 In an instant, the rotating sword momentum behind him suddenly condensed into 12 crystal-clear swords. "Tiangang sword art!" Jian Guishu exclaimed. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood something and said happily, "Could it be that Senior Gu used a special ability to store the sword skill in the Xianyuan divine sword, and this girl naturally inherited it after drawing the sword?" Jun Changxiao didn't care about the sword skill at all, but he was more concerned about his seemingly bad situation. Swish. Swish. The 12 swords scattered and circled Gosheng in the shape of a clock. "Retreat." At this moment, Jian Guishu shouted, "Retreat quickly." Perhaps because time was too tight, as soon as he finished speaking, he carried his granddaughter and flew into the distance. Although Li Qingyang and the others didn't know what was going on, when they saw the sword saint running away in fear, they all used their movement techniques and fled as fast as they could. Jun Changxiao didn't move. To be exact, he didn't dare to move. The 12 swords were like 12 bombs hanging around him, giving him a premonition that they would detonate in advance if he moved even the slightest bit. Palace Master Shi. "It's me, Jun Changxiao." Gosheng stood in place, hoping to use his voice to wake up the evil Shi Jingxian. Unfortunately, the other party was indifferent. Jun Changxiao smiled bitterly and slowly raised the ultimate immortal sword, saying, "In that case, boom boom boom. Boom boom boom." 12 explosions shook the ruins realm. Pfft. The ruined sword saint, who had hidden in a safe area, spat out another mouthful of blood. There was no other reason. The bamboo forest was gone, the house was gone, and even the mountain where he lived in seclusion was turned into nothingness under the bombardment. Understood. This was the ominous sign that had arisen earlier. Master. Zhou Hong said bitterly, do you understand what this disciple once said? What was it? It was best not to meet the patriarch. I understand. Jian Guishu clutched his chest and said, this guy is a jinx. A mountain used to live in seclusion was razed to the ground by 12 consecutive explosions. However, when the dust settled and the airwaves weakened, the figures of Jun Changxiao and Shi Jingxian gradually appeared in everyone's vision. They were suspended in midair, separated by a distance of 10 feet. One had disheveled hair and was in a sorry state, while the other had fiery red lips and was charming and enchanting. Palace Master, she is so strong. Su Xianxia said, she actually beat the patriarch into such a sorry state. The patriarch was probably worried that he would hurt Palace Master Shi, so he didn't dare to be serious. Impossible. Su Xianxia and the others said in unison. After being together for so many years, they understood the patriarch's straightforward nature very well. If he could subdue Shi Jingxian with a heavy punch, he would have done it without hesitation. Why, Jun Changxiao, who was suspended in midair, tore off the clothes on his shoulder and said, Palace Master Shi, after turning evil, must you target me? There were so many people present. In fact, Jian Guishu was beside him when he drew his sword. But she didn't look for anyone but him. For this phenomenon that couldn't be explained from a scientific point of view, Jun Changxiao usually defined it as, I'm too handsome. Because Shi Jingxian raised her sword and pointed at him, saying coldly, you are not clean. The patriarch is not clean, Li Qingyang and the others muttered in their hearts. I take a bath in the morning and evening, brush my teeth and apply a facial mask before going to bed, how am I not clean? Your heart. Your blood. Your soul. Shi Jingxian said, you are not clean. Haha. Jun Changxiao laughed and said, how do you know that my heart, my blood, and my soul are not clean? Do you want to know? Shi Jingxian gathered the Tiangang sword intent into the weapon and said coldly, dig out the heart, let out the blood, and pull out the soul, then you will see. Come on. Jun Changxiao tore off the clothes on his chest and shouted, let me see if you are clean or not. Whoosh, suddenly, Shi Jingxian rushed over. Her speed was very fast, but in this case, she had to use slow motion. One slowly raised her sword and stabbed over, the other showed his chest and didn't seem to intend to resist. Poochie. The scene that was originally planned to be slow for 10 seconds suddenly returned to normal. The Xianyuan sword, which contained the Tiangang sword intent, was directly inserted into Jun Changxia's chest, causing him to look down in a daze. This woman, she is serious. Patriarch. Li Qingyang and the others exclaimed. Drip. Drip. Blood flowed down the sword and then splashed on the ground. Jun Changxiao struggled to raise his head and squeezed out a smile. Is it clean? You, Shi Jingxian stood in front of him in shock, the hand holding the sword trembled slightly, and tears gradually gathered in her red eyes. I'm sorry. I couldn't help you, resolve the strange attribute, and let you go crazy again. I hope, my death, can wake you up. Jun Changxiao's voice became weaker and weaker, and finally his shoulders slumped and his head lowered. Patriarch. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others screamed at the top of their lungs. Ah, Shi Jingxian let go of the Xianyuan sword, hugged her head with both hands and screamed in pain. Tears burst out of her eyes, and as the tears fell, her red eyes gradually faded, and her mind gradually became clear. Today, Jun Changxiao died. Awakened the blackened Shi Jingxian. Just as the readers led by Little Du were excitedly typing ending flowers in the comments section of the chapter, Jun Changxiao, who had his head lowered from beginning to end, muttered in his heart, this move really works. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were still screaming in pain, but they all secretly said, my acting is okay, right? Is it enough to tear my heart and lungs? When the sharp blade attacked, Jun Changxiao used hard to retract. He was already in a weakened state. How could he still fight Shi Jingxian? Don't ask. If you did, you would be a Taishan old man. What a joke. The only reason Jun Changxiao was able to stand up like a man was because he had used the system's triple reset function. In fact, When Xianxia suddenly raised her sword after turning dark, Guoxing would have been cut into pieces if he hadn't reacted fast enough. Unfortunately, he didn't have many reputation points in his pocket, and contribution points were everywhere. Even if he cleared his 3 points and forcefully increased his combat ability, he still hadn't recovered to his peak state. Otherwise, he would have punched that woman to the ground. The only person who could stop Xianxia's madness was Jian Guoxiu. Not only did this guy not help, he even borrowed the power of his sword. It was really adding fuel to the fire. There was no other way. Jun Changxiao could only play a show. He tried to use his own death to awaken the dark Xianxia. This kind of lame plot was really effective. When Jun Changxiao's hands and head dropped, the last bit of consciousness in Xianxia's body that hadn't been extinguished suddenly counterattacked and successfully took back the initiative. Patriarch! Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others yelled at the top of their lungs. Because the performance was too realistic, the sadness was exaggerated to the extreme. The men were silent, and the women were crying. You killed my nephew. Gu Tianxing couldn't hold back anymore. He gathered energy in his palm and roared, "Die! Dad!" Gu Jiaoshi hurriedly hugged his father and said tearfully, "Calm down, don't be rash." He was already dead, who could still calm down? Sect Master Jun. Xianxia's hair and eyes returned to normal. She was already weeping like a pear blossom in the rain. Then, she resolutely pulled out her sword and held it in front of her neck. "I'll go with you." Pa. Just as she was about to slit her throat, a hand grabbed the hilt. "I'm still alive." Xianxia looked at Jun Changxiao in a daze. Gu Tianxing, who was held tightly by his son, was frozen in a state of struggle. He had clearly lost all signs of life, so how did he suddenly come back to life? At this moment, Gu Tianxing glanced at the Sect of All Time's disciples from the corner of his eyes and realized that they were standing in their original positions as if nothing had happened. Junior brother Zhou's swordsmanship has become even more exquisite. I will definitely get a good ranking in the finals of the Universe Holy War. If there's a chance, I must spar with junior brother Zhou. Everybody was talking to each other, making Gu Tianxing feel as if he had gone back in time. All the disciples who knew Jun Changxiao well knew that he was putting on an act and even cooperated with him tacitly. Only Jian Guoxiu and the others believed it to be true. If the Academy Award was given to the Sect of All Times, they would definitely deserve it. Xianxia woke up. Jun Changxiao, who had suffered a sword strike, was bandaged by Sun Bukong. Occasionally, he would grimace in pain when his wound was affected. Although he was fine, it definitely hurt. Especially when the strength given by the 3 values weakened, his entire body became softer than before. You don't even want your life for that woman? Rows of flowers walked in from outside. Jun Changxiao roared in his heart, it must be Big Mouth Su who spread the news again. One person. It was inevitable that he would encounter all kinds of misunderstandings. Only in this aspect would he not wrongly accuse Su Xiaoma. Because it was really him who spread the news. Now, the entire sect was talking about the patriarch sacrificing himself to reform the raging Xianxia. Jun Changxiao stuttered. You don't need to explain. Rose of Flower said, you just need to remember that you are the patriarch of the Sect of All Times and have a group of disciples to support. You must think carefully when you do certain things. Jun Changxiao was silent. At that time, he had already calculated the situation. There would not be any accidents, but he did not take the initiative to explain himself, because she was right. Rose of Flowers did not reprimand him anymore. After asking about his injuries, she left. Looking at the gradually disappearing figure, Jun Changxiao felt pain in his chest again. Patriarch. Sun Bukong said weakly, Mistress is jealous. Get lost. Okay. Night. Rose of Flower sat alone in the room, staring blankly at the flickering light. In fact, she had been in the Sect of All Times for so long, naturally, she had heard the disciples talk about Jun Changxiao and Xianxia in private, but she always pretended not to know and pretended not to know. Rose of Flowers would never be jealous because her husband had a relationship with another woman, or even do something unreasonable. After all, in terms of understanding, she was just a latecomer. She still remembered. When she married Jun Changxiao back then, she had also said that she did not care how many wives Jun Changxiao had. Rose of Flowers was a soul, and her mentality and thinking were different from humans. However, she was a woman after all. Plop. There was a sound of falling. Rose of Flowers collected her lost mind and spread out her spiritual senses. She found Jun Changxiao lying under the wall like mud, so she walked out of the room and asked, "What are you doing?" I didn't stand firm. I fell when I was climbing over the wall. Jun Changxiao grimaced. Rose of Flowers was speechless. Why did you climb over the wall? Can you help me up first? Jun Changxiao panted. It was obvious that he was so weak that he felt as if his body was hollowed out when he climbed over the wall. Rose of Flowers walked over, lifted him up with one hand, and placed him on the stone bench in the pavilion. Then, she sat beside him and said, "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" That, Jun Changxiao said, "Are you angry?" I'm angry. Actually, Palace Master Shi and I are not what you think. We are just friends. How can I stand by and watch when a friend is in trouble? If you were the one who lost your mind, I would also use my life to wake you up without hesitation. Such mushy words came out of Jun Changxiao's mouth. It was unbelievable. Pfft. Rose of Flowers covered her mouth and laughed. Hey. Jun Changxiao said frantically, I'm here to apologize. Can you be more serious? I'm just angry that my husband doesn't care about the overall situation and is willful. Why do you have to explain your relationship with Palace Master Shi? Rose of Flowers said. Jun Changxiao was speechless. Rose of Flowers leaned over and said, Husband, do you think I'm jealous? Jun Changxiao gave a noncommittal grunt. I'm not that narrow-minded, Rose of Flowers said, besides, my husband is not a womanizer. That's good. Jun Changxiao breathed a sigh of relief and said seriously, although I'm despicable, shameless, and especially handsome, I will never be half-hearted. When it comes to relationships, I will always be faithful. I firmly believe that. The system said, because your EQ doesn't allow you to do that. Rose of Flowers. Jun Changxiao supported himself on the table as he stood up and said, Listen to me clearly. I'm not a cultured person. I can't say sweet words. Just remember that I only have you in my heart. There's no room for other women. Damn. Su Xiaoma, who was hiding in the dark, widened his eyes. Elder Wei, who was standing next to him, muttered in his heart, I didn't teach you that. P.S. Happy May Day. After Shi Jingxian woke up, she was unconscious for a few days. When she woke up again, she recalled the scene of her stabbing Jun Changxiao with her sword, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Palace Master. Zhang Sun Fenghua, who was guarding beside her, said joyfully, You're finally awake. Is Jun Patriarch alright? He's fine. He's alive and kicking. That's good, that's good. Shi Jingxian looked at the ceiling. Waves of unfamiliar memories appeared in her mind, giving her a splitting headache. These images were very chaotic. She could only understand them after she sorted them out. If Jun Changxiao could peer into Shi Jingxuan's mind, he would definitely be stunned. This was because the memories that appeared were all what he had seen in the illusion before he inherited the Xianyuan realm. The difference was in the perspective. At that time, Jun Changxiao was more like a bystander, standing in the universe. The memories that appeared in Shi Jingxuan's mind were completely personal. In fact, that's right. The memories of the girl who was sent away by Gu Xianyuan, after she was sent away from the Xianyuan realm, she drifted alone in the universe. Later, she met Sword Guishu and followed him to the Guishu world, where she placed the Xianyuan divine sword on the wall of the secret room. Master said. There are very strict requirements to control the Xianyuan divine sword. Perhaps, it will never be inherited by the world. In the dark secret room, the girl knelt on the ground and bit her finger to draw a blood-colored pattern. 1 day. 2 days, a total of 49 days. Every corner of the secret room and every stone slab was covered by the blood-colored pattern. The girl seemed to have used up every drop of blood. She lay powerlessly in the center. Her hand touched a certain spot as she said weakly, I'm willing to use my essence, blood and soul in exchange for someone to inherit the Xianyuan divine sword in the next life. Whoosh, the blood-colored formation flashed. Gradually, the girl lying in the center turned into a stream of light that lingered around the Xianyuan divine sword, drawing out another special attribute from within. This was the attribute that existed in Shi Jingshuan's body and forced her to turn black time and time again. The two streams of light, one as gentle as water and one as fierce as fire, resisted each other in the beginning. They slowly merged and then flew out of the secret room and into the universe. Sword Guishu was unaware of everything that happened. When he walked into the secret chamber, the blood-red pattern on the ground had already disappeared, as if nothing had happened. In other words, the girl did not leave alone. Instead, he ended his life in a sacrificial manner. It was no wonder that Jian Guishu had been unable to find him in the following years, living in a state of self-blame. Speaking of the two attributes that had fused together, after breaking through the shackles of heaven and earth and fusing with the universe, they drifted in the endless void for countless years. One day, a black-robed man held it in his hand and said, "Dual spirit souls are extremely rare. Drifting in the upper universe will only lead to precarious situations. It's better to go to the lower world." Swish, under the cover of the divine power, the souls of the two souls merged into the lower universe. He seemed to have come to the right place, but also seemed to have been restricted by the rules of reincarnation. In the end, he fell into a certain plane and was reincarnated into an ordinary family. "Wow!" Cries resounded throughout the village. "She's born, she's born." The midwife carried a baby out and said with a smile, "It's a girl." After reading up to this point, Shi Jingshuan's eyes flashed with anger. That ordinary middle-aged man named the baby Shi Jingxian, which meant that he was her father. "Father of my child." Jingshuan's eyes are so strange. A few days after the baby was born, her mother realized that something was wrong. Gradually, the news spread in the village that the baby girl was a demon. The Shi couple also spent their days sighing. After 1 month, little Shi Jingxian suddenly went crazy, which made them think of abandoning their daughter. In the memory, Shi Jingxian, who was still a baby, was abandoned in the wilderness for several days. Until she was carried away by a kind old woman, who brought her to Miaohua Palace and took her as a disciple. Shi Jingxian stayed here. As she grew older, her eyes became more and more obvious. She was even secretly discussed and ostracized by her fellow disciples. Fortunately, there was Li'er. She had been protecting her as a senior sister to prevent her from being bullied by her fellow disciples. Li'er was the female disciple who once tried to stop Jun Changxiao from getting close to Shi Jingxian. Later, Shi Jingxian slowly grew up and inherited the position of palace master. At this point, some readers might be puzzled. Didn't Palace Master Shi have an eye disease? Why did she have so many memories after she was born? It was a long story. In short, what could not be seen was the soul that was as gentle as water, and what could be seen was the soul that was as fierce as fire. A portion of the memories that Shi Jingxian received came from the girl who sacrificed herself, and more came from that soul. To be exact, the scene that she could not see was seen by another soul. "Is this my identity?" Shi Jingxian said in her heart, "In my previous life, I was also called Shi Jingxian, and my master was Gu Xianyuan. No. I have another identity." Shi Jingxian raised her hand with difficulty, and the Xianyuan divine sword appeared out of thin air, the artifact spirit of this sword. That's right. After fusing with the soul of her previous life, the special attribute that existed in her body was the artifact spirit of the Xianyuan divine sword. In short, in the past, Shi Jingxian sacrificed herself in order to fuse with the artifact spirit. Jun Changxiao was powerful enough, right, however, because he was not fated to control the Xianyuan divine sword. The reason why Shi Jingxian could easily use it was because the other soul in her body was the artifact spirit. Palace Master Shi. Not long after, Jun Changxiao pushed open the door and walked in, saying, "You're finally awake." This kind of concern came from a friend. If someone insisted on interpreting it with another meaning, then it would be meaningless. Of course, this has something to do with the way the author writes. Therefore, I will explain the problem regarding Palace Master Shi and Goxing at the appropriate time. Jun Patriarch. Shi Jingxian apologized, "I'm sorry. At that time don't mention the past again." Jun Changxiao interrupted, then hammered his chest, and laughed, "My body is very strong, nothing happened at all." Z. Blood spurted out from the bandage. Jun Changxiao hurriedly pressed his finger down, and said, "Congratulations to Palace Master Shi for inheriting the Xianyuan Divine Sword, and inheriting Senior Gu's Tiangang Sword Intent." "I didn't inherit it." Modest. Jun Patriarch, half of my previous life was that girl, and the other half was the artifact spirit of the Xianyuan Divine Sword. Girl? Artifact spirit? Jun Changxiao was a little confused. Shi Jingxian got off the bed, placed the Xianyuan Divine Sword on the table, and then told him the memories she had accepted. After knowing, Jun Changxiao fell into silence. He himself was a transmigrator, and his brother Gu Jiaoshi had reincarnated many times, so this kind of thing was not surprising at all. Jun Patriarch. Shi Jingxian was silent for a moment, and said, "I sacrificed myself with the illusory spirit technique, and merged with the Xianyuan Divine Sword's artifact spirit, in order to find its true successor today." Seeing this woman staring at him, Jun Changxiao said bitterly, "It can't be me, right?" "Yes." Shi Jingxian nodded. Jun Changxiao was silent. Shua. At this moment, Shi Jingxian raised the Xianyuan Divine Sword, grabbed Jun Changxiao's wrist with the other hand, and said in a swearing tone, "Today, as an artifact spirit, I form a natal contract with the patriarch of the sect of all times, Jun Changxiao." Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The air in the room was monstrous, and it spread around Jun Changxiao's body. Shi Jingxian looked at him, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Then, she gradually faded, scattered into starlight, and merged with the Xianyuan Divine Sword, and began to form the most sacred natal contract. "It's here," the system said, "the host's natal weapon." It's just that, it could not help but roar. First, it merged with the Rose of Flowers and became the Lord Rose. Then, it merged with Shi Jingxian and became Jun Jingxian. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A powerful aura erupted from Miaohua Palace, alerting the nearby martial artists. Due to the distance, the higher-ups and disciples of Xianxia Sect could clearly feel the sharp sword essence in the aura. What's going on? Ma Yunting, Wang Donglin, and the others were stunned. Whoosh. At this moment, a sword light suddenly flew out of Miaohua Palace. When the light dissipated, they saw a sword engraved with the Big Dipper hanging in the sky. Jun Patriarch. Ma Yunting found Jun Changxiao. However, the guy was holding the sword hilt with one hand and swaying from side to side, as if he was being dragged up by force. Goshen was still weak. He couldn't fly with the sword, so he was forced to go up. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Xianyuan Divine Sword kept releasing a special aura, and then a graceful figure enveloped the swaying Jun Changxiao and merged into his body and soul. Whoosh whoosh. At the same time, strange memories flooded into his sea of consciousness, and then gathered into shadows and movements. Judging from the shape, it was obviously a sword move. Whoosh. As Jun Changxiao continued to forcibly accept the strange memories, a sharper sword momentum erupted from his body. "This is..." Sword Saint of Ruins walked out of the cafeteria with a bowl of fried rice and exclaimed, "Tiangang sword essence." Wait. Why is this guy in the eternal world? There was no other reason. The bamboo forest, the house, and the mountain were all gone, so he could only stay here temporarily. It was like Jun Changxiao smashed his neighbor's pot and didn't give them any compensation, so they would definitely come to his house for dinner. No. Jian Guishi wondered, didn't that girl inherit it? Why did Jun Patriarch inherit it? He watched while eating. Whoosh. The Tiangang sword essence around Jun Changxiao became stronger, but because of the forced acceptance of the sword move, his head felt like it was going to explode, so his whole face gradually became ferocious. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. Whoosh whoosh. As the pain receded, Jun Changxiao was suspended in midair. His breathing was rapid, and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. His face gradually relaxed, and he squeezed out a smile. At this moment, he was very clear that he had not only inherited the Tiangang sword intent, but also inherited the Tiangang sword technique. Every move was engraved in the sea of consciousness, so clear, so skilled. As long as he had a little strength, he could easily display it. Jun Patriarch. Suddenly, Shi Jingshuan's voice sounded in his ears, "From today onwards, you are the new master of the Xianyuan divine sword. My master's will also be inherited and continued by you." Mission accomplished, Jun Changxiao said solemnly. Shi Jingxian added, "I used the illusory spirit technique to forcefully fuse with the artifact spirit. Although I obtained the right to designate the owner of the Xianyuan divine sword at will, as a punishment, only by entering the body of the sword can I display the true power of the Xianyuan divine sword." F***CK. The system said, "I was right." It had already imagined the scene of the rose of flowers possessing its body and transforming into the Lord Rose, while Shi Jingxian possessing the Xianyuan sword and transforming into Jun Jingxian. How is this starting a harem? The system was speechless. This is using a few intimate female characters as tools to become stronger. Little doe, come out and spray Gosheng to death. Plop. Jun Changxiao slowly fell to the ground, limp and paralyzed. Whoosh. The scabbard flew over. Clang, the Xianyuan divine sword returned to its scabbard. At the same time, wisps of soul spread out, and Shi Jingxian gradually appeared in front of Jun Changxiao. The Xianyuan divine sword immediately became dull. Obviously, losing the support of the artifact spirit was equivalent to losing its soul. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changxiao said bitterly, "Why bother?" Gosheng was actually quite happy to be able to inherit Senior Gu's weapon, his sword intent and sword moves. However, he had signed a life contract with this woman, which was equivalent to being tied together. Her life and death were all on him. "This is my destiny," Shi Jingxian said. "It's also Jun Patriarch's destiny." When she accepted her memories and understood everything about her previous life, the first thing she thought of was to find Jun Changxiao to sign a life contract. In fact, Shi Jingxian chose Jun Changxiao as the artifact spirit without any emotions. She believed that this man was worthy of being entrusted with and was most qualified to inherit her master's last wish. Because she understood him, she believed in him. Understood. Jun Changxiao stood up with his sword and said solemnly, "I will inherit Senior Gu's last wish and fight Demonic Emperor." He looked up and roared, "To the end." It was strange. He was clearly very weak, but the words he shouted were shocking. There was originally a dark cloud in the sky, but it gradually dissipated after the voice spread out. Jian Guixian put down the fried rice and stood with his hands behind his back, regaining his sage-like appearance. He looked at the sun that had reappeared and said with a deep voice, "The sky is about to brighten." Whoosh, Eternal shuttled through the universe and disappeared from the origin realm at an extremely fast speed. Because the Sharp Blade fleet was destroyed, this place couldn't stay for long, so they had to leave quickly in case Demonic Emperor sent people to kill them. Of course, all the creatures living here were sent to the Eternal Realm. Fortunately, the origin realm wasn't too big. If it was the size of the Heaven Crossing realm, it wouldn't be able to accommodate so many people. Sigh. In the Sect of all times, Jian Guixian sighed. "Senior." Jun Changxiao handed over a bowl of fried rice and said, "We have a common enemy, why don't we work together to fight?" Jian Guixian pushed the fried rice back and said with a straight face, "Boy, do you think you can make me submit with a bowl of rice?" "No." Jun Changxiao sat down and pointed to the bowl of rice and said righteously, "In my eyes, this bowl of rice represents the entire upper world, and each grain of rice represents thousands of planes and thousands of creatures." Jian Guixian was silent. Jun Changxiao reached out and pinched a handful of rice grains from the bowl and scattered them on the table. "If we don't work together, we will be slowly eaten up by Demonic Emperor. The greatest hero serves the country and the people. The upper universe urgently needs people like me and Senior to stand up and save thousands of creatures from the fire and water." Swoosh. Jun Changxiao stood up and picked up the fried rice. "The best way to deal with Demonic Emperor is to raise the bowl and greet his head." Plop. The fried rice was covered on the table. Jian Guixian suddenly felt sorry for wasting a bowl of rice. "Well said." He stood up and said, "Jun Patriarch, please join the Sword Alliance and fight against Demonic Emperor together." Jun Changxiao collapsed on the table. I said so much, but he still didn't change his mind. There was no other way. Jun Changxiao put the Xianyuan divine sword on the table and said, "Jian Guixian, today I order you to join the Jun Alliance unconditionally and help me punish evil. You, Jian Guixian pointed at him. A moment later, he put down his pride and said, all right. The legendary battle pet warrior finally compromised. It was not for Jun Changxiao, nor was it for the fried rice, but for Gu Xianyuan. Kid. Jian Guixian said with a serious expression, the demonic emperor has 8 top experts under him, and their strength is on par with mine. Are you confident in defeating them? I'm not sure. But don't worry, senior. Jun Changxiao raised his hand and said, I, Jun Changxiao, swear to the heavens that one day, I will eliminate the demonic emperor and all of his minions. All right. Jian Guixian said, I'll join the Jun Alliance with all the members of the Sword Alliance. His expression suddenly turned unpleasant as soon as he finished speaking. He held his chest and said in pain, the Void Realm is gone, whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Black flame spread across the crumbling Void Realm. A muscular black figure slowly walked out. The guy had a ferocious and ugly face, with 2 curved horns on his head and a pair of black bat-like wings on his back. Bang! Bang! An introduction appeared on the screen, one of the 8 heavenly dragons under the demonic emperor, King Jialua. Sect of all times? Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will still be eliminated. Spacetime secret realm. Jun Changxiao walked in to recuperate again. Although using time acceleration could help him recover quickly, to be honest, he couldn't keep up with the pace at all. Okay. The system said, with such an aside, the follow-up will be arranged. While Jun Changxiao was in seclusion, Jian Guixiu and his Sword Alliance chose a nearby mountain and began to build a base. The two were only working together. Therefore, it did not mean that they had joined the Sect of all times. Li Qingyang and Page were in charge of the construction. As an old partner in construction, they worked through the night to build a large-scale site. Amazing! Jian Guixiu exclaimed. Senior Sword Saint. Yuan Gongzi walked over and said with a smile, the Patriarch ordered me to count the number of people in your alliance and their overall cultivation level so that we can make targeted arrangements. Okay. Jian Guixiu said cooperatively. Actually, from the moment Jun Changxiao inherited the Xianyuan Divine Sword, regardless of whether they were in an alliance or not, they would do their best to cooperate because this was the inheritor of Gu Xuanyuan's will. Sword Alliance. Jian Guixiu secretly founded it in the early years. The sword was not named after the sword of the sword path, but after his surname. Therefore, don't laugh at Jun Changxiao for naming himself after the Jun Alliance, because all the major forces had this problem. They didn't care how low the name was. Everyone thought that Jian Guixiu had gone into seclusion. In fact, he had been developing his force. Today, he already had 3,000 disciples and named himself Jia. 3,000 Jia. It meant that he had 3,000 disciples. Don't underestimate the small number of disciples. They were all nurtured by Jian Guixiu with great difficulty. There was nothing to say about their aptitude. Their overall strength was at the truth-seeking realm, and they were all sword cultivators. Sword path was a special existence in the entire universe. Their true strength could not be measured by their realm alone. It was no exaggeration to say that if their overall realms were about the same, 3,000 sword cultivators were definitely not inferior to 10,000 martial cultivators. Also, these sword cultivators all cultivated the same sword skills. Not only could they fight one-on-one, but they could also set up various sword formations. The power was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Jian Guixiu joined. It allowed Jun Changxiao to expand his top strength. 3,000 disciples were also a huge fortune, making up for the lack of sword cultivators on Goxing's side. You've become more confident. Jun Changxiao said as he sat in the study. Jun Patriarch. Jian Guixiu walked in and said with a frown, this old man is worried that the Sky Devil Emperor will send the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon after us. Speaking of the 8th Division's Heavenly Dragon, Jun Changxiao said, I heard from Uncle Gu that Senior had once fought with that Luo Wang? Yes. How's his strength? Very strong. Jian Guixiu's expression was unusually grave as he said, I almost couldn't make it back. When Shi Jingxian turned dark, Jun Changxiao was still depressed about why Senior Sword Sage didn't make a move. Little did he know that Senior Sword Sage was injured, and her fighting strength was not as good as before. Jian Guishu said, "The Jialua king is the leader of the Jialua race in the upper universe. He is cruel and bloodthirsty, an extremely dangerous creature." Jun Changxiao thought to himself, if there's a chance, I might as well spar with him. Although he had inherited the Xianyuan divine sword, he did not think that he could compete with the celestial demonic emperor himself. He could only start with the celestial demonic emperor's minions. Ding! Side quest activated. A quest came. Jun Changxiao opened the panel, and the corner of his mouth twitched. What do you want? The content of the side quest was, please eliminate the Jialua King, one of the 8 divisions Heavenly Dragon under the command of the Sky Devil 0 of 1. Eliminate. The meaning was obvious. Eliminate. The meaning was even more obvious. Jian Guishu had guessed correctly. The Sky Devil Emperor had indeed sent one of his 8 lackeys to kill him. Heh. The system said calmly, when spoilers become a habit. Senior. Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, do I have the ability to fight the Jialua King? This? Jian Guishu thought for a moment and said, it's hard to say. Without the Xianyuan divine sword, he definitely didn't think that Jun Changxiao could defeat the Jialua King. But now that he had inherited it, as well as the sword intent and sword technique, he would only know after fighting. Me. Jun Changxiao stood up and said, I want to take that guy's head and announce to the upper universe that the hero who saved the world is here. Don't be rash. Jian Guishu said, with your current strength, you can't shake the Sky Devil Emperor. Jun Changxiao agreed with this. But he dared to fight the Jialua King mainly because he could run if he couldn't win, and hide if he killed him. Anyway, the Sky Devil Emperor couldn't find him. Right. Jian Guishu thought of something and said, Jun Patriarch can use the Xianyuan divine sword to recruit the Xianyuan realm martial artists scattered in the upper universe. That group of martial artists who fled? Jun Changxiao's face showed disdain. At that time only Gu Xianyuan was guarding his home. None of the other forces or individuals stayed. Disdain. Disdain from the bottom of his heart. Don't blame them. Jian Guishu understood his feelings and said, the Sky Devil Emperor is too strong. If the local martial artists don't leave, they will all be destroyed along with the plane. Moreover, this is also Senior Gu's intention. Jun Changxiao was silent. The system said, if the host faces an existence he can't fight against, will he choose to let the disciple accompany him or let them escape? Let them leave. So, why do you look down on those martial artists who left? Jun Changxiao was speechless. Yes. Those martial artists who were forced to leave were right. However, the system had only asked Jun Changxiao. If it had asked every single disciple of the Eternal Sect, the answer it would have gotten would have been if the Eternal Sect exists, the people will live. If the Eternal Sect dies, the people will die. If one day, the Sky Devil Emperor came to the Eternal World and countless battleships surrounded the sect of all times, those standing behind Jun Changxiao would definitely be the higher-ups, disciples, and even disciples who cleaned the toilets. Of course. It was just an if. The scene of the enemy attacking their home wouldn't appear. If it did, it would be just right for the ending. A few months later, Jun Changxiao walked out of the secret realm of time and space. The side effect of using the 5th form of the unstoppable blade for the 2nd time finally disappeared. People were in high spirits when happy things happened. Walking on the road to the outer yard, Jun Changxiao's face lit up with a bright smile. Patriarch, be careful. Whoosh, the ball of happiness flew at a tricky angle. Jun Changxiao tiptoed and blocked it with his chest. Then he dribbled the ball to the martial arts practice field, bypassing the disciples and kicking the goal. He fully integrated into the crowd. Patriarch. At this time, Li Qingyang transmitted a message, you finally came out. What's the matter? There's an extra person in the area where we're hiding. He hasn't left for dozens of days. Oh? Jun Changxiao hurried into the hall and looked at the star map that was connected to the outside world. After Eternal disappeared, it turned into a grain of sand and a light spot. Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu came over with fried rice and said while eating, I think he might be looking for us. The Sky Devil Emperor? Yes. Jun Changxiao shook his arm and said with a smile, just right, I can use him to test my sword. As long as Jun Changxiao entered the eternal world with the battleship, there would be a grain of sand left where he disappeared. He might have realized that the Celestial Devil Emperor's sharp blade fleet would be retaliated against, so he didn't fly around while recuperating. Instead, he hid in the plain. However, there were light spots in the area where the grain of sand was, which meant that someone had found it. Strange. A cold voice sounded in the universe. The battleship's aura is here. Why can't I see it? A burly black figure with a pair of bat wings on his back stood in the void. That's right. King Gallo, one of the 8 heavenly dragons. This guy's nose was more sensitive than a dog's. After destroying the ruins world, he followed the aura of Eternal World, but he was alone. It shouldn't be. It should be here. King Gallo trusted his nose. He guessed that the other party might have used some array or hidden in the universe, so he sat cross-legged and waited. He waited for a few months. His patience was off the charts. Hiss. Hiss. His hand streaked across the void. Cracks appeared. King Gallo was trying to find Eternal World, which was hiding in the dark. Now, several areas had been cut into pieces. Strong winds from the depths whistled out. The sound was like the wailing of ghosts. The Eternal World, which had turned into a grain of sand, was hiding nearby. If the enemy continued to destroy it, it would be affected sooner or later. Suddenly, King Gallo frowned. The space in the relatively intact area rippled and twisted slightly. A huge battleship slowly flew out. King Gallo smiled when he felt the aura was the same as in the ruins world. After a few months, he finally found the sect of all times that went against the emperor and destroyed many fleets. A game. King Gallo was still sitting cross-legged in the void. With one hand holding the left side of his face, he slowly raised the other hand and said lazily, "It's over." Whoosh, in an instant, violent energy erupted from his palm. It dragged a dazzling light toward Eternal World, which had just flown out. Crack. 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 Wherever the energy light passed, the space was mercilessly torn apart, spreading even further into the distance. It was no exaggeration. King Gallo's move seemed to have cut the universe in half. Boom. All of a sudden, the area where Eternal was located exploded. Buzz. Buzz. Layers of ripples appeared in the universe space, and all the nearby asteroids were blown into powder on the spot. With a raise of his hand, the sky collapsed and the earth caved in. King Jialua, one of the 8 division heavenly dragons under the Sky Devil Emperor, was very strong. However, Eternal flew out of the explosion unscathed. Because the speed of the boat was not fast, one could clearly see a handsome man sitting on a chair placed at the bow of the boat. Amidst the howling wind and wanton energy, the man leaned back in his chair with his fingers interlocked and his legs crossed. Handsome, cool. Jialua King looked surprised. His attack just now was powerful enough to destroy a plane, but the battleship was unscathed. That young man, in particular, had a smile on his face. Although he was asking for a beating, the aura he exuded was unfathomable. Eternal ship. Jian Guishu saw Kiera King's appearance through the star map and transmitted his voice with a serious expression. Jun Patriarch, this is Kiera King, one of the 8 division heavenly dragons. Oh, really? The smile on Jun Changxia's face grew wider. The side mission had been coming for a few months, and today, he finally met the mission target. Kid. King Gallo said indifferently, if I'm not wrong, you should be the patriarch of the sect of all times who has repeatedly gone against the emperor? That's right. Jun Changxiao said. Clap. King Gallo clapped his hands and said, you're quite bold. I admire you. It's all right. Jun Changxiao pointed up and said casually, if the heavens offend me, I'll pierce the heavens. The Gallo King gave him a thumbs up. Of all the people I know, the only one as arrogant as you is the extremely annoying King of Duola, King Duola, one of the 8 division heavenly dragons? But. King Gallo slowly stood up and spread his wings. He flapped them gently and said, I admire you, but you'll still die in the end. If there's an afterlife, you can be my subordinate. Oh, sorry, people whose souls have been destroyed won't reincarnate. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "You talk too much." Swish, suddenly, he disappeared from where he stood. Boom. Two waves of energy suddenly exploded in the universe, and violent energy ripples spread wildly. When the camera followed, it saw Jun Changshao standing in the void with his sword, blocking King Gallo's claw-like hand. From the slow-motion replay, it could be seen that when Goxing was speaking, King Gallo had already traveled through space and arrived, but he was stopped halfway. Not bad. King Gallo smiled coldly. Same here, Jun Changshao said. Their voices were very calm, but the auras they released were already crazily clashing against each other. Since you use a sword, you should be a sword cultivator, King Gallo said. I wonder how you compare to the ruins of N Sword Saint who lost to me. Rumble, rumble, as soon as he finished speaking, a dark aura spread through the universe, transforming into a giant fist that repeatedly smashed down on Jun Changshao. This person's strength was definitely at the peak of the divine state. Every time he exploded, it could be described as world-destroying. In a short time, this region of the universe caved in and collapsed beyond recognition. Whoosh, Jun Changshao flew out with his sword. Holding the sword, he felt numb. He thought, strong. Demonic hell cage. King Gallo spread out his hands. His 10 fingers emanated a pitch-black attribute that spread out like chains. This power wasn't aimed at Jun Changshao. Instead, it was aimed at the universe, threading a needle and mending the collapsed area, then, forming an airtight cage. Not good. Jun Changshao immediately flew into the sky. However, just as he moved, he saw the space connected by the black chains suddenly fold over. From afar, the collapsed universe was like two palms, one from the left and one from the right. Today. Another soul in hell. King Gallo said lightly. Rumble, the two spaces that had been penetrated suddenly merged together. King Gallo retracted his wings and stood in the rippling universe. He muttered, "My emperor wants to start a new era. No one can stop him. Only death awaits. Using bloody methods to suppress isn't starting a new era. It's destroying all life in the universe." A voice came from behind. Cultivators. King Gallo turned around, his eyes filled with shock. Under the attack of the demonic hell cage, that kid actually broke out. Jun Changshao stood 1,000 feet away. He put away the ultimate celestial sword and summoned the Xianxia divine sword. His black hair danced in the wind, revealing his cold face. I'd rather die than submit. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, Tiangang sword intent exploded, strengthening his body. At that moment, a graceful figure gathered behind Jun Changshao, turning into a stream of light that merged into the Xianxia divine sword. Including the sword tip, the blade, the hilt, and even the wrist and arm holding the sword, they were all wrapped in red light. The sword aura and sword intent grew stronger. It's here, Jun Jingxian, King Gallo frowned. After a while, he seemed to think of something. You're holding the Xianxia divine sword. Whoosh, the sword flashed, disappearing in a flash. King Garuda's mouth remained open as he spoke. His eyes gradually widened and rounded. Behind him, Jun Changshao stood with his sword held horizontally. His black hair danced in the wind. His right hand and sword were enveloped in a crimson light. It's over? The system seemed to find it hard to accept. Only one of the 8 heavenly dragons under the Sky Demon Emperor survived? That's too embarrassing. Poochie. Blood splattered and his arm fell off. King Jalua's eyes widened as he screamed in pain. Perhaps it was because of the system's poison, but he did not die. Only his right hand was cut off. However, the Xianxia divine sword was really powerful. With just a flash, it had severely injured King Jalua. This was one of the 8 heavenly dragons under the Sky Devil Emperor. He was even stronger than the legendary sword Guishu. Senior Gu. Jun Changshao, who was standing behind King Jalua, looked down at the Xianxia divine sword and said in a low voice, I finally understand why they used all their power to kill you. Why? The system asked. Because, Jun Changshao said, this sword intent, is the nemesis of evil. The moment he cut off King Jialua's arm, the pure Tiangang sword intent ignored the monstrous demonic aura and the strong physical defense. It sliced through as easily as cutting vegetables. Very strong, very satisfying. Senior Gu. Jun Changshao held the Xianyuan divine sword tightly and said solemnly, I have inherited your will. I will kill all the evil in the world. Whoosh whoosh. An even more intense celestial dipper sword will permeated the air, gradually transforming into a human figure, standing behind him with an imposing posture. Buzz. Buzz. The space shook slightly, as if cheering. Jian Guishu, who was in the cockpit, saw the faint figure. His skinny hands trembled uncontrollably and his eyes became wet. He said tearfully, Senior Gu. That's right. The stalwart figure standing behind Jun Changshao was none other than Gu Xianyuan, who had fought against the celestial demonic emperor's army by himself. Although he was dead, his spirit would never be extinguished. Today, his unyielding will was inherited by Jun Changshao. Not to mention his past actions, just now, Gosheng was definitely the embodiment of justice. Ah, King Jialua was still screaming in pain. The flesh where he had been cut off suddenly turned black and a complete arm grew out. Then he said with a ferocious expression, You destroyed my 10,000 years of cultivation and destroyed your soul. As a special race, although they had the ability to regenerate, if a piece of flesh or an arm was cut off, they would lose the same amount of power. This power not only represented combat power, but also lifespan. Cutting off an arm was equivalent to cutting off 10,000 years of lifespan. Demon. Jun Changshao put 2 fingers on his sword, and sword will gushed out from his body. His black hair danced in the wind as he said, I will purify you completely today. Heavenly Network, Earth Yama. Unsheath the sword, slay demons. Buzz. 2 fingers slid from the bottom of the sword to the tip. The 7 stars formation engraved on the sword shone brightly. Swish. The Tiangang sword will around Jun Changshao transformed into swords that hovered in the air. The tips of the swords pointed at King Jialua. Swish. Rather than calling it a sword technique, it would be better to call it an incantation to slay demons. Kamsa's king, he wasn't afraid of Jun Changshao, but he was afraid of the Xianyuan divine sword. Especially when he thought back to how he had been tortured by Gu Xianyuan, he became even more fearful. Swish. Swish. Right at this moment, the dense heavenly dipper sword chi exploded out, and during the process, they gradually fused together like a school of sardines. The magnificence of the scene was already indescribable with words. Swish. Swish. The Tiangang sword chi continued to pass by Jun Changshao from both sides. Sword light shone from his cheeks again and again, making him look even more mighty and domineering. Ka. 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 The sound of space being torn apart made one's scalp tingle. Damn. The Sect of all time's disciples in the cockpit opened their mouths in shock. Jian Guishu was a legend of the Ashen Cloud faction. He was even called the Sword Saint. Now, Jun Changshao, who was in the Reign of Swords, felt like a sword god. Swish. 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 Swish, tens of thousands of Big Dipper sword chi intertwined together like a tornado. Beads of sweat appeared on King Jialua's forehead. Gradually, the fear in his eyes was replaced by despair. No, I'm the king of the Jialua race. I'm the most powerful general of the Sky Devil Emperor. Before witnessing the birth of a new era with his own eyes, how could he be willing to die? Ah! King Jialua looked up and roared. His eyes turned red. Boom! His muscles suddenly bulged, and his body expanded rapidly. His black wings spread out in the collapsing universe. Strange patterns appeared on them as if they contained ancient and mysterious power. This was Jialua. It wasn't the Great Wall Army that was protected by the 1,000 caves. It was Jialua. The king of the strongest sect in history, the Jialua race. Roar. King Jialua looked up and roared. The patterns on his wings shone dazzlingly, forming sound waves that ravaged the universe, causing it to shatter continuously. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. The tornado-like sword chi was attacked by the sound waves. The sword chi exploded, turning into light spots and disappearing. Pointless struggle. Jun Changxiao sneered and rushed over with the Xianyuan divine sword. Whoosh! Sword light flashed, piercing through heaven and earth. Whoosh! Whoosh! The giant King Jialua waved his arms. The spatial patterns instantly swept up a gust of wind. Not only did it blow away the sword chi, but it also blew away pieces of broken space. This kind of special race was extremely proficient in spatial power. But the strength of space depended on the level of the universe. When a force was above it, it wouldn't pose any threat. For example, Jun Changxiao. Boom! 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 Holding the Xianyuan divine sword, he shot over under the cover of thousands of sword chi. Because of Shi Jingxuan's help, his hair, eyes, lips, and fingernails all turned red. If the era of online novels changed in the future, the protagonist would definitely take out XX cosmetics at the crucial moment to advertise. That's right, the strongest patriarch in history, Jun Goxing. Back to the main topic. When Jun Changxiao was supported by the sword chi and the sword chi, his entire body was enveloped by the red sword chi, emitting a power that seemed to cut through everything. The King Jialua felt immense pressure. But he didn't retreat. He took a step forward, opened his arms, and shouted, with the protection of the emperor, for thousands of years. Although he's not from the Great Wall Army, he's copying the lines, the system roared hysterically. Whoosh! At this moment, Jun Changxiao turned into a sword light and flew over. The powerful sound wave was pierced through, the thick defensive barrier was destroyed, and the tempered body was pierced through. The universe seemed to be filled with countless explosives and then suddenly exploded. A moment later, everything returned to peace. In the chaotic and collapsed universe, Jun Changxiao stood with his sword. Light floated around him like snow in winter, drifting endlessly. Jun Changxiao casually raised his hand and grabbed a fragment of sword chi. He said to himself, indestructible victory. Ding! Side mission completed. Obtain 10,000 reputation points. Ding! Sect reputation points, 10,000. Ding! Side mission completed, triggering hidden rewards. Obtain the right to purchase the Transcendent Grade Spacetime Secret Realm X1, the right to purchase the Transcendent Grade Spacetime Secret Realm X1, the right to purchase the Transcendent Grade Spacetime Secret Realm X1, the right to purchase the Transcendent Grade Spacetime Secret Realm X1. The Gallo King was dead. So cold that not even a piece of meat was left. It was already very impressive. At least it had lived for 2 chapters. After all, he was one of the 8 division heavenly dragons. No matter what, he had to be taken seriously. In that case, including the Sky Devil Emperor and the other 7 subordinates, each of them added a point to the plot. It was still far from the end. Ding! Ding! Kill the Gallo King. Mission completion notifications sounded frequently. The system was shocked. So many secret realms? Indeed. Just by completing a side mission, he was given the right to purchase 3 secret realms, and all of them were F*King Supreme Grade. This could not help but make people wonder if Dog's Leftover had done some unspeakable dirty deal for him to suddenly reward so many good things. It was quite strange. If it was before, suddenly receiving so many secret realms, Jun Changxiao would definitely cover his face and laugh strangely. But now, he was very calm. Under unimportant circumstances, Goxing would show his villainous side. But now, he had inherited Gu Xuanyuan's will. His words and actions naturally had to be serious. Moreover, the 3 secret realms were just the right to purchase. If he wanted to obtain them, he would definitely have to spend reputation points to buy them. From the notification just now, it could be seen that Jun Changxiao's current reputation points were only a pitiful 10,000. If he had money, he was the boss. If he had no money, he would play paralysis. Note, paralysis here represents a medical term. What a pity. Jun Changxiao kept the Xianyuan divine sword and shook his head. All the good things on that guy have turned to ashes. He did not loot the bag. He was not used to it. In the cockpit of Eternal, Jian Guishu and the upper echelon disciples were still dumbfounded. The exchange just now hadn't been long. Kiera King's every move had exploded with earth-shattering energy, scaring them to death. However, such a strong guy had died in the hands of the Patriarch. The upper universe. Jian Guishu could not hide his excitement. We are saved. Previously, he was not sure if Jun Changshao, who had inherited the Xianyuan divine sword, had the ability to fight against the 8th-division heavenly dragon. Now that the outcome had been decided, there was absolutely no pressure. The sky. It was really going to light up. AI. After returning to the cockpit, Jun Changshao said, "This is my first time using it. I'm still a little rusty." The corner of Jian Guishu's mouth twitched. He was so unfamiliar with it that he killed the Gallo King. If he were to encounter King Doral, or other kings, wouldn't he be able to deal with them easily? I'll tell you the truth. After signing a life contract with the Xianyuan godly sword and being supported by Shi Jingshuan's weapon spirit soul, Jun Changshao's battle prowess skyrocketed. He could even be classified as an upper-class heavenly legacy stage expert. It was a pity. Palace Master Shi flew out. Immediately, he became a lowly heaven's secret. Previously, I had the assistance of the Rose of Flowers. Today, I have the assistance of Shi Jingxian. The system couldn't help but sigh, behind every successful man is a woman. This saying is indeed true. Whoosh, Eternal shuttled through the vast universe. Because he had the Xianyuan godly sword, Jun Changshao became bolder. He no longer hid and walked towards the location of the Universe Holy War finals. Speaking of the Universe Holy War, there was only half a year left. The Sky Devil Emperor's main target was the Ashen Cloud branch, so the situation here was very turbulent. The other branches were relatively calm, and the geniuses had already set off. Everyone had more or less heard about the Sky Devil Emperor's recent actions, but they didn't dare to say anything. After all, before the danger truly fell on their heads, they could only pray that they could survive. When the nest is overturned, no egg can remain unbroken. The warriors of the entire upper universe didn't have the courage to resist, which allowed the Sky Devil Emperor to become stronger after repeated invasions and suppression. Of course, there was still a glimmer of light in the darkness. The various large organizations had already made their move. They swore to resist to the end and not submit to the Sky Devil Emperor. Senior. On the way to the finals, Jun Changshao was puzzled. Since you and the other organizations didn't like the Sky Devil Emperor for so long, why did you suddenly come together to resist? This question not only troubled him, but also Gu Tianqing. The Sky Devil Emperor's strength didn't come overnight. He grew through continuous invasions and expansion. The various branches and planes either stayed out of harm's way or stayed out of harm's way. This had become a law. Now, there were so many resistance organizations in the entire universe. Thinking about it, there must be something fishy. Sigh. Jian Guishu drank a mouthful of soup and said, "It's a long story." Then let's make it simple. Senior Sword Saint almost choked. Jun Patriarch. He stroked his chest and said, "The upper universe is waiting for an opportunity." What opportunity? Jun Changshao's ears perked up. Jian Guishu was silent for a moment, then said, "An opportunity mentioned by Wei Buzi." Wei Buzi again. Ever since Jun Changshao left the upper realm to travel the upper universe, he had always heard others mention it, giving people a very mysterious feeling. This person left behind a prophecy. Jian Guishu said, "Soon, the universe will attract a disaster. If everyone can actively respond and participate, they can steal luck from it and have a chance to step onto the path of eternal life." Jun Changshao thought for a moment and said, "Senior means that the Sky Devil Emperor is this disaster, and because of Wei Buzi's prophecy, everyone is waiting and watching? Waiting for the so-called luck to appear?" "That's right," Jian Guishu said. Heh. Jun Changshao said disdainfully, "Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of a country. For the so-called luck, they let the Sky Devil Emperor harm the universe. It's really despicable. There's no other way." Jian Guishu shook his head and said, "They all have the heart to pursue eternal life. The Sky Devil Emperor is stirring up trouble, but they are indifferent. In fact, they are helping the tyrant. Even if they really do obtain eternal life in the future, the guilt will accompany them for a long time. Jun Changxiao said. Jian Guishu's eyes were filled with shame. Although he didn't want to admit it, in fact, he also had an obsession with eternal life in his heart. Senior only talked about luck, but you haven't said anything about an opportunity. Jun Changxiao didn't want to be entangled in this matter, so he changed the topic. Master Wei Buzi once said that soon, someone who can change the structure of the universe will appear. That is the opportunity for many powerhouses. If we can help him with all our strength and help him create a new era, we will be blessed with luck, Jian Guishu said. The person who can change the universe has appeared? Who is it? I don't know. Jun Changxiao was speechless. After asking for so long, it was equivalent to not asking. Actually. Jian Guishu looked up at him and said with a serious expression, I have a guess. The person who can change the universe should be Jun Patriarch. Me? Not only did Jun Patriarch inherit Senior Gu's will, but he also used the Xianyuan divine sword to kill one of the 8 division heavenly dragons. This is the best proof. Jian Guishu didn't know. However, if he had a choice, he hoped that Jun Changxiao could change the universe and destroy the Sky Devil Emperor to benefit the upper universe. Oh, right. Jian Guishu said, currently, the person who is most likely to change the universe is the Night King of the Night King Alliance. Senior knows the Night King? Never seen him, but I have heard of him. Patriarch. Just as the two were talking, Shangguan Xinya's voice came. We have successfully merged with the 8 Desolate Realm. We will reach the Tianluo realm where the Universe Holy War Finals will be held in about 3 days. Hearing this, Jian Guishu breathed a sigh of relief and said, we will be safe for the time being when we reach the galaxy where the finals will be held. Does the Sky Devil Emperor not dare to come? The finals of the Universe Holy War are about to start. The top powerhouses of other elements should have gathered by now. No matter how arrogant the Sky Devil Emperor is, he won't dare to make trouble openly. That's good. Jun Changxiao looked through the window at the stars in the distance. He smiled and said, I can watch my disciple win the championship in peace. Heaven Luo World. One of the more famous first-class planes of Ba Huang. Now, it was even more famous because the 11th Universe Sacred War would be held here. At this moment, contestants with dreams in their hearts were rushing in from all directions. As soon as they entered the main city, they saw the bronze cauldron with the words champion engraved on it in the middle of the city. That's right. This was the trophy for the Universe Sacred War Finals. Senior brother. A participant said excitedly, seeing this bronze cauldron, my blood seems to be burning. The man called Senior brother clenched his fist and said, I'm really looking forward to it. There were many participants who entered Heaven Luo City. They all stopped and looked at the trophy with burning eyes, imagining that they could win. Woo-oh-oh. Woo-oh-oh. While everyone was looking at the bronze cauldron, a strange melody came from behind them. They all looked back in shock. At the city gate, Yi Xingchen, wearing sunglasses, walked over with a modified anti-magic sound system on his shoulder. He stood proudly like a professional bodyguard. I'm still the same young man from before. I haven't changed at all. Time is just a test. The faith planted in my heart hasn't diminished in the slightest. Li Qingyang, Xiao Zuiji, and the others walked out one after another. They wore second-generation school uniforms and wore sunglasses. Serious expressions appeared on their faces. Everyone's mouth twitched. Are these weird people sick in the head? Shua. At this moment, a cape flashed across the screen. Jun Changxiao walked in arrogantly. He stood in front of his disciple and pointed at the bronze cauldron in the center. This trophy, my sect of all times wants it. Voice. Tone. Very arrogant. All the forces and participants looked at him with disdain. They couldn't be blamed. Gosheng was too arrogant. If this couldn't anger everyone, then there was no justice. Jian Guishu, who was following behind, had a face of despair. Just come out. Why did he have to be so flashy? He was really asking for a beating. Gu Tianxing expressed that he was already used to this. Sect of all times? A sect with only a few dozen disciples? I heard that Sky Devil Emperor has been targeting the Blue Cloud branch recently. I didn't expect him to still dare to participate in the Universe Holy War finals. Some of the big shots who were familiar with the recent situation began to discuss among themselves. To tell the truth, if he was in the Tsangyun department, the sect of all times was definitely respected. After all, in the previous 10 sacred wars, there wasn't a single sect that could send so many disciples into the finals. However, he left the Tsangyun department. Although there were people who had heard of the sect of all times' deeds, they did not take it to heart. They even suspected that it was because there was no one else left that the sect had monopolized the advancement slots. One galaxy, one plane. 100 flowers competing in beauty was proof of their strength. To be monopolized by a sect was definitely a tragedy. Let's go. Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers. I'm still the same young man from before. The beautiful melody sounded in the city and only stopped when it reached a certain inn. Jun Changxiao's flashy entrance was just a small interlude, so no one took it to heart. Instead, they each found their own residence and quietly waited for the start of the finals. Meanwhile, more and more participants entered Tianluo City. No wonder Jian Guishu dared to say that the Sky Devil Emperor would not come to cause trouble. Millions of powerhouses had gathered in the city. Not to mention the half-step divination realm, even the divination realm could be seen everywhere. It could be said that the top forces of the upper universe had gathered. Unless his head was kicked by a donkey. Or he really wanted to become enemies with the entire upper universe. Otherwise, no matter how stupid the Sky Devil Emperor was, he would not dare to cause trouble at this juncture. Senior. Jun Changxiao leaned against the window of the guest room and could just see the bronze cauldron in the central area. He asked, "This trophy is very ordinary. Bringing disciples to participate in such a genius competition was firstly for fame and secondly for rewards. The more ordinary something is, the more secrets it hides," Jian Guishu said. Oh? Jun Changxiao was surprised. There's a secret in this cauldron? Jian Guishu poured a cup of tea and said, "Jun Patriarch, do you know the origin of the sacred wars?" "I don't know." Jun Changxiao seemed to realize that he was going to explain it to him, so he sat upright and raised his 2 dog ears. Hundreds of thousands of years ago. Jian Guishu took a sip of tea and said, "A legend of a generation, Senior 7 Profound, stepped onto the path of eternal life." Jun Changxiao, who was still secretly complaining that the topic was hundreds of thousands of years ago, immediately became serious when he heard Senior 7 Profound. Since then, he never returned. Many people guessed that he had entered the land of eternal life. And then? Jun Changxiao asked curiously. Jian Guishu put down the teacup and said, "Many years later, someone took out a bronze cauldron with strange words engraved on it." What was written on it? "The bronze cauldron was created with my blood and sweat. If a junior can pry into its mysteries, they will be able to step onto the path of eternal life and follow my footsteps in pursuit of eternal life." Jian Guishu paused for a moment before continuing, "Signed by the 7 Profound Sacred Sovereign." There's such a thing? Jun Changxiao was surprised. Jian Guishu said, "That person claimed to be Senior 7 Profound Servant and organized the first universe sacred war with many forces. The rule was that only the final winner can see the mystery inside the bronze cauldron. It has been held 10 times since then. No one tried to snatch it? A cauldron containing the secret to entering the path of eternal life would definitely make the upper universe experts go crazy. Someone tried to snatch it." Jian Guishu said, "But they all failed." Failed? What do you mean? Jun Changxiao was puzzled. Jian Guishu looked out the window at the bronze cauldron in the central area and said, "This thing will only exist in a fixed place, and no one can move it. Only the champion will have 100 years to comprehend it, and when the time is up, it will return to its original place." So mysterious? Someone tried to snatch the cauldron. Suddenly, there was a loud roar outside. Jun Changxiao released his spiritual senses and discovered that dozens of masked men in black were flying out of the city with the cauldron in their arms. Although the martial artists standing on the streets were shouting, no one chased after them. It was as if they were watching a show. How dare they steal in broad daylight? Jun Changxiao was about to get up and rush out, but the next scene really made him feel a little incredulous. Buzz, the dozens of men in black were about to fly out of the city when the cauldron they were dragging suddenly shook and disappeared into thin air, appearing on the central area's platform. Damn. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, it really can return to its original place. Jian Guishu shook his head and said, over the years, there have always been people who didn't believe it and tried to steal it repeatedly, but they all failed in the end. Can't I put it in a space ring? No. Seal it with an array and take it away? No. Jun Changxiao was silent and muttered in his heart, it's a pity that the bronze cauldron didn't appear in the system store. Otherwise, I would have made it a one-way trip. The celestial demonic emperor is here. Suddenly, someone shouted at the top of his voice. Jun Changxiao spread his mind to the city gate and saw a group of gloomy warriors walking in. He immediately roared at Jian Guishu, Senior, didn't you say that he didn't dare to come? Jian Guishu said, did I say that? He was here. He came with his men on a cloud. However, this person was still mysterious, and his lineup could not be seen clearly. Since he had never seen him before, why did he think it was the Sky Devil Emperor? Because the young people following behind were all his adopted sons, and they were all winners of the major galaxy's official competitions. There were a lot of people. There were a total of 81. Among them, 80 of them won the official competition, and only one barely made it to the finals. Lingli walked behind with his head down, but his cold eyes contained hatred. As the most valued adopted son of his adoptive father, he should be the closest to him in this situation, but because he did not win the official competition of the Tsangyun Major, he was arranged to be at the back, like a marginal existence. Sect of all times. Lingli clenched his fists and said heartbreakingly in his heart, you made me lose my adoptive father's trust, made me lose my beloved, I will definitely pay you back 100 times, 1,000 times. To be honest, being marginalized by the Sky Devil Emperor did have something to do with the Sect of all times. However, it was a bit unreasonable to blame someone else for losing the woman he loved. When the Sky Devil Emperor arrived, the pedestrians all avoided him. Their eyes were full of fear, for fear that they would accidentally provoke him. Don't blame them for being afraid. Even Jun Changxiao held his breath at this moment and used the hidden cultivation technique. How arrogant he was just now was how obedient he was now. Of course. Jun Changxiao was not afraid of the Sky Devil Emperor. The main thing was that he destroyed one of that guy's doppelgangers and killed King Jialua of the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon. The hatred between them could be described as irreconcilable. The finals were about to begin, and there was no need to have a conflict at this moment. Whether you believe it or not, I believe this explanation anyway. Jun Patriarch, don't worry. Jian Guishu said, it should be his doppelgangers, not his real body. Jun Changxiao was speechless. This guy has a lot of doppelgangers? As far as I know, Jian Guishu said, the Sky Devil Emperor cultivates the art of seizing yang and reversing yin, and has gathered at least 4 doppelgangers. Jun Changxiao held in his heart, I'm so envious. He also had doppelgangers, but they were nothing more than relying on the Thousand Shadows art. Ta. At this moment, the Celestial Devil Emperor, who had just entered the city, stopped. His cold gaze passed through the streets and locked onto the inn where Jun Changxiao was staying. Have we been discovered? Goshing's heart thumped. Sword returning to ruins. Celestial Demonic Emperor's cold voice sounded, you're here too. F*CK, he wasn't exposed, but Senior Sword Saint was. The Universe Holy War is the biggest event in the upper universe. Of course, I'll come and take a look, Jian Guishu replied calmly. He was actually quite worried that the other party would disregard his status and make a move in the city. If that's the case. The Tianma Emperor said, the Patriarch of the Sect of all time should be with you, right? The last few words were said in a particularly low voice, giving people the feeling that he was deliberately suppressing the anger in his heart. Crack. Hearing the word Sect of all times, Lingli clenched his fists, his eyes turning red. Ha ha ha. At this time, hearty laughter came from the inn. Sky Devil Emperor. This is the second time we've met, right? Senior Sword Saint had been exposed, so Jun Changxiao didn't need to hide anymore. Hearing the voice that could easily make people angry, Sky Devil Emperor's eyes were gloomy and uncertain, sometimes killing intent flashed past, and sometimes anger flashed past. Along with his emotional instability, a monstrous demonic aura spread out. Everyone was shocked when they saw it. This street, this city, seemed to have turned into hell. Jun Changxiao also felt it, frowning slightly, and thought to himself, this clone is stronger than the one killed by Monkey King. Sky Devil Emperor. At this time, several figures flew over from afar. The blonde man in the lead suppressed the fear in his heart and said, "This is the venue of the Universe Holy War Finals, please control your emotions and don't act recklessly." Heh. The adopted son standing next to Sky Devil Emperor tilted his head and said, "You don't have the right to speak here, scram." After entering the city, Jun Changxiao acted arrogantly. But compared to this adopted son, whether it was his aura or his actions, he was instantly defeated. There was always a higher mountain, and there would always be a strong person among the strong. Of course. The other adopted sons behind him didn't stay idle either. They all took a step forward, either shaking their heads or rubbing their palms, looking extremely strong. Shua. Sky Devil Emperor raised his hand. The adopted sons all returned to their original positions. Please don't misunderstand. Sky Devil Emperor smiled coldly. This emperor is here to bring the adopted sons to participate in the finals, not to cause trouble. After saying that, the surrounding demonic aura quickly converged. Phew. The passers-by were relieved and then let out a long sigh of relief. Since you are here to participate in the finals, please abide by the rules of the competition. The blonde man cupped his hands and said, his calves and stomach still trembling violently. My emperor. At this time, a subordinate came and said, the guest room has been arranged, please follow me. Sky Devil Emperor nodded and led a group of adopted sons. On the way, he didn't look at the inn where Jun Changxiao lived, as if he really came to participate in the finals of the Universe Holy War. Phew. Jun Changxiao leaned on the back of the chair and put his right hand on his chest. Even though he was talking to the Celestial Devil Emperor casually, he was actually under a lot of pressure. Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu said, do you know why Sky Devil Emperor wants his adopted son to participate? Jun Changxiao subconsciously looked at the bronze cauldron erected outside and said, could it be that he also wants to pry into the secrets inside? Yes. Jian Guishu nodded. Since this cauldron was left behind by Senior Qishuan, there must be an opportunity to enter the path of eternal life. If he is allowed to obtain the mysteries inside, the upper universe will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. Jun Changxiao said. So whether or not we can stop his adopted son from winning the championship, we can only rely on Jun Patriarch's disciples. Jian Guishu said. Jun Changxiao said, Junior will make them do their best. If he were to fight Sky Devil Emperor alone, Gosheng would definitely not have the confidence. However, if he let his disciples fight his adopted son, it would be much easier. Without the support of various factors, Jun Changxiao was nothing more than a lowly Fate Realm warrior. He was far from being invincible. However, he did have his merits. Every disciple of his sect was talented, and his words were very pleasant to the ears. What was a sect? It represented a team, a collective. Jun Changxiao had to rely on cheats to deal with everything, while his disciples could only cheer from the sidelines. No. They needed to prove themselves. This universe sacred war was the stage for proving themselves. Sky Might Secret Realm. Huff, huff. Xiao Ziji bent over with his hands hanging by his side, his hair messy, and his breathing rapid, looking very weak. Ta. Xiangyu's soul walked over. Xiao Ziji squeezed out a smile and said, I lost again, no. Xiangyu said, you won. I won? Xiao Ziji's eyes were filled with shock. Pa Xiangyu put a hand on his shoulder and said, I, the tyrant of Western Chu, will follow you to the battlefield. Huff, huff. Huff, huff, huff. In an instant, his body turned into a stream of light, completely enveloping Xiao Ziji, and then began a rather long heroic soul contract signing. In another area, Su Shama cupped his fists and said, Senior, please help me. Reason. Although Senior is old, you are the most courageous and invincible. Ha ha ha. Huang Zhong, who was sitting in the forest, raised his saber and laughed loudly. This old man likes to hear your words. The finals were about to begin. All the disciples of the sect of all times participating in the competition were still working hard to cultivate. At this moment, not only were they shouldering the responsibility of bringing honor to the sect, but they also had the mission of stopping Sky Devil Emperor's adopted son from winning the championship. 5th of May. A special day. Why was it special? Because the 11th Universe Holy War Finals would be held today. Geniuses from various systems and dimensions would compete for the championship. There were many Sect of all times disciples participating in this type of competition, but following the patriarch to the grand competition field and witnessing the geniuses entering one after another, the blood in his body instantly burned. Second senior brother. Su Xianxia grinned and said, I seem to have found the feeling of my first competition. Me too. Li Qingyang smiled. Growing up from the lower realm until now, they had experienced large and small competitions. They should have lost interest in life, but the competitors they were facing now were stronger than before. It was as if they had found their youthful days. TSK, Yi Xingchen snorted coldly, pretentious. Although he said so, the degree of his blood boiling was no less than the others. Night Emperor liked to fight, this was known to all. Junior brother Yi. Su Xianxia walked over and said in a low voice, the champion of the Songhai realm, Jia Lingyao, is she the woman you abandoned? What do you mean abandoned? Yi Xingchen shouted, I have nothing to do with her. Oh. Su Xianxia angrily laughed and thought, I just said it casually, why is junior brother so angry? There was a problem, I have to watch him. The competition was about to start, but instead of focusing on his opponent, he started to gossip. As expected of Go Sheng. Whoosh. Whoosh. Jun Changshao led his disciples and prepared to enter the venue. Suddenly, a gloomy demonic energy appeared behind him. There was no need to guess. It was definitely the demonic emperor. As expected, the big villain whose face couldn't be seen clearly led his 81 foster children over. Jun Changshao leading a few dozen qualified disciples was already very eye-catching, but compared to the other side, they were nothing. Tisk, Gosheng didn't think so. Because of the limited number of galaxies, they couldn't let more disciples advance. If we still have the chance to participate in the next season, we'll send them all to the major galaxies to compete in the main competition. By then, all the contestants in the finals will be from our sect of all times. Are you afraid? June Patriarch. The Celestial Devil Emperor said coldly, although this is a competition, life and death are up to fate. As soon as he said this, killing intent appeared in the eyes of his foster sons. Obviously. If they were to encounter a disciple of the sect of all times in the finals, it would not be as simple as just a victory or defeat. Not bad. Jun Changshao agreed, participating in the competition is equivalent to entering the arena. Life and death are up to fate. Li Qingyang and the others were not to be outdone. They shook their heads one after another, looking like they would fight to the death as long as they met him. Amazing. How dare you confront the Celestial Devil Emperor? Manly enough. The passers-by did not dare to express their thoughts openly, so they could only silently praise him in their hearts. The Celestial Devil Emperor did not say anything. He followed the officials to another entrance of the venue. However, just as he was about to enter, he sent a voice transmission, Kid, you destroyed my clone and killed my subordinates. Do you think you can still leave the Tianluo world alive? If it was considered more subtle just now. Then, this sentence was very blatant. Tisk, Jun Changshao snorted proudly. He was speechless in his heart, as expected, this guy is not here purely for the competition. The host participating in the universe sacred war is actually equivalent to walking into a trap. The system said. Irritating. Jun Changshao led his disciples into the venue. Along the way, he kept thinking about how he should escape from the Tianluo world after the competition ended and he won the championship. Jian Guishu did not follow. He stopped at the entrance of the audience and shouted at the group of young people who were full of dreams, rush forward, the waves behind. Jun Changshao heard this and stopped. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other disciples who were walking behind him also stopped. They had their backs facing Jian Guishu. A smile appeared on their faces. They slowly raised their right hands and used their silent actions to assure the senior that the sect of all times would definitely win the championship of the universe sacred war. P.S. No inspiration. That's half a chapter for today. The venue of the Universe Holy War Finals could accommodate millions of spectators, and it was divided into several viewing platforms. Some were regular, and some were suspended. One word, grand, as the patriarch of the participating side, Xianxia was arranged to sit on the suspended platform north of the arena. With a wide field of view, he could watch the entire battle without any blind spots. In comparison, the ordinary viewing platforms were inferior. Because of the location, only a small part of the arena could be seen. Fortunately, the organizer used a projection array. A huge light screen accompanied by countless small light screens stood in the sky, allowing the spectators to pay attention to the situation on each arena. How extravagant! Jun Changxiao sat down and observed the entire venue. The construction of the arena especially shocked him. Because in addition to the main venue, there were 12 trapezoidal venues around it, looking like the 5 elements 8 trigrams. After all, it's the Universe Holy War Finals. Of course, it has to be grand, the system said. Jun Changxiao said, in the future, I want to hold the Sect tournament to such a standard and let all the warriors in the universe come to watch. Host, you should worry more about your disciples. Although the Sky Devil Emperor doesn't dare to make a move, I'm afraid he'll instigate his adopted son to do it, the system said. I believe they can face everything. Speaking of this, Jun Changxiao intentionally or unintentionally looked at the Sky Devil Emperor, who was far away from him. Coincidentally, the other party also looked over. Their eyes suddenly met, and sparks erupted. Seeing that sparks of love were about to appear, a deep voice sounded from the main venue. Let's welcome the participants. Wang. Wang. Array lights appeared in the 12 trapezoidal venues. One by one, the participants appeared on the stage. Ah! The warriors in the ordinary viewing platforms lost control of their emotions and shouted loudly when they saw their idols appear. Some even pulled out banners to support them. Millions of spectators from different galaxies. Almost every genius that appeared had a support group, so the level of noise could be said to be earth-shattering. However, when the disciples of the Sect of all times led by Lu Qianxian appeared in the trapezoidal venue, no one cheered for them. It was as if they were a group of pitiful children abandoned in a corner. Second senior brother. Su Xianma covered his ears and said, so noisy. Before Li Qingyang could reply, he was interrupted by Lu Qianxian. If we win the competition, they will shut up. Everyone muttered in their hearts, why did eldest senior sister suddenly speak? All right. With his hands on his waist, Su Xianma grinned. Win the competition, become the champion, and silence the entire venue. Fortunately, the cheering voices drowned out his words. Otherwise, if this was heard by the audience, they would definitely send all kinds of disdain and ridicule. Buzz, buzz, the array formation was still flashing, and the contestants were still coming onto the stage. It had to be said that there were many galaxies in the upper universe, and after the competition, not only were there many contestants in the finals, but they were also very strong. It was unknown if it was a coincidence or if the organizers had arranged it on purpose, but the Sky Devil Emperor's adopted sons also appeared at the venue where the Sect of all times disciples were gathered. One of the adopted sons crossed his arms and sneered, if we meet in the competition, I'll make sure you die. TSK TSK. Su Xianma said, you're quite arrogant. Behind him, Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others laughed disapprovingly. In terms of numbers, they definitely could not compare to the adopted sons of the Sky Devil Emperor, but if they really fought, they were not afraid at all. Especially. Yesterday, the patriarch had already given the order. If they met the adopted sons of the Sky Devil Emperor in the competition, there was no need to show any mercy. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo. The disciples of the Sect of all times and the adopted sons of the Sky Devil Emperor were dozens of feet apart. Both sides stared at each other. Although they did not directly attack each other, the explosive aura had already begun to clash in the air. The gloomy aura that filled the air shocked the nearby contestants to the point of trembling. Two groups of people. None of them were easy to deal with, don't hit the jackpot when drawing lots. Hmm? He Wudi, who was almost transparent, suddenly felt that he was being stared at, so he looked over and saw that at the back of the group of adopted sons, Ling Li clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with anger and killing intent. Tsk tisk. Su Xiaoma also noticed and said, "This guy's injuries are recovering quite quickly." "Just trash." Yi Xingchen said disdainfully. Crack. Ling Li clenched his fists, his fingernails sinking into his flesh. He said angrily in his heart, "I lost the main competition, but I definitely won't lose the finals." Sigh. A adopted brother next to him shook his head and said, "There's nothing special about these people. Someone can actually lose consecutively." Sure enough, foster father raised a trash. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. If foster father sent me to the Tsangyun department to participate, I would definitely win the championship easily. In front of him, the disciples of the sect of all times mocked him, and behind him, his adopted brothers mocked and ridiculed him. Ling Li's anger and mentality were about to explode. After all the contestants appeared, the organizer began the routine speech. Jun Changxiao leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. He only opened his eyes when the other party finished speaking and announced the drawing of lots. The drawing of lots was no different from the galactic main competition. The 10,000 contestants present would each choose an opponent. The winner would advance, and the loser would be eliminated. According to the roll call, Lu Qianxian, Li Qingyang, and the others drew number cards one after another. Because there were many contestants in the first round, they did not draw their own people, thus starting a civil war. First round contestants, please enter the corresponding teleportation array. Phew. Li Tianshang took a deep breath and walked towards the teleportation array. Senior brothers, I'll go first. He was the first disciple of the sect of all times to fight. Junior brother. Li Qingyang and the others encouraged him, victory at the start. Swish. Swish. Li Tianshang was sent to the corresponding arena. And when the first batch of contestants entered the arena, dozens of small screens appeared in the sky. Damn. Su Xiaoma looked up and saw his junior brother and the contestants facing him. He was speechless. We met the Sky Devil Emperor's adopted son in the first round? Sigh. Li Tianshang shook his head and said, "My luck is a bit good." His opponent was called Ling Shi, and was also one of the adopted sons of the Sky Devil Emperor who had mocked him earlier. Alright. Jun Changxiao spread out his hands and said, "There's going to be a good show to watch as soon as the battle starts." Kid. Ling Shi tilted his head and laughed coldly. "If Lord Foster Father had sent me to the Blue Cloud sect, you and your fellow sect members would not be standing in the finals. Instead, you would have gone to the underworld to report." Li Tianshang rubbed his nose and said, "So arrogant. Let the match begin." At this moment, the referee announced loudly. Hoo-hoo. In an instant, dozens of stages erupted with their realm auras, turning into waves that spread towards the nearby spectator stands. Swish, before the sound had even faded, Ling Shi bent his waist and sprinted backwards with his hands outstretched. His face gradually turned sinister and crazy. "Tsk tsk tsk. Accept your fate of death." Hearing the Chinibu voice, Li Tianshang stood on the spot and shook his head. His gaze suddenly became serious. And his entire body was enveloped by a special aura. Gradually, a shadow appeared behind him. From ethereal nothingness to flesh and blood. This was an SS-rank heroic soul that was similar to an ancient assassin. He stood proudly with his sword in his arms, his long hair covering half of his face, and his eyes emitting a sense of vicissitudes. Hu, Jingku. Tsk tsk. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, "Directly using your trump card?" Clang, at this moment, under Li Tianshang's control, Jingku unsheathed his sword and went forward. Not good. Swish, the stage fell into a state of silence. Ling Shi maintained his sprinting state and stood there in a daze. Jingku stopped behind him, a drop of blood gathered on his unsheathed sword, and said coldly, "I can't kill Qin Wang, but I can't kill you." Plop. With that, Ling Shi knelt on the ground, his hands hanging down, his head tilted to the side, and there was an obvious sword mark on his neck. Perhaps because the speed was too fast, no blood spurted out. The finals had just begun, and one of the adopted sons of the Sky Devil Emperor had sacrificed himself to the heavens. The first round of the finals began. It should have been the most lively time, but the entire venue suddenly fell into silence, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Dead? Sky Devil Emperor's adopted son was killed. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the small light screen, slowly widening, and slowly revealing a shocked luster. That's right. Xianxia was dead. It was only a few seconds from the start of the referee to the end of his life. The speed of this sacrifice was too exaggerated. Gu Tianxing was stunned. The non-core disciple who was brutally abused by Lingli in the main competition, and now in the first battle of the finals, killed the Sky Devil Emperor's adopted son, was Xianxia weak, not weak, very strong. Much stronger than Lingli, who had participated in the main competition. An opponent of this level, according to convention, would at least need to be a core disciple of the Sect of all times to fight. However, he was obliterated by Li Tian, and it was an instant kill. Gu Tianxing did not understand the language of the internet, otherwise, he would have roared loudly, "Is this guy cheating?" That's right. Li Tian cheated. He directly used the SS-class heroic soul, Jingku. As the most famous professional assassin in China, unless he met the Qin Wan who walked around the pillar, he would definitely not be careless in killing people. Speaking of which, obtaining the recognition of the SS-class heroic soul was also obtained by being abused countless times. Therefore, Li Tian won the competition today, stepping on the Sky Devil Emperor's adopted son to advance to the second round, completely relying on himself, not cheating. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were the same. All these years, they had all paid and worked hard, so they obtained the favor of the heroic soul. Saying that they cheated was tantamount to directly denying their efforts. On the contrary, because of limited reasons, someone had never entered the Sky Might secret realm, but at the critical moment of life and death, he was possessed by the SS-class heroic soul and killed the Sky Devil Emperor's clone with a stick. This was the most deserved, the most shameless cheat. The Sky Devil Emperor's adopted son sacrificed to the heavens, shocking the entire audience. As a result, the other participants in the venue were fighting fiercely, but no one went to watch. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the floating viewing platform filled with a terrifying demonic aura. When everyone was shocked to the point of their scalps exploding, they immediately understood that the furious attribute was definitely released by the Sky Devil Emperor. Sure enough, the Celestial Devil Emperor sat on the chair, and a black aura spread out. Although she couldn't see his face clearly, she could tell from his red eyes that he was furious. Going to the venue is equivalent to going to the battlefield. Life and death are up to fate. Jun Changxiao laughed loudly. Is someone a sore loser? Hearing this, the demonic chi in the Celestial Devil Emperor's body gradually receded, and he said in a cold voice, Jun Patriarch, I hope you can keep the smile on your face until the end of the competition. Don't worry. Jun Changxiao put his fingers on the corners of his mouth and raised them up. He maintained an exaggerated smile and said, I will definitely have the last laugh. Really asking for a beating? Gu Tianxing and Jian Guishu muttered inwardly. The Celestial Demonic Emperor ignored the B*TCH and sent a telepathic message to his other foster sons. If you encounter any disciples of the Sect of all times, you must tear them into pieces. He was furious. However, he couldn't make a move. Therefore, he could only rely on his adopted son to vent his anger. Coincidentally, Jun Changxiao also sent a telepathic message to his disciple, if you meet the foster son of the Celestial Devil Emperor, just like the heavens, mercilessly kill him. The two of them were enemies. There was no need to explain. If they had the chance to meet in the universe, they would definitely bite each other like mad dogs. In the first round of the battle, Li Tian advanced. When the referee announced it, Li Tian, who was standing on the stage, cried. After being defeated by Lingli, he had always been depressed. He had always been ashamed of the Sect and the Patriarch. For this crazy cultivation, it was not scary to lose. At most, he would win it back. Although the opponent this time was not fierce, at least he was the foster son of the Celestial Devil Emperor. If he could kill him instantly, he would be able to wash away his shame and walk down the stage with his head held high. Regarding Li Tiantian's change in mentality and tempering during this period of time, it needed to be filled in by the comic group. In short, to be able to get Jingke's approval, it was exchanged with pain and suffering, blood and tears. Including him, Li Qingyang and the others, there were two lyrics that could be aptly described, that was, how can one see the rainbow without experiencing the wind and rain? No one could succeed casually. However, without experiencing the wind and rain, Jun Changshao could do it, perhaps stimulated and encouraged by Li Tiantian. The disciples of the sect of all times repeatedly went out to fight and won the competition with crushing means. There was no difficulty, no challenge. Of course, against other participants, at most they would send them flying and would not directly take their lives. The foster sons of the celestial devil emperor were the opposite. As long as they went out, they would use ruthless means to kill their opponents, giving people the feeling that if the disciples of the sect of all times killed Lingshi, the other participants would be buried with him. My son, a big shot who witnessed his son's tragic death on the stage, could only show a sorrowful expression. Hate to the bone. But the strength of the celestial devil emperor was too strong. He could only silently bear it and did not dare to resist. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head helplessly. Their own children were mercilessly killed and they did not dare to stand up. These people had completely surrendered to the tyranny of the celestial devil emperor. The first round ended. All the disciples of the sect of all times advanced. Because it was too easy, many people did not have any battle scenes. The 80 foster sons of the celestial devil emperor had all advanced. The scenes were too bloody. As usual. The second round continued with the drawing of lots. Because there were still many people, the disciples of the sect of all times and the foster sons of the celestial devil emperor did not meet directly. And so, 3 rounds, 4 rounds, until there were only a few hundred participants left on the stage, and the odds of drawing lots were high. Especially after the 5th round of drawing lots, He Wudi, Li Qingyang, and the 2 foster sons of the sect of all times were matched up. Participants, please enter the stage. As the referee shouted, He Wudi was the first to enter the venue through the teleportation array. His opponent was called Ling Rui, who was not much taller than him, had a thin figure, and looked very cunning. Rui came from wisdom. From this, it could be seen that this guy should be very cunning. Sure enough, after the match began, he used a special movement skill, circling from left to right, and from right to left, like an unfathomable loach. This kind of opponent was more suitable for Su Xiaoma, because both of them, boom, before the narrator could finish his explanation, a loud explosion was heard. Dust flew, covering the sky and the sun. When it gradually became clear, the audience saw He Wudi standing on the shattered stage through the projection screen, while the foster son of the celestial devil emperor was sunk in a deep pit, his upper clothes torn, and there was a big hole in his back. This was another one? Boom. Another explosion sounded from another projection screen. The audience moved over and saw Li Qingyang's opponent, the foster son named Ling Tao, lying outside the venue. Apart from his clothes fluttering in the wind, his body and limbs were completely still. Swoosh! The referee flew over to check, then shook his head and signaled the staff to carry him down. The entire venue fell silent again. In the 5th round of the competition, the disciples of the sect of all times who had just entered the stage had used the fastest speed and the most overbearing method to kill the 2 foster sons of the celestial devil emperor. Brother, those were the champions of their respective departments. Can't the disciples of the sect of all times give them the most basic respect? They were killed instantly. Who the F***ck could stand this? Other than Lingli, the celestial demonic emperor's foster sons who could enter the finals were all champions of their respective departments. They were all the most outstanding. And the result, they encountered 3 disciples of the sect of all times and were easily defeated. They really had no face at all. They were trampling on the celestial demonic emperor's face. In fact, if they returned to the galaxy's main competition node, the core disciples led by Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji might not be able to win easily against the celestial demonic emperor's foster sons. The wheel of fortune could not be used on them. It would be more accurate to look at them differently after not seeing them for 3 days. A few years ago, Lingli was beaten up by the core disciples of the Eternal Sect. Today, a few years later, the situation would only be more serious. Even non-core disciples could beat him up because they had cultivation facilities and abundant martial arts resources that were comparable to cheats. Xianxia understood this, which was why he dared to boast about winning the finals. The celestial demonic emperor was strong. He had to admit it. However, the sect of all times had developed to this point, and its facilities and resources were very comprehensive. They had absolute confidence in cultivating talents. The fact that Li Tian, who was not a core disciple, could easily defeat his foster sons was the best proof. No surprise. Xianxia spread his hands and said, "No surprise." Gosheng was not surprised that his disciple had taken care of 2 more foster sons. He even thought that it was a matter of course. Otherwise, he would have bought the transcendent grade spacetime secret realm for nothing. After completing the side mission, he was rewarded with the right to buy many secret realms. Limited by his reputation, Xianxia only bought the transcendent grade spacetime secret realm. There was no other reason. With enough understanding of this type of secret realm, he would definitely not lose out or be cheated. As expected, he bought the transcendent grade spacetime secret realm. Disciples could enter at will. There was no time limit. In other words, if the disciple did not come out for the rest of his life, he could accelerate for the rest of his life. The best thing was that the transcendent grade spacetime secret realm not only did not have a time limit, but it also maintained a 100-fold acceleration effect and had stronger heaven and earth attributes. With this item, Xianxia once exclaimed, "Even pigs can fly." After the transcendent grade spacetime secret realm was set up, Li Qingyang and the others could not wait to enter. It took almost half a day to go to the Tianluo world. Other than going to the Sky Might secret realm, they spent the rest of their time in the spacetime secret realm. So it was equivalent to cultivating for decades. Just one question. How could the celestial demonic emperor's foster sons fight with the disciples of the sect of all times? Being killed in an instant was not an injustice. Crack. Opposite the emperor clenched his fists. 2 more of his adopted sons had been killed. Anyone with a temper would not be able to tolerate this. "Your Majesty," one of his subordinates said in a low voice, "the disciples of the Eternal Sect are not simple." "I'm afraid your adopted son," Li the celestial devil emperor suppressed his anger and said, "although Ling Tao and the others are outstanding, they are not valued by this emperor. The finals will depend on Ling Tian, Ling Ba." He paused and looked at Ling Li, and him. Li's. Ling Li lost to the disciples of the sect of all times in his early years. "I'm afraid he can't take on such a big responsibility, right? If it was any other foster son, they might not be able to take on such a big responsibility," Celestial Demonic Emperor said with certainty, "but it's hard to say if it's Ling Li." His subordinate did not say anything. To be honest, he was not optimistic about Ling Li. But since the emperor said so, he must have absolute confidence. Foster father. Ling Li sat in the corner with his fingers clasped and his chin resting on the back of his hand. He smiled and said, "I will use my actions to prove who is your strongest foster son." 3 of his foster brothers died, but he was not sad at all. He was not afraid of the disciples of the sect of all times. In fact, he was very happy and excited. The more his self-righteous older brothers were insta-killed, the more they proved themselves to be trash. When his adoptive father was angry and in despair, he would definitely be able to obtain his adoptive father's recognition. What a coincidence. The other foster sons thought so too. Because of the environment when they were young, they did not care about family. To be exact, they did not have any family. The only thing they could do was to turn into wolves and kill their prey to please their master. Ling Li was better than them. He met love in his dark life. However, with the death of that woman, the light in his heart was extinguished. He turned into a cruel and ruthless wolf again. He was even more ruthless than before. Lu Qianqian, Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, Long Ziang, Song Xianzhou, and the other disciples fought one after another. They easily won and advanced to the second round. After a few rounds of fighting, no matter who the opponent was, they won easily. Just like that, they became the center of attention. This sect of all times is incredible. I thought that the Blue Cloud System's geniuses would wither and the Sect of all times would be the strongest. But, it's terrifying. 3 of Celestial Demonic Emperor's foster sons were killed. He definitely won't let it go. If the two sides meet, there will be an extremely fierce battle. Everyone was discussing. There were always casualties among the participants in the previous universe sacred wars. This was unavoidable. However, Celestial Demonic Emperor's foster sons killed all the participants and 3 of them were instantly killed by the Sect of all times. Only then did everyone realize that the two sides weren't here to win the championship. They were here to kill people. If there was a champion in this universe sacred war, it would definitely be the bloodiest in history. Exciting. Someone said excitedly. Most of them had seen a normal battle. This kind of battle was similar to the battle in the arena where the participants had to kill the target to survive. It was undoubtedly more stimulating to the nerves and the eyes. Come on, let the battle become even fiercer. Boom. Boom. In each arena, the fierce battle continued. Wherever Celestial Demonic Emperor's foster sons fought, there would be blood and limbs flying everywhere. This brought a lot of enjoyment to many people. Xianxia crossed his arms and leaned against the back of his chair. His spiritual sense spread across the arena. Looking at the gradually excited faces, he shook his head and said, when cruelty becomes normal, people will forget pity and even see it as a game and enjoy it. There's no other way. The system said, after all, it's the martial Dao world. So. Xianxia crossed his legs, crossed his hands, and casually placed them on his legs. Even without Celestial Demonic Emperor's scourge, the upper universe will still have to change. Who will change? Me. Xianxia's expression was serious. It was normal to have killings in the martial Dao world, but at least there shouldn't be unrestrained killings in a mere battle. The audience would still be able to watch with relish, because that would be a loss of morals and a distortion of human nature. The seed to change the world was buried deep in Goxing's heart. Pooh. In the 6th round, Long Xiang's cold light arrived first. Then, his spear shot out like a dragon and killed the 4th foster son. Another one dead. Puchi. The scene changed. Mu Honglian killed the 5th foster son. As the number of participants decreased, the chances of the Sect of all times and Celestial Demonic Emperor meeting each other greatly increased. As long as the two sides fought, they would definitely take lives. After another round of battle, almost half of the latter's 80 foster sons were killed. Who killed the most? Li Tianxiang. From the first round until now, he had encountered 3 foster sons of Celestial Demonic Emperor. He summoned the heroic soul Jing Ke to kill them all, not giving them a chance to breathe at all. Participants, please come out. The referee shouted as loudly as usual. Whoosh. Yi Xingchen stepped into the teleportation circle. When he arrived at the battle arena, he saw Ling Li's body shaking as he walked over like a zombie. Night Emperor had always regretted that he couldn't personally trample on the foster son who bullied Li Tianxiang in the Canyun Galaxy's main competition. Now, they finally met in the finals. He smiled. One smile could topple a city, and another smile could topple a country. I may be late if I trample on you. Yi Xingchen pointed at him proudly and said, but I will never be absent. The 8th round of the finals. Yi Xingchen was finally matched against Ling Li. Why did he use the word finally? Because this was what Night Emperor had been dreaming of. During the galactic tournament, he wanted to torture Ling Li to avenge Li Tian. Unfortunately, He Wudi beat him to it and eliminated him. If he could not forget, there would be repercussions. Today, he was finally matched against him in the finals. You hurt my fellow disciple. Yi Xingchen said coldly, I will make you understand that living is more painful than death. If this sentence came from Li Qingyang or the others, it would be threatening but lacking in power. However, when it came from Night Emperor, it sounded domineering and arrogant. Is that so? Ling Li's shoulders were still slumped as a sinister smile appeared on his face. This guy. Xianxia held his chin and said, he seems to have changed a lot compared to a few years ago. The system said, he's more brutal and ruthless. What a pity. Xianxia shook his head and said, he's met the equally brutal constellation. From the perspective of his previous life, Xianxia was indeed more brutal. He never pitied living beings and did not care about the life and death of others. He only followed his own heart and acted in an extreme manner. Begin. After the announcement, the referee retreated as fast as he could. Boom. Boom. Just as he ran out, there was an explosion behind him. Lingli attacked Xianxia ferociously like a wild wolf. Because his moves were all big and wide, it was very pleasing to watch. As expected, Jun Changxiao guessed correctly. Ling Li's strength had increased significantly in the past few years. From the explosive force of his moves, he had already stepped into the half-step divination stage. In the previous few rounds, he could not unleash his true combat strength because he repeatedly killed his opponents. Now that he was bombarding the arena, it shocked the audience. The Sky Devil Emperor's adopted son was very strong. Could the disciples of the Sect of all times compete with him? Not bad. The Sky Devil Emperor's eyes shone with a gratified glow. Among the foster sons he had raised, there were many who were older than Ling Li and had higher cultivations than him, but why did he choose him? It was because he was a moldable talent. My emperor's eyes are indeed sharp. That subordinate, who originally had doubts, immediately felt ashamed when he saw the energy erupting from Ling Li's every move. The other foster sons who had not been exterminated by the Sect of all times were speechless. Everyone had mocked and ridiculed them for not being able to win the galactic tournament. Little did they know that the other party was already so strong. Boom, boom, Ling Li was like a wild wolf that had gone berserk. He poured his strength into his limbs and attacked Xianxia in an almost unreasonable manner. He wasn't fighting, he was venting his anger, especially when he thought of that unforgettable face and the bits and pieces of the past. The grief in his heart turned into an endless source of motivation. Mu Jin, you watch. I want to become the champion of the universe holy war, and all obstacles will be wiped out. His current strength came from his training in the demonic Abyss Valley, and even more from the death of his beloved. Love could warm a person, but it could also detonate a person. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. On the arena, the torrential rain of pear blossoms attacks dazzled everyone. Powerful auras erupted crazily, and the stone floor could not withstand it and cracked. Exciting. This is a real battle. The entire audience's eyes were locked on the arena. However, what puzzled them was that the disciple of the Sect of all times was passively defending, allowing the opponent to attack him without any intention of counterattacking. There was only one possibility. The opponent's attack speed was too fast, and there was no way to find an opening. If that was the case, it was only a matter of time before the disciple of the Sect of all times lost. When Lei Tian and the others met with the Sky Devil Emperor's foster son, they all killed him cleanly. This shocked everyone and made them realize that the disciples of the Sect of all times were not ordinary. Now that Xianxia was avoiding the battle and retreating, everyone realized that not all the disciples of the Sect of all times were strong. There were still ordinary ones. Understanding. Any sect would have someone who would drag them down. Unfortunately, Night Emperor became the younger brother who was dragging the Sect of all times down in the eyes of the audience. Boom. Boom. Boom, Swift Li's attacks were even faster. His eyes were bloodshot, and he had completely lost his mind. Even so, he still controlled the situation perfectly, clearly planning to torture Xianxia the same way he had tortured Lei Tian. Die. That was too easy for the disciple of the Sect of all times. He had to ruthlessly trample on him in front of his clothes. Boom, another kick from Swiftly. Thump. 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 Xianxia retreated a few steps, his hand on his left shoulder that had been kicked. Troublesome. Jian Guishu frowned. This kid might not be that guy's match. Gu Tianqing fell silent. The Sky Devil Emperor's foster son was indeed much stronger than he was in the galactic tournament, but Xianxia should not be beaten to the point where he could not fight back. Devil Flame Kick. At this moment, Swiftly leaped into the air, and a majestic demonic aura gathered on his right foot. In an instant, he stepped in the air several times, forming solid footprints. Bam! 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 Xianxia was hit repeatedly, and he staggered back to the edge of the arena. It's over. They're on a completely different level. Various experts made their judgments based on the current situation. Swoosh swiftly landed on the ground and said coldly, "Why didn't you fight back?" He had fought with the disciple of the sect of all times several times, and he did not think that the other party would not be able to dodge his attacks. Because, Xianxia raised his head slightly, and a demon-like face appeared. He said, "I can only judge how to make your life worse than death when I feel the pain of my fellow disciples being trampled on." Everyone was speechless. That guy obviously could not dodge, right? Was he trying to give himself a way out? Did you feel it? I felt it. Xianxia shook his shoulder, and then his head. According to the law, as long as he did this kind of action, he would have to be serious. But just as he was shaking his head, swiftly kicked him in the neck, forcing him to take a step back, and his head and body tilted to the side. His imagination was limited, and he could only refer to the scene of Master Xing kicking Fire Cloud Evil God in Kung Fu. It hurts a lot more. Xianxia slowly straightened his body, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Swiftly's eyes flashed with anger, and then he withdrew his foot, jumped into the air, and did 3.5 rounds of Thomas. Endless anger, killing intent, and devil chi burst out and completely shrouded his body. Heavenly Demon Seal. The other adopted sons were shocked. This was one of the most powerful martial arts of their adoptive father, and that guy had comprehended it. The subordinates standing next to the Heavenly Demon Emperor were also shocked, and they said in their hearts, "No wonder our Emperor thinks so highly of him. Not bad." The Heavenly Demon Emperor nodded with relief. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Whoosh! Swiftly was doing Thomas in the air, and the devil chi was gathering more and more, and it caused an extremely strong wind. Xianxia stood in place, his hair messed up and his face distorted. Die! At this moment, the devil chi around him suddenly exploded, and the power all over the sky gathered on Swiftly's right foot, and with the power to tear space, it roared and pressed forward. The Heavenly Demon Seal was not a foot technique. His intention was obvious. He wanted to kick the disciple of the sect of all times to the ground in front of everyone. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Whoosh! The special effects were fully activated, and the explosive right foot dragged a monstrous devil chi, like a meteor cutting through the sky, until it was a few inches away from his neck. Suddenly, it was grabbed by a hand. Who? Xianxia. He grabbed Swiftly's ankle with his right hand and said, "Your performance ends here." Damn it! Swiftly was furious, and then he immediately transferred the power to his other foot, and then he turned his body and pressed down again. Smack! Xianxia grabbed his ankle with his left hand again. At that moment, he stood on the arena, clamping Swiftly's feet with both hands, and the other party was suspended in midair. The scene seemed to be frozen. Swiftly's eyes were filled with anger and shock. He had used the martial arts taught by his adoptive father, and should have finished him off in one go, but why was he so easily restrained? At that moment, Swiftly discovered through his limited vision that the strange aura behind that guy gradually condensed into a figure riding a tall horse, which seemed both real and illusory. Whoosh! Xianxia clamped Swiftly's feet tightly, and then he smashed into the ground with a very beautiful back throw. Boom, boom, the sound of an earthquake and mountains shaking sounded in the arena. The warriors sitting on the spectator stand all stood up, and they looked at the shaking buildings in horror, afraid that they would collapse at any time. Boom! Boom! Boom, boom! Boom! The arena was shaking, the city was shaking, and the plane was shaking. Occasionally, there would be a day in the arena of the universe sacred war in the heavenly Luo realm. Jun Changxiao and the Heavenly Demon Emperor were dancing side by side, attracting the attention of passers-by. They turned around and faced each other, and everything happened coincidentally at that moment. The two men met on this day, and they danced the dance that was destined to happen. Jun Changxiao, wow, there's such a good show. Heavenly Demon Emperor, wow, there's such a good show. The entire venue was shaking. Everyone was so shaken that they almost started dancing. Why? Because Xianxia was grabbing Ling Li's legs and punching him from left to right to left, shaking the ground and affecting the nearby buildings. Although the audience was worried that the arena would suddenly collapse, they couldn't help but look at the arena. They looked at the man who had the strength to pick up a mountain. The more they looked, the more engrossed they became. There were many ways to abuse others, but most of them were related to punching and kicking. Xianxia was grabbing Ling Li's legs and punching him from both sides. It was really a violent aesthetic. Especially the sound. Boom. Boom. Listen, are the punches hitting the flesh? Listen again, are the flesh hitting the ground? It was really wonderful, like the sound of nature, making people feel refreshed. Everyone's souls gradually drifted away with the sound of Ling Li hitting the floor and rubbing against the soil. Then, they couldn't help but shake their shoulders. Wow. They danced so well. On the floating arena, the anger in the Celestial Devil Emperor's eyes slowly increased. He couldn't accept that his most important foster son was being played by a disciple of the Sect of all times. Boom. Suddenly, another sound came from the arena. The audience who were dancing in the distance withdrew their souls and looked over. On the collapsed arena, Ling Li was lying in a deep pit with his legs on the ground. The clothes he was wearing were torn from the friction. Thud. Xianxia squatted down, grabbed Ling Li's hair with one hand, and lifted his head. Are you comfortable? Ling Li, whose face was covered in blood, was silent. The violent collision had damaged his meridians. Don't worry. Xianxia dragged him out of the pit by his hair like a dead dog. Then, he lifted him up in front of everyone and said coldly, your performance is over. Mine has just begun. Bang, after that, he kicked Ling Li into the sky. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked over, only to see that guy arching his back and flying into the clouds. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. On the stage, Xianxia spread out his arms and gathered a powerful energy between his palms. Could it be, while some people were guessing, they saw streams of cannonballs exploding from the bottom to the top. Pung pung pung. Pung pung pung. Swift Reaper, who had flown to the highest point and was about to fall, was suddenly hit by the streamer cannonballs one after another. His entire body was instantly sent flying even higher, leaving dents of varying degrees on his body. The pallbearers, who were hidden in the dark, put on their sunglasses and suits, ready to welcome the upcoming business. This is too ruthless. Some of the audience couldn't stand it anymore. Based on the current situation, Xianxia clearly had the absolute advantage. He could have easily killed Xianxia, but Xianxia did not kill him. Instead, Xianxia ravaged Xianxia in public. Boom, just at this moment, Ling Li fell from the sky onto the stage like a pile of mud. At this moment, he was covered in wounds. However, Xianxia had used just the right amount of strength when he attacked. He had even calculated the damage he would cause when he landed. That was why Ling Li was in a heavily injured state, but his life was not in danger. Dear old friends, please put your expertise into the comments. Thud. Xianxia walked over, picked Ling Li up again, and kicked him into the sky again. Reader, if you have the ability, torture him for an entire chapter. We don't lack money. Whoosh. Pung pung pung. Boom. Under the repeated beatings, Ling Li flew up one moment and fell the next. The audience's eyes moved up and down. Their initial excitement gradually turned into boredom. Everyone liked to watch violent aesthetics, but they would eventually get tired of it. Half an hour later, Ling Li was once again sunk into the stage. He was still alive and could think. He could clearly feel the pain from every inch of his skin and every muscle. Awesome! Li Tiankong roared. A few years ago, Big Senior Sister and he Woody had tortured Ling Li in the interstellar tournament, which could be considered as helping him take revenge. However, it was still a little lacking. Today, Big Senior Brother Yi had made up for it completely. It was a real O. Pung, Xianxia walked over again. He lifted his foot and stepped on the back of Ling Li's head. He said coldly, if you met me in the interstellar tournament, you wouldn't have the courage to stand here. My Night Emperor. He was still arrogant. Ling Li, whose face was buried in the pit, did not move. However, his bruised hands were tightly clenched. The pain in his body could not compare to the pain in his heart. With the goal of winning the championship, he went to the Tsangyun Major. In the end, he barely made it to the finals. Because of this, he lost the trust of his adoptive father, suffered the ridicule of his adoptive brothers, and even lost the love of his heart. He was unwilling. How could he be willing? Huff. Huff, Lingli, who was under his foot, emitted a majestic aura. This made Xianxia stunned. I have tortured him thousands of times. How can he still release his aura? Something is up. Pa. Pa. Ling Li's hands supported himself on the ground. He slowly raised his head against Xianxia's foot. His ferocious face was filled with murderous intent. He said, "What I have experienced all these years is thousands of times more painful than being kicked around by you." This sentence contained a complex emotion. Jin Changxiao caught it. He held his chin and said, "He must have a story that no one knows." Story. The system could not take it anymore and roared, "You met all of them." And then? Xianxia retracted his foot. Huff, Lingli stood up shakily. He struggled to stand straight. His hands were hanging by his side. His face was covered in blood and bruises. He looked even more like a zombie. I failed once and lost everything, Lingli said with his head lowered. He did not win the championship of the Tsungyun Major Interstellar Tournament. The death of the person he loved drove him completely crazy. He even volunteered to go to the demonic Abyss Valley to experience unimaginable training. In the end, he was sublimated in anger and broke through to the half-step Fecta realm. No words could describe how terrifying the training Lingli experienced when he was cultivating in the demonic Abyss Valley. Xianxia's torture was terrifying, right? No. It was nothing. Therefore, even though he was seriously injured, Lingli did not fall. Because the determination in his heart was still motivating him. Because the girl in the sky was still waiting for him to win the championship. This time. I won't lose. I can't lose. Lingli tore off the tattered clothes on his body. His chest and back were full of wounds. These were not caused by Xianxia. They had been there since he was young. They were the best proof that he was able to survive. Huff huff, huff huff, blood-colored lines spread out. This is troublesome. Jian Guishu said, "This kid has awakened the heavenly devil emperor bloodline." Gu Tianqing frowned. In the interstellar tournament, that guy had awakened it. Although he was still defeated by He Wudi in seconds. However, this time was different from the last time. It was obvious that Ling Li's strength was much stronger than before. Moreover, from the anger and killing intent that spread out, as well as the complicated emotions that appeared in his eyes, one could infer that he must have experienced something in the past few years. Xianxia's gaze gradually turned serious. What he cared about was not the terrifying aura that suddenly erupted from Ling Li, but the graceful figure standing in the distance from the corner of his eyes. However, when he looked at it seriously, the figure disappeared into thin air, as if it was an illusion. The champion of the finals, Ling Li activated his bloodline to the extreme and roared, "It's mine." Boom, Xianxia suddenly appeared in front of him and punched him in the chest. It was very powerful, without any ink. Ling Li widened his eyes, opened his mouth, and flew out of the arena like a cannonball. He crashed into the edge of the wall and his head slowly fell down. He fainted on the spot. The entire venue was silent. Swish. Xianxia did not wait for the referee to announce the victory and rushed out of the arena. When he arrived at the place where the graceful figure had disappeared, he saw that the other party was gradually disappearing around the corner. Thus, he shouted with a cold gaze, "Stop right there." The figure stopped. The two of them were dozens of feet apart from each other. Several cameras moved over at the same time. Could it be? Su Xiaoma looked at the figure on the light screen and said in surprise, "The champion of the Songhai Galaxy is really the Jia Lingyao that junior brother Yi knows?" The battle between Xianxia and Ling Li had been ravaged crazily in the beginning, but suddenly ended with a KO and elimination. The referee was stunned. According to his judgment of the situation, he thought that the battle would continue for a while, but it was over. Jian Guishu, Gu Tianqing, and the other experts were dumbfounded. Ling Li had activated his demonic emperor bloodline. According to the rules, there would definitely be an extremely fierce battle. Yes. No matter if it was the main or the villain, as long as one side used their trump card, the battle would definitely continue. But, at the crucial moment, Xianxia saw a familiar figure. In order to quickly chase, he chose to cleanly defeat his opponent. Plop. Lingli fell from the sunken wall to the ground. Because he fainted, the special lines that appeared disappeared. He didn't want to lose, he couldn't lose. But he still lost. This was reality. In anime, protagonists or villains could still rely on roaring to increase their damage, but in fantasy novels, no matter how you used your trump card, if you were stronger than you would still have to lie down. Bang! On the floating platform, the tables and chairs exploded. Demonic Emperor raised his hand, his eyes flashing with anger. Seeing his favorite adopted son lose to a disciple of the Sect of all times, the anger in his body could no longer be suppressed. The big shots sitting at the side all stood up, maintaining a high level of vigilance. Demonic Emperor. An old man representing the organizer gathered his courage and said, "This is the universe sacred war, don't be rash." Someone agreed, "Whatever grudges you have, wait until the sacred war is over." Demonic Emperor retracted his hand and said coldly, "Winner takes all, you must accept your loss. Do you still need to teach this emperor?" Everyone secretly let out a sigh of relief. They could tell from Demonic Emperor's words that he wouldn't fly into a rage out of humiliation. This was for the best, for the best. But, the Sect of all times was fierce enough. They consecutively killed and defeated Demonic Emperor's adopted son. Good. A grudge was definitely formed. Who knew how Demonic Emperor would retaliate after the universe sacred war was over? When everyone thought of this, they couldn't help but worry about the Sect of all times. They even guessed that they might not be able to leave the heavenly networld safely. Xianxia didn't think too much about this problem because he was looking at the screen like his disciple. He looked at the graceful figure on the screen and thought to himself, the two of them still met. At this moment, the audience was also looking at the screen. They did not understand why Xianxia had suddenly sent Lingli flying or why he had suddenly rushed out to stop the woman. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the petite and graceful figure turned around. An elegant and refined face, perfectly proportioned facial features, and eyes filled with resentment. That was right. Jia Lingyao. Xianxia felt an indescribable pain in his heart when he saw the face that he could not get rid of in his sea of consciousness. It was as if he had been pricked by a needle. You didn't expect that, did you? Jia Lingyao sneered, "We will meet in the Universe Holy War Finals." Xianxia suppressed the complex emotions in his heart and said coldly, "I shouldn't have let you live. All these years. It's about that." Night Emperor could never forget. Later, he blamed himself for being soft-hearted. If he had killed her, he wouldn't have been so frustrated. Xianxia. Jia Lingyao looked at him hatefully and said while gritting her teeth, "Since the day you bullied me, I was already a dead person." As soon as she said this, everyone understood. The warriors present had all lived for thousands of years. When they heard the word bully, they immediately understood. Moreover, it was normal for young people to have love and hate. Who hadn't rushed in the same river in the past? "Since you're dead," Xianxia said indifferently, "why do you still want to come?" "Because." The resentment in Jia Lingyao's eyes became angrier. Her voice was hoarse as she said, "I want to kill you in the Universe Holy War Finals with my own hands." Sigh. Xianxia sighed and said, "When will love and hate stop?" "Kill me?" Xianxia said coldly, "Are you worthy?" These words were very gauching. The dead should lie in the cemetery and not come out to make a fool of themselves. Xianxia turned and left. He just wanted to confirm the identity of the figure, and now he got the answer. However, when he saw Jia Lingyao's resentful eyes, the memories of the past occupied his mind and mind. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. If Lingli was still standing on the stage at this time, Xianxia would definitely rush up and put all the frustration and anger in his heart into his fist to show everyone the most tragic violence, so angry. So painful. I really want to beat someone up. Junior brother. At this moment, Su Xiaoma walked over and whispered, "Women need to be coaxed." Xianxia looked at him, unable to suppress his anger. Seeing this, Su Xiaoma felt a chill down his spine and hurriedly turned away. Shua. Xianxia grabbed his shoulders with both hands and directly threw him over his shoulder. Then, he rode on top of him and began to bombard him with torrential rain. Boom, boom, boom. boom, boom, boom. Every punch hit the flesh, and every punch was explosive. Let me clarify here that Xianxia was not targeting Xianxia. He was just extremely frustrated, and the other party took the initiative to come over. Sigh. Li Fei shook his head and thought to himself, senior brother Su must know that junior brother Yi is very frustrated, so he took the initiative to be a punching bag to let him vent his anger. A moment later, Xianxia stopped. Xianxia lay on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He curled his legs and spread his hands, saying, since you're my junior brother, I won't argue with you. But don't think that I can't beat you. Bang, Xianxia rushed over and punched him hard in the face. Then, he took a deep breath and said, I feel good. He felt good. Xianxia was in pain. It did not matter. To be able to transfer his junior brother's pain to himself was the greatest responsibility as a senior brother. Participant number 9, can you still fight? The referee asked. Yes. Xianxia covered his face and stood up. Then hurry up and go on stage, or it will be counted as a forfeit. The referee urged. All right. Xianxia followed the array and entered the stage. Then, he defeated his opponent with a big bump on his head and smoothly entered the next round. The 8th round of the competition continued. Lu Qianqian, Xiao Ziji, and the others met with the godson of the heavenly devil emperor one after another, and in the end, they killed him without any accident. Indeed. These people all had a tragic childhood, but they had already been tamed into cruel wild wolves, so Jun Changxia's intention was to get rid of them if possible, lest they help the evildoer. Not long after, the 8th round was over. There were only 64 contestants left on the martial arts arena. Among them, the disciples of the Sect of all times took up 20 spots, the godson of the heavenly devil emperor took up 30 spots, and the rest were top geniuses from other galaxies who did not deserve to be named. Based on the performance of the contestants in the previous rounds, most of the audience believed that the disciples of the Sect of all times would win the championship without any suspense. He was able to insta-kill or win at the slightest provocation. He was simply incomprehensibly strong. The 9th round. The referee announced in a clear voice, draw lots. The disciples of the Sect of all times, led by Lu Qianqian, once again drew lots. Xianxia drew number 1, which meant that he would be the first to fight in the 9th round. Contestants, please enter the martial arts arena. Shua. As soon as the referee opened his mouth, Xianxia walked over. When he was teleported to the martial arts arena and saw that his opponent was Jia Lingyao, his whole face instantly fell. F***CK. Jun Changxiao stood up and shouted, did you arrange this on purpose? Jun Patriarch. The organizer standing in the distance solemnly said, the purpose of the universe sacred war is to never be impulsive and never miss any battle. The referee will definitely be fair and beautiful. Please do not have any doubts. Xianxia and Jia Lingyao had just put on a show of love and hate on the screen, and the next round was immediately matched. This made Jun Changxiao feel that it was deliberately arranged. The answer given by the organizer was very simple. The universe sacred battle was absolutely fair and there was no underhanded manipulation. Jun Changxiao obviously didn't believe it, so he argued with the organizer. In the end, before he could finish, he was pulled out by a few friendly brothers. The reason was that he was disturbing the normal progress of the competition. There's a conspiracy. Goshen kicked and scratched in the air as he roared, there must be something going on behind the scenes. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing turned their faces and said in unison, how embarrassing, we don't know him. Back to the arena. Xianxia shrugged and said, it seems that the heavens want to give me another chance to make up for my mistakes. Junior brother Yi, are you enlightened? Xianxia said, are you going to take responsibility for this woman? Thinking too much. Xianxia's mistake was that he didn't kill this woman at that time. Today, they met again, so he definitely wouldn't be merciful. He had to cut off his inner demons and all distracting thoughts. Bang! The sky halberd appeared in front of him. He didn't use a weapon when he was with Xia Lingli. Now that he took it out, it was obvious that he wanted to kill. Buzz! Light flashed in Jia Lingyao's hand, and a 7-foot-long sword appeared. From the beginning to the end, her eyes were filled with hatred, and the more she looked at Xianxia, the more intense it became. He saved her. The two of them should have a harmonious relationship. But in the cave, he made a mistake and turned their kindness into hatred. The match begins, the referee announced. Shua. Xianxia grabbed the sky halberd and rushed over. Whether it was his aura or his energy, he was much stronger than Xiaolingli. Without a doubt. He was going to kill. Su Xiaoma shook his head and said, I'm afraid only junior brother Yi can do such a thing. Swish. Jia Lingyao was filled with hatred as she brandished her sword. Jia Lingyao staggered back a few steps. Ignoring the numbness in her arm, she nimbly dodged to the side. Boom. Just as he dodged, the heavenly halberd came crashing down, smashing a small portion of the stage into pieces. Fortunately, he dodged quickly, otherwise, he would have been smashed to pieces. That's too cruel. That's just a woman. Night Emperor's lack of compassion for the fairer sex immediately caused the majority of the audience to be dissatisfied. Dang dang dang. Jia Lingyao dodged with difficulty and stood firmly at the edge of the stage. Although her eyes were filled with hatred, her heart was filled with bitterness. She had grown a lot over the years. He had even become the champion of the Blue Sea Major competition. However, compared to this man, the gap between them seemed to be even greater. Shua. Xianxia brandished his Fengtian halberd and swept it over with a powerful force. Facing such an attack, Jia Lingyao could only barely dodge with her nimble movement technique. She couldn't find an opening to counterattack at all. Boom. Boom. Xianxia was like a bulldozer, waving his Fengtian halberd as he pressed forward step by step. Wherever he passed, the floor cracked and dust flew. Jia Lingyao was forced to retreat again and again until she had nowhere to go. She quickly formed a barrier with both hands and said hatefully, "Indestructible fire domain." Hum. Hum. On the relatively intact stage, where she had retreated before, crimson lines gradually appeared. It turned out. This woman hid a secret behind every step she took. Look at the sky, someone exclaimed. Everyone raised their heads and discovered that there were similar crimson lines in the air that were similar to the ones on the ground. They gradually formed a lotus-like pattern. It should be a long-lost fire-type ability, Jian Guishu said. I've heard of it. Gu Tianqing said, a top fire elementalist appeared in the sea department back then. Could it be that the ability is related to him? Jun Changxiao heard their words and actions, so he leaned back in his chair and held his chin. Could it be that this woman's strength is not only related to the resources I gave her, but also some kind of great opportunity outside? Wait, wasn't he carried out? Why did he come back? The crimson pattern in the air was completed and resonated with the pattern on the stage. One turned clockwise while the other turned counterclockwise. Swish swish swish. In an instant, streaks of flames carrying scorching heat waves fell down rapidly. Xianxia sneered and said, insignificant skill. Shua. He swung his Fengtian halberd with one arm and directly dispelled all the flames that pressed down. Then, he quickly turned around and stabbed at Jia Lingyao. However, that woman had already disappeared. Xianxia put away his halberd and looked up. He saw Jia Lingyao in the center of the pattern, her hands casually spread out, and scorching flames instantly lingered over. Buzz buzz. The rotation of the two patterns increased. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Stronger and stronger flames filled the air and shrouded Jia Lingyao. Then, she moved her hands to Xianxia's position and said coldly, Eternal fire domain, burn eternity. Jun Changxiao was depressed. This name was too infuriating. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the flames that pervaded Jia Lingyao's body fell from the sky like a waterfall. The scorching power instantly shattered the space and shook the defensive enchantment in front of the spectator stand, causing the surface to distort. Hurry up and reinforce, the organizer ordered. In an instant, dozens of array masters flew over and reinforced the enchantment around the spectator stand with professional methods. The defensive level rose steadily. Logically speaking, the audience should be afraid. However, when the organizer reinforced the enchantment, no one looked over because their attention was focused on the scene that was like a sea of fire. Ta! Yi Xingchen took a step forward. The moment the flames pressed down, the Fangtian halberd pierced through the void and pierced over. Boom, the tip of the halberd and the flames violently collided, instantly forming a confrontation. Whoosh whoosh. The scorching flames crazily attacked like a ferocious tiger, but it was still unable to break through the thick defensive line of the Fangtian halberd. Is that all you can do? Yi Xingchen said lightly. Jia Lingyao desperately mobilized the energy in the pattern, but every time she injected it into the sea of fire, she could not break through. It was as if the person standing below was not a person but a firewall. A strong opponent can make my blood boil, Yi Xingchen raised one foot and said, a weak opponent will only make me feel bored. So, the battle ends here. Boom. Yi Xingchen stomped on the ground, and a powerful force spread in all directions. The entire arena instantly collapsed into powder, and the remaining red patterns also turned into nothingness. Without the corresponding patterns, the clockwise rotating patterns in the sky came to an abrupt stop and then turned into pieces of flames and dissipated. Puff. Jia Lingyao spat out a mouthful of blood, and her entire face was extremely pale. However, Yi Xingchen did not only want to break the array. At this moment, he had already flown up from below. The power filled with killing intent poured into the Fangtian halberd, and a dazzling luster appeared. This attack. Jia Lingyao would definitely die. Damn. Su Xiaoma said in shock, Junior brother Yi, are you really going to kill your wife to prove your Dao? Xiao Ziji and the others turned their heads. Patriarch. Li Qingyang looked at Jun Changxiao. At this time only the patriarch could stop Yi Xingchen. Sigh. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, the grudges between them should be settled by themselves. Whoosh, Yi Xingchen, who was carrying a torrential qi wave, quickly flew up, and the killing intent in his eyes became stronger and stronger. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Jia Lingyao. The audience turned their heads, not daring to look at the cruel scene that was about to happen. Jia Lingyao was already injured when her supernatural power was broken. She looked at the dazzling luster getting closer and closer, and a smile of relief appeared on her pale face. Then, she dispersed the remaining power in her palms. Die! Yi Xingchen roared, and the Fangtian halberd pierced through the void. The surrounding energy could even pierce through the space barrier of the Tianluo realm, let alone kill an injured woman, however. Just at this moment, an unforeseen event occurred. Jie. The Fangtian halberd was only a few fingers away from Jia Lingyao. Yi Xingchen suddenly dispersed all the power, and his entire body seemed to be struck by lightning as he stood there in a daze. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled. Jun Changxiao stuck his head out and gradually narrowed his eyes. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were the same. Until they clearly saw that although Yi Xingchen stood in the void with a blank expression, he was still staring at Jia Lingyao's stomach. They suddenly understood something and shouted in unison, no way. How loud was their voice, it shook the entire Tianluo realm. The biggest credit for this was given to Jun Changxiao, because he had used a loudspeaker to shout it out. Jia Lingyao realized that the gap between her and Yi Xingchen was too big, so she gave up on resisting and dissipated her remaining power, facing death calmly. Participating in the Universe Holy War Finals, she held the mentality that it was either you die or I die. At this time, if Jia Lingyao had the chance to speak, it would definitely be, Yi Xingchen, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Yi Xingchen, who was charging over with explosive power, suddenly stopped halfway. His eyes were still staring at the woman's stomach, as if he had been struck by lightning and turned into a retard. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing frowned slightly. The two quickly felt a fluctuation in the air, so they said in unison, fetal energy? That's right. It was fetal energy. At their level, it was too easy to determine whether a woman was pregnant or not. Yi Xingchen naturally felt it too, and he even felt a strong sense of familiarity, just like, blood was thicker than water. In his previous life, although Night Emperor was not popular and arrogant, he had experienced a lot, so he immediately guessed that this woman's child could be, Suddenly, Night Emperor's mind seemed to explode. He threw away the halberd in his hand, held his head, and screamed in pain. Puchi, a dagger was suddenly stabbed into his chest. The intense pain woke Yi Xingchen up instantly, and he slowly lowered his head to look at Jia Lingyao standing beside him. This scene was familiar. In his previous life, he was plotted against by Empress Lingyao in the same way. Jia Lingyao's black hair was messy, her face was pale, and she gripped the dagger tightly with one hand, squeezing out a crazy smile with difficulty. He had taken his revenge, finally revenge. Huff huff. Yi Xingchen raised his hand in anger. He had experienced the same thing twice, unforgivable, unforgivable, she must die. The memories of the past occupied his mind, causing Night Emperor to go completely berserk, and he gathered destructive power in his hand and blasted it toward Jia Lingyao. It's over. Su Xiaoma broke down. Junior brother Yi not only wants to kill his wife, but also his son. Jun Changxiao furrowed his brows. At this moment, he was considering whether or not to rush into the arena and save Jia Lingyao. Admittedly, that woman had stabbed Yi Xingchen, but with this disciple's cultivation, he would at most be injured. If he hadn't acted quickly to save him, the end result would have been 2 lives. Save, he had to be saved, the child was innocent. Pa. Jun Changxiao stood up and was about to make a move when he saw Yi Xingchen's palm suddenly stop just as it was about to land. He had gone mad. He had gone berserk. However, the closer he got to the woman, the more he could feel the baby's aura. The more he could feel that blood was thicker than water. His remaining reason forced him to stop. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. Jun Changxiao sat down and thought to himself, let alone people. Kill me. Jia Lingyao glared at Yi Xingchen, her eyes filled with hatred. Kill me. She wasn't relying on the fact that she had a child in her belly. She was really going to die with a creature that shouldn't have been born. She was pregnant. How could Jia Lingyao not know? She had once planned to kill it in her belly, but in the end, she couldn't do it. She could only forcefully suppress it with her spiritual energy and even prevent it from developing normally. Counting the time, it had been almost 10 years since that incident happened. The baby had been suppressed for 10 years. If Jia Lingyao hadn't given up resisting just now, it would have been difficult to detect the baby's aura. Since the experts in the world of martial arts could fly, it was naturally easy to suppress the growth of the baby. So, don't complain that Night Emperor was green or that Super Neza was green. If you want to say something, say that Goshen was green. Puchi. Puchi. Taking advantage of Yi Xingchen's hesitation, Jia Lingyao stabbed him several times. 2 words, satisfying. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Too ruthless. Swish. Yi Xingchen raised his hand and grabbed Jia Lingyao's wrist. Without any explanation, he flew her out of the arena and landed outside the venue. The referee was stunned. According to the rules of the Universe Holy War Finals, if one side left the arena, they would lose. Now that 2 contestants left together, what should they say? Both sides have left the arena. At this time, the organizer announced loudly, this battle is decided as a forfeit. This sentence meant that there was no winner and no loser. Yi Xingchen didn't care about the outcome. He dragged Jia Lingyao out of the venue and transmitted his voice to Jun Changxiao, Patriarch, I have a private matter to deal with. Go. Jun Changxiao said. After a while, he added, since it's a private matter, it should be handled properly. I understand. Yi Xingchen dragged Jia Lingyao out of the venue. Because the woman was restrained and injured, she could only weakly resist on the way. Because her movements were too big, she didn't care about the baby's aura at all. She didn't care. Yi Xingchen cared. He pulled her over and carried her in a princess hug. If anything happens to the baby, I'll make you wish you were dead. Sizzle. Blood spurted out from the wound on his chest, splattering Jia Lingyao's face. The first battle of the 9th round ended. Because Yi Xingchen and Jia Lingyao flew out together, no one advanced in this round. The Sect of all times finally has a disciple eliminated. I didn't expect it to be that Yi Xingchen. Everyone discussed in low voices. The disciples of the Sect of all times performed very well, but only one person was the champion in the end. Therefore, many people thought highly of Yi Xingchen, but they didn't expect him to be eliminated in such a way. He Wudi is still the most reliable. He should be the champion of this year's competition. Because of Yi Xingchen's elimination, everyone's eyes were fixed on He Wudi. After all, no matter who his opponent was, from the beginning until now, he had performed very calmly. It was obvious that he had the potential to become the champion. Wudi was very depressed that he was the center of attention. In fact, at the beginning, he thought that if he met Xianxia in the competition, he would deliberately admit defeat and let him become the champion. Now, it seemed that he had to choose another target. Who should he choose? Wudi thought carefully and locked his eyes on the eldest senior sister. She'll be the one. Everyone else was thinking about how to become the champion, but he was thinking about how to lose. His mentality was indeed different. The battle continued. Gu Tianqing watched the battle and asked telepathically, Jun Patriarch, what's the situation with your disciple? Jun Changxiao thought for a moment and said, 10 years ago, Miss Xingchen and Miss Jia met in the Sky Spill domain. Then, they had an indescribable relationship. And then, she's pregnant? Gu Tianqing asked. Yes. Jun Changxiao said. Gu Tianqing was silent, and the corners of his eyes instantly moistened. In the past, in order to continue the Gu family's bloodline, he had traveled to various galaxies and searched for countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. After 10,000 years of hard work, he had finally succeeded in sowing them. Now, compared to Xianxia, it was definitely a fatal blow. Sigh. Su Xiaoma said bitterly, I'm not as good as junior brother Yi in this aspect. As the first disciple of the sect to lead the single life, it was too sad that Xianxia had taken the first step to have a crystal. According to seniority. Li Qingyang was thinking, junior brother Ye's child has to call us martial uncle? When the time comes, we must prepare a generous gift. His fellow disciples were all thinking. When Night Emperor's child was born, not only did they have to give him a portion, they also had to give him a gift. However, at this moment, Jun Changxiao was exceptionally calm. He clasped his fingers together and said with a serious gaze, doesn't this correspond to the future that Xianxia saw? Could it be that because of that woman and the child in her womb, my disciple will eventually lead the sect of all times? That's not right. Jun Changxiao said, there's definitely a problem. He already knew about the future that Xianxia had seen. Now that Jia Lingyao was pregnant, it was very likely that this was the opportunity for his disciple to leave. This also meant that the scene in the cave foretold the future. It also predicted that Xianxia would lead the sect of all times one day. Who left it behind? To be able to see the future, this power was very terrifying. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao looked at his surroundings warily. He even felt as if his every move was being secretly observed. You're thinking too much. The system said, since the scene in the future is related to Xianxia, why would they be so free to monitor you? Jun Changxiao was silent. The host should be more concerned about whether Xianxia will lead the sect of all times for the child, the system said. Yes. Jun Changxiao said, will he leave? If he follows the plot given by the cave illusion, he should leave, the system said. The choice is in Xianxia's hands, Jun Changxiao said, if he stays, then he stays. If he leaves, then I won't force him. There was no denying it. Xianxia was one of the core disciples of the sect. Jun Changxiao naturally hoped that he could stay and assist him in building his empire. But in front of family, if he really wanted to leave with his wife and child, he would definitely not ask him to stay. He would even personally send him out to respect his choice. Of course. This departure was definitely not to leave the sect. Jun Changxiao would retain Xianxia's identity as a disciple. For example, Su Xiaoma and Xia Shuiyun would leave to live the lives they wanted. Boom. Boom. On the arena, the fierce battle was in full swing. Lu Qianqian and the others won without any surprise. As for the Sky Devil Emperor's adopted son, as long as he was matched with the sect of all times, he would either die or be injured. Why didn't they all die? This was because after Ling Li's defeat, the Sky Devil Emperor had ordered his remaining foster sons to try their best to survive if they encountered any disciples of the sect of all times. To put it bluntly, don't expect to win the championship. Think about surviving first. These foster sons of Sky Devil Emperor were all carefully selected, and they had a lot of room for growth in the future. If they all died in the universe sacred war, it would be a huge loss. Boom, on the stage, Wudi punched out. Dang dang dang. Ling Tian, who the heavenly devil realm had placed their hopes on, staggered backwards before falling down in an extremely exaggerated manner. He Wudi was speechless. I didn't even use much strength, so how did he roll down? Disciple of the sect of all times, He Wudi, wins. The referee announced loudly. The audience shook their heads. It could be seen that Ling Tian, the adopted son of the celestial devil emperor, had purposely been thrown off the stage as soon as he stepped onto the stage. His adopted son admitted defeat. It was equivalent to the celestial devil emperor admitting defeat. Boring. Xianxia shook his head. Even this villain's adopted son had started to learn how to act, so the Universe Sacred War finals were naturally no longer interesting. The championship is already in my bag. Xianxia leaned back in his chair, his eyes burning. Just wait for the main mission to be completed. The Universe Sacred War was the highest level competition in the upper universe. The disciples relied on their strength to defeat the geniuses of various factions and obtain the championship. This was a symbol of strength, a symbol of dominance. At least 1000% completion? Pfft. The system couldn't help but laugh out loud. 1000% he was dreaming. Don't laugh. Let me deduce for you. Xianxia said, so many of Sky Devil Emperor's adopted sons were killed by my disciple. Do you think he will let me go? He won't. The system said, he might come after the competition. Can I fight against him now? No. Since I can't fight against him, and I killed so many of his adopted sons and completely detonated him, why would the author purposely set up such a desperate situation for me? The system said, what are you trying to say? Very simple. Xianxia leaned back in his chair, clasped his hands together, and vowed, this time, my disciple has won the championship and completed the main mission. My realm will break through and I will be qualified to challenge Sky Devil Emperor. This is the author's true intention. The system was silent for a while, then said, that might be possible. Rich and Noble Inn. The place where Xianxia and the others were temporarily staying. Creak. A guest room was pushed open. Xianxia carried Jia Lingyao in. Blood was still spurting out, but he ignored it, showing what a real man is. Dear guest. The waiter stood outside the door, looking at the blood on the ground, weakly asked, do you really not need to bandage it? Scram. All right. The waiter tactfully left. Xianxia walked to the bed, put down the already unconscious Jia Lingyao, then stood there. A complicated look appeared in his eyes. This woman, she had repeatedly disturbed his state of mind. Now that there was such a good opportunity, why not kill her? Thinking of this, Xianxia raised his hand, surrounded by the power of true spirit, and slapped down. He had clearly made up his mind to get rid of future troubles, but when he was about to touch, he suddenly became soft-hearted. Not only did he not slap down, but he also approached the belly, feeling the fetal chi. Thump. Thump. It was as if the heart was beating slowly. The closer he was to feel the fetal chi, the more the arrogant Xianxia gradually melted, and a trace of gentleness appeared in his fierce eyes. No. It was not gentleness. It was more like a father inadvertently showing his affection. Xianxia just stood there, his palm on Jia Lingyao's belly, and even felt that the rhythm of the fetal chi was a little unusual, and he would be very nervous. Thump, thump. Thump. The rhythm of the fetal chi became rapid. Xianxia suddenly panicked, and because he did not know what to do, he stood there like a fool. Creak. At this moment, the door was pushed open. The top medical team of the medical hall quickly came to the bed. They all put on masks, took out all kinds of professional medical equipment, and said, Senior Brother Yi, we are here on the Patriarch's order to examine sister-in-law. Please leave quickly. Gosheng was still the most attentive. Although he was still watching the competition, he sent a medical team in time. In particular, they were all female disciples. Okay. Xianxia hurriedly left and stood outside the door, raising his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. He suddenly heaved a sigh of relief, and because of excessive bleeding, his eyelids suddenly rolled back and he fainted. Xianxia opened his eyes in a daze. Suddenly, he remembered that he should be outside the guest room. Why was he lying on the bed? He hurriedly got up. Senior Brother Yi. Sun Wukong hurriedly held him down and said, "You have lost too much blood, you need to stay in bed and rest." Yi Xingchen realized that he was in the ward of the medical hall, so he said with difficulty, "That woman, she is fine." Sun Wukong said, "The child is also fine." Hearing this, Yi Xingchen lay down obediently and said, "How long have I been unconscious?" 3 days. Sun Wukong replied. "So long?" Yi Xingchen hurriedly asked, "Is the universe holy war over?" "Yes, it's over." "Who won?" "Junior brother." He jumped off the arena one step slower than senior sister in the finals and won the championship of the 11th Universe Holy War. Yi Xingchen was not surprised by this result. However, the reader was very surprised. "You fainted, and the competition ended under Sun Wukong's command?" "I have book coins, I can't afford to look down on anyone." Boom. On the Sect of All Time's main peaks training field, He Wudi put down the heavy bronze cauldron. "What's this?" The disciples all gathered around. Su Xianxia introduced at the top of his voice, "This is the champion's trophy of the 11th Universe Holy War. The winner is He Wudi." "Scrap metal?" "It's worthless." The bronze cauldron's design was not bad, but in the eyes of the disciples, it was just a piece of art. "Worthless?" Su Xianxia cupped his hands and said, "It's said that there's a profound meaning in the cauldron. If you can comprehend it, you can step onto the path of eternal life." "Damn. Is it that magical?" The disciples started to seriously examine the bronze cauldron, but they couldn't figure out the mystery. This was normal. If it was that easy to figure out the profound meaning, the cauldron would have been gone. Sigh. He Wudi shook his head and sighed. Originally, he had planned to give the championship to eldest senior sister, but in the end, she had frozen the arena as soon as she stepped onto the stage and jumped off before he could. Was it that hard to give up the championship? Was it that hard to keep a low profile? If the competitors who were fighting for the championship heard this, they would drown him in spit. But, He Wudi looked at the bronze cauldron and said with a burning gaze, "Since it was left behind by Senior Qishuan, I must study it carefully." Invincible. Jun Changxiao's voice came from the main hall. "Bring the cauldron over." He Wudi's mouth twitched. Did he have to hand over the championship's reward to the sect, inside the main hall? Jun Changxiao walked around the bronze cauldron and said, "What profound meaning is inside?" "Patriarch, okay, you can go back first. I'll take care of the bronze cauldron for a while." He Wudi walked out with a bitter face and cried in his heart, "I should have been more confident and removed the question marks." The secrets contained within the bronze cauldron were not something that could be solved overnight. Therefore, Jun Changxiao shook his head and sighed as he sat down after observing for an hour. Ryu Sinan was puzzled. "It is a happy thing for your disciple to win the championship. Why is the patriarch sighing?" "Don't mention it." Jun Changxiao clutched his chest and said, "My heart hurts." Why did his heart ache? This was because after He Wudi became the champion of the Universe Sacred War, his main mission did not increase at all. Haha. The system laughed and said, "Someone always thinks too much." Pa. Jun Changxiao slapped his face and roared, "Stop laughing." Ryu Sinan was scared out of his wits when he saw the patriarch glaring at him angrily and cursing. He immediately left and thought to himself, the patriarch is hurting himself again. His disciple won the championship. There was no progress on the main quest. He had even offended the Celestial Devil Emperor. Seriously. Jun Changxiao felt extremely uncomfortable. The most annoying thing was that from the preliminaries to the finals, there were no other rewards other than the bronze cauldron. This is too much of a loss. The more Jun Changxiao thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. In the end, he leaned on the chair and roared, "If I had known, I would have changed my profession and become a bandit." Heh. The system mocked, "You finally said what's in your heart." 3 days after the end of the competition, Jun Changxiao stayed in the Sect of All Times for 3 days. Actually, hiding would be more accurate. Hiding from who? Of course it was the Celestial Devil Emperor. In this universe sacred war, the other party sent 81 foster children. In the end, more than 50 of them died in the hands of the Sect of All Times disciples. Jun Changxiao could even imagine that the moment he left Heaven Luo City, he would be surrounded by the Celestial Devil Emperor in the wilderness. I'm not afraid. Gosheng comforted himself. I don't want to cause trouble. Patriarch. Sun Bukong walked in and said, Senior brother Yi has woken up. You didn't tell him about the fetus, did you? No. You can leave. After Sun Bukong left, Jun Changxiao fell into deep thought. According to the medical hall's most professional diagnosis, the fetus in Jia Lingyao's womb was suppressed by spirit energy all year round. The situation didn't seem too optimistic. The worst-case scenario was to save the mother and the fetus. Sigh. Jun Changxiao shook his head. What an ill-fated relationship. Uncle. He called Gu Tianqing over and asked, do you have a prescription to prevent miscarriage? The fetus in that girl's womb has been suppressed for too long. It's still unknown whether it can be treated with medicine. In my opinion, why don't? Gu Tianqing hesitated. Understood. Jun Changxiao said, this matter needs to be decided by Xingchen. Yi Xingchen lay in the ward for a few days, and his physical condition gradually recovered. Sun Bukong came to check on him from time to time. He often saw his senior brother leaning against the bed and staring blankly at the potted plants placed on the window, staring at the tenacious sprouts growing out of the soil. What are you looking at? Jun Changxiao walked in. Yi Xingchen hurriedly retracted his gaze and said, looking at the scenery. Oh. Jun Changxiao sat next to him and helped him peel an orange full of spirit energy. He said, there's something I need to tell you. Yi Xingchen didn't say anything, but he already smelled something bad. Jun Changxiao said, the fetus in Jia Lingyao's womb has been suppressed by spirit energy for too long, and its development is seriously affected. According to the analysis and research of the experts, the best way is to abort it. When he heard the last two words, Yi Xingchen's eyelids twitched. Of course. Jun Changxiao added, you're the father of the child. It's up to you to decide. Yi Xingchen clenched his fists and said with difficulty, is there no other way? Yes, there is. Jun Changxiao said, but it's very risky. What's the risk? Uncle Gu has a prescription to stabilize the fetus, but the herbs required are extremely precious. I'll go look for it. Yi Xingchen said anxiously. I understand how you feel. After all, the fetus is also a life. Jun Changxiao said, but the prescription can't guarantee a cure. Even if you look for it. For a long time, you might not be able to gather the required herbs. If you can't find it in 1 year, you'll have to find it in 10 years. If we can't find him in 10 years, we'll find him in 100 years. If you can't find it in 100 years, you'll have to find it in a lifetime. Yi Xingchen spoke very quickly. Obviously, he didn't accept the idea of aborting the fetus. Instead, he chose to gamble on the prescription. All right. Jun Changxiao placed the list of herbs required for the prescription on the table and said, I've already listed the herbs for you. After you've completely recovered, you can set off to look for them. Swish. Yi Xingchen stood up, holding the list and said, I've recovered. I'll set off to look for the herbs now. That face was still cold and arrogant. That voice was still emotionless. But there was a different kind of light in his eyes. Jun Changxiao knew that this was the responsibility of a father. Wait. Wait for the celestial demon emperor to leave. However, Yi Xingchen couldn't wait any longer. He flew out of the eternal world that night. Patriarch. Li Qingyang hurried over and said, Junior brother Yi has left. Jun Changxiao took off his mask and shook his head, saying, Xingchen has changed again. The more his disciple valued his child, the more Gosheng believed that the future he had seen would happen. What should he do? Since he couldn't change the plot, he could only follow the script. Jia Lingyao had woken up a few days ago. She was taken care of 24 hours a day by the best medical team in the sect of all times. Miss Jia. The second day after Yi Xingchen left, Jun Changxiao came to visit and said, please take good care of yourself and the child in your belly during this period of time. Give Xingchen a chance to make up for his mistakes. Jun Patriarch. Jia Lingyao said, please let me go. She had thought about it for a long time. Since she couldn't take revenge, she had to go far away. The sect of all times has a professional medical team. You can stay here to take care of the fetus. Jun Changxiao wouldn't let the plot of torturing his wife for a while and then chasing her to the crematorium happen. You don't have to bother Jun Patriarch about the fetus, Jia Lingyao said. Jun Changxiao said, Xingchen is my disciple. His child is my grand disciple, so you don't have to be so formal. Let me know if there's anything. Jun Changxiao got up and left. Before he left, he reminded Sun Bukong, you must take good care of Miss Jia. Patriarch, Sun Bukong said bitterly. Sun Bukong said with a bitter expression, she seems to hate senior brother Yi very much. What if she takes things too hard and aborts the child herself? What then? Jun Changxiao said, if she didn't want the child, she wouldn't have let him live for so long. Did this mean that she was pregnant with a son? That's true. Sun Bukong breathed a sigh of relief. Jun Changxiao went to the medicinal cuisine hall again and reminded Lu Wancher to provide Jia Lingyao with the highest standard of fetus-nourishing food. Patriarch. After he was done, He Wudi walked in just as he was sitting in the study. He scratched his head and said, can the bronze cauldron, you want to study it? Yes. Take it. Thank you, Patriarch. He Wudi carried the bronze cauldron back to his residence. Then, he put it in the courtyard and began to study it. He even carefully touched every line and every corner on it. Jun Changxiao sat in the study and said, what secret is hidden in the bronze cauldron? The reason why he returned the cauldron to He Wudi was that he had been studying it for the past few days, but he had no clue at all. Since there were no clues, he could only give it to his disciple to study. Perhaps it could be shipped. That bronze cauldron is too mysterious. The system said, it's not something that can be easily comprehended. Patriarch. At this moment, He Wudi excitedly said, I found the mystery. Shua. Jun Changxiao directly flew out of the window. For this kind of immediate face-slapping behavior, the system could only express its calmness with a hee-hee. In the courtyard, He Wudi was extremely excited. Jun Changxiao flew over and found that the bronze cauldron was no different from before, so he asked, what mystery? Patriarch. He Wudi said, please step back. Shua. Jun Changxiao hurriedly retreated. He Wudi walked to the front of the bronze cauldron and stroked the lines on the surface with both hands. Wherever he passed, there was a faint stream of light. Jun Changxiao stared at him without blinking. Buzz. Suddenly, the bronze cauldron flickered with a brilliant light, illuminating the dark courtyard. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing sensed it and immediately flew over in their pajamas. When the two came to the courtyard where He Wudi was, when they saw everything inside, their eyes gradually widened and their mouths gradually opened. What did they see? They saw a picture scroll suspended on the bronze cauldron, and then slowly unfolded to the left and right, showing a map-like symbol. Could it be? Jun Changxiao was shocked. These are the coordinates of the road to immortality? The scroll slowly unfolded, slowly outlining streams of light, then turning into hills, trees, and ancient paths. When the entire picture appeared on the scroll, Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing, who had rushed over, were deeply shocked. Their hands couldn't help but tremble. What shocked them wasn't the style of the painting, but the vast aura that spread out. At that moment, Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing's souls seemed to be forcibly pulled in, standing in the painting as if they were there. Their state of mind and spirit were sublimated to a certain extent. Not only the two of them. Jun Changxiao and He Wudi were also in the painting. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing's emotions were indescribable at this moment, but the two of them were relatively calm, even observing their surroundings as if nothing had happened. Whoosh, suddenly, the light of the righteous path shone on the ground. Jun Changxiao, He Wudi, and the others in their soul forms raised their arms to block the dazzling light. After gradually adjusting to it, they found that a golden path had appeared under their feet, snaking forward. Everyone looked along the path, which seemed to have no end. When it reached a distance visible to the naked eye, they found that it was blocked by a distorted and ethereal space barrier, and the words "Land of Eternal Life" engraved on it rippled like water. Buzz, in an instant, Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing's heads felt as if they had exploded. The Land of Eternal Life, that was, the Land of Eternal Life. The two of them suppressed their shock, then looked down at the path under their feet and said in a hoarse voice, "Is this the road of eternal life? Its end leads to the land of eternal life. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Suddenly, a dignified and deep voice rang in their ears. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing turned pale with fright. Their soul bodies collapsed instantly, and they returned to reality, then staggered a few steps back. Wah! They couldn't hold back their blood and spat it out. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. The voice that suddenly rang in their ears just now made them feel as if it was a god who ruled over life and death. Jian Guishu pointed at the heaven's secret realm. Although Gu Tianqing was relatively ordinary, he had been famous in the upper universe for a long time. For such an expert to spit out blood just by hearing these words, how terrifying was the power contained in those words. Wait. Jian Guishu said in astonishment. The two of them didn't come out. Jun Changxiao and He Wudi, who were closest to the scroll, were still in a daze. It could be seen that the soul should still exist in the scroll. That was right. The two of them were not shaken out. The reason was that when the voice rang out, a seven-colored radiance instantly condensed around him, neutralizing the energy that was enough to shatter one's soul. The deep voice sounded again. You have actually comprehended the seven profound sunglow break. From his tone, it was obvious that he was very surprised. He Wudi's expression was ferocious. Although his soul was not shattered by the sound, the pain he felt was indescribable. He thought to himself, this person's strength is probably not below mine. Note, this is not below him, but before the level drops to 0. In other words, the person who spoke should be a saint. Senior. At this moment, Jun Changxiao grinned and asked, You are? Guardian. Protect what? Protect the entrance to the universe and the land of eternal life. Can we go in? Follow this path of eternal life and you can enter the land of eternal life at any time. Jun Changxiao was overjoyed. However, the guardian poured cold water on him in time and said, With your current cultivation, once you step on the land of eternal life, your body will collapse on the spot and your soul will scatter. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Go back. The guardian said impatiently, This is not a place you are qualified to enter. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said with a smile, Since we're already here, how can we bear to go back? The words Land of Eternal Life were engraved in front of the door and contained a huge amount of magic power. Gosheng would definitely not leave just like that. If he could not enter again, wouldn't that be equal to missing out on a great opportunity? He Wudi would not leave either. Because as long as he passed through the spatial barrier at the end, he could go home. Sigh. The guardian sighed and said, Since you don't want to leave, then experience the feeling of your body collapsing and your soul scattering. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a vast pressure pressed down from all directions. The expressions on Jun Changxiao and He Wudi's faces became even more ferocious. Their bodies seemed to be crazily squeezed by two forces. The pain brought to their souls was indescribable, and their bodies seemed to collapse at any time. Ah! Ah ah ah! The two of them screamed in pain. If they found a great god to change it, it would definitely be a new material for Ghost Beast. In the past, there was no song that Yan Xiaolu could not play, and in the future, there would be no song that Jun Changxiao and He Wudi could not sing. They were going to die, they were going to explode, they were going to crack. Suddenly, the tsunami-like pressure was suddenly withdrawn. The guardian said in surprise, Little guy, your body is showing signs of entering the saint realm. Could it be that you have entered the land of eternal life? Who did he say that to? He said it to He Wudi. Entered it? He Wudi's pain gradually disappeared, and he smiled with difficulty. I am originally a person of the land of eternal life. These words were spoken with extreme bitterness. In the past, he had lived carefree in the land of eternal life. Later, he pursued a higher level of martial arts and went to find the seven profound sunglow break. In the end, his level was reset to 0 and his saint body degenerated. Jun Changxiao was silent. To be exact, he was a little ashamed. Because He Wudi's current situation was related to him buying the remnant scroll. Fortunately, that guy was still in the dark. So, you have entered the saint realm? The guardian asked. It's all in the past. He Wudi's words could be considered as admitting that he had entered the saint realm. Of course, there was a world of difference between this Saint realm and Wuxing's realm of the falling star continent. The former not only entered the Saint realm, but even his body was also in the Saint realm. In professional terms, it was a saint body. Those who enter the Saint realm are nobles. The guardian said in a gentle tone, although this old man has been watching over the universe and the land of eternal life for 1,000,000 years, I have some understanding of the Saint realm experts inside. May I know your name? Xianxia's ears pricked up. Regarding He Wudi's matters, he only knew that he came from the land of eternal life. As for the title, he had never heard of it. It's all in the past. He Wudi said, it's fine if you don't mention it. The saint realm of the land of eternal life, whose level was reduced to 0, was forced to descend to the lower realms. This was not a glorious thing. Moreover, it had only been 100 years since he had snatched the 7 profound sunglow break. The people inside would definitely not forget about it. If the news were to leak out today, he would be blocked at the door when he went up. Invincible. Xianxia said solemnly, a dignified 7 feet tall man will never change his name. Tell him your title loudly. He Wudi was on the verge of collapse. In fact, what Xianxia meant was that if he said his title, and the other party happened to know him, he might have a chance to enter the land of eternal life. Don't worry, sir. The guardian said, I will guard this place and not leave. You don't have to worry about it leaking out. He Wudi's eyes were filled with hesitation. He looked back at Xianxia and saw him smiling. At him. He stood up straight, put his hand on his forehead, and then stroked his messy hair back. He said proudly, my name is He Wudi, and my title is Go Xianxia. When He Wudi said his monarch title, Xianxia held his chin, and his facial muscles twitched. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The next second, he squatted on the ground and laughed. In fact, Goxing had received professional training in this aspect. Unless he couldn't help it. To be honest. It was really funny to ignore his monarch title. It even reminded Xianxia of Goxing. No. He was a saint. His monarch title was too stupid. In fact, He Wudi's monarch title was very particular. First of all, it had 2 meanings. One was to be lazy, and the other was to ignore. The so-called lazy, in plain words, was to be wretched and unwishful. As for ignoring, it meant that no matter what happened, he had to be indifferent. I am lazy. I don't care about anyone. These were the 2 principles of He Wudi's survival in the land of eternal life. So when he became a saint, he named his monarch title Lazy. Ignoring the saints? The guardian repeated a few words and said with shame, forgive me for my ignorance, but I have never heard of your monarch title. He Wudi still stroked his hair and said, I am indifferent to fame and fortune and live in seclusion in the mountains. It is normal that you have not heard of it. Perhaps he had met someone from his hometown. At this time, whether it was his actions or tone, they were very proud. He Wudi was lazy. However, it was not from the heart. He also had dignity and pride. To put it bluntly, living in the land of eternal life where powerful people were everywhere, He Wudi tried his best to not care about worldly affairs and not be tainted by karma. He pursued martial arts and eternal life wholeheartedly. He lived very carefully. Today, because he met someone from his hometown and the patriarch was standing beside him, he was high profile for the second time in his life. The first time, the 7 mysterious sunglow broke and the remnant volume appeared. In order to improve his cultivation, He Wudi abandoned the plan of being lazy and participated in the battle for the remnant volume. Later, although he obtained the remnant volume from the ancient tomb by chance, he was also tainted by karma and was besieged by various strong people. He was forced to level 0 and escape to the lower universe. He still remembered that year. When He Wudi was facing a group of saint experts, he decisively chose to throw out the remnant scroll after confirming that it was hopeless. Opportunities were important, but there was only hope if one was alive. It was just a pity that when he was about to throw out the 7 profound sunglow break, it suddenly disappeared. Every time he thought of this, He Wudi always clutched his chest. If the remnant scroll was still here, if he threw it out, they would definitely fight over it, and he could take the opportunity to escape. Then, he wouldn't have fallen to the mortal world and been so miserable that he couldn't even deal with the trash celestial demonic emperor. Since you were once a saint and have a saint body, you can naturally enter the land of eternal life, the guardian said. The signs of becoming a saint could not be imitated. Therefore, he had long believed that Xianxia came from the land of eternal life. All right then. Xianxia immediately started walking and said, "Xianxia, let's go." He can enter the land of eternal life, the guardian said calmly. You can't. Xianxia said, he is my disciple. Since a disciple can enter, why can't a patriarch enter? I'll say it again. The guardian reiterated again, as long as you step into the land of eternal life, your body will collapse and your soul will scatter. Sorry. Xianxia said, I grew up scared. The guardian couldn't wait to kick him and smash that cheap face of his into pieces. Patriarch. Xianxia whispered, he's right. Your cultivation is too weak now. If you rashly enter the land of eternal life, your soul will scatter. The expression on Xianxia's face was wonderful. In front of him was the land of eternal life, the last plane of the book. If he went in and obtained the heaven and earth attributes inside, his realm might skyrocket. Then, he would find a way to come out and trample on the celestial demonic emperor, happily announcing the end. In the end, he could only watch but not enter. So angry. In fact, it's not impossible for the host to enter. It's just a matter of changing the ending of the protagonist's pawn. The system added. All right. Xianxia said, Xianxia, you go. Since he would die if he went in, he would definitely prefer to live. As a disciple, he was qualified to enter the land of eternal life. Naturally, he couldn't miss this great opportunity. Patriarch, Xianxia's eyes were filled with conflict. At this moment, he desperately wanted to enter the land of eternal life. He desperately wanted to return to his home that he had been separated from for a long time. But he was still a disciple of the Sect of all times. His fellow disciples had killed so many of the celestial demonic emperor's foster sons. The hatred had developed to the point that it would not end until one of them died. If he left at this time, wouldn't it be the same as running away? Xianxia seemed to understand Xianxia's thoughts, so he walked over and patted him on the shoulder. It's not easy to find a path. You must seize it. I can deal with the upper universe. Go. Go home. When he said the last 3 words, Xianxia's style was very serious. To be honest, Xianxia was very strong. He could be considered a powerful fighting force in the sect. He would definitely be a steel knife to deal with the celestial demonic emperor in the future. But this time, he had spied on the secret of the bronze cauldron and found the path to the land of eternal life. If he missed it, he might miss it for the rest of his life. There was no need to consider. If he could go home, he would go home. No matter how difficult the problem in the upper universe was, he would lead the sect to face it head-on. Xianxia was usually very cheap and not serious, but he was never careless when it came to important matters. In fact, from the way he ordered his disciple to take care of Jia Lingyao, it could be seen that he had long been a responsible and knowledgeable patriarch. Cheap. Shameless. It was just that he deliberately showed his character. In fact, he was very mature in his heart. Go home, these 2 words kept echoing in Xianxia's ears, gradually stabilizing his originally tangled emotions. Then, he lifted his feet and walked on the road of eternal life. Outside. Xianxia's body leaned toward the bronze cauldron and the scroll. Could it be, Jian Guishu said in surprise, he wants to enter the land of eternal life? I didn't expect that the bronze cauldron not only contained the secret of the road of eternal life, but also the land of eternal life. Gu Tianqing's state of mind could not calm down. Shock still hung on his face. 1 step, 2 steps. Xianxia approached the spatial barrier engraved with the words land of eternal life. Whoosh, suddenly, he raised his right hand and clenched his fist. This action seemed to contain some kind of power that infected the disciples who were cultivating or busy in the sect. They all turned around in unison and raised their right hands in response. At that moment, there was no courtyard or mountain separating them. The disciples of the Sect of all times and Xianxia seemed to be in a parallel space, watching this last disciple go home. Junior brother Li Qingyang said, have a safe journey. Su Xiaoma, Xiao Ziji, and the others stood on the training field with bright smiles on their faces. It was a pity. Xianxia was not in the sect. No, although he was outside, he seemed to have felt it. He stopped at a mountain peak and slowly raised his fist. Thud. He stopped at the spatial barrier. One more step and he would enter the land of eternal life. Xianxia rubbed his slightly sour nose and said with a smile, "Go ahead and find a place to stay. Wait for me and the sect to arrive." "Patriarch, how long will it take?" "It should be soon." Xianxia did not know how long it would take. He might not even be able to enter the land of eternal life in his lifetime. "Invincible," Xianxia said, "no matter how long it takes, you must remember that you are my last disciple." "I understand." He took a deep breath. To be honest, his current state of mind was as uncomfortable as the patriarch's. Although they had not known each other for more than 100 years, it was not much in the long years, but he could not think about it. If he wanted to, he would not be able to leave. He suppressed his various emotions and said, without turning back, "Thank you, Patriarch, for your nurturing over the years. Thank you, fellow disciples, for your care. I, will remember it in my heart." Woo-woo. Lu Wancher leaned on Yao Menjing's shoulder and cried, "Junior brother, he left. Who will close the door in the future?" "That's right," He suddenly turned around and said, "If I leave, who will close the door?" "No. I can't leave. I have to stay and close the door." As he said that, he stepped back and stood in front of Xianxia and said with an extremely serious expression, "The sect of all times is this disciple's home. Patriarch, please allow this disciple to stay and close the door for senior brother and junior brother. I will shelter everyone from the wind and rain." "Are you sure?" "Yes." Whoosh. Whoosh, their souls returned to their bodies. The scroll on the bronze cauldron gradually dissipated and everything returned to normal. He chose to stay. Did he really think that once he left, no one would close the door? No. Many disciples were waiting to close the door. Closing the door was just an excuse for him to stay. Although he had lived in the sect of all times for less than 100 years, he had already regarded this place as his home. He liked the cute fellow disciples, the food in the cafeteria, and everything in the sect. If the scroll only gave him one chance to enter the land of eternal life, he would not have another chance if he missed it. "Then, I give up today." He turned his back to the bronze cauldron and said with a firm gaze, "I don't regret it." In fact, he used to think about a question late at night. Was it a blessing or a curse that he was forced to lower his level to 0 after snatching the 7 profound Sunglow remnant scroll? After joining the sect of all times, he finally got the answer. It was a blessing or a blessing. Some people would say that as the leader of the imaginary trio, he had always believed that the sect was related to Senior 7 Profound. Naturally, he thought that it was a blessing. Otherwise, the more he understood the sect, the more he saw himself as a part of it. He had long stopped caring about Senior 7 Profound. Even if he knew the truth, he was still willing to be the last disciple. Sect of all times. It seemed to contain some kind of magic. As long as one came into contact with it and integrated with it, anyone would be deeply infatuated with it and unable to extricate themselves. For example, Xianxia, who had been proud and aloof all his life, was now willing to go through mountains of blades and seas of fire for the sect and his fellow sect members. Night Emperor was crazy. Invincible. Although the two had different personalities, they had something in common. Before joining the sect of all times, they had always been lonely. After joining the sect, they understood trust and feelings and would be willing to sacrifice their lives for the sect. Just like what Tang Xuanzang said to Zhizun Bao, when you understand how to sacrifice your life for righteousness, you will naturally come back to sing this song with me. Xianxia understood. He had let go of the arrogance of his previous life and truly treated himself as a disciple. He understood. He had let go of the chance to enter the land of eternal life and was willing to continue standing in front of the sect to protect everyone. Shua. He raised his hand again. He lowered his head, a smile appearing on his lips as he shouted, "Sect of all times. In an instant, all the sect disciples raised their hands and shouted in unison, "Sect of all times, nice." His voice reverberated in the firmament and resounded throughout the eternal world. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianxing looked at each other. Although the two of them did not understand what nice I meant, they could deeply feel the unique culture that belonged to the sect of all times and belonged to this group of surging waves. Jun Changxiao smiled. Her smile was so serious that it was as bright as spring. His disciple had the chance to go home, but he chose to stay. How could he let him down, land of eternal life? Jun Changxiao raised his head and looked at the starry night sky. He thought to himself, I will bring the entire sect there, even if the upper universe is the end. The next day, the bronze cauldron was once again placed on the training field of the main peak. The disciples all gathered around. They had all seen the scene of the scroll appearing yesterday, so they were scrambling to discuss it. Invincible. Jun Changxiao sat in the main hall and said, How did you discover the secret hidden inside? The universe sacred war had been held 11 times. After the champions of the past obtained it, they would have plenty of time to study it. However, no one obtained it from the beginning to the end. He Wudi took it and solved it in a short while. If it was luck, it would be a bit unbelievable. But in reality, it was not luck. Instead, He Wudi grasped the mystery. This mystery was not just figured out. It could be traced back to when he entered the ancient tomb to search for the remnant scroll. I went through various mechanisms and tests and finally entered the main tomb. Not only did I obtain the remnant scroll of 7 mysterious rays, but I also saw a special pattern on the wall, He Wudi recalled. At that time, there were many experts entering the tomb. He got the remnant scroll in the fastest time and ran away. So, Jun Changxiao said, the pattern you saw was exactly the same as the one on the bronze cauldron? Yes. He Wudi nodded and said, if I did not observe it carefully, I would not have remembered it. A warrior's memory was very strong. They would not forget after seeing it, unless they could not remember it. Yesterday, when He Wudi was studying the bronze cauldron, he felt like he had seen it somewhere before. It was only when he remembered the pattern in the tomb that he realized. Actually, the two patterns were not exactly the same. There were many subtle differences. Maybe it was not a deviation. Maybe it was the correct pattern for unlocking. With this thought, He Wudi put his hand on the pattern and then explored the complicated path. In the end, he guessed right. The pattern in the bronze cauldron was actually more like a Rubik's cube. The pattern engraved on the wall of the main tomb was the complete version. Since He Wudi had seen the original, it was easy to rearrange it according to its path. Of course, the patterns on the bronze cauldron were extremely complicated. Every change would give rise to millions of patterns. So without the original to compare, it was almost impossible to decipher it by randomly piecing together the patterns. So that's how it is. Jun Changxiao understood. It was not that this disciple's luck was heaven-defying, but that he knew the correct answer in advance. Wait. Jun Changxiao said, you just said the tomb? Could it be that Senior Qishuan has already died? Maybe he died. So be it. How is that possible? Senior Qishuan has always been elusive. Almost no one in the land of eternal life has seen his real face. Everyone only knows that he broke the Qishuan light and hid it in the tomb. As for whether he is dead or alive, no one knows. Jun Changxiao was silent. There was a tomb, how could he still be alive, otherwise? In fact, in the world of high martial arts, especially the top experts, they liked to play mysterious. They liked to build fake tombs and throw all the martial arts resources inside for the fated ones to inherit. If you thought he was dead, he might still be alive. If you thought he was alive, he might have died long ago. In short, experts who had reached an extremely high level liked to deliberately mystify things to show off their identity. For example, Jun Changxiao. Sometimes, when he had nothing to do, he would think about whether he should build thousands of fake tombs and place them in various planes for future generations to find and play with. Cheap. The system had once complained. Here's the problem. Jun Changxiao said, the cauldron was left behind by Senior Qishuan, and the correct pattern was placed in the tomb of the land of eternal life. What is the meaning of this? He doesn't want anyone to crack it. the system said. The pattern in the bronze cauldron was complicated and disorderly. It was completely impossible to crack it by luck. Since no one could crack it, why leave it in the upper universe and wait for the fated ones? Or could it be? Xianxia suddenly thought of something and said in shock, the bronze cauldron and the pattern in the tomb, were they prepared for invincibility from the beginning? Wudi was a little confused. The bronze cauldron was in the upper universe, and the correct pattern was in the land of eternal life. The two belonged to different levels, and it was impossible to master them at the same time. However, Wudi entered the ancient tomb and memorized the correct pattern. In the end, because he snatched Xishuan's sunglow, he was forced to clear the lower realm and participate in the universe sacred war to obtain the bronze cauldron that needed to be cracked. Is it a coincidence? No. Wudi said firmly, this is definitely not a coincidence. The reason why I came to the lower realm and joined the Sect of all times was arranged by Senior Xishuan. The power of imagination filled his sea of consciousness. In the end, he clenched his fist and thought, since Senior Xishuan has arranged it, then I must not let him down. I will do my best to assist the Patriarch and assist the Sect of all times. The Sect of all times was the strongest imagination king. The seven profound sage left behind the bronze cauldron and placed the correct pattern in the land of eternal life. It seemed that he did not expect people from the upper universe to crack it. Here came the main point. Was this for the people from the land of eternal life, but which martial artist from the upper universe would be willing to come to the lower universe? Wudi had come. He was forced to come. And he happened to obtain the bronze cauldron and crack its mystery. Wudi could not be blamed for thinking too much. If he thought about it carefully, it was really possible. However, whether the mysteries left behind by the seven profound sage were as he thought, only the heavens would know. Xianxia did not think too much about this matter. At this moment, he was more concerned about what benefits the sect could obtain after cracking the mystery of the bronze cauldron. Invincible. Xianxia ordered, break the bronze cauldron again and see if the scroll can be activated. Yes. Wudi walked to the martial arts practice field and placed his hands on the bronze cauldron. He placed his ear on the cauldron and closed his eyes, carefully recalling the pattern in his sea of consciousness. He was like a professional thief, trying to open a safe. Buzz buzz. Pa. The hidden card seemed to fit perfectly, and the mechanism in the cauldron was broken. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. They were waiting for the magical scroll to appear. Perhaps they could enter in their soul form and admire the road to eternal life up close. In the end, they waited for nothing. Strange. Wudi said, why didn't it appear? His unlocking method was the same as yesterday. He should have successfully activated the bronze cauldron, but the scroll did not appear as expected. From the looks of it, Jian Guishu held his chin and said, it should only be activated once. Wudi's expression suddenly collapsed. Although he had announced yesterday that he would not regret staying if he only had one chance to return to the land of eternal life, the reality was really like this. He definitely could not. His heart was hurting. Goshen was also in pain. He had spent so much time leading his disciples to compete. In the end, he got the bronze cauldron as he wished, but it turned out to be a one-time use item. It was definitely a loss. Something is wrong. Suddenly, Xianxia's eyes lit up. At least we know the coordinates and the location of the path to immortality. Last night, when his soul entered the scroll, although it looked ethereal, the surrounding landscape was very real. Since he couldn't enter through the path in the scroll, he could find the path in reality. Bring me a pen. Shua. Li Qingyang brought over writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. Swish. Swish. Xianxia picked up the brush and began to draw on the paper. Apparently, he was trying to reproduce the scene in his memory. However, when he was done, Li Qingyang looked at it carefully and said, Patriarch, what did you draw? Map. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. Ryu Sinan and the other higher-ups gathered around and looked at the paper on the table. However, they were confused. From Xianxia's perspective, it was a perfectly replicated map. Although it wasn't very big, there were mountains, rivers, and forests. It gave off the feeling that my hometown. was in that village. However, from the perspective of Ryu Sinan and the others, there was nothing on the paper. Bullshit. Jun Changxiao picked it up and said, I clearly drew it. Patriarch, there is really nothing. The higher-ups and disciples said in unison. Of course, Jun Changxiao didn't believe it. He even thought that they were acting together. It wasn't until Rose of Flowers came and said that there was nothing that he realized that he was the only one who could see the pattern on the paper. He Woody could see it. However, he didn't express his opinion on the spot. Instead, he secretly said in his heart, it seems that the pattern imprinted in the sea of consciousness can only be seen by those who enter the scroll. Something was wrong again. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing had also entered. At this moment, not only could the two not see the pattern on the paper, but they couldn't even recall the scene they saw last night. If they hadn't been sure that they had entered, they might have suspected that they were suffering from intermittent amnesia. Plop. In the main hall, Jun Changxiao sat down with an abnormal expression on his face. He had originally planned to draw the road to immortality and engrave a copy for each disciple. In the future, when they traveled to other galaxies and other planes, they might accidentally discover it. Now, there was no chance at all. Patriarch. He Wudi walked in and guessed, I'm afraid this is a supernatural power set by Senior Qishuan. Only those who stay in the scroll for long enough can remember the landforms on the map. Outsiders have no right to know. The upper universe is so big. Jun Changxiao said, only you and I know how to find the same place as reality. I think so. He Wudi said with a serious expression, since Senior Qishuan left the bronze cauldron and the pattern respectively, there must be a profound purpose. What we can do is to wait and see. Maybe, it will be fine in the near future. It makes sense. Jun Changxiao was relieved. He Wudi said, the secret of the bronze cauldron has been discovered. It should be worthless. I think it can be smelted. Is ordinary material worth smelting? Jun Changxiao asked. The value of the material doesn't depend on the material itself. It depends on the maker, He Wudi said. Jun Changxiao heard this and suddenly understood. The bronze cauldron's material was indeed ordinary. It was no exaggeration to say that the same material could be found in any plane. It was definitely a common material. However, it was made by Senior Qishuan, so it was very valuable. If the host becomes the supreme master of the upper universe, years later, even the paper used to wipe one's ass will be a priceless treasure to the world, the system joked. Okay. Jun Changxiao stood up and said, send the bronze cauldron to the casting hall and let Hall Master Fan deal with it. Yes. He Wudi immediately walked out of the main hall. However, when he looked at the martial arts field, he found that the bronze cauldron was gone. Where's the cauldron? Why is it gone? He Wudi suddenly panicked. Could it be that after deciphering the profound meaning inside, the cauldron would disappear after a certain period of time? Junior brother He. At this moment, Li Qingyang passed by and said, Junior sister Lu saw that the bronze cauldron had lost its value, so she ordered people to carry it back to the cauldron. It seems that she wants to use it as a pot. Nonsense. He Wudi said with a straight face, that is a cauldron made by Senior Qishuan. Even if it has lost its original meaning, it can only be used to forge weapons and equipment. How can it be used to cook? After saying this, he hurried to the cauldron. As expected. When he came to the kitchen in the inner court, the bronze cauldron was placed in a conspicuous place. The firewood below was burning. It was obviously used as a pot. U1S1. This cauldron was very big. If it was used to steam rice, it could feed at least 10,000 people. He Wudi clutched his chest, a pained expression appearing on his face. That was a bronze cauldron made by Senior Qishuan. Being used as a pot to steam rice was simply a blasphemy to him. Hall Master Lu. He Wudi shouted. Then, the scene changed. He sat in the cauldron, picked up his chopsticks, and ate a mouthful of freshly cooked rice. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and said with a face full of happiness, delicious. The rice steamed in the bronze cauldron was really delicious. The disciples who came to the cauldron each ate a few bowls. The more they ate, the more energized and refreshed they felt. Bang! Bang! After a while, everyone's hair exploded and white smoke filled the air from inside out. At that moment, the bodies of those who ate the rice steamed in the bronze cauldron seemed to suddenly swell. Every inch of their skin seemed to split open. Even their souls flew out of the 9 heavens and merged into an unknown and sacred environment. What's the situation? Xianxia hurriedly flew in and saw the disciples sitting neatly in the cauldron. Their bodies emitted white smoke, decorating the cauldron as if it was a paradise surrounded by clouds and mist. He was stunned. P.S. Thank you to, fated to help me in need, for the inspiration. At the same time, I solemnly declare that I did not copy the book review. Sect of all times, cafeteria. At this moment, clouds and mist lingered around, making it look like a fairyland. The souls of all the disciples who had eaten the steamed rice floated beyond the 9 heavens, and they were placed in an environment that seemed both real and illusory. Gradually, they lined up neatly and sat down like old monks. Huff, huff. Huff, huff. White mist still spread out from their bodies. The souls of the disciples seemed to have been purified, and also seemed to have been elevated in some sense. Xianxia, who had rushed over, was stunned by the scene in front of him. Eating a meal. Why did he taste like he was cultivating? Patriarch. Xianxia walked out of the kitchen, wiping her hands with her apron while saying in surprise, "What's going on?" Xianxia said, "What did you feed them?" His disciple suddenly entered cultivation mode, which made him suspect that Xianxia had researched some kind of cooking that could help cultivation. Xianxia said, "The rice they eat most often." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Xianxia rubbed his chin and said, "That's strange." He also ate rice often, but he had never seen such a situation where he felt like he was in a fairyland. "Oh, right." Xianxia slapped her head and said, "The rice was steamed with a bronze cauldron." Xianxia almost fell. It was a little too much to use the treasure created by the 7 profound saint to steam rice. Wasn't the cauldron created to cook things? The system said, "What's too much about it?" Xianxia was stunned for a while, then said in realization, "That's right. Cauldron. Used to cook things. You the Great divided the world into 9 states, and ordered the 9 governors to contribute bronze to create the 9 cauldrons, which gradually became the symbol of royal power and the country's unification and prosperity. Since the original intention was to cook things, there was nothing wrong with steaming rice. Could it be, his disciple entering cultivation mode was related to the bronze cauldron? Thinking of this, Xianxia hurriedly said, "Girl, get me a bowl of rice." "Okay." Xianxia put the rice on the table. Xianxia chuckled as he ate. He didn't even take a bite of the food. How tasteless would it be to just eat rice and not eat vegetables? However, Guzu was elated as he ate. He felt refreshed. Lass. Another bowl. The rice cooked in the bronze cauldron was really fragrant. Xianxia ate a total of 4 bowls of rice before he licked off the rice grains that stuck to the corners of his mouth. Buzz, suddenly, his sea of consciousness shook. Who? Xianxia's body was surrounded by white mist. Like the disciples next to him, he sat in place, dumbstruck. His soul had already flown beyond the 9th heaven. It felt like he was riding on the clouds. His state of mind was like he was floating in the air. It was really cool. Patriarch. Xianxia shouted, "Are you okay?" Xianxia didn't answer, because at this moment, his soul had already fused into the illusory environment, and then sat cross-legged in front of the disciples. #%, a completely incomprehensible sound rang in everyone's ears like a mosquito, causing a subtle change in everyone's heart. This feeling of being in a fairyland and listening to the sound of nature lasted for 2 hours. Swish, swish, the soul returned and fused into the body. Xianxia and the disciples no longer released the mist and gradually opened their eyes. Some people's eyes flickered with excitement. Some people's eyes flickered with confusion. The reason for their excitement was that they had fused into the fairyland, listened to the celestial music, and had some kind of profound understanding of martial arts. The reason for their confusion was that although they had fused into the fairyland, listened to the celestial music, and even felt some kind of profound meaning, when they thought about it carefully, they didn't seem to have comprehended anything. Among them, the most excited was Hiwudi. At this moment, he clenched his fists and was so excited that he almost fainted. To Jun Changxiao and the disciples, it was nothing more than a fairyland with celestial music in their ears. But to him, it was equivalent to a place of eternal life. No, it wasn't a place of eternal life. To be exact, it was extremely similar. In particular, the surrounding heaven and earth attributes were infinitely similar. As for the sound similar to singing, it was the celestial music in the land of eternal life. Only by being there could one listen to it and comprehend it. To put it simply, the celestial music was equivalent to heaven and earth attributes. This kind of attribute could only be heard in the land of eternal life. If a warrior wanted to be stronger, he not only needed to absorb heaven and earth attributes, but also listen to the celestial music. In Hiwudi's understanding, after reaching the Saint realm, nearly 70% of the improvement in martial arts came from listening to the celestial music, and 30% came from absorbing heaven and earth attributes. So the celestial music was very important. Even because of the existence of this sound, the land of eternal life was the land of eternal life. Now, being in the upper universe and hearing the celestial music really made Hiwudi extremely excited and excited. What made him excited was not that he could use the celestial music to improve his cultivation, but that he could better perform the martial arts and martial arts techniques that he had cultivated. As a saint from the land of eternal life, there were countless martial arts in his mind, but because of the restriction of attributes, it was difficult to perform. Even when he entered the eternal world later and obtained higher heaven and earth attributes, he could barely perform a small part of them. For example, heaven and earth nothing. For example, 9 dragons split palm. These two martial arts not only required the blessing of higher heaven and earth attributes, but also the understanding of the celestial music. In short, it could be performed without the understanding of the celestial music. However, in terms of power, it would be greatly reduced. These two martial arts techniques were better, at least the attributes were dominant. Some special martial arts techniques had to be supported by the celestial music. Patriarch Li Qingyang, who came back to his senses, said, "I seem to have a special understanding of the 7 profound sunglow break." Me too. Su Xiaoma said. The two listened to the celestial music and seemed to have grasped something invisibly. They had a new understanding of the 7 profound sunglow break. It took time to comprehend and digest, so the two hurriedly left and entered the transcendental spacetime secret realm. Xiao Ziji, Li Fei, and the others did the same. They left the cafeteria and entered the secret realm to meditate in seclusion. As for those confused disciples, although they felt the difference in the celestial music, they didn't catch the main point, so they didn't gain anything. Invincible. Jun Changxiao said, "What's going on?" Hiwudi told him what he knew, as well as the heavenly sound. Jun Changxiao fell into a short silence, and then said with a serious expression, "That is to say, the place where our souls merged into was the land of eternal life? The whole thing is a little lacking." Hiwudi said, "It shouldn't be the land of eternal life, but the weakest area at the edge." Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. Although it wasn't the real land of eternal life, it had the attribute of strengthening the soul and the state of mind, and there was also the sound of nature. This might be the hidden value of the bronze cauldron. However, the problem came. Would it be like the scroll, a one-time use item? Jun Changxiao hurriedly ate a few more bowls of rice, but in the end, he couldn't enter the misty immortal realm, so he broke down and said, "Can I really only enter once? Maybe there's a time limit." The system said. "Right." Jun Changxiao anxiously ordered, "Girl, use the bronze cauldron to steam rice every day from now on." "Yes, sir." Lu Wancha received the order and asked weakly, "Patriarch, can I fry it, boil it, stew it?" "Use it however you want." Transcendent grade spacetime mystic realm. Li Qingyang and the others were either sitting cross-legged or standing. They were all trying to comprehend what they had learned from the heavenly music. Jun Changxiao was also present. Or perhaps his cultivation level was higher than the disciples, so he had obtained the most inspiration from the music. Swish! Swish! In his spiritual sea, a 7-colored light flashed from left to right. This was the 7 profound sunglow break. It was different from the past. The 7 lights contained a higher level of profundity and power. As long as Xianxia could completely grasp it, his martial technique would also be strengthened tremendously. So, the martial technique created during the 7 profound holy war can be activated by the heavenly music. He and his disciples had already comprehended the 7 profound sunglow break in the lower domain. Although it would be greatly improved in a plane with stronger heaven and earth attributes, it was still lacking. In fact, the frequency of usage was not as frequent as the heaven-crossing palm imprint. Now, the case was solved. This martial technique could be activated by attributes, but it could also be activated by the heavenly music. It was not impossible to activate it with heaven and earth attributes, but its power and effect would definitely be inferior to the heavenly music. Not enough. After carefully analyzing it, Xianxia shook his head and said, "It's too far away." The heavenly music he had obtained from the ethereal realm was extremely limited. It was not enough for him to upgrade the 7 profound sunglow break. Therefore, he had to go in a few more times. In this aspect, Wudi was more cunning. He did not use the heavenly music to comprehend the 7 profound sunglow break. Instead, he comprehended the 9 dragons splitting palm. After all, there was a difference between the two. The next day, early morning. First Black and Second Black shouted, "It's time to eat." Swish, the originally empty cafeteria was instantly filled with upper echelons and disciples. It was as if they were waiting for the meal to arrive so that they could occupy their seats as quickly as possible. "Line up." Second Black said, "Everyone, get a bun." There was no meat or vegetables today. There was only a big white bun. Were they full? It was not important whether they were full or not. What was important was that the bun was steamed in the bronze cauldron. Therefore, everyone ate with gusto and relished the food. Whoosh! Whoosh! After eating the bun, white mist was released from everyone's body again. They entered an environment similar to the land of eternal life. "I understand." Wudi sat down cross-legged and said excitedly, "As long as you eat the food made by the bronze cauldron, you can enter this place every day to comprehend the heavenly sounds." "You're half right." The heavenly sounds were indeed gradually ringing in his ears. However, unlike yesterday, their state of mind and soul did not fluctuate in the slightest. Instead, their muscles tightened to varying degrees, as if they were being tempered by some kind of invisible force. Could it be? Xianxia was rather surprised. Using the bronze cauldron to make different foods has different effects. In order to verify this point, Lu Wancher stewed the soup the next day. True enough. After everyone drank, they entered the ethereal immortal realm again. As they listened to the heavenly music, they felt their souls being nurtured at a deeper level. Steamed rice also had this effect, and it also had the effect of elevating one's mental state. The stewed soup was more simple, and it was aimed directly at strengthening one's soul. Naturally, the effect was more outstanding. Beep beep. Xianxia said, "I'll change it tomorrow." Change. What? Something spicy, like crayfish. All right. The next day, the spicy crayfish was out of the pot. After everyone ate it one by one, they were sweating profusely from the spiciness, and their lips were trembling from the numbness. When they entered the ethereal immortal realm, their meridians and blood seemed to be burning. For the next half a month. Every day, Lu Wancher would change her cooking method and change her food. Although the disciples' tastes changed again and again, what remained the same was that they would always enter the immortal realm to listen to the heavenly sounds, as well as various changes in their bodies. Finally, after summarizing, Xianxia roughly understood what kind of improvement would be brought about by using the bronze cauldron to cook. There was the state of mind of the soul. There was the tempering of muscles. There was the aspect of the soul. There was the blood meridians. There was the capacity of the dantian. Why not list the food to correspondingly improve? Because after Lu Wancher's test, many dishes had the same effect, such as the spicy crayfish and the spicy fish head. After entering the ethereal immortal realm, the effect was to strengthen the blood meridians. The only thing that was the same was that no matter what food was eaten, they would always hear the heavenly sounds. This seemed to be eternal. Of course. There were also regrets. He could only stay inside for 2 hours. Patriarch. After dozens of days of strict testing, He said excitedly, "We're rich." Eating the food made by the bronze cauldron every day, they could enter the ethereal immortal realm to comprehend. Although it was only for 2 hours, it was still considered a great opportunity. From another perspective, it was equivalent to entering the border of the land of eternal life every day and strengthening all aspects of the body for free for a period of time. The experts of the upper universe were still bitterly exploring the land of eternal life. Xianxia and his disciples were already able to take the express train and travel to the outskirts of the land of eternal life. Just thinking about it was exciting. This was cheating. There was no solution to it, but in reality, although everyone could enter the immortal realm every day to improve all aspects of the body, but after a month, the effect was not very obvious. Especially when they were clearly brainwashed by the immortal sounds every day, but they were still unable to strengthen their martial techniques. He said to this, "In the end, it will take time." Indeed. The food cooked by the bronze cauldron only provided them with a convenient path. As for whether there would be any substantial changes, not only did it require personal effort, it also required time. The path to becoming stronger. It never relied on cheating. If there was, it would definitely be Jun Gosheng. The daily lives of the disciples of the sect of all times were already very colorful. For example, they went to various mystic realms to cultivate, went to various training rooms to temper themselves, and went to the mission pavilion to complete missions. Now, there was one more thing, which was to find time to enter the immortal realm to comprehend. Although it was tiring, it was very happy. Ha ha ha. One day, He walked out of the spacetime mystic realm and could no longer control his emotions. The reason was that he could finally use the power of the immortal sounds to perform the 9 dragons split palm. After Xianxia heard about it, he asked, "How much can it be improved? We need to test it to know." Test it. Xianxia hurriedly ordered someone to inform Hall Master Z and ask him to spar seriously with He at the training field. No. Z waved his hands and stomped his feet. Like a child who had broken down, he howled, "Can't we find someone else for this kind of thing? Why do you always come to me?" "Because you are not human." Xianxia gave him an answer that did not even give him a chance to refute. At the training field, Purple Craggy Demon Monarch stood naked in his red underpants. Needless to say, his strength had improved during this period of time, and the lines of his muscles were more beautiful than before. He cupped his hands and said, "Hall Master Z, the power of a martial technique enhanced by the power of the immortal sounds is far beyond the attributes of heaven and earth. So, please take it seriously." Violet furrowed her brows. Whoosh, suddenly, his body was surrounded by a majestic airwave. Then, he summoned his original body and turned into a kuan that covered half of the training field. As for the red underwear, it hung on his fins. It was obvious that he was taking it seriously. "Come on." After activating his original body, Z's voice became arrogant. "Excuse me." Swoosh. He bent over and rushed over with his hands behind his back. When he stepped on the ground, he suddenly stopped in front of Z's original body. Then, he quickly formed a complicated hand seal and shouted, "Rising Dragon Lord of Lu Mountain." Roar. 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 In an instant, 9 dragons roared and shook the world. Boom, 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 plop. After a while, the trembling camera finally stabilized. The perspective moved to the training field. He stood proudly in the posture of the rising dragon fist. The Purple King returned to his human form and lay on the ground with his head tilted. The corner of his mouth squirmed and white vomit occasionally. The last disciple KO'd the spirit beast Hall Master with one punch. On the way to the medical hall, the upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all time stood on both sides and watched as Hall Master Z was carried in. Tao Hua Kuan, who was born with an extremely strong physical body, was KO'd by a single punch from his last disciple. This was really sad. There was no other way. After the 9 dragons split palm was integrated with the power of the immortal sound, it underwent a complete qualitative change, and its power skyrocketed. Not to mention the Purple King, even if it was Xianxia, he would already be lying in the intensive care unit. Awesome. He clenched his fists and said, "It's too awesome." Using the power of the land of eternal life to display martial arts, that kind of feeling was too carefree, too unsatisfied. Of course. There was a flaw. The power of the immortal sound existed in the martial artist's body and even the soul, but like the attribute in the dantian, it needed to be constantly strengthened and would be squandered. Wuti defeated Z with one punch and used up all the power he had comprehended during this period of time. If he wanted to completely recover to his previous level, then he could only continue to listen to the immortal sound. To this, Xianxia was very satisfied. As long as the disciples all condensed the power of the immortal sound and used it to strengthen the 9-dragon split palm, it would definitely be considered a trump card. At that time, when fighting with the Sky Devil Emperor, all the disciples would turn into one-punch supermen. That scene would definitely be awesome. Patriarch Wuti said, disciples' control of the power of the immortal sound is only 1%. If I can control 100% of it and add it to my martial arts, I can destroy at least half of the upper universe with one punch. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. So exaggerated? The power of the land of eternal life can destroy the entire universe system. Wuti said solemnly. The difference between the lower realm and the upper realm was the difference between the lower realm and the upper realm. Compared to the land of eternal life, one was immortal and the other was an immortal. So, Xianxia walked to the front of the hall, put his hands on his waist, and loudly encouraged the disciples, when you all master the power of the immortal sound, you can also KO Hall Master Z. Listen. No words. Under the encouragement of the patriarch, the disciples' eyes became burning, and then they began to focus on comprehending the heavenly sound. They craved power. He also yearned to KO Hall Master Z one day. Therefore, in the future, the Purple King might become the measuring tool for whether or not a disciple was strong, and whether or not he could control the power of heavenly sound. If so, please do not mourn. Ever since another use of the bronze cauldron was discovered, the disciples could be seen squatting at the entrance of the cauldron, waiting for their meals to arrive. Occasionally, they would exchange their experiences with each other. Senior brother, he is here. As soon as Wuti appeared, everyone would flock to him to ask for his heavenly voice. Don't squeeze. Ask them one by one, one by one. Sage Golingzi had fully integrated into the sect, so he was very attentive in explaining things to his fellow disciples. With such an expert from the land of eternal life as their teacher, everyone's comprehension of the power of immortal music would naturally become faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The disciples were already used to the lifestyle of entering the immortal land to comprehend the immortal music, so they were no longer as crazy as they were at the beginning. Instead, they began to gradually return to calmness. There were a few disciples eating in the cafeteria, and their conversations were all about the power of celestial music. Senior brother. A disciple whose face had "not worthy of a name" written on it said excitedly, I just found the feeling yesterday. I should be able to condense it in a few more days. Patriarch is right. As long as we are willing to work hard, we will definitely be able to grasp the power of celestial music. The disciple beside him said. Boom. Boom. At this moment, an explosion came from outside. Everyone looked towards the window and saw that on the huge martial arts field, their fellow disciples were divided into two teams and were playing football. Their eyes were filled with envy. Why were they envious? Because senior brother Xianxia, who was dribbling the ball, had a bewitching light flowing around his feet. And that was the power of celestial music that everyone was painstakingly searching for. Little Fei. Xianxia, who was dribbling the ball to the middle of the field, shouted, catch it. Bang, a huge kick was sent over. Because of the power of celestial music, the ball of happiness seemed to be enveloped in flames. It stuck close to the ground as it flew over. Everywhere it passed, there would be a deep trench. The power of this kick was very strong. Even if it was any other half-step Tianji, they would not dare to take it head-on. They were afraid that they would be killed if they were not careful. Thump, thump, thump. Li Fei ran towards the ball of happiness. Then, he jumped into the air and struck a golden hook pose. His golden right leg was instantly enveloped in a bewitching light. That's right. The power of celestial music. Bang, the ball of happiness was hit again. It was forced to change its route and fly towards the goal at a tricky angle. Please don't be fooled by these simple words. In fact, after the ball was hit by the power of celestial music, it disappeared instantly and appeared in front of the goal. Its speed was so fast that it seemed to have sneaked past in the blink of an eye. Boom! Suddenly, a pair of hands exploded with a bewitching light. Like a pair of pliers, it directly clamped the ball of happiness that was about to break through the goal. Yang Yuhua stabilized her body and a smile appeared on her face. Seeing this, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei held their heads in disappointment. From the simple kicking of the ball, it could be seen that after half a year, the core disciples and some quasi-core disciples had successfully comprehended the power of celestial music. Moreover, they could use it well in their daily life. Not only that. In the kitchen of the cafeteria, Ma Yongning used a black cloth to cover his eyes. His palm lightly touched the chopping board and suddenly slammed down. The neatly arranged vegetables immediately bounced up. When they fell down again, they were already cut into 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces. The entire process was like moving clouds and flowing water. Then, some students would ask, how did you cut the vegetables without a knife? Because of the power of celestial music. Perhaps because he was more low-key, Ma Yongning did not release the bewitching attribute openly. Instead, he used it invisibly. He even reached the realm of although there is no knife in my hand, there are thousands of knives in my heart. Uncle Ma, quickly serve the dishes. Okay. Ma Yongning removed the black cloth covering his eyes. Then, he sent the cut vegetables over to Lu Wancher. That woman was even more impressive. She did not even look and poured all the vegetables into the bronze cauldron. Then, she hugged it with both hands. The power of celestial music exploded as she shook it with all her might. There was fire in her heart and oil in her eyes. That's right. She was stir-frying. Whether or not the cauldron could be used for stir-frying did not depend on whether the spoon could be used well. It depended on the strength of the stir-fryer. The attribute from the land of eternal life could not only be used to kick a ball, cut vegetables, and stir-fry vegetables. It could also be used in other areas. For example, the members of the array hall could use it to draw lines, and the members of the forging hall could use it to forge weapons. It could be said that it was only half a year. The sect of all times had already mastered the power of celestial music and successfully used it in various areas. The benefits of this were that the disciples were stronger, the dishes were more fragrant, and the array mecha had been upgraded in all aspects. Jun Changxiao sat in the main hall and watched the bewitching light appear everywhere in the sect. A gratified smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sky Devil Emperor. Wait for me for a while more. When the time comes, you and I will have a bloody battle on the beach. Patriarch. At this moment, Li Luoqiu transmitted her voice, Yi Xingchen is in trouble outside. It had been more than half a year since the end of the universe sacred war. Jun Changxiao had been hiding in the Tianluo world. Why? He was afraid of being caught by the Sky Devil Emperor. Now he had to go out again because Yi Xingchen had run into trouble while looking for herbs. This trouble was not because of a conflict, but because he found the herbs he needed in a certain plain, but they were protected by all kinds of strange beasts. If there were only one or two, Night Emperor could easily deal with them, but there were too many of them. So he could only ask for help from the sect. Let's go. After Jun Changxiao received the news, he immediately announced, let's go to Xingchen's plain. Xiao, in an inconspicuous valley in the Tianluo world, an inconspicuous grain of sand suddenly turned into eternal, its tail spewing out flames as it rushed towards the space barrier in the sky. Is the Sky Devil Emperor outside? Gu Tianqing was worried. Jun Changxiao said calmly, if he is, Xingchen would have asked for help. Makes sense. Gu Tianqing immediately relaxed. Sure enough, Eternal flew out of the Tianluo world and merged into the universe. It was smooth sailing. Not bad. Jun Changxiao said, at least you're willing to accept your loss. In my opinion. Gu Tianqing said, the Sky Devil Emperor should have something to deal with, so he didn't pay attention to us. He guessed right, so many of his foster sons had died in the hands of the sect of all times, the Sky Devil Emperor would definitely not let it go. At first, he did wait outside the Tianlua world. As long as Xianxia appeared, he would immediately kill him. But after a few days, his backyard was on fire. It was not his backyard, but a relatively important branch that was suddenly destroyed by the Night King Alliance. Xianxia had also killed many of the Sky Devil Emperor subordinates, even killing the Gallo King, but in the end, it was just guerrilla warfare. The destruction of a branch meant that the other party was openly provoking and declaring war. Courting death. After the Sky Devil Emperor heard the news, he immediately led his subordinates to the destroyed branch. In his opinion, Xianxia was nothing more than a wretched dog. No matter how much he barked, he wouldn't be able to do anything. But the Night King Alliance was different. This organization had already become a force to be reckoned with, and they even dared to destroy his own division. If he continued to tolerate them, who knew when they would attack the headquarters, they had to be severely punished and destroyed. From another point of view, Night King Alliance's sudden attack actually made it safer for Xianxia to hide in Tianlua world. If Goxing knew about this, he would definitely sing at the top of his lungs, "A good teammate is not as good as a godly assist. An assist in a dream is fragrant." You carry the assist with you, blue sky, white clouds, green mountains, and clear water, boom, boom, in a certain dimension, in a certain primeval forest. Xianxia flew out magnificently and sunk into the mountain. His expression was hideous. The camera panned to the scene in front of him. There were no plants or rocks in this area for dozens of miles, only craters and flying dust. The space was distorted and shattered. It could be seen that this area had endured a lot of bombardment. Human. A sharp voice came from Night Emperor. You are really stubborn. The one who spoke was a huge monster that looked like a dinosaur. Its entire body seemed to be covered by a layer of glass, giving off an indestructible aura. Its two eyeballs protruded out, looking very scary. This was the Lijian glass dragon. In terms of species rarity, it was comparable to the nine-horned thundercloud dragon. This kind of monster was usually a companion beast. Just like how the 9 layers of thunder clouds nurtured the nine-horned thundercloud dragon, the Lijian glass stone nurtured the Lijian glass dragon. This kind of beast that was born with the ore had an extremely strong defense, and its strength was not bad either. It had the strength of a half-step Tianji realm human. Moreover, there was more than one. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. The ground shook, and dust flew everywhere. 8 Lijian glass dragon walked over with heavy footsteps. Their physique and aura were the same, showing that their strength should be about the same. No wonder Xianxia was beaten, no wonder he asked the sect for help. Boss. A dragon beast drooled and said, "This human's strength is not bad, his meat must be very delicious. Let me say this first, I want to eat his head. I want to eat his hand." A few Lijian glass dragons began to discuss how to eat. Xianxia clutched his chest, staring at the Lijian glass stone in the distance. This was a very important main ingredient in the miscarriage prevention formula. Therefore, knowing that it was very dangerous to be protected by 8 Lijian glass dragons, he still chose to try to snatch it. As long as he could protect his flesh and blood, even if it was a cliff leading to hell, he would jump down without hesitation. Night Emperor. A real man. It's settled, I'll eat his body, and the rest is yours. A few Lijian glass dragons finished their discussion, and then turned their ugly eyes to look. He was gone. Not good. They turned their heads and saw Xianxia turning into a stream of light, rushing toward the Lijian glass stone. On the way, a red light burst out, and the demonized Lubu appeared on the red hair. He raised his Feng Tian halberd and said coldly, "Whoever comes, dies," boom. As soon as he finished his words, a huge foot came down. Puff. Xianxia's heroic spirit was defeated, and he immediately vomited blood, but he still rushed toward the Lijian glass stone with more serious injuries. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, I must get this stone. Not to mention a few dragons, even the gods can't stop me. 1 meter. 2 meters, with the help of his terrifying will, Xianxia finally got close to the Lijian glass stone. He raised his blood-stained hands and placed them on the stone, and with a thought, he kept it in his space ring. Damn human. Don't you dare touch our treasure. The 8 Lijian glass dragons' eyes were burning with anger. Some of them spat fire, and some of them raised their feet to stomp on him. Whoosh! Buzz! The space collapsed, and the heaven and earth shook, feeling all kinds of power erupting from behind. Xianxia felt a strong sense of death. When the disciple was in a situation of imminent death, according to the author's style, Xianxia would definitely lead the crowd to come. Especially the first chapter, which focused on the power of celestial music. This chapter was just right to show off. That's right, Gosheng brought his disciple here. Whoosh! When Eternal cut through the void and entered the plane where the Lijian glass dragons lived, the heaven and earth attributes, flowers, and trees seemed to tremble. Regrettably, they were still one step too late. The tragic battle had ended, and the area where the Lijian glass stone disappeared was left with all kinds of craters from the bombardment of cannonballs and huge feet. The 8 rare dragons looked at each other, and because they were too confused, they ignored the warship that flew in. Boom! Eternal stopped in the ruins, and the cabin quickly opened. Xianxia walked out angrily, and the high-level disciples behind him were also filled with killing intent. The star map of Eternal had provided Xianxia's coordinates, but it suddenly disappeared. This made them realize that they were too late, and the star was already, Patriarch. Li Qingyang suppressed his grief and said, "Junior brother, ye should have fought here." Xianxia kept his head down until he felt Xianxia's aura on the battlefield getting weaker. He looked up with a ferocious expression and said with bloodshot eyes, "Tear them to pieces." The 8 Lijian glass dragons were so scared that their scalps almost exploded. At that moment, this human's eyes were like the eyes of the devil. Standing behind him, the group of martial artists who were gradually turning black were like the followers of the devil who walked out from hell. It's over. It's over. Xianxia came. The 8 Lijian glazed dragons were definitely going to suffer. In the worst-case scenario, he would die. However, he was still able to preserve his life because Jian Guishu had said something. Jun Patriarch. These are life-bound beasts, which are extremely precious in the upper universe. It's a pity to kill them. It's better to capture them and send them to the eternal world to nurture special ores. The place that was favorable to the glazed stones was favorable to the glazed dragons. Similarly, the place that was favorable to the glazed dragons would be favorable to the glazed stones. Xianxia adopted the suggestion of the Guishu senior. However, he could avoid death, but he could not escape punishment. As a result, the disciples of the sect of all times lined up and took turns to take care of the 8 Lijian glazed dragons with the power of Tianyin. They did not stop until they were paralyzed on the ground like dead dogs. Stomp! Xianxia stepped on the face of a dragon beast and roared, "Where are my disciples?" The Lijian glazed dragon had already known that Xianxia was with this group of people. Because the clothes they wore were very similar, it said weakly, "That human suddenly disappeared." Disappeared? Yes, yes. The dragon beast hurriedly said, "He just disappeared into thin air." Just now, they were going to tear Xianxia apart and eat him separately, but he suddenly disappeared. Otherwise, they would not have stood there in a daze for a long time. Patriarch. At this time, Li Qingyang stood in front of the glazed stones, pointed to the bloody handprints on it, and said, "It's junior brother Ye's blood." P.S. The previous chapter said that Xianxia was put into the space, but it had been changed. In fact, before Xianxia could be put into the space, he had disappeared into thin air. Xianxia came over, looking at the 2 pairs of bloody handprints. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to the scene where Xianxia snatched the medicinal materials and was seriously injured. The anger and killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. Alas! Gu Tianqing shook his head and said, "This is Lijian-colored glazed stone, the most important main ingredient in the prescription. That child must be too impatient and acted before we arrived." Xianxia waved his hand and collected the herbs. Then, he turned around and dragged the green dragon crescent blade towards the Lijian glazed dragon step by step. His eyes gradually darkened. "You hurt my disciple. She caused him to disappear again. If I don't chop you into pieces today, how can I vent the anger in my heart?" Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu hurriedly advised, "Calm down. Calm down. Child, your disciple might have been rescued by an expert." Our top priority is to find him as soon as possible, Gu Tianqing said. Yes. Jun Changxiao said, hurry up and find them. Swish, swish, in the next second, starry sky battleships appeared in the eternal world, breaking through the space barrier and flying in all directions of the universe. It was a pity. After a few days of searching, there was no news. Jun Changxiao was burning with anxiety and restlessness. He went to the pagoda of confinement again and again to ask the 8 dragon beasts if they had harmed his disciple. The answer he received was that they had indeed disappeared into thin air. Area. Serve these bastards well. Yes, master. After Jun Changxiao left the pagoda of confinement, Arya faced the camera and put on white gloves, a white mask, and a white coat. Zhao Daodu and Dai Lu stood aside like 2 door gods. One was responsible for passing the whip, and the other was responsible for passing the candle. Their eyes could not hide their excitement. Ding, your friends, the prison trio, are online. Feng Wanli, who was locked in the prison, saw the serious and excited faces of the 3 and suddenly shivered unconsciously. Slap, slap. Ah ah ah. The torture began and the howls sounded. Feng Wanli had prepared himself mentally, but when he heard the miserable screams of the 8 dragon beasts, he was still so shocked that his head was about to explode. Speak or not? Speak or not? Ah. Speak. Speak, Arya stopped and put her hands on her waist. Her almond-shaped eyes widened as she said, my cute brother Xingchen, did you kill him? No. No. Slap slap slap. One of the dragon beasts could not bear the pain from the inside out. His mind suddenly became clear. When the other party waved the whip again, he hurriedly said, when that guy disappeared, I smelled the scent of Zen. Yes, yes. I smelled it too. The few dragons held one after another. They did not care about their dignity anymore. Scent of Zen? Feng Wanli, who was squatting in the prison, muttered in his heart, could it be, Sect of all times? Jun Changxiao sat in the main hall, his chin resting on the back of his hand. His brows were furrowed. Jun Patriarch, don't worry. Jian Guishu said, your disciple might have been saved by a passing expert. He had seen the scene. Although there were traces of a fierce battle, it was not enough to wipe out Yi Xingchen, so the life-bound beast should not be lying. He had indeed disappeared into thin air. There were only 2 possibilities for him to disappear. First, he had used a secret technique to escape in a moment of crisis. Second, he had been saved by an expert, intentionally or unintentionally. Yi Xingchen's bloody handprints were left on the Lijian glazed stone, which proved that he was determined to get it. Therefore, it was basically impossible for him to escape, so the only possibility was that he had been saved. Senior. Jun Changxiao said, do you know who it is? I don't know. Jian Guishu shook his head. Jun Changxiao was instantly depressed. However, Jian Guishu said solemnly, to be able to take a living person away in front of 8 Lijian glazed dragons without anyone noticing, the person's strength should not be below mine. Oh? Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. This information was very important, because in the upper universe, there were definitely only a handful of warriors who were stronger than Jian Guishu. Patriarch. Ryu Sinan said worriedly, could it be the Sky Demonic Emperor? I think so too, Jian Guishu said. That's impossible. Jun Changxiao said, if it's him, shouldn't he be killed immediately? Jian Guishu said, the Sky Demonic Emperor is an ambitious person, and he especially pays attention to cultivating his minions. I'm worried that he will take a fancy to your sect's disciple and then forcibly control him in some way. Smack, Jun Changxiao slammed the table and stood up, roaring angrily, how dare he? Of course. Jian Guishu said, I'm just guessing. Maybe some big shot happened to pass by and saved your sect's disciple along the way. I hope so. Jun Changxiao sat down, his face full of worry. Jian Guishu's guess just now had completely confirmed his thoughts. He even began to imagine that the Sky Demonic Emperor had brainwashed Yi Xingchen, and then one day, he would cold-bloodedly raise his sword to his fellow sect members. The plot of leaving the sect in the future was already brain-dead enough. There must not be an even more brain-dead plot, quarreling among fellow sect members really increased feelings. Fellow sect members turned against each other and killed each other. No matter what the reason was, in a serious and hot-blooded sect novel, it was definitely feeding the reader shit. So, Master. Just as Xianxia was about to break down, Aria's voice came, I have a clue. Swoosh, Xianxia hurriedly merged into the Tianyuan prison pagoda. The 8 pocket-sized dragon beasts were tightly huddled together, so pitiful that it made one's heart ache. Xianxia didn't care about them. Instead, he looked at Feng Wanli who was hanging in midair and asked rather puzzledly, Aria, why are you serving him? Patriarch. Dailu explained, when I was serving these dragons just now, I found that there was something wrong with this guy's eyes. So I served him too. Aria raised her small head and said. And the result? Xianxia asked. Aria looked at Feng Wanli who was hung up and said, do you want to speak, or should I? I'll speak. Feng Wanli said with a pained expression, your disciple may have been taken away by my master, Night King? Xianxia frowned. Damn. The system broke down, the disciple's disappearance hasn't even been a chapter and the case has been solved? What af** king shame. In an antique room, Xianxia slowly woke up from his coma. Swish, after regaining his senses, he suddenly stood up, and his gaze gradually turned sinister. Wasn't I snatching the glass stone? Why am I lying on the bed like a fragment, here? Where is this place? Creak, at this moment, the door was gently pushed open. A woman who still retained her charm walked over and sat down on a chair. She very naturally used her hand to tuck the hair in front of her shoulder and smiled. You're awake? This woman was very beautiful. Her face was like jade, and her skin was so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. There were no flaws at all. However, in front of one of the 2 super straight men in the sect of all times, Xianxia, the other party only had a graceful figure. As for her impeccable face, it was like a blank slate. Who are you? Zhongli Zian. I don't know you. Don't you know me now? Zhongli Zian was smiling from beginning to end. Her smile was so captivating. If it was Little Doe or any other normal martial artist, they would have been overjoyed. Xianxia's expression didn't change. He said coldly, you saved me? His memory stopped at the moment when he was about to put the glass stone into his spatial ring. At the same time, a few dragon beasts rushed over and the situation was critical. I don't have that much ability. Zhongli Zian smiled. The one who saved you is my alliance master. Alliance master? Xianxia asked, who? Night King. Zhongli Zian said. Hearing these 2 words, Xianxia's expression instantly stiffened. Ever since he saw the scene of the future in the cave, he had always been conflicted about this name. Now, he was actually saved by him. Could it be that the future was going to be revealed step by step? In the end, he would have to leave the sect of all times and live with that woman forever? Xianxia clutched his chest. If it was before, he would definitely firmly deny it. But now, he didn't express his opinion. It seemed that he was wavering. What made Xianxia waver wasn't Jia Lingyao, but the child in her belly. Blood was thicker than water. Little fellow. Zhongli Zian smiled. The alliance head is waiting for you. Follow me to the main hall. Should I go or not? Xianxia was struggling internally. The fearless him was now especially afraid. He was afraid of what would happen in the future. He was afraid that he would slowly walk down the path of no return and leave the sect of all times. Zhongli Zian seemed to have seen through Night Emperor's thoughts and said, some things are destined to be unchangeable. Since we've come this far, the only thing we can do is face it calmly and not be overly cautious. That makes sense. Xianxia relaxed. When he walked out of the room, he realized that he was in a moving mountain, surrounded by extremely tall buildings. That was right. This was the headquarters of the Night King Alliance. The reason why the mountain moved was because of the mountain-moving black tortoise. Strangely enough, Xianxia was no stranger to him. In fact, he felt a little familiar. He thought to himself, maybe it's because of what I saw in the illusion. Night King Alliance Hall. In terms of scale, it was much more luxurious than the sect of all times. Yi Xingchen walked in. He could no longer calm down because the decorations inside were no different from what he saw in the illusion. Zhongli Zian didn't follow him in. Thus, he was the only one in the hall. The atmosphere was so quiet that he could even hear the sound of breathing. "You're here?" Just as Yi Xingchen was looking around, a gentle voice came from behind him. He didn't turn around and calmly said, "I'm here." "Are you familiar with this place?" "Yes." "Are you curious why it's so familiar?" "If nothing unexpected happens, I will soon replace you and sit on your chair." At this point, Yi Xingchen finally turned around and looked at the mysterious masked man sitting on the Alliance head's throne. Their gazes met and the atmosphere became even more silent. "Haha." Night Emperor raised his head and laughed. "It seems like you've already been to the Sky Spill world and obtained the memories left there." "You left it?" Yi Xingchen frowned. "No." Night Emperor was silent for a moment. "You left it." "Me?" Yi Xingchen was stunned. Night Emperor stood up and walked down from below. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Yi Xingchen and looked out the door. Song Ocean has 32 spirit seeds. One of them is the spirit of time and space. It can peer into the past and future. "What do you mean?" Yi Xingchen didn't understand. "I have a close friend who once fused with the most heaven-defying spirit seed in the upper universe," Night Emperor said. "A friend from nothing?" Yi Xingchen said indifferently. Night Emperor didn't mind the other's mockery and continued, "He's a proud person, but his talent is extraordinary. In just 10,000 years, he entered the Fate Realm." Yi Xingchen was silent. 10,000 years to enter the Fate Realm. It was indeed worth bragging about. Counting the time, Night Emperor had been reborn for less than 100 years. Wasn't it even more exaggerated that he had reached the half-step? He didn't think so. Because in this life, he had been able to improve so quickly, all because of the sect and the patriarch. If it weren't for these factors, he would probably still be trying to break through to the Martial King or Wu Huang in the lower world. "Your close friend can't be me, right?" Yi Xingchen knew himself quite well. Just the fact that he was a proud and aloof person was enough to make a connection. "That's right." Night Emperor said, "It's you." Yi Xingchen wasn't surprised. In fact, after entering the very familiar hall, he had already prepared himself. No matter what secret he learned, he would remain calm, unless he couldn't help it. Later, Night Emperor continued, "My close friend wasn't satisfied with the status quo. He wanted to pursue higher things, so he began to use the spirit of time and space to peer into the future, hoping to be enlightened. What a pity. Although the spirit seed is powerful, every time it is used, its lifespan will decrease until one day it runs out of oil." "Died?" "Yes." Yi Xingchen was speechless. Entering the divine realm didn't mean absolute immortality, but at least one could live for a very, very long time. This kind of method of playing oneself to death was too amazing. "Fortunately," Night Emperor said, "he still has the spirit of reincarnation." Yi Xingchen said in surprise, "He fused with 2 spirit seeds?" As far as he knew, apart from the sect master, everyone could only inherit one spirit seed that existed in the upper universe. "That's right." Night Emperor nodded. "Heh." Yi Xingchen said, "Your friend isn't simple. I forgot to tell you." Night Emperor said, "He fused with a total of 10 spirit seeds. The other 8 are the spirit of evil, the spirit of fire soul, the spirit of space, the spirit of 5 thunder, the spirit of sand, the spirit of withering glory, the spirit of purgatory, and the spirit of frost." Yi Xingchen opened his mouth and widened his eyes. He had prepared himself, but this time, he couldn't help it, one person. 10 spirit seeds. Even the patriarch wasn't so freakish. What a pity. Night Emperor shook his head. Because he tried to pry into the secrets of the heavens, he was severely punished. After his death, all 10 spirit seeds left him and became ownerless again. I don't know if anyone else has inherited them after all these years. Yi Xingchen fell silent. Of the 10 spirit seeds, 2 were inherited by the patriarch, 1 by Gu Zhaoxi, 1 by Ryu Sinan, 1 by Gong Sun Ho, and 1 by second senior brother. If he took the rest, it would be the same as the sect of all times taking them all. After saying so much, you should understand now, right? I'm your friend. I have 10 spirit seeds. Xianxia lowered his head and walked forward. He stopped in front of the Alliance leader's throne and said, I'm still Knight Emperor. That's right. The person said, You're Knight Emperor. I'm Knight Emperor. Who are you? Xianxia said with a dark expression. The person stood in place, slowly removing the mask on her face. You can call me Jia Lingyao, or Empress Lingyao. When the woman took off her mask, her voice changed from weathered to light and mellow. As expected. As long as she didn't reveal her true face, the chances of her being a woman were very high. For example, Shi Jingxian had been Gu Hongzhenren's disciple. Please, can't you do something else? Whoosh, Xianxia turned around, shock in his eyes. The woman who had revealed her true face looked a lot like Jia Lingyao and Empress Lingyao, as if she was a combination of the two. However, her eyes were dim and her face was unusually pale. At first glance, she looked malnourished, but upon closer inspection, she looked like she was nearing the end of her life. Trust yourself. Get rid of it. The woman was at the end of her tether, and her breathing was ragged. She tried to put on a charming smile. Are you surprised? Xianxia's expression was unreadable, but he was more shocked than anything else. He was already having a hard time suppressing the fact that he was the Night King. Now that he had seen the fake Night King's true face, he was even more shocked. You, Xianxia said in a low voice, who is it? Lingyao, who has been by your side all this time, through life and death with you, the woman said. Xianxia's eyes flashed with murderous intent again. She was too much like Empress Lingyao, and so new and old grudges came to the fore. I know you hate me, Lingyao said. Lingyao replied, but please forgive me for my selfishness and stubbornness for having accompanied you for so long. Her voice sounded more and more like Empress Lingyao. Slap, Xianxia rushed down and grabbed her by the neck. He said angrily with a murderous aura, don't try to play tricks here. He felt that killing Empress Lingyao in the upper realm was not that simple. Now that he had encountered her again, there must be a conspiracy. Perhaps that woman was not dead at all. Every step was planned by her in advance. In order to obtain the Taishan Sutra, she had cruelly killed herself. In order to ascend to the upper realm, she had lied to the 9 great emperors. In Xianxia's heart, Empress Lingyao was a vicious woman who was good at scheming and would do anything. I don't have much time. Lingyao, who was bound, did not resist. Can you let me explain? She said weakly. Like begging, like pleading. Strangely enough, Xianxia, who was originally extremely angry, suddenly felt a trace of softness in his heart, and the strength in his hands gradually weakened. In the past, you knew that divining the future would consume your lifespan, but you still did it without hesitation. Do you know why? Lingyao asked. Why? I found an opportunity to break through to a higher level. What opportunity? When Xianxia asked this, a bitter look appeared on Lingyao's face. She said, I accompanied you for hundreds of thousands of years. I thought we were the closest, but there were some things that you never told me. It was as if you treated me as an outsider. Of course I have to be on guard against a scheming woman, Xianxia said calmly. After you were reborn, you forgot everything. I don't blame you for saying this. Lingyao looked at him and said, but remember, I, Lingyao, have schemed against many people in my life, but I have never schemed against you, the Night Prince. Empress Lingyao, what did Jia Lingyao say? Xianxia's face darkened as he asked, don't tell me that it was just your avatar and everything was just a test. They are not my avatars, Lingyao said. Lingyao replied, they are people of flesh and blood, and have their own thoughts. Do you think I will believe that? Xianxia was certain that Empress Lingyao and Jia Lingyao were her avatars. Everything had been part of her plan, part of her scheme. The 32 spirit seeds of the Xianxia school were created by the heavens and earth. One of them was born with 2 types of souls. Although they are not separate, they are independent of each other. That is why it is called the spirit of soul restoration, Lingyao said. Xianxia frowned. That's right. Lingyao said, I inherited the spirit seed. Xianxia said with a straight face, so it's different from an avatar? Lingyao did not answer the question. Instead, she said to herself, you used your lifespan to divine the future again and again until one day you found an opportunity to break through to a higher level. When you realized that you did not have much time left, you chose to reincarnate. Xianxia was stunned. So it was not that her lifespan had run out, but that she had committed suicide. You, the Night King, chose to end your own life in order to become stronger, but did you ever consider your friends and family? Did you ever consider me? When Xianxia said this, her tears flowed uncontrollably. Although it had happened a long time ago, it was still unforgettable. When he came to the secret room as usual and saw the cold corpse, the pain in his heart was intense. You left just because you said so. Xianxia said sorrowfully, when did you ever consider my feelings? No. You never considered others. In your heart, martial arts were always more important than anything else. Even if it was the Night King alliance that you personally established, even if it was the subordinates who fought with you on the battlefield, you could abandon them all and pursue a higher level without hesitation. When Xianxia heard this, he tightened his grip and said coldly, your so-called explanation is to criticize me? You are selfish, you are heartless, you have no sense of responsibility. Xianxia laughed as she cried, and said, but I still love you. Isn't that silly? She had described the Night King as a close friend, but true love was more accurate. However, this love was one-sided. Even if it had always been by his side, taking care of the internal affairs of the organization without complaint. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was a bit like June Changxiao and Rose of Flowers. The latter had always taken care of the sect without asking for anything in return. But, from what he knew so far, Goxing was ultimately more reliable than the Night King. At least he wasn't so selfish and heartless, and had even begun to take on the responsibility of a husband. After you were dismembered, I met Wei Buzi. Xianxia controlled her emotions and said, he told me that with your personality, no matter how many times you were reborn, you would not change, unless someone was willing to sacrifice themselves to help you change yourself. Here came the main point, Xianxia continued, I used your corpse as the eye of the formation to set up the karmic reincarnation array, and forcibly dismembered the spirits of the resurrected souls, so that they would intersect with you after reincarnation, forming a karmic connection. This was in hopes of changing your extremely short-sighted, cold-blooded, and heartless personality. Empress Xianxia was killed by you. Which means that she still failed. Xianxia's face darkened. To change his cold-blooded and heartless personality, she had deliberately stabbed him in the back. Was this not a deliberate attempt to kill him? Empress Xianxia may have inherited half of my soul, but after being separated from my body, she is no longer under my control. She is herself, and has her own thoughts and ideas, Xianxia said. Xianxia's face was cold. She must have inherited your schemes as well. I don't deny that, Xianxia said. But Jia Xianxia inherited the other half of your soul, and does not know how to scheme. I hope you will treat her well in the future. At the mention of Jia Xianxia, Xianxia thought of the child in his womb, and his face gradually twisted. It was clear that he was very conflicted. At that moment, Xianxia's body gradually faded, and then she laughed. My soul has been separated into two independent living beings. I've actually died long ago, and I've only been relying on a secret technique to survive, leading them forward as the Night King. I'm tired. Now that you're finally here, I have no more regrets. Xianxia let go of her. She had faded, and he could no longer catch her. Night King. Xianxia's face gradually cracked. She tiptoed and leaned over, forcing a smile. Before I leave, can I hug you? Xianxia's heart suddenly felt like it was being pricked by needles. He did not speak, nor did he refuse. Unfortunately, Xianxia's body had completely faded, and when she tried to hug Xianxia, she passed through his body. She stood behind him in a daze, and her eyes were filled with disappointment. Perhaps it's my fate to never have you. Her body collapsed and turned into starlight. Under the heavens, all lands belong to the king, and all the people on the shores of the land are the king's subjects. This is the great promise you once made, and I will always watch from the heavens. The starlight gradually faded, and so did her voice until it completely disappeared. Xianxia clutched his chest, and a pained expression appeared on his face. Then, he turned around and walked too. the luxurious chair, and sat down steadily. Swoosh, swoosh, in an instant, the Night King Alliance's leaders, who had been lined up neatly outside the hall, bowed and shouted, "Welcome back, Night King. We pledge our lives to follow you through fire and water. P.S. Empress Lingyao's trap was set today." Actually, she had already thought about it after she died. As for whether it was reasonable or not, that's up to me. When Xianxia sat down, the entire Night King Alliance cheered. Even the giant turtle stopped and lowered its head in worship. Their king. After countless years, he had finally returned. Ah! Xianxia, who was sitting on the Alliance Master's throne, held his head and screamed in pain. The memories buried deep in his soul surged out like a flood. Those were fragments of memories and scenes that completely recorded the various experiences of his previous life. He, the Night King. He had broken through to the Heaven's Legacy realm in 10,000 years. During that time, he had fused with 10 spirit seeds. Later, he had been unwilling to stop and had continued to deduce the future. When he had found a way to break through to a higher level, he had chosen to commit suicide without hesitation. He had abandoned his family. He had abandoned his subordinates. He had abandoned the woman who had accompanied him for hundreds of thousands of years. After countless reincarnations, he had been reborn on the falling star continent. These were the memories Xianxia had obtained. He had realized that if Lingyao had not forcefully established a karmic relationship with him and appeared as Empress Lingyao, he might have continued to reincarnate until he found a chance to break through to a higher level. I understand. The pain subsided and the Night King said seriously, "I've been reborn more than once." Yes. He had been reborn many times. As for Xianxia, he was just a character who had been reborn countless times. According to the plan before committing suicide, any character would start from nothing and become powerful until their lifespan ran out and they were reborn again. Lingyao. Xianxia said, "My goal was not to find a chance, but to find a chance through reincarnation." Back then, he had used the spirit of time to deduce the future. Every time he felt like he was about to touch something, he would be blocked by a wall with the words, "Life is death, death is life." At that time, as the Night King, he had fallen into obsession and even became extreme. In the end, he thought that he had to experience life and death again to understand it. So, he had decisively killed himself. Too stupid, Xianxia said. His future self's evaluation of his past self hit the nail on the head. Perhaps some of you might not understand, but as the class representative, I'll summarize it briefly. The Night King pursued a higher realm and chose to reincarnate continuously. If there had been no accidents, he would have continued on. But Lingyao had made use of the karma reincarnation array to forcefully integrate the spirit of the resurrected soul into the other party's life, and then, she had stabbed him. Well done. All of a sudden, chaos ensued. Lingyao forced herself into my life with another identity. Although she changed her original plan, she also inadvertently allowed me to join the Sect of all times, Xianxia thought to himself. Seizing Painia's body and being forced to join the Sect was not part of the plot. But, Xianxia clenched his fists and said with excitement in his eyes, "Perhaps this is the opportunity that I've been searching for after countless reincarnations." In that case, Lingyao had sacrificed her cultivation and forced herself into his life. What did she get in return? To be honest, from her perspective, she didn't get anything. Even when her soul dissipated, she didn't even get to hug him. However, in the grand scheme of things, because Empress Lingyao had stabbed the Night Emperor, the plot had changed. After meeting Xianxia and joining the Sect of all times, his personality had slowly changed. Just as Wei Buzi had said. No matter how many reincarnations the Night Emperor went through, he would not change his personality. Unless someone was willing to sacrifice themselves. Lingyao had chosen to sacrifice herself, so he had changed. Of course. It couldn't be said that he didn't get anything. At least, when Xianxia regained his memories of his past life, he remembered how this woman had cared for him in every possible way. Guilt rose in his heart. Especially when he thought of Jia Lingyao, his attitude changed. If it had been before, Xianxia would have asked Xianxia whether he wanted to save the woman or the child. He would definitely choose to save the child. Now that he was asked, he would definitely choose to save both. Some people would say that Empress Lingyao would be forcefully cleansed just like that. In reality, Empress Lingyao was Empress Lingyao. Although she had half of Lingyao's soul, she was still an independent living being. And she had died long ago. More accurately, she had completed her mission. As the creator, Lingyao had also completed her mission when she separated her soul from her body. Both were the cause of karma. The other half of her soul, Jia Lingyao, was the cause of karma. I'm sorry. The more he searched through his memories, the more guilty Xianxia felt. I was too much of a bastard, he said to himself. I neglected everyone in pursuit of martial arts. This will never happen again. I will use my life to protect Jia Lingyao. It was over. This was about to connect with the future he'd seen. Sect of all times disciple Xianxia entered the disconnect countdown. If Lingyao could hold on a little longer and hear what he was thinking, she wouldn't be depressed or helpless when she left. Instead, she would be relieved and happy. My king. The Night Emperor walked into the hall and cupped his hands. The Celestial Demon Emperor has brought disaster to the universe. Please show us the way. Seeing these people who had fought alongside him on the battlefield, Xianxia felt even more guilty. It was all thanks to Lingyao's leadership. Otherwise, this organization would have lost its leader and become a speck of dust in history. Is there a way? Xianxia clasped his hands together and said solemnly, there is. Everyone grew excited. Whoosh, Xianxia stood up, the aura of someone who had been in power for a long time erupting. From today onwards, the Night Emperor Alliance will be part of the Sect of all times. We will listen to June Patriarch's orders. No one is allowed to resist. Crack, the atmosphere froze. The Night Emperor Alliance's upper echelons were all listening attentively, but their leader wanted them to be part of the Sect of all times. This was completely unexpected. My king. Zhongli Zian said. The Sect of all times might be in cahoots with the Celestial Demon Emperor. They even captured Elder Feng. At this point, she shut her mouth because Xianxia looked over coldly and said, this is my order. All you need to do is to obey. Very strong. Very much like the Night Emperor. Yes. Everyone said in unison, but they were puzzled. Why would the once proud and arrogant Night Emperor be willing to be under someone else? Because he was both the Night Emperor and Xianxia. Or perhaps, the real Night Emperor had died long ago. Although he had regained his memories, he was still Xianxia, a disciple of the Sect of all times, just like how Lingyao was already dead. Although Jia Lingyao had half of her soul, she was still a new life form. Let's go. Xianxia stood up and said, follow this king to the Sect of all times. Being in such a hurry was only one of the reasons. The other was that he was worried about Jia Lingyao. Goxing's attitude toward the rows of flowers had slowly changed. From being insincere at the beginning, to secretly helping to prune the roses, to finally being honest. What about Xianxia? After understanding the cause and effect, his attitude toward Jia Lingyao did a 180-degree turn. If he had to give a reason, it would be that he had let Lingyao down in his previous life. In this life, he couldn't let down the remaining half of her soul. I love this woman. Boom, boom, suddenly, a violent explosion came from the outside, and the whole hall was on the verge of collapse. The camera panned outside. Huge battleships appeared out of thin air and quickly formed an inescapable net, completely sealing off the entire mountain. There were so many of them that it could be called grains of sand in the Ganges. Night King Alliance. A sinister voice resounded through the sky. Immediately remove them from the upper universe. Not good. The higher-ups of Night King Alliance were shocked. It's the Celestial Demon Emperor. Whoosh, whoosh, in an instant, the members of the Night King Alliance all moved and gathered at the training ground. They were on guard as if they were facing a great enemy. Roar, the mountain-moving Saint Turtle raised its head and roared. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz, the defensive barrier that had been weakened by the bombardment became solid again. A strong murderous aura gathered in the entire plain, indicating that a fierce battle was about to take place. As the main character of this book, Jun Changxiao was on his way. Xiao, Eternal flew at full speed in the endless universe. Where were they going? Night King Alliance. From Feng Wanli's words, Jun Changxiao could basically confirm that Xianxia was kidnapped by some Night King. What if he was saved? The system asked. Impossible. Jun Changxiao swore, I captured the protector of Night King Alliance, would they be kind enough to save him? Even if they did, they must have other intentions. The system said, that makes sense. It was rare for him to guess correctly and not be slapped in the face, but in the end, he was led into a ditch by Go Sheng. Sure. Jun Changxiao sneered, you don't plan to use money to ransom him, but instead kidnap my disciple, are you planning to use him as a bargaining chip? He was sure that Night King Alliance kidnapped Xianxia, not saved him. This was measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Of course, Go Sheng was no stranger to extortion, and almost never failed. If the other party really wanted to use his disciple as a bargaining chip, he would definitely consider it seriously. Jun Patriarch. Gu Tianqing said solemnly, if we go this time, it won't be easy to negotiate, I'm afraid there will be trouble. To put it bluntly, it meant that there would be a fight if they went. Uncle, don't worry. Jun Changxiao clasped his fingers together and said proudly, my sect of all times is afraid of anything, but not fighting. Gu Tianqing was speechless. Night King Alliance has always been fighting against Sky Demon Emperor, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Actually, we don't have to be so stiff, why don't we work together to fight against the demon that is harming the universe? As long as they are willing to join the Jun Alliance, I will treat them as friends. Jun Changxiao said. How can they join the Jun Alliance after torturing their protector to the point where he is better off dead? Host, stop dreaming. The system mocked, besides, Night King is not an ordinary person, why would he be willing to lower himself to others? As long as there was a good opportunity, the system would mercilessly mock him. Although it was mostly slapped in the face, it had already become a habit. Face. Whatever. However. You can't take that away from me. Even though she knew that she would be slapped in the face, she still insisted on sticking her face close to his. Patriarch. Shangguan Xinyao, who was in charge of piloting Eternal, brought out the star map and said with a solemn expression, there is a sudden surge of energy in the star field ahead. Oh? Jun Changxiao got up and walked over. From the star map, it could be clearly seen that the weak energy was rippling, wave after wave, becoming clearer and denser. What did it mean? There should be a relatively large energy source ahead. Because the commotion was too great, it spread even further and was caught by Eternal. Can you determine the distance? No. Jun Changxiao rested his chin on his hand. Since he couldn't determine the distance, it meant that they were very far away from each other. Clearly, frequent energy fluctuations had been detected. Could it be that there were powerhouses comparable to an army fighting in that star field? Go around it, Jun Changxiao said. He was in a hurry to get to Night King Alliance, so he definitely wouldn't go there just to watch the show. We can't go around it. Shangguan Xinyao shook her head and said, the energy fluctuation area is on the route we have to pass. Jun Changxiao said helplessly, then try not to be discovered, lest we get into trouble. Yes. Whoosh, Eternal was like a lone boat in the sea, quickly merging into the waves formed by the weak ripples. However, as they got closer, the intensity and frequency of the energy fluctuations increased. A fierce battle. Jian Guishu said, could it be two top planes fighting? Jun Changxiao was tempted. He really wanted to see the scene of top planes fighting. However, he still had to rescue Xianxia, so he could only suppress his curiosity and ask, how long until we reach Night King Realm? Estimated, Shangguan Xinyao suddenly stopped talking, her delicate fingers tapping on the projection keyboard, and the star map was enlarged infinitely. After confirming something, she said in surprise, Patriarch, the energy is coming from the star field we are heading to. Oh? Jun Changxiao asked curiously, is Night King Alliance fighting with someone else? Night King is a mysterious person, and his strength is unfathomable. No plane or force in the upper universe dares to offend him, unless. Jian Guishu said with a serious expression, Celestial Demon Emperor. That's interesting, Jun Changxiao said. He had a grudge with Celestial Demon Emperor and Night King Alliance, so he would be happy to see them fight. Perhaps he could even fish in troubled waters if he rushed over. Drive faster. Gosheng said, let's go watch the show. Whoosh, Eternal continued forward, and as it got closer, the image captured by the star map became clearer. Damn. The upper echelons and disciples in the cockpit all gathered around, their faces filled with shock. On the map screen, they could clearly see the traces of battleships in the universe. 1, 2, several thousand of them. Xianxia's expression turned serious. Just from the traces alone, he could imagine that there were at least 1,000 battleships, and the scale was not inferior to Celestial Demon Emperor's destruction of Gu Shenyuan realm. Looks like, Jian Guishu said in a deep voice, Celestial Demon Emperor is determined to destroy Night King Alliance. Jun Changxiao, who had wanted to watch the show, suddenly became worried. Celestial Demon Emperor had sent out so many battleships. It would be terrible if Yi Xingchen was hurt. Hurry! Hurry! Jun Changxiao urged Shangguan Xinyao to speed up. Boom, at this moment, a deafening explosion came from outside. From the cockpit window, they could clearly see a huge cloud of fire rising abruptly and gradually forming the shape of a mushroom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, in an instant, a gust of wind as sharp as a knife swept over, carrying violent energy ripples. Jun Changxiao and the disciples were all dumbfounded. An explosion of this level was simply too shocking. While everyone was shocked, only Shangguan Xinyao remained absolutely calm. She immediately waved her right hand and turned the steering wheel like an experienced driver. Whoosh, as the gust of wind roared like a beast, Eternal suddenly drifted from its extreme speed and then flew diagonally to the side, engaging in a race of life and death with the powerful ripples. At this moment, I am willing to call Shangguan Xinyao Mount Akina race god. Whoosh, Eternal went all out, racing against time, racing against the collapse of the sky and the earth. Fortunately, it was at the edge of the explosion. Fortunately, the battleship had been modified many times and its performance had greatly improved. In the end, it successfully flew out of the shockwave's range and then with an extremely elegant movement, steadily stopped in space. Everyone stand up, pour a cup of cappuccino for the race god. However, when Eternal came to a stop, the people in the cockpit were scattered in all sorts of strange postures. Some of their faces were stuck to the wall, some of their butts were stuck to other people's faces. The situation was very chaotic. Aya! Su Xiaoma cried out, my butt. Eternal suddenly made a big turn and he was sent flying, then he sat on someone's face. It should have been soft, but it was like hitting a steel plate, and there were even thorns. Damn you! Jun Changxiao pushed Su Xiaoma's butt away and squinted at the cockpit window. He saw two figures in the boiling mushroom cloud in front of him. One of them was the demonic emperor, the other, looking at the familiar figure, Gosheng thought for a while and said in surprise, Zhang-san? Jun Changxiao had once gone to the Scarlet Prison realm to help Yufia regain control of the plane. Do you remember when he suddenly turned back and caught a mysterious black-robed man after wiping out all the vassals? That's right. He called himself Zhang-san. He also said that he had a friend called Li. See. Zhang San was tortured by Jun Changxiao and said that he couldn't beat him, but he had been letting him win. Oh. I didn't remember. At that time, Jun Changxiao caught Zhang San and locked him in the Sect's cage. He planned to interrogate him, but he ran away. Until now, Gosheng still remembered the note that guy left before he left. It said that the upper universe is in an era of great change and needs people like Jun Patriarch to lead the charge. If fate allows it, we'll meet again in the future. They really met again. However, Jun Changxiao was a little confused. A guy who was knocked unconscious on the spot by his left and right Alibaba was confronting the Sky Devil Emperor in the middle of a big explosion. Was this the legendary change of times? Impossible. Jun Changxiao rubbed his eyes and said to himself, how could it be him? However, when he looked over again and saw the completely ordinary black-robed man, he was finally sure that it was Zhang San. His mind was a little confused. He needed to calm down. Boom. Boom. At this moment, in the explosion area, the Sky Devil Emperor and Zhang San fought. Damn. Everyone's eyes widened. From their point of view, the two of them were standing motionless on the spot, but there were sudden explosions all around them, and the space around them was crumbling and collapsing. This is a battle of the minds of the upper Tianji realm. Jian Guishu said. Jun Changxia's expression became solemn. He couldn't be sure whether the Sky Devil Emperor was a clone or the real body, but he was sure that Xianxia had hidden his cultivation before. Suddenly, Gosheng was enlightened. Since this person was so powerful, it seemed normal for him to escape from the cell. Unfortunately, he was too careless at that time and casually threw him into the cabin. If he had known, he would have thrown him into Tianyuan prison pagoda. Why was Jun Changxiao so concerned about Zhang San? Because he once said that he knew her in the future, but not in the present. Combined with the deduction diagram left behind by Yufia's family, it was too easy for people to suspect that this guy had transmigrated from the future. If there really was such a person, could the future that Yi Xingchen saw be related to him? No. He had to get to the bottom of this. Boom, boom, in the distance, the battle of wills was still going on. The earth-shattering sound effects and earth-shattering special effects made the disciples of the Sect of all times feel their scalps tingle. They deeply realized that they were still too weak. Heaven Destruction Divine Fist. Scarlet Sun Demonic Blade. 10,000 Poison Dragon Palm. Earth Lightning Strike. Various martial skills and divine abilities were displayed. The level of the battle continued to rise, and the scene became more and more magnificent. It's a clone. Jian Guishu observed for a while and confirmed, it's not my true body. Jun Changxiao felt a little dizzy. The Celestial Devil Emperor's clone seemed to be even stronger than the one he had previously destroyed. Just how strong was the main body? Sigh. There was still a long way to go to save the world. Jun Patriarch, stop watching the show. At this moment, Zhang San's voice sounded in his ear, your disciple Yi Xingchen is being pursued by the Sky Devil Emperor's subordinates. Please go and help him quickly. Before he could finish his sentence, Shangguan Xinyao pointed at the star map and said happily, Patriarch, Senior Marshal Brother Ye's aura has appeared again. He's about 1,000 miles away from us. Hurry over. Jun Changxiao was not in the mood to watch the battle. He was more concerned about Yi Xingchen's safety. Follow the tracks. Hoo-hoo. Eternal turned into a stream of light and disappeared. As for Zhang San, he was still fighting with the Sky Devil Emperor's avatar. He thought to himself, I'll leave the important task of changing the situation of the upper universe to you. If you still need our blessings, then. The Sky Devil Emperor's avatar punched him in the face and sent him flying. He lowered his head and stood on the spot. His hair was in a mess. Burn, Junior. Hoo-hoo. As soon as he said that, the 5 elements 8 trigrams pattern gradually appeared in the crumbling universe above him and rotated in a regular pattern. The Sky Devil Emperor asked in a deep voice, what's your relationship with Wei Buzi? No. Comment. Zhang San put his hands together and quickly formed a seal. Then, he slowly raised his head and grinned. Law Suppression Annihilation. Buzz buzz, in an instant, the 8 trigrams pattern gathered in the sky and outlined the words Qiankuan Jinsun Kansas. Then, it wrapped around the Sky Devil Emperor's avatar and pressed down on him. Boom, the earth-shattering explosion sounded again, and the mushroom cloud was even more tragic than the previous one. Jun Changxiao, who was following the tracks, heard it but was not in the mood to watch. Instead, he ordered Shangguan Xinyao and the others to change to the highest level of driving power and maximize the performance of Eternal. Xing, space suddenly distorted and the warship disappeared into thin air. Absolute burn, absolute speed. Soon, light spots appeared on the star map, and there were at least thousands of them. When everyone turned their gazes to the window in front of them, they saw that in their field of vision, which seemed to be constantly magnified, hundreds and thousands of high-specification battleships had completely surrounded the group of people. Patriarch. Shangguan Xinyao said, it's Junior Brother Yi. Jun Changxiao sat down and interlocked his fingers. He contacted Shui Rengue in the Eternal World through the sound transmission skill. War Cavalry Hall, move out. Yes. Formation Hall, move out. Yes. Devil Army, move out. Yes. Sect of all times, move out. Yes. The disciples' voices resounded throughout the Eternal World, which not only influenced the ordinary people, but also the major clans and forces. Thunder Rhombus clan requests to fight. Ice Phoenix clan requests to fight. Divine Strider Clan requests to fight. Dragon Clan requests to fight. Dragon Clan requests to fight. Stone Statue Clan requests to fight. Sitting in the cockpit, Xianxia smiled when he heard the voices of the clans. He and Celestial Devil Emperor were like fire and water. Although their overall strength might not be able to compete with him. But he wanted to try and make sure how far the eternal world was from them. Swish. Xianxia suddenly raised his head and looked coldly at the thousands of warships in the starry sky. He said in a crazy tone, "Everyone, fight. 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 Fight." His voice echoed in the eternal world, making the warriors of all clans excited. "My king. Please leave now." In the central area surrounded by thousands of warships, a senior member of the Night King Alliance begged. Xianxia clenched his fists. Although he had recovered his memory and become a real Night King, his strength had not recovered. Not to mention Celestial Devil Emperor, he had no hope of fighting Celestial Devil Emperor. "I abandoned you." Xianxia said, "I won't abandon you this time." Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a man with butterfly wings slowly appeared and said with a creepy smile, "I'm so touched." Bang! Bang! After the man appeared, the screen showed King Duo La, one of Celestial Dragons. I need to make it clear that the names of the subordinates of Celestial Devil Emperor have been carefully considered. Please don't think it's a reference to anyone. King Duo La looked like a human. His hairline was high, and there was a circle pattern on the left side of his forehead, which looked like the word at first glance. Xianxia frowned. This strange man should be very strong. If you go against Celestial Devil Emperor, you will die without a burial place. King Duo La raised 2 fingers. The butterfly wings on his back flashed and the bright light gathered at his fingertips. Seeing this, the members of the Night King Alliance stood in front of Xianxia. You. Seeing his subordinates protecting him without fear of death, Xianxia felt more guilty. Suddenly, a familiar aura came from afar, which cheered him up. In the past, Night Emperor once thought that Empress Lingyao had gone to the upper realm first. When he went to take revenge on her, he should have been accompanied by the patriarch, the higher-ups, and the disciples. What a pity. That scene did not happen. Empress Lingyao had also been killed with ease. Never forget, there will be echoes. At this moment, the scene that Xianxia once imagined appeared. Swoosh, he waved his hand to summon his school uniform and put it on. First, he stuck the badge with the word Eternal on his chest, then hung the badge with the word Unyielding on his waist. Only then did he raise his head proudly. The camera slowly moved up. Through the layers of warships, it could be seen clearly. Eternal was flying at high speed, and Xianxia was sitting at the bow with his legs crossed. Behind him, it was indescribable. Look at the picture below. Ship 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 armor dog armor armor everyone. The members of the Night King Alliance who were protecting Starry Night also realized this. When they instinctively looked back, their eyes widened. In the starry sky outside the encirclement, giant star battleships were leading the way, with Diablo gods in the middle, and well-equipped cultivators of various shapes and sizes trailing behind. Especially, Eternal ship merged with it. Xianxia sat proudly at the bow, looking like the highest commander of an army. The scene was absolutely shocking. This is, Zhongli Xian's eyes were filled with disbelief. At first glance, the incoming battleships were no different from Sky Demon Emperor's battleships, making her think that the other party had sent reinforcements. But upon closer inspection, she found that they had been modified to different degrees, and the word Eternal was neatly engraved on them. Sect of all times? One of the upper echelons asked. That's right, it's the Sect of all times. Xianxia paused and said, "This king's sect, this king's backing." After that, he carried the modified sound system on his shoulder and proudly pressed the play button. Rebuking the wind and clouds, I charge as I wish, everyone looks up to me. Rebuking the wind and clouds, I don't need to look back. Turning the sky and earth upside down, I will write my own law. This ferocious wolf with shining eyes. The blood-boiling music resounded throughout the universe, causing the Night King Alliance members to almost jump up. The music passed through the layers of space and blended into the battleships and mechas, entering the ears of the accompanying disciples. For a moment, everyone laughed. Shua. Jun Changxiao stood up and pointed at Sky Demon Emperor's battleship. His veins popped out as he roared, "Fuck them. Ka ka ka. Ka ka ka." As soon as he said that, the hundreds of battleships leading the way opened their doors. Large caliber cannons extended out, and after some simple calibration, they began to gather bright light. Most of these battleships were taken from Sky Demon Emperor. Although there were many offensive cannons, the number was very limited. Now that they were all covered in them, they looked like hedgehogs. Naturally, that's right. The Taishan elder said, "I modified it." The Diablo controlled by the disciple's soul was also equipped with cannons. At this moment, they had already spread out densely. Their arms, chests, legs, and even their heads had all kinds of attack devices. "That's right," Fan Yezi said, "I changed it." Hundreds of battleships and tens of thousands of mechas entered combat mode. The background music of superstars in troubled times continued to resound throughout the universe, and the atmosphere became more and more heated. Fire! Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The muzzles of the cannons flickered with dazzling light as the dazzling cannonballs rained down on the warships that surrounded Xianxia and the others. Cruel and merciless, rich and willful. Why did he say that? This was because the streamer cannonballs were all condensed from high-grade spirit stones. They didn't care about the cost or the consequences. Although there was a scene, the budget also increased instantly. It was no exaggeration to say that this round of bombardment by the Sect of all times battleships and mechs was equivalent to using up all the martial arts resources in the upper realm, remember. It was only the first round. Judging from the current situation, it seemed that it would not stop at all. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The first wave of streamer cannonballs was still some distance away from the target, but the second and third waves had already caught up. With this scale of bombardment, without caring about the cost, it was not wrong to say that they were rich and willful, for the sake of their disciples. Jun Changxiao was happy to do so. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. The densely packed streamer cannonballs quickly hit their targets. The strong impact and domineering power instantly tore through the surface defense layer, causing the warships to shatter into nothingness on the spot and spew out scorching flames. The scene was as follows. Fire ship fire 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 ship fire fire ship fire ship fire fire, despicable fellow. The king of Duola's eyes flashed with anger, then moved his finger away from Xianxia's position and locked onto the ancient fleet that was firing cannonballs in the distance. Whoosh, black light spewed out and pierced through the void. Boom. Just as it was about to hit a warship, the black light suddenly exploded halfway. Whoosh whoosh. In the area where the energy roared and exploded, Jun Changxiao walked out step by step with a gleaming sword in his hand and smiled evilly. Your opponent is me. Huh? The king of Duola narrowed his eyes and saw the other party's weapon. He was shocked. How do you have the Xianyuan divine sword? Whoosh, before he finished speaking, Jun Changxiao suddenly appeared in front of him. The Xianyuan divine sword cut through the void, condensing the celestial sword chi and slashing at him. Because I am handsome. Boom. After all, the king of Duola was stronger than the king of Gallo. He raised his arm as fast as he could and firmly blocked the Xianyuan divine sword. The skin that came in contact with the sword had hardened and turned dark. Armament hockey? Jun Changxiao was surprised. Boom, the king of Duola clenched his fist, and a sudden burst of power burst out from his blackened skin, instantly bouncing Jun Changxiao away with his sword. Ha ha ha. The king of Duola stood in place, covered his face and laughed strangely. Boy, although you have the sharp Xianyuan divine sword, you can't shake me at all. You must want to ask why? I will tell you, I have formed the black gold body. Pa. His hands clenched, and his face and arms quickly turned black. He looked like a piece of coal, completely black and with a black personality. Jun Changxiao was speechless. This kind of self-answering speech was tailor-made for villains die from talking too much. He raised the Xianyuan divine sword and poured the celestial sword will into it. He smiled and said, I want to see how hard your black gold body is. Boom. 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 The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle in the universe. This kind of battle was close to the upper-class Tianji, and the level was a bit too high. The reader's martial arts couldn't keep up, so it was difficult for them to witness it. So, the director turned the camera to the big scene of cannonballs bombarding below. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Any celestial demon king's battleship that was targeted by the cannonballs ended up in a sea of fire. Of course, Xianxia's wealth wasn't infinite, and the celestial demon king's battleships had too many. This kind of firepower could only be used as a show of strength, but it was difficult to completely destroy them. So, tens of thousands of mechas withdrew their turrets and took out their weapons to attack. It was time to fight with the bayonet. The determination to break the enemy's line, only death awaits. Kill! Zhongyi shouted. Kill! Kill! With Diablo at the front, the members of the vanguard group followed closely behind. They didn't have many people, but they were well equipped and had good cultivation. In particular, their momentum was like thunder, and they instantly set the pace of the battle. Kill, kill. The forces formed by the major clans also surged forward. Swish. Swish. Mechas and disciples swarmed forward like waves. At that moment, the pride on Xianxia's face was even more intense. At the most dangerous time, a group of fearless fellow disciples came to help. That kind of feeling was really exciting and tearful. Buzz. The space rippled, and the sky halberd appeared. Xianxia grabbed it with one hand and stood in front of him. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and the word attack appeared on his forehead. He shouted like thunder, fight. Buzz. Buzz. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, He Wudi, and the others also activated the word's special effect. Their eyes were filled with unprecedented fighting spirit. Just like what Zhang San said. If you still need our blessings. Then, burn, juniors, the situation of the upper universe era will be created by you from today onwards. Boom. Boom. One by one, Diablo flew through the starry sky. Not only were their weapons forged by Fan Yezi, but they were also infused with energy. Therefore, the enemy battleships exploded under their combined attacks. In a short period of time, dozens of battleships had been destroyed. At this rate, thousands of battleships were not enough for them to destroy. Of course, the Sky Devil Emperor's side was not to be trifled with, nor would they stretch out their heads for others to kill. They recovered from the momentary panic in time, and then saw the battleships open their cabins one after another, and fully armed Sky Devil soldiers poured out. Their strength was lacking. They were not affected by the space compression, because they were wearing defensive treasures. It was just that, there were really a lot of them. Everyone must know that high-level battleships could accommodate many creatures. On the Sky Devil Emperor's side, there were hundreds of thousands of people hidden in each battleship. When they emerged and lined up neatly, the scene was even more shocking than that of the Sect of all times. We're in trouble. Xianxia, who was originally quite excited, immediately frowned when he saw the enemy's large formation. At the same time, he began to consider whether he should strategically retreat. The Night King was no longer the cold-blooded and heartless Night King. When there was a great disparity between the enemy and himself, he was more willing to admit defeat openly, rather than let his fellow sect members and subordinates make unnecessary sacrifices. Xianxia wanted to retreat. But, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others did not want to retreat. Even more, when they saw more and more Sky Devil soldiers appear, the excitement in their eyes grew stronger. Awu, Su Xiaoma raised his head and let out a strange cry, then licked his lips with his tongue and said, "My blood is completely burning." Sky Devil Emperor raised wolves. Jun Changxiao raised dogs. Don't misunderstand, it was not to humiliate the disciples of the Sect of all times, but Big Mouth Su's strange cry was too much like a dog's bark. Xianxia was speechless. Did they not realize that the enemy had too many troops? Junior brother Yi. At this moment, Xiao Ziji, who was like a heavy tank, flew over, holding the flowing light shield in front of him, and said, "With us here, no one can hurt you." Touched, he wanted to cry. Xianxia's current mood. Don't waste time, let's retreat. Xianxia had just opened his mouth when he suddenly widened his eyes. This was because Xiao Ziji, who was in front of him, had raised his RPG launcher. It wasn't like they hadn't seen such firearms before, so why was Night Emperor making such a fuss? This was because Xiao Ziji had lifted the rocket launcher and placed his hand on it. It released a brilliant light and slowly fused into the rocket launcher. "What are you?" Boom, Xianxia was just about to ask when the cannonball flew out of the cannon. The sound was so loud that it broke his eardrums and shook his mind. At the same time, his facial expression gradually stiffened and he was dumbstruck. The upper echelons of Night King Alliance were all stunned. In his field of vision, the cannonball that seemed to have passed through the void and reached its destination instantly exploded in the enemy crowd. First, it flashed with a dazzling luster, and then it blasted a huge hole of about 10,000 feet in the universe there. Battleships and soldiers. At that moment, they were all gone. This. Xianxia held his head. He had seen a lot of rocket launchers with large area of damage in the lower realm before, but they were still in the lower realm. Now that he was in the upper realm of the universe, it could produce such great power. Could it be that it was a different model? No. It was even bought in the lower realm. Such power came from the power of the heavenly sound. This attribute from the land of eternal life could be used as energy to drive martial arts, and it could also be used as energy for some special devices. For example, boom, boom, in the distant starry sky, a mecha several times larger than Diablo gathered weapons covered in the power of heavenly sound and rushed into the enemy crowd like a god of death. That's right, Dawn Sky, Demon Slayer. The operator, the chief mecha pilot of the Sect of all times, Jingjiu, whoosh. 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 The Dawn Sky rushed into the crowd and slashed down with its blade. A large number of Sky Demon soldiers were killed on the spot. The scene was very satisfying. Xianxia turned his head with difficulty and looked at his fellow Sect members who had rushed into the battlefield. He saw them gathering attributes that he had never seen before and killing the enemy in a domineering manner. His expression became more and more interesting. Calculating the time. It had only been a year since he went out to look for medicine to prevent miscarriage. But why did it feel like times have changed when he met his fellow Sect members again? That's right. Sir, times have really changed. Although only a short 300 days had passed, the Sect of all times had been completely reborn and had mastered the use of the power of heavenly sound. Others were still searching for the path to eternal life, but they could already listen to the heavenly sound. Others were still searching for the secrets of heaven, but they had already mastered the power of the land of eternal life. Let me ask you. How are we going to play? Get out of the way. Just as the disciples of the Sect of all times were killing the enemy, Zhen Dejuan's voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through the loudspeaker. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, instantly, everyone made way. Zhen Dejuan, who was on Eternal, turned the roulette in his hand. His expression gradually became ferocious. Ka, the upper cabin slowly opened, and a super-large cannon protruded out. Swoosh, swoosh, seeing this, the disciples of the other warships rushed into an independent cabin and placed their hands on the array lines. Buzz buzz, the warships were filled with the power of heavenly sound and connected to each other. Finally, all of them rushed to Eternal and gathered on the super-large cannon. Beep beep beep, a sound came from the cockpit. Elder Zhen, Shangguan Xingyao said, Aeon Fortress, energy storage complete. Zhen Dejuan quickly walked to a position near the window and placed one hand on the red button. His expression and body movements were extremely crazy as he shouted, Art. Comes from the explosion. Pa. He pressed it without hesitation. Boom, in an instant, the area where a large number of enemy soldiers and warships gathered was dyed as bright as day. Energy ripples surged in all directions like stormy waves. Elder Zhen, you're using Aeon Fortress so quickly? Jun Changshao held the Xianyuan divine sword in one hand and the head of King Duo La in the other. Seeing the dazzling light rising, a smile gradually appeared on his face. The head, the second of the 8 Division Heavenly Dragons is dead. What else could it be? You're only halfway through a chapter and you're saying it's useless. You might as well take advantage of the fact that your realm isn't high enough and you can't personally watch it. At least you can save money for the manga team. In fact, when Jun Changshao obtained the Xianyuan divine sword and signed a life contract with Shi Jingxian, these capable subordinates of the Sky Devil Emperor were already sentenced to death. Not to mention that he had just grasped the power of heavenly sound. The scene turned to the explosion area. That part of the starry sky was bombed into a terrible state. The holes that were dented were hundreds of times larger than the ones from the rocket launchers. The millions of soldiers and hundreds of warships that were originally there were all gone. At this time, someone would ask. With such great power, the disciples of the sect of all times were fine, they were very safe. Even the dawn sky, which was the closest to the explosion area, was unharmed after experiencing the shockwaves. This was another use of heavenly sound. It was absolutely fair and impartial, and it would never accidentally injure teammates. Under the attack of the sect of all times' disciples, millions of heavenly demon soldiers and battleships were reduced to nothingness. Xianxia saw this and hugged his head even tighter. At this moment, he wished he could shout at the screen, "What kind of power is this? Why have I never seen it before?" The sect of all times had already used the power of immortal music. Only the Night Emperor was kept in the dark. It was sad, lamentable, and worthy of celebration. Of course. The Fortress of Ages fired, and the destruction it caused shocked the remaining heavenly demon soldiers. Their eyes were filled with fear, and their hair stood on end. Especially the king of Dulce, who had been killed by Xianxia. Without a backbone on the battlefield, and being intimidated by a powerful force, the morale of the heavenly demon emperor's subordinates was greatly reduced. Kill! Kill! The disciples of the sect of all times had high morale, and deafening battle cries could be heard everywhere. The enemy was weak, and they were strong. The gap between the two sides was completely widened at this moment. Under normal circumstances, the heavenly demon soldiers would definitely choose to retreat when their commander was gone. However, none of them ran away, and they continued to confront the sect of all times. This was a disciplined and organized army. Without the orders of their superiors, they would never run away at the last minute. Professional. Worthy of respect. Unfortunately, they were fighting against the sect of all times, which represented justice. This kind of behavior was nothing more than stubborn resistance. Kill them all. Xianxia ordered coldly. They were all the heavenly demon emperor's minions. Judging from their ferocious gazes and sinister auras, they were definitely evil people. Killing them would benefit the upper universe. Goxing had never been merciful to his enemies, and he was not afraid of being criticized by others. Kill! Kill! The disciples of the sect of all times, who were operating high-end mechas and wearing excellent equipment, charged forward with killing intent. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the heaven-crossing palm print, 7 mysterious sunglow break, and other martial arts were infused with the power of the celestial music, causing them to erupt with even more powerful battle prowess. From there, they reaped lives again and again. The battle only lasted for 2 hours. When the crumbling universe gradually stabilized, the thousands of battleships on the celestial devil emperor's side were all destroyed, and the soldiers were all turned into corpses. Xianxia clenched his fists. The members of Night King Alliance were all dumbfounded. They would never forget the terrifying combat power displayed by the disciples of the sect of all times, nor would they forget their extremely unique and strange attributes. Swish, swish, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others retracted their text effects and hovered near Xianxia with bright smiles on their faces. Night Emperor went missing. They were equally nervous. Now that he was fine, he was naturally relieved. Thank you. Xianxia smiled. This smile was equally brilliant, without any restraints, and came from his heart. At the most dangerous moment, there were so many fellow disciples who came to help him. This really moved him to the point of tears. As for the future, bullshit. Even if I, Xianxia, die outside, or jump off a cliff, I will never leave the sect of all times. The flag raised was worrisome. Count the casualties and clean up the battlefield. Xianxia said. Yes. Some of the disciples were responsible for counting, while others were responsible for looting. Even the battleship fragments floating in space were collected. The system was speechless. Every time there is a battle, when has the sect of all times ever suffered any casualties? Count my ass. As expected. It was right. The sect of all times never suffered any casualties, only the mech were damaged. As for the dawn sky, it was perfectly fine and performed well in the battle. This kind of situation where no one died in a battle was the most careless setting in history. Xingqian. Jun Changxiao said in a low voice, "Were you kidnapped by Night King Alliance?" Patriarch. Yi Xingqian said, "Disciple was not kidnapped by Night King Alliance." Jun Changxiao saw that he was still very close to the Night King Alliance members, so he transmitted his voice. "If you were kidnapped, blink at me." Yi Xingqian was speechless. Patriarch, Disciple is now the leader of Night King Alliance. What? Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. Some things are hard to explain in a short time. Patriarch, please take them into the eternal world and listen to Disciple's explanation. Yi Xingqian said. Okay. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and took in all the Night King Alliance members. The Eternal Fleet, mechs, sect disciples, and martial artists all returned to the eternal world. This part of the universe gradually returned to normal. However, space was torn apart, and the corpses of heavenly demon soldiers were everywhere. It was a terrifying scene. Jun Changxiao did not return, but turned back the way he came. Zhang San was still fighting with the heavenly demon emperor's avatar, and he could take the opportunity to finish him off. This time, killing a large number of the heavenly demon emperor's subordinates was tantamount to declaring war on him, so if there was a good opportunity, he would naturally inflict heavy damage, even if it was just an avatar. However, when he arrived at the scene, the two were gone. The dent caused by the big explosion still existed in the starry sky. Perished together? Jun Changxiao frowned. Whoosh, suddenly, in the shattered void, Zhang San flew out awkwardly, then bent over and breathed quickly. That was close, just now. He used a supernatural power called law suppression destruction. This kind of martial skill was a classic example of injuring the enemy at the cost of 800. He almost died. Huff. Huff. Zhang San breathed heavily, his face slightly pale. At this moment, he slowly raised his hand, because Jun Changxiao appeared behind him. The Xianyuan divine sword stained with King Duo La's blood was already on his neck. Jun Patriarch. Zhang San said with a bitter face. Friends should treat each other with respect. Sorry. Jun Changxiao said, I don't know you. Zhang San was speechless. Jun Changxiao said indifferently, where is the heavenly demon emperor? He ran away. Zhang San didn't kill the avatar, so it could escape in the big explosion. Who are you? Jun Changxiao was very concerned about this guy's identity. To be exact, he was very concerned about what he had said before. A man of Jianghu. Bang, Jun Changxiao punched Zhang San in the face and scolded, are you going to play Jianghu again? No. Absolutely not. Zhang San covered his face and said, I have been wandering the world all my life. I am indeed a man of Jianghu who has no sect. Okay. Jun Changxiao put his hand on his shoulder and said with a cold face, since you are so uncooperative, don't blame me for being ruthless. Whoosh, the two disappeared into thin air and merged into the eternal world. Sect of all times. When Yi Xingqian was teleported in, the first thing he did was to go to the medicine hall and stop in the elegant courtyard. Creak. The door was pushed open, and Xianxia stood at the door. Because the fetus was suppressed, although she had been pregnant for more than 10 years, her abdomen had never bulged. She was no different from a normal person. In fact, the fetus had been suppressed before it even started to develop. If it couldn't be treated, it would be the same even after 1,000 or 10,000 years. Yi Xingqian spoke with difficulty. I have thought it through. Xianxia said, it is just a misunderstanding between us. Yi Xingqian was stunned. She wanted to kill him in the universe sacred war. Why did she suddenly think it through? Could it be that the patriarch had been trying to change her mind while he was away? Of course. Goxing would come over to explain to his disciple whenever he had time. In particular, he often said that the grudge between her and him should not involve the child because the child was innocent. I have thought it through. Xianxia said, please let me leave the sect of all times. Jun Changxiao's heart ached. This woman did not think it through. She just wanted to find an excuse to leave. Sorry. Yi Xingchen said, you can't leave. Jia Lingyao could no longer control her emotions and said with anger in her eyes, I have already compromised. Why can't you let me go? Because, Yi Xingchen shouted, you are my woman. Outside the courtyard. Su Xiaoma eavesdropped and said in disbelief, did I hear wrong? You didn't hear wrong, Elder Wei said. Su Xiaoma said in surprise, did junior brother Yi get upset? Is that why he suddenly became so bold? You are Yi Xingchen's woman. To be honest. This sentence was very bold. In fact, if it was Su Xiaoma who said this, everyone would feel that they had been fed dog food again. But when it came from the proud and arrogant Yi Xingchen, it was really, the sun rose from the west. This is not bold. Elder Wei refuted and had his own opinion. This is the maturity of a man, the responsibility of a man. Su Xiaoma heard this and was in awe. Elder Wei was indeed a love saint. His words were so philosophical, he still had a long way to go. Back to Yi Xingchen. He stood in the courtyard with an unusually serious expression on his face. He was not joking when he said that. This extremely domineering aura of a CEO instantly shocked Jia Lingyao. Crystal clear tears flowed down her cheeks and splashed on the floor. This is my home, and also your home. I won't allow you to leave, Yi Xingchen said. Awesome. Su Xiaoma gave him a thumbs up. Elder Wei smiled. The most stubborn disciple of the sect had finally changed. He was very pleased. Drip. Drip. Jia Lingyao's tears fell faster. No one knew that not long ago, when she was in the sect of all times, she suddenly received many strange memories out of thin air. These memories came from Lingyao a long time ago. There was no process of cultivating martial arts, nor were there any complicated matters. It was all bits and pieces of her time with the Night King. It seemed to be deliberately filtered out, leaving only the warm scenes. Slowly, Jia Lingyao understood everything. So her true identity was Lingyao, a woman who had followed and admired the Night King for a long time. Are you stupid? Jia Lingyao said in her heart. That selfish man didn't even look at you in the eye until he died. Why did you keep thinking about him? Why did you sacrifice your life for him? Perhaps it was because of the memories of her past life. Jia Lingyao's mentality changed. She no longer hated Yi Xingchen and decided to leave the sect of all times. Lingyao. Empress Lingyao. Jia Lingyao. Although they had the same memories, they could already be considered living beings with independent thoughts. Lingyao was the combination of the two. She was infatuated with the Night King. Jia Lingyao, who had inherited half of her soul, commented on her foolishness from the perspective of a bystander. Since she couldn't have him, there was no need to force it. Leave. That was the best choice. Not only did Jia Lingyao think so, but she also did so. However, what she didn't expect was that when she decided to let go of her hatred and chose to leave, that fellow insisted on making her stay and even said shameless words. It was at that moment. Although she was an independent creature with an independent mind, she had a mission from her reincarnation to her birth. That mission was to finish what Lingyao couldn't. Whoosh, just then, Yi Xingchen strode over and pulled Jia Lingyao into his arms. With a determined look, he said, when the sect leader returns, we will hold the wedding. Very strong, very domineering. I'm convinced. Su Xiaoma was in awe of him. It seems, Elder Wei said with a smile, that the sect of all times is going to hold a wedding. Su Xiaoma's mouth twitched. As the disciple with the most emotional intelligence, he was the first to get engaged. But he was going to be surpassed by Yi Xingchen when it came to marriage. What? When Jun Changxiao returned to the sect, he was shocked. You're getting married? It was too sudden. He was caught off guard. Yes. Yi Xingchen said in a firm tone, I want to marry Jia Lingyao. After regaining the memories of his previous life, he had learned from the painful experience. In the future, he had to cultivate martial arts, family, and love. Are you sure? I'm sure. Will she agree? I have the final say. Seeing that his disciple seemed to be possessed by a domineering CEO, Jun Changxiao immediately decided. Alright, then let's pick a good day to hold the wedding. On the same day. The sect of all times was busy. Marriage was a major event in life. They couldn't be careless, so everyone was very serious about the arrangements. I know. Xianxia said, on the day of the wedding, drive the dawn sky and bring Xianxia to fetch the bride. Other people used wedding cars or sedan chairs. The sect of all times drove a Gundam, so the hierarchy was immediately different. How should I talk about the dowry? Sitting in the study, Xianxia began to struggle with this problem. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianxing, who were in the eternal world, must be informed. They wouldn't be happy if they didn't get enough. As for the others referred to the entire upper universe. Sigh. Xianxia shook his head and said, in this situation, even if we send out invitations, no one will come. We can only keep it simple for the time being. The Heavenly Devil Emperor wreaked havoc in the upper universe, so the major planes certainly didn't want to attend. What's more, with the current reputation of the sect of all times, they might not bring enough money to attend the wedding. In the end, Xianxia made a decision. Xianxia and Jia Lingyao's wedding was limited to the eternal world. The various races and forces could come as they pleased. When will our wedding be made up? Rose of Flowers asked. Don't worry. Xianxia said, when I dominate the upper universe. In fact, Goxing had a lot of time now. It was no problem to make up for the wedding, but he didn't do it in the end. He was waiting for more prestige to hold a grand wedding, so that more people could come as they pleased. It wasn't just him. As long as the higher-ups and disciples of the sect of all times got married, they had to send out wedding invitations to the entire universe to congratulate them, half a month later. The sect of all times was a sea of red and green, and the atmosphere was joyous and celebratory. Sure enough, Jian Guishu, Gu Tianxing, and the others all brought enough money to attend the wedding. Experts who had reached their level naturally didn't lack money, so the gifts they gave were more valuable. Congratulations, congratulations. Everyone entered the main hall, cupped their hands and smiled. Xianxia came to receive them, then smiled politely and said, just come. You don't have to bring gifts. Jian Guishu and the others were speechless. They clearly remembered that when the disciples of the sect of all times sent the wedding invitations, they specifically reminded them that they must show enough sincerity when attending the wedding. This guy was really King shameless. All the clans and forces in the eternal world came to congratulate them, and the wedding was about to begin. However, just as everyone was whispering to each other, Su Xiaoma rushed in from outside and said in surprise, Patriarch, the bride is gone. Everyone was stunned. Xianxia was very calm. He took a sip of tea and said, she still left. June Patriarch. Gu Tianxing was puzzled. What happened? Jia Lingyao came to me yesterday and said that she didn't agree to this marriage, Xianxia said. Then I let her choose whether to leave or stay. Everyone understood. The woman chose to leave. You can't force things like feelings. Xianxia said, the sect of all times emphasizes fairness and justice. We will never force people to do things against their will. Jian Guishu and the others nodded in agreement. However, on second thought, if the bride ran away, the wedding couldn't be held. Wouldn't the money be wasted? Patriarch. Li Qingyang rushed in again and said, Junior brother Yi went after her. Sigh. Xianxia shook his head and said, it's fun to abuse a wife, but it's a disaster to chase her. Bah. The system couldn't bear it and said, it's all because of you. If the problem between the two of them could be solved through marriage, I would definitely let them get married. However, the problem right now is that it can't be solved through marriage. They can only rely on themselves, Xianxia said with a smile. Yesterday, Jia Lingyao said a lot. Goxing also learned something from it, so he gave her the right to leave the sect of all times. Just as he said, Xianxia and Jia Lingyao's problem couldn't be solved through marriage. They could only rely on themselves to untie the knot in their hearts. To put it bluntly, Xianxia knew yesterday that Jia Lingyao would leave and Xianxia would chase after her. The wedding would still be held as usual, and the purpose was, June Patriarch. Jian Guishu said, the groom and bride ran away, this money, senior. Xianxia said seriously, can the water that has been spilled be taken back? Jian Guishu thought for a moment and said, yes. In the world of martial arts, even a chopped arm could be reattached, not to mention the water that had been spilled. So, refund. Jian Guishu said with a straight face. After all, he was the senior. Only he dared to say that. As for the others who came to congratulate him, they dared not move because of Gosheng's abuse of power. Jun Changxiao was speechless. How could a sword sage be so stingy? Besides, I spent a lot of money on the wedding. If you take away the money, who will make up for the loss? How about this? Jun Changxiao said, next time when Xingchen gets married, senior, and you don't have to send money. You can come empty-handed. Jian Guishu had a way to take back the water that had been spilled. But the money that had been given out, especially to Gosheng, could never be taken back. Okay. Jian Guishu compromised and said, let's do it. As a result, everyone dispersed and made a mental note to themselves that they had already given their share of the money. Next time, they would definitely come to the banquet empty-handed. Naive. Too naive. When Jun Changxiao said next time, he still meant Yi Xingchen. If this idiot were to hold Su Xiaoma's wedding as well, they would definitely have to fork out more money. It would become 2 weddings, 2 gifts, and only 1 banquet in the end. Patriarch. Li Qingyang transmitted his voice, do you want to go to junior brother Yi? No need. Jun Changxiao said, there are some things that need to be solved by them. In fact, when Jia Lingyao came to see him yesterday, she said a lot of things and even told him about the various memories she had obtained. After listening carefully, Jun Changxiao put the special token that allowed him to enter and leave the eternal world on the table and said, I understand what you mean. I won't force you to get married. Take it and leave the eternal world at any time. This is your right to freedom. Whoosh, a pocket-sized battleship was flying in the universe. The Taishan elder had spent a lot of time and effort to create a small spaceship based on the space battleships. Its speed and performance were not bad, and it was a necessary item for interstellar travel. Jia Lingyao leaned against the window and looked into the endless darkness with a complicated expression. You are Yi Xingchen's woman. This is my home, and also your home. I won't allow you to leave. The words Yi Xingchen had once said kept repeating in her ears. Her eyes gradually became moist, and finally, she covered her mouth and cried. Jia Lingyao and Lingyao were 2 different souls, but the latter had always been the dominant one, so after receiving those warm memories, the former's state of mind had changed subtly. In the past, Yi Xingchen's overbearing and mushy words only made Jia Lingyao hate him even more. She even thought that he was deliberately humiliating her. Now, because of her past memories, because of Lingyao's stubbornness, it had caused her to waver. That's probably what you wanted to hear the most, Jia Lingyao said. Unfortunately, when he says it, you won't be able to hear it anymore. Whoosh, the small spaceship flew aimlessly in the universe, just like Jia Lingyao now. She gave up her hatred for Yi Xingchen, chose to leave the eternal world, and did not know where she should go. Conceal her identity. Live a simple life. Jia Lingyao had a plan. However, when she gently placed her hand on her abdomen, she felt that the life was so weak that it almost didn't exist, and she felt a little guilty. Driven by hatred, she had chosen to suppress the fetus with her spiritual power. Although her realm had improved in a short time, the disadvantage was that the fetus had stopped growing, depriving him of the right to come to the world. Miss Jia. You can leave, but please take care of the fetus. The child should not be involved in the affairs between adults. These were the last words Jun Changxiao said to Jia Lingyao yesterday. At the same time, he gave her a space ring, which contained a lot of resources, medicinal materials, and a formula to prevent miscarriage. The medicinal materials that Yi Xingchen could not find were found by his fellow disciples in the shortest time possible. Whether it was useful or not, Jun Changxiao still gave it to her. Jia Lingyao took out the space ring and inserted her spiritual thoughts into it. She skimmed over various spiritual stones that could improve martial arts and locked on to the medicinal materials of different sizes. Suddenly, she saw the Li Jian glaze stone quietly placed on the shelf. Seeing the dried bloody handprint on it, she suddenly felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. Boom! At this moment, the spaceship trembled violently. Jia Lingyao came to her senses and found that the spaceship was flying backward instead of forward. She hurriedly released her spiritual thoughts and saw a man below, holding the spaceship with both hands and dragging it backward. Who was it? Yi Xingchen. Others caught missiles with their bare hands, but he directly held the spaceship with his bare hands. What are you doing? Shut up and go back with me. Yi Xingchen's domineering CEO aura was even stronger than before. Jun Patriarch has said that he will not restrict my freedom. What he says doesn't count. What I say counts. Yi Xingchen did not carry the spaceship back to the eternal world. Instead, he landed in a plain with beautiful mountains and clear waters. He clasped his hands on the cabin door and forced it open, even breaking it. My spaceship, the Taishan elder was heartbroken. Ryu Sinan walked over and patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Wait, were they at the scene? No, they were all in the Sect of all times. The reason why they could see them was that the spaceship was set up with hidden image formations that could transmit real-time images at any time. Haha. Su Xiaoma stood in front of the light screen in the formation hall and laughed. I told you that junior brother Yi would definitely catch up. At this moment, many seniors and disciples gathered in the hall. Some of them were holding watermelons, looking like a standard melon-eating crowd. Both the elders and disciples were worried sick about Yi Xingchen's emotional problems. Why? In the beautiful environment of mountains and rivers, Jia Lingyao's eyes were full of resentment. Yi Xingchen lowered his head and slowly tore apart the wreckage of the spaceship. There was no ship. Let's see how you go. As expected of Brother Yi, who was ruthless and didn't talk much, his style was unique. I should ask you that. Yi Xingchen raised his head and said coldly, why did you run away from the marriage? Jia Lingyao said angrily, I didn't agree to marry you. It was your own wishful thinking. That was right. Yi Xingchen was too domineering. He did not consider whether she agreed or not and did not consider her feelings at all. You did so much for me in your previous life. I just want to use this life to make up for it, Yi Xingchen said. It would have been better if she hadn't said that, but the moment she did, Jia Lingyao became even angrier. She raised her finger and, in the style of a Xianxia heroine, she retreated and shouted hysterically, I'm Jia Lingyao, not that stupid woman. If there was a heavy rain to set off the atmosphere, it would be very bad. So. Jia Lingyao gradually calmed down and said in a low voice, you want to marry her. Why should I marry you? Yi Xingchen was stunned. Her words made him waver. He even asked himself whether he wanted to marry Lingyao or him. Yi Wang. Jia Lingyao said hatefully, you married that woman out of guilt. It's nothing more than charity. Yi Xingchen frowned. This woman's words were like sharp blades, stabbing into his heart. As expected. Jun Changxiao, who was watching from the side through the screen of light, shook his head and said, Miss Jia is right. The reason why Xingchen got married was more due to guilt and remorse for her actions in her previous life. Love is pure. Elder Wei said, if certain factors are deliberately added, it will change the flavor. Yes. Jun Changxiao nodded in agreement. Su Xiaoma couldn't stand it anymore and roared in his heart, Patriarch is such a straight man. Don't talk about love with Elder Wei here. Jia Lingyao turned around and said, the woman who once loved you deeply is dead. I am me, and I don't need your pity. That's all I have to say. See you never. The graceful figure walked forward step by step, and the distance between the two gradually increased. Whoosh! Whoosh! Heavy rain poured down. Junior brother, chase after her. Su Xiaoma shouted at the light screen. Unfortunately, this was a one-sided projection array, and his voice couldn't be transmitted to the other side. The rain grew heavier. Yi Xingchen and Jia Lingyao were getting farther and farther away. The hazy rain and mist filled the air, and the atmosphere became sad. Stop. At this moment, Yi Xingchen spoke. Jia Lingyao stopped. The two of them were more than 10 feet apart, and it was as if they were thousands of miles apart. You're right. Yi Xingchen kept his head down. Because he didn't use his spiritual energy to block the rain, he was drenched. I married you out of guilt. Are you admitting it? Jia Lingyao wasn't surprised at all. In fact, when Yi Xingchen said that he wanted to marry her, she was very confused and hesitant, but she didn't reject him on the spot. When preparing for the wedding, Jia Lingyao thought about many things and gradually understood many things. That man wanted to marry Lingyao, not her. Yi Xingchen said, "You're right. But you've overlooked a problem." He lowered his head and let the rain hit his hair and clothes. He walked over and stopped in front of her. He put his hands on her shoulders and said, "You're not Lingyao, and I'm not the Night Prince." Jia Lingyao was stunned. Whoosh! Yi Xingchen pulled her into his arms and lowered his head gently. As he sheltered her from the rain, he said gently, "I'm Yi Xingchen, and you're Jia Lingyao. Let bygones be bygones. Let's start with a new identity, okay?" Nice. Junior brother Yi is awesome. Su Xiaoma clenched his fists and roared. Elder Wei smiled. Jun Changxiao also smiled. When the higher-ups and disciples of the sect of all time saw Yi Xingchen holding Jia Lingyao in his arms in the most gentle way possible, they all smiled. Sigh. What a worrisome family. Wherever you want to go, I'll accompany you. Whatever you want to eat, I'll personally make it for you, Yi Xingchen said in a low voice. His pretense of being a domineering CEO was completely gone. When he was reborn as the Night Emperor, his motivation for living was to take revenge and become stronger. Only when he understood the earlier things did he realize that the countless reincarnations and rebirths were not to pursue a higher martial realm, but to make up for the mistakes of the past, to fill the air with regrets of the past. At that moment, Yi Xingchen understood. Buzz, buzz, his body was gradually filled with the light of fireflies, which surrounded him and Jia Lingyao, isolating them from the rain and everything else. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh, a surging aura that could be seen with the naked eye instantly swept through the entire unknown plane. Could it be, Jun Changxiao said in surprise, Xingchen is about to enter the divine realm. When Yi Xingchen hugged Jia Lingyao, he understood the true meaning of countless rebirths. His state of mind was greatly improved, and he touched the opportunity to enter the divine mystery realm. Martial arts. It was not only about martial arts. Especially when one's realm was higher, one would often pay attention to more aspects. Yi Xingchen's sudden breakthrough this time was not a breakthrough in traditional martial arts. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Rolling waves of advancement roared out. However, after a few minutes, he and Jia Lingyao disappeared into thin air. Don't waste it. Jun Changxiao had come to this plane. He sat on a stone with his hands on his legs and said, "We must let the creatures in the inner world feel it." Eternal world. Yi Xingchen was transmitted in. The momentum of advancement instantly filled the entire plane, and all the creatures in it felt it. When one's realm increased, especially when one entered a big realm, the momentum released could be used to let warriors feel it and obtain the profound meaning of martial arts. Therefore, Goshen could not miss it. He arrived at the destination as quickly as possible and sent Yi Xingchen into the eternal world. Swish! Swish! Everyone sat cross-legged and felt it quietly. The momentum of advancement contained the profound meaning of martial arts, which made many low-level warriors unable to understand it. The rhythm of advancement came one wave after another. Coincidentally, many babies were born at this time. They absorbed the momentum of advancement, and their weak meridians and blood were strengthened. Although it did not bring the most direct realm improvement, after comprehensive nurturing, the future was promising. This was what Jun Changxiao was happy to see. The eternal world needed an endless stream of successors to drive the whole world to prosperity. Back to Yi Xingchen. Although the momentum of advancement surged wildly around him, he was still holding Jia Lingyao tightly. This enlightenment made him understand what was more important, so he would not be excited about his breakthrough. Instead, he had to take the responsibility of a man. Jia Lingyao leaned in his arms, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. She had been conflicted over the fact that this man had treated her as Lingyao and all he had done was to make up for her. It was only when she heard him say that he was not the Night Prince, but Yi Xingchen that she truly felt at ease. Lingyao. The Night King. They were all dead. One was Jia Lingyao, and the other was Yi Xingchen. That was all. Buzz, buzz, the fetus in her womb was beating faster than before. It was as if their parents and lovers had finally gotten married, giving them the strength to continue living. However, because he had been suppressed for too long, even though his pulse rate had increased, it was still far below the normal level. Whether or not the baby could be born depended on the baby's good fortune and the most important external interference. With how much Xianxia valued his disciples, he would definitely do everything in his power to allow Xianxia's child to be born into this world. Several hours later, the momentum of advancement in the eternal world gradually weakened. Those who tried to comprehend it would either break through a realm on the spot, or they would receive great inspiration, and their overall strength would increase by a large margin. Combined with the previous fight against so many subordinates of the celestial devil emperor, the combat strength of the entire eternal world was perfect. If it continued to develop, it would be qualified to fight against the celestial devil emperor sooner or later. Whoosh, the last momentum of advancement was absorbed into his body, and Xianxia, who was holding Jia Lingyao, successfully entered the divine secret realm. Among the disciples, Li Qingyang was the first to enter the half-step divine secret realm with the integration of the thunder spirit seed, and now Xianxia was the first to enter the divine secret realm with the comprehension of love. I'm in the sect of all times, Xianxia said proudly, another tiger general. The subordinates of the celestial devil emperor, especially the 8th-division heavenly dragon, were all in the divine secret realm, so whether it was the higher-ups or the disciples of the sect of all times, one more such realm meant a lot closer. Whoosh, after the breakthrough, Xianxia did not feel the qualitative change brought by the advancement of the realm. Instead, he landed in the martial arts practice field of the sect of all times with Jia Lingyao in his arms, and said seriously, Patriarch, please help me refine the medicine to prevent miscarriage. No problem. Xianxia agreed without hesitation. In the afternoon, Gu Tianxing brought all the ingredients and began to refine the medicine with the help of the medicine hall, and other departments. The next day, the medicine was refined. It was a bowl of medicinal soup that gathered the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon. Xianxia held it nervously. Although there was no drop it and it's a miracle plot, after Jia Lingyao drank it and Gu Tianxing checked it, the conclusion was, although the child was saved, the gestation time might be very long. How long will it take to give birth? At least 1,000 years. Xianxia frowned. It was acceptable that the gestation time was slow. After all, martial artists had a long lifespan and could afford to wait. However, didn't the 1,000 years that Gu Tianxing gave coincide with the beginning of the universe sacred war in the 12th world? Didn't it coincide with the future that Xianxia saw? Was the child born at that time? It seems. Xianxia said, my disciple still has to leave. Patriarch. Xianxia walked into the hall and said seriously, please allow me to take her away to find treasures for the gestation. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He understood his disciple's eagerness to have a child, but if he let her go, it would mean that everything was going to happen in the future. Perhaps she would not come back in the future. The host can refuse. The system said, forcibly change the future. Can it be changed? Xianxia was not optimistic about changing the future. After all, if he let Xianxia stay today, who knew if he would return to the future? The more he tried to stop him, the more counterproductive it would be. Forget it. He resigned himself to fate. Xianxia said, I allow you to go out. Thank you, Patriarch. Xianxia turned to leave. Just as he was about to walk out of the hall, he heard Xianxia say, Xianxia, remember, you will always be my disciple. You will always be a member of the sect of all times. Ta. Xianxia stopped and said with a serious expression, I will remember. Go. Xianxia waved his hand. When he saw Xianxia disappear from the hall, he leaned back in his chair and stared blankly at the ceiling. To Go Sheng, his disciple was his flesh and blood that he could not bear to part with. In the training field, Li Qingyang and the others were already in position. They seemed to know that Xianxia was leaving, so they came to send him off. Junior brother Yi. Li Qingyang smiled and said, have a safe journey. Xianxia nodded with mixed feelings. Then, he walked past his fellow disciples step by step. The farewell looks he received were full of encouragement. At that moment, he wavered. But soon, he was occupied by the thought of his child being born earlier. It was not a life and death separation. It was not like he would never return. As long as he could find his child faster, he could return faster. Thinking of this, Xianxia strode forward. Jialingyao stood in front of the sect gate. Until he came in front of her, she said in a low voice, "You don't have to go." "Go." Xianxia grabbed her hand and the two disappeared into thin air. Second senior brother. Lu Wancher wiped her tears and said, "Will junior brother Yi come back alive?" "He will." Li Qingyang said with certainty, "He will definitely come back alive." On this day, Xianxia left with Jialingyao. Jun Changshao, who was in a bad mood, sat alone at the top of the mountain and drank wine. He did not seem to intend to stop. "Wait." Suddenly, he came back to his senses and said, "I forgot about Zhang San." Whoosh! Jun Changshao immediately blended into the Tianyuan prison pagoda. As soon as he entered the cell, he saw the prison trio frantically taking care of Zhang San. The other party's screams were deafening. It could be said that he was incomparably miserable. Jun Patriarch. I. Ah. I. Ah. I. I'll tell you everything. When Zhang San was tortured by Arya, someone would definitely ask, is the Tianyuan prison pagoda so powerful? Even the powerhouse who fought with the Sky Devil Emperor's clone couldn't withstand it, not really. It was nothing more than taking advantage of the situation. Zhang San fought with the Sky Devil Emperor's clone for a long time and even used martial arts that harmed himself. He was already very weak, which gave Gosheng the opportunity. A person who pretended to be mysterious. If he communicated with a normal attitude, he might be confused. Therefore, Jun Changshao had no choice but to throw Zhang San into the Tianyuan prison pagoda and give him to Arya to reform with love. Although it was extreme. Although it was a little disrespectful to the old and loved the young. But the effect was very ideal. Zhang San was originally injured, and after being reformed by the prison trio, his iron bones turned tender like water. "Who are you?" Jun Changshao sat down and interlocked his fingers, looking like a standard interrogation of a prisoner. "Zhang San. Have you seen me in the future?" "Yes." "Yes." "Did you come from the future?" "No, no. I just have the ability to see the future." "Oh?" Jun Changshao said, "As far as I know, the only one who can see the future in the upper universe seems to be Wei Buzi. What is your relationship with him?" Zhang San fell into silence. Smack. Arya, who was standing next to him, waved her whip in the void. Zhang San was so shocked that his scalp exploded, and he hurriedly said, "Wei Buzi is my master." This answer surprised Jun Changshao a little because he guessed that this person might be Wei Buzi, but he didn't expect him to be his disciple. "Where is your master?" "My master has passed away." Sadness appeared in Zhang San's eyes, which was definitely not an act. Was he harmed? Every time he pries into the secrets of heaven, he will lose his life. "My master can't escape the punishment of heaven." Jun Changshao was silent. He had heard that fortune-telling had a short life. After all, it was either divulging the secrets of heaven or on the way to divulging them. Jun Patriarch. Zhang San raised his head with great effort. His slightly ferocious face was solemn as he said, "I am a good person, not a bad person. Good people and bad people don't just depend on words." Jun Changshao asked again, "You said that Li Si is your friend? Who is he?" He needed to know if the other party had any accomplices. Li Si, Zhang San. Didn't want to answer this question, but seeing Arya raise the whip again, he had to compromise and said, "Jun Patriarch should know him." "Oh?" Jun Changshao was a little surprised. Zhang San said, "Li Si likes to tell stories." Upon hearing this, Jun Changshao instantly recalled the storyteller that Gu Zhaoxi often mentioned back in the upper realm. The reason why he chose to travel the universe was also because of that guy's words. A fortune teller. A storyteller. Zhang San and Li Si were a perfect match. Where is he? Li Si likes to travel the universe. God knows where he is. Wang Wu, Zhao Lu? Zhang San's face was full of question marks. Jun Changxiao determined from the other party's eyes that there should be no accomplices, so he went back to the topic. I have a disciple who saw his future in a cave. I didn't leave it behind. Zhang San hurriedly denied. Gosheng already knew about Yi Xingchen's past, so he naturally knew that it was left behind by the Night King, so he said seriously, I'm not bothered by who left it, but whether the future can be changed. Zhang San heard this and was shocked. Jun Patriarch wants to change fate. Everyone's future had long been planned in the heavenly axiom. Although it could be known in advance through some means, to change it was equivalent to changing fate. My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens. Jun Changxiao said lightly, why can't it be changed? The corner of Zhang San's mouth twitched violently. When he followed his master, Wei Buzi, to practice the art of deduction, he was repeatedly warned that everything in the future was fixed. No one in the 6 paths could change it forcibly, or else they would be punished by the heavens. Heavenly punishment? He only saw the future, not the past. Looking at Jun Changxiao's path, it could be summed up as going against the heavens. As for heavenly punishment, he had experienced the dimensional battlefield many times, and he had also been through illegal immigration. He definitely had a wealth of clinical experience. Jun Patriarch, Zhang San said seriously. In the upper universe, whether it's the grass, trees, mountains, rocks, or thousands of creatures, their fate has been arranged from the moment they were born. If you want to forcefully change it, the heavenly axiom will not tolerate it. You mean it can't be changed? Everything has its own destiny. It can't be forced. Area. Jun Changxiao turned around and said with his hands behind his back, give him a little more care. Yes. Area raised the soul-suppressing whip. Don't. Zhang San immediately panicked and frantically stimulated his brain until he thought of something and said loudly, if Jun Patriarch can transcend mortality and become a saint, he won't be affected by the heavenly axiom and can change the fate of others at will. Be more specific. After thinking for a while, Zhang San said, my master once said that a legend combined martial arts, swordsmanship, array, medicine, alchemy, talisman, and divination. He truly achieved the 7 paths of enlightenment, which is why he was named Xishuan. Is it that exaggerated? Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. As someone who had been cheating for decades, although he was a sword cultivator, he only knew a little about medicine and alchemy. Xishuan had achieved the 7 paths of enlightenment. It was a little too amazing. Otherwise, why would he be called a legend? Does Senior Xishuan have anything to do with changing the future? Yes. Zhang San said seriously, my master once said that before Senior Xishuan entered the land of eternal life, he left behind a heavenly book of divination. If one is lucky enough to find him, they can ignore the heavenly axiom and forcefully change the past and future. Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. Changing the future was understandable. Changing the past was a little too exaggerated. This Xishuan was really a super powerhouse. He wondered if he would be able to meet him in his lifetime. Would he be able to confidently ask, Senior, do you need something on your thigh? It was a very professional kind. Where is the heavenly book of divination? Jun Changxiao asked. Zhang San said bitterly, Senior Xishuan has been in the land of eternal life for a long time. The whereabouts of this book is still a mystery. It might not even exist. So. Jun Changxiao said with a straight face, after talking for so long, it's as good as not saying anything? No. Zhang San said, this is the only way I can think of to change someone's future. Jun Changxiao fell into deep thought. He did not order Area to continue caring for Zhang San, nor did he intend to let him out. Instead, he returned to the study and sat down. He rubbed his temples and said, where should I start looking for the heavenly book of divination? Don't ask. The system said, if you ask, go to the store. The other 2 supreme secret realms are still collecting dust in the shopping cart. Jun Changxiao said in annoyance, even if there is a treasure that can change the past and future, do you think I have the financial ability to buy it? At least it's more reliable than looking for it randomly. Jun Changxiao calmed down and tapped his fingers on the table. His eyes gradually lit up, and his imagination ran wild. I'm a dual cultivator of sword and martial arts. I'm also involved in medical skills, alchemy, and so on. Could it be that I'm from the future? Senior Qishuan. Who's peeing yellow? The system shouted at the readers outside the screen. From Zhang San, Jun Changxiao learned that the seven profound sages' seven profound originated from the seven profound paths. Wasn't this very similar to him, to this? The system wanted to spit on his face. Sword Dao, Martial Dao, and Array Dao could barely be considered as one. But medical skills and pills were really superficial. He couldn't even touch the threshold, let alone Talisman Dao and Divination Dao. Not afraid of being slapped in the face. Today, I'll say it here. The host is the seven profound sage, eat shit upside down. The system's tone was firm, and the sound of the flag echoed in Jun Changxia sea of consciousness. He couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Stop trying to cheat me." Imagination was imagination. Jokes were jokes. Jun Changxiao was very tempted by the heavenly book of divination. Not to mention being able to change the future for Xianxia. If he held it in his hands, wouldn't he be able to peek into the past and future and change it at will? No. Gosheng said, "If this thing really exists, I must get it." The problem is. The system mocked, "You can't find it." Jun Changxiao couldn't be bothered with it. He got up and went to the array hall. Looking at the dawn sky that was once again disassembled for research, he asked, "Can't you still copy it?" "It's too complicated." The Taishan old man shook his head and said, "It needs time." After the dawn sky's first appearance and killing everyone, it was sent to the array hall for research and almost never stopped. However, because there were too many points added in technology and many problems couldn't be replaced by existing array technology, the progress was still not ideal. And, the Taishan old man said with a serious expression, "Even if you can copy it with various ores and arrays, just the energy supply alone will be a big problem." All these years, the Diablo had been improved again and again, and its power had increased step by step. However, the mech needed energy supply. As he continued to develop, he had already reached a bottleneck. Jun Changxiao often came to inspect the new models and found that the improvement of each generation was getting smaller and smaller. He bluntly criticized, "It's not like you're going to sell it. Why are you putting it here?" The forging hall next door also needed to be criticized. The weapons and equipment that he had researched in the past were all used by the disciples, but now, they were lacking in the future. The same batch of weapons were made of different materials, so the improvement in performance was minimal. It could definitely be said that his saber techniques were exquisite. AI. Jun Changxiao looked up at the sky and sighed, "I only want to say 6 letters now." Actually, the array formation hall and the foundry hall couldn't be blamed. After all, they had the technology, but they didn't have the resources to develop it. Because of the rapid development of technology, the Eternal World's first-class spiritual stones were squeezed to the limit, resulting in the stagnation of technology. Someone would ask. Replace it with the power of immortal sound. Sorry. This new energy from the land of immortal life was only at the pioneering stage with the current level of the Sect of all times. It was not easy to use it for martial arts and equipment enhancement. It was destined to be a long way to go to integrate it into all aspects and industries. This is a problem. Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, "It has to be solved." Actually. The Taishan elder was silent for a while and said, "If there's a chance, you can go to the star spirit world." Gosheng's eyes lit up. This plane was rich in array technology, and there must be a lot of advanced technology. A trip there would be a big harvest. Of course. Jun Changxiao would never go there as a guest. Crack. He clenched his fist, shook his head, and said with cold eyes, "It's time to settle old scores." Jun Changxiao would never forget the hatred of the destruction of the falling star continent. So, if he couldn't deal with the celestial devil emperor, he could deal with the star spirit world. Xianxia. Jun Changxiao said telepathically, "Go to the star spirit world." Yes. Shangguan Xianxia, who was sitting in the cockpit of the Eternal, first opened the star map, then locked on to the star spirit world in another galaxy. Huff huff, the tail ejected energy, and the warship disappeared. Beep. Estimated to arrive at the star spirit world in a year. A year? Jun Changxiao said, "There's still time to make more warships." Understood. The Taishan elder heard and immediately mobilized the members of the Array Hall to carry the facilities and blueprints into the supergrade spacetime secret realm. Not long after, the members of the Forging Hall also came in under the lead of Fan Yezi. In an instant, the Sect of all times became serious. Although many disciples did not receive the Patriarch's notice, they began to cultivate harder and actively comprehend the power of the immortal sound. They all knew that the battle with the demonic emperor's thousands of warships was just the beginning, and the following battle would be even more tragic. As a member of the Sect of all times, what they could do was to constantly strengthen themselves, so as to ensure that they would win every battle and that no one would die, which made the readers question the law. Who said that one must die in a battle? Don't give me strict logic or anything. I will not die, I will live. Are you angry? Huff. On the mountain peak, Dunan, who was wearing a kasaya, slowly opened his eyes and whispered, Almighty Heavenly Dragon, revered Ksitigarbha, Prajna all Buddhas, Prajna Bama Kong, huff huff. Suddenly, a hand came to grab him. Aya, aya. Dunan was dragged away. The perpetrator, Yao Menjing, pulled his long hair and said with a cold face, Don't pretend to be profound here. Hurry up and sweep the yard. You. While being dragged, Dunan put his palms together and said, A good man does not fight with a woman. Ba. Boom. 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 Open your mouth. Although Xia Shuiyun was unwilling, she still opened her mouth. Su Xiaoma gently put the peeled and cut apple into her mouth, and then said with a smile, Is it sweet? Yes. I will feed you every day in the future, okay? Xia Shuiyun lowered her head, then pinched his leg with her hand and whispered, There are so many people watching. Aren't you ashamed to say this? The camera cut away. The two sat in the canteen, surrounded by their fellow disciples. Hey! Li Fei put his chin on the table, grabbed a handful of dog food, and stuffed it into his mouth. He said while chewing, I'm used to it. In the maple forest outside the sect, Li Qingyang held Sister Qiaoer's hand and walked in the fluttering maple leaves. Then he stopped and said affectionately, Have you broken through to the void-piercing realm? Yes, every major breakthrough will increase my lifespan by thousands of years. This way, I can have more time to take care of you. At this point, Li Qingyang gently hugged the beauty in his arms. What if I'm old? We'll grow old together. Hearing this, Sister Qiaoer leaned on his chest, and a blissful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. After this wave of dog food was released, the readers led by Little Du had already left the live broadcast room while cursing. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Phew! Jingji put on the mecha suit, took a deep breath, and then used her arm to hold the helmet. She walked through the dimly lit tunnel with the posture of a soldier and came to the base where the dawn sky was being assembled. Ka ka ka. Ka ka ka. Arms, torso, and arms were slowly assembled. Swoosh. Jingji jumped into the cockpit, skillfully put on the helmet, and then began to adjust the facilities and report to the main station that all indicators were normal. Number 66. The voice of the Commander-in-Chief Shui Rengue rang in her ears. You must be careful when you go to the Star Spirit Realm this time. Understood. Jingji placed both hands on the touch screen. Buzz, the dim eyes of the dawn sky instantly lit up, and the cold and heavy mecha seemed to come alive. Huff huff huff. The tightly shut door in front slowly opened, and the equipment that was binding the mecha gradually separated. Ka. The mechanical arms of the dawn sky suddenly clenched tightly. Jingji, who was in the cockpit, closed her eyes and said with a relaxed expression, My youth is back. Let's go. Ta ta ta. Jingji swung her hand, and the dawn sky instantly ran out. The more it ran, the faster it ran. The more it ran, the more imposing it was. Boom. However, just as it ran out of the secret base and was about to jump, the head of the mecha flew out, and the entire torso was rooted to the ground. After a while, the arms and legs automatically separated and scattered on the runway. Patriarch. This is not a problem with my operation. This is a problem with them not assembling it properly. No. No. I want to go and investigate. I don't want to clean the toilet anymore. P.S. At this point, the upper universe should be ending with about a dozen more chapters. I will try my best to write a perfect ending. Stand up. Stand up, you mother****. In an environment that resembled a duel, there were angry roars all around. A warrior was lying on the ground with bruises all over his body. His exposed right shoulder had 4 numbers engraved on it. Who, the demon ancestor? Back then, he escaped into the universe as a soul. In the end, he was caught by the powerhouses of the star spirit world and placed in a body. He became the number 9527 corpse servant and followed the team to invade the upper realm. It had been a few years since then. Was this guy doing well? Judging from his current bruises, he did not seem to be doing well at all. Not only that. It was worse than death, he was in the star spirit world. The heaven and earth attributes here were extremely high. The level was even higher than the Xianxia world and the crossing heaven world. It was definitely the best of the first-class worlds. When the demon ancestor first came here with the team and felt the rich heaven and earth attributes, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. He even began to fantasize that he would work hard and rise again. He would kill his way back to the upper realm and destroy the sect of all times. However, in this upper realm, the law of the jungle was even more serious. The demon ancestor had just arrived in the star spirit world. Because he was classified as a low-level corpse servant, he was sent to the spirit stone mine. Every day, he was either mining or on the way to mining. The leader of the demonic tribe. How could he be willing to be a miner? The demon ancestor had resisted before, but he was beaten to the ground by the mine soldiers. In other words, this villain, who was a boss like the demonic emperor, could not even defeat a small soldier in the star spirit world. Of course. The spirit stone mine was an important resource. The soldiers sent here must be very strong. At night, the demon ancestor leaned in a corner like an injured cat. He licked his wounds and shed tears. Since he could not defeat them, he could only obey. From then on, the spirit stone mine had a decadent hero. He dragged his bruised body and left early and returned late to mine spirit stones like most ordinary corpse servants. If you thought that he had lost his fighting spirit, you would be wrong. The demon ancestor was hibernating. He was enduring hardships. Did he not survive when he was killed by the 10 immortal sects? Was there anything more terrifying than death in this world? No, I, the demon ancestor, will not be defeated. With this thought in mind, he worked hard and cultivated at the same time. His hard work paid off. Finally, after 2 years of service, he regained his freedom. From now on, this world. From now on, heaven and earth. He began to travel in the vast star spirit world and truly realized the terror of this plane. Peak truth-seeking realm and half-step divination realm. Cultivators were everywhere. This greatly stimulated the demon ancestor's desire to become stronger. Because of this, he began to appear in the depths of the mountains and forests. He began to live a life of bloodshed. Solid muscles and bulging temples, all of which represented a significant increase in strength. The demon ancestor came to the city. He saw from the announcement that there was a duel here. Only by winning the duel would he be rewarded with high-grade spirit stones. So, he signed up immediately. Before the duel started, he sat on the chair with a cold look. He smiled. I need to prove myself with blood. Boom. Stand up. Stand up. The demon ancestor clenched his fists and slowly got up as he shouted angrily. However, before he could get up, he was kicked in the face. His entire body flew out and hit the outer wall. Then, he spat out blood. Blood. But he didn't prove himself. 1, 2, 3, the referee counted to 10. The demon ancestor's first battle had ended in failure. He was even carried off the stage on a stretcher. Damn it. I made a mistake. I thought he was a tough character. I didn't expect him to be so trashy. The warriors counting money in the audience cursed. Their voices reached the demon ancestor's ears. He clenched his fists. Not bad. At that moment, a fat middle-aged man walked over. He threw a spatial ring to the demon ancestor and said like a master, "This is the reward you deserve." What reward? The reward for the fake duel. The demon ancestor's spiritual consciousness entered the ring. After confirming that it was the agreed amount, he struggled to get off the stretcher. He dragged his injured body out of the arena. The leader of the demonic tribe had fallen to the stage of a fake duel. It made people sigh. At that moment, he was walking under the setting sun. His back looked so miserable and lonely. "Can't you just cry on the commentary? Beep beep beep, beep beep beep." Before the demon ancestor returned to his residence, an alarm sounded in the city. After living here for a long time, he knew that something special must have happened. As expected, a deep voice echoed in the city. "There is an unidentified flying object invading my astral world. All cities and warriors must stop it." Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. As soon as he said that, the sky outside the city was filled with cannon fire. The demon ancestor looked up and vaguely saw a stream of light rushing out from the area where the fire was flickering. It quickly flew over the sky and he could barely see the number 66 on it. "Catch that thing. That is a third-class merit." Swish. Swish, in an instant, all the warriors in the city flew up and chased after the stream of light with burning eyes. Third-class merit? The demon ancestor's eyes lit up. The astral world had a strict hierarchy. Although he had completed his service, he was only a low-class citizen. He had to spend money or obtain merit to be promoted. If he caught the unidentified flying object that invaded the astral world and obtained third-class merit, he could completely get rid of the low-class citizen and enter the middle-class citizen. This way, he would enjoy more rights. Chase, swish, the demon ancestor flew rapidly and became a member of the hunting team. Unfortunately, the stream of light was too fast. In a short period of time, it disappeared without a trace. For the third-class merit, the astral world warriors would not give up. They spread out and searched individually, trying to find the target in the primitive forest that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Sigh. The demon ancestor shook his head and said, a little naive. He was blinded by the third-class merit. Now that he thought about it carefully, the person who dared to enter the astral world without permission was definitely powerful. He was injured and would not be a match even if he found the person. Forget it. It was better to recuperate. Thinking of this, the demon ancestor chose to walk back in the forest to save more energy. He had only taken a few steps when he heard a rustling sound. Instinctively, he turned his head to look and saw that there was a big thing made of steel hidden in the dense forest in front of him. On it was the number 66 that he had seen earlier. Suddenly, the demon ancestor stood there in a daze. A cold sword was pressed against his neck from behind. A familiar and cold voice said, "Don't move." The camera panned over. Xianxia was wearing a mecha suit and holding the Xianyuan divine sword. Jing knew that he was being punished to continue cleaning the toilets. He had decided to come personally to gather information. Bah! The system spat and scolded, "The host wants to activate the mecha." The dawn sky disintegrated on the runway. He was the one who did it secretly. Xianxia had been too careless. He thought that he could sneak into the star spirit world with the dawn sky's concealment function, but he was discovered the moment he stepped in. His purpose for coming here was only to investigate. Therefore, Xianxia did not choose to fight, but hid deep in the mountains and forests. A warrior from the star spirit world happened to pass by, so he had no choice but to capture him to see if he could get any useful information. From this, it could be seen that Gosheng was very cautious. He did not blindly send a large number of battleships and disciples to attack the city, but he first investigated the situation and understood the overall strength of the star spirit world. When he just entered, he felt the heaven and earth attributes that were more majestic than the eternal world, which made him realize that this plane should belong to the upper class, so there must be more advanced spirit stone resources. Mine. It's all mine. Thinking of this, Xianxia said coldly, "Turn around." The demon ancestor, who was being held hostage, looked terrible, but he could only turn around obediently. If he was in his best state, he might resist, but now he could only admit defeat. After all these years of struggling at the bottom of the star spirit world, he had lost the demeanor of a big shot. As long as he could survive, he was willing to be a punching bag, let alone participate in a fake competition. Who was to blame for the demon ancestor's current situation? Strange dog. The resurrection plan had been prepared for many years and was about to succeed, but the innate holy demon body was taken away by Yao Menjing, along with the million devil army. It did not matter. As long as he was successfully resurrected, he could still make a comeback. Reality was cruel. Later on, the demon ancestor experienced another fatal blow, and that was the perfect body that he had reconstructed was taken away by Xianxia. Physique, subordinates, body. Years of hard work and years of planning were all given to the sect of all times in the end. Every time the demon ancestor, who was struggling at death's door in the star spirit world, thought of this, he was furious and his eyes were about to pop out. So as long as he recovered his strength, his first mission in the upper realm was to destroy the sect of all times and step on their heads. There was no need to go. Because Xianxia was here. When the demon ancestor slowly turned around and saw each other, when the two pairs of eyes focused, they were both stunned subconsciously, then they said in unison, "It's you." Fate. It was too wonderful for words. Xianxia and the fiend ancestor were caught off guard and met in the wilderness. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone had a certain understanding of the author, they would have thought that he had arranged this on purpose. What a coincidence. Goshen put down the Shenyuan divine sword and said with a smile, "To think that I would meet an acquaintance in a foreign plane." Humph. The demon ancestor immediately regained his kingly demeanor and said coldly, "What a coincidence." Although he said so, he had secretly begun to mobilize his forces, preparing to deal a fatal blow to the culprit who had caused him to become an inferior citizen. "What is it?" Xianxia didn't seem to notice and asked with concern, "You seem to be injured?" When the demon ancestor heard this, he hurriedly retracted his power. A few years ago, this brat's strength was already not bad. Now, he should have improved a little. With his injuries, if he couldn't kill him, he would be in danger. He was right. Over the years, Xianxia had indeed improved. However, it was not just a little, but 100 million points. At that time, Goshen seemed to have barely touched the half-step heavenly secret stage. Now, he was a genuine heavenly secret stage. The demon ancestor had also grown. But he was still at the half-step level. Not to mention that he was injured now. Even if he was in his best condition, he would definitely be killed instantly. "Brother." Xianxia put a hand on his shoulder and said, "You have been in the star spirit world for more than 10 years. You should have some understanding of the situation here, right?" "What do you mean?" The demon ancestor's face fell. During this period, he had been looking for an opportunity and a flaw. Perhaps Xianxia treated him as a fellow countryman at this moment. His words and actions were unguarded, and there were flaws everywhere. However, the demon ancestor didn't dare to make a move. Unless he was 100% confident, he had to endure it. "Brother," Xianxia said, "you were already a traitor in the eyes of the martial artists in the upper realm. Don't you want to turn over a new leaf?" The demon ancestor was silent for a while before roaring, "It's all your fault that I ended up like this. Don't mention the past." Xianxia said, "This time, I will give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Tell me everything you know about the star spirit world." "Why should I tell you?" Bang! Xianxia suddenly pressed him to the ground and said with a cold gaze, with strength. Hiss, because his movements were too big, it affected his injuries. The demon ancestor's expression gradually turned sinister, and he rejoiced in his heart, "This guy has indeed become stronger. It's a good thing that I didn't act rashly just now. I'll talk. I'll talk." He admitted defeat. There was nothing he could do at this time. After all, he was injured. The demon ancestor's thoughts were to stabilize that guy first, wait for his injuries to recover, and then find a chance to counterattack. "Speak." Xianxia sat down. However, he sensed that there were dozens of auras flying over from afar and immediately disappeared. As for the hidden dawn sky, it was also gone. Seeing that guy disappear into thin air, the demon ancestor's eyes widened. Swish! Swish! Streams of light flew over from afar. They were more than 10 martial artists wearing the same clothes. From the material, they looked very expensive, which meant that their identities were not simple. There were also special tokens hanging on their waists. First-class noble, the demon ancestor roughly guessed their identities from the tokens. The young man in the lead stopped and looked at the people below with a very arrogant attitude. He said lightly, "Why is a low-class corpse servant here?" The demon ancestor lowered his head, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. In terms of strength, he was much stronger than these dozens of people. However, he was, after all, a soul body residing in a corpse servant. Even if he completed his service, he was still a low-class citizen, still 9527. He still had to respect the nobles according to the rules. To put it simply, in the strict hierarchy of the star spirit world, strength was not the only criterion to determine one's identity. "Hey!" a noble martial artist asked in disdain, "have you seen anyone suspicious, low-class corpse servant?" "No," the demon ancestor said decisively. He was not helping Xianxia, but helping himself because the other party was definitely nearby. If he sold him out, he might be dead in the next second. "Let's go," the noble leader said. "Let's go somewhere else to look." Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at the demon ancestor with cold eyes. He said, "According to the star spirit law, low-class citizens have to kneel when they see upper-class nobles. Why don't you kneel?" The demon ancestor still lowered his head, but the anger in his eyes was even stronger. A group of juniors, a group of trash, dared to make this ancestor kneel. Plop. Suddenly, the demon ancestor knelt down. He was just a corpse servant that was given a body. His life and death were completely out of his control. If he wanted to survive in the star spirit world, he had to endure and compromise. This kneeling. It meant that the demon ancestor had completely lost his dignity. If it could resolve the trouble, then kneeling was fine. However, not only did it not resolve, but it also made the young man suspicious. He said, "Every corpse servant should be familiar with the star spirit law, unless..." His eyes were cold. "You are a fake." Shwa. Shwa. His companions surrounded him. The demon ancestor who was kneeling on the ground looked even more ferocious. The anger that had been in his heart for more than 10 years could no longer be controlled. He raised his head and shouted, "This ancestor has already knelt. What else do you want? Ancestor? Presumptuous. This guy must be the one who entered the star spirit world without permission. He deliberately pretended to be a corpse servant." Everyone was furious. The leader said coldly, "I would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Go." Boom, before he finished speaking, a powerful force appeared out of thin air. The leader was obliterated on the spot. Blood splashed on his companions' faces. They looked to the side in a daze and saw Xianxia, who was shaking his head as he walked out. If you don't even need to kneel for dignity and still can't resolve the problem, then the best way is to fight with them to the end. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Dozens of martial artists who were in a state of panic and confusion turned into a rain of blood. The demon ancestor below was splashed all over, but he was unmoved. His eyes stared at the communication device that had fallen to the ground. His image was transmitted over. Only then did his knees slowly leave the ground. When he straightened up, he roared, "Xianxia, I am going to die because of you." In line with the principle of killing wrongly rather than letting go, the group of first-class aristocrats planned to wipe out the suspicious servant. At that time, the demon ancestor was in a dilemma. Should he continue to explain to them, or, time did not allow him to think too much because Xianxia took the initiative to solve all the problems. Pa. The communicator fell. There was a picture of the demon ancestor on it, and it had been sent over. This meant that the other party had informed the relevant departments before he died to investigate the servant number 9527. Xianxia. The demon ancestor roared, "I'm going to die because of you." A group of aristocratic warriors were killed, and his picture was sent over. He would definitely be identified as the murderer. After living in the star spirit world for more than 10 years, the demon ancestor knew that the servant would be punished as long as he made a mistake, especially killing a first-class aristocrat. He would definitely be sentenced to death. It's over. It's all over. Huff huff. Thinking that he was going to die before he could make a comeback, the demon ancestor was suddenly emboldened. He gathered sinister power in his palm and looked at Xianxia with bloodshot eyes. 10 years ago. Because all his plans had failed. 10 years later. And because he could not wait for revenge, kill, new hatred and old hatred filled his mind. The demon ancestor no longer cared about how strong Xianxia was. He raised his hand and attacked. It seemed irrational. In fact, he had caught the best flaw. Because that guy was bending down to loot the bag. Boom, dust flew and the ground shook. The demon ancestor maintained his attacking posture. His fist was stuck to Xianxia's back. It was obvious that he had caught the flaw and hit it. However, his angry face gradually distorted. He then took a few steps back. His left hand held his right wrist and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The punch just now was like hitting a steel plate. What are you doing? Xianxia took back the aristocratic warrior's spatial ring and turned around with a harmless face. The demon ancestor squatted on the ground in pain and roared in his heart, how strong is this guy? He's unscathed even when I'm not on guard. I'll talk. Xianxia said, you are the grand ancestor of the demonic tribe, are you really willing to be a lowly person in the star spirit world? It's all your fault, roared the fiend ancestor. Xianxia said, since we're from the same hometown, I'll help you get out of this predicament. Humph, the fiend ancestor sneered, you think I'll believe that? He did not believe that Xianxia would help him. If he did, there must be a purpose behind it. True enough. Xianxia held his chin and said, I'm very curious. What method did the star spirit world use to forcefully stuff a soul into a corpse? The demon ancestor's face sank. You want to study me? Not bad. You're the one who caused me to end up like this. Even if I die, I won't cooperate. Swish, as soon as the demon ancestor finished speaking, he disappeared. Not only was he sent to the eternal world, but he was also sent to the Tianyuan prison pagoda. Well done. It was arranged. Readers who were familiar with Arya's power could already imagine that the demon ancestor was going to be tortured. After all, no one could come out of the pagoda of confinement unyieldingly. Swish, swish, not long after, at the scene where the first-class aristocrat was killed, several powerful old men landed. They looked at the flesh and blood scattered all over the ground, and their eyes turned cold. They said, the murderer must be 9527. These people were from the law enforcement hall. Just now, they received the portrait of the corpse servant sent by the first-class aristocrat and investigated the identity. However, the connection was suddenly cut off, so they hurriedly sent someone to investigate. Sigh. The demon ancestor was sure to take the blame. By the way, where was Xianxia? He had already left the scene of the murder and was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak. He slowly released his spiritual senses and carefully observed everything in the star spirit world. This first-class plane was stronger than the eternal world and the heaven-crossing world in terms of the nature of heaven and earth and the landscape of the mountains and rivers. It could be considered a top upper level. Xianxia found the closest city to him. Judging from the city gate, the scale was not too big, but the creatures living inside were very strong. Warriors at the truth-seeking realm could be seen everywhere. There are so many truth-seeking realm warriors in such a small city. Xianxia said, isn't a top city even more terrifying? He continued to explore the city. Gradually, Gosheng found that there were barracks outside the city and soldiers were training in the drill ground. He kept changing positions and discovering new cities. Although the local customs were different, they all had barracks, giving people the feeling that everyone was a soldier. Of course. There were also many shipyards of different specifications. Xianxia watched a few newly built starship fly up from afar and said, if I can get their manufacturing plans, I should be able to increase the production speed. In fact, as far as the Sect of all times was concerned, they already had the ability to build a starship. They only lacked professional blueprints and indispensable materials. This kind of ore is of extraordinary quality. In the warehouse of a shipyard, Xianxia held a stone and carefully examined it. Who is it? A warrior patrolling outside noticed him. However, when he rushed in, he was already gone. As for the ore used to build the starship, it was all gone. In the next few days, Jun Changxiao wandered in the star spirit world like a ghost, using almost 3 chapters to understand the whole world in depth. Indeed, technology was maxed out. Many cities had teleportation formations. Shipyards and military factories could be seen everywhere. If there were any special circumstances, they could quickly gather a large force. If they launched an invasion, they could also quickly form a huge fleet. It's a bit tricky. At first, Jun Changxiao thought that after gathering enough information, he would directly attack the star spirit world, but now he could only think twice. Because with the combat strength of the eternal world, they might not be able to destroy this plane. Especially, there were also many corpses. The special thing about the star spirit world was not that there were many shipyards, barracks, and soldiers, but that there were corpses. It could be said that this was the label. In the past few days of Jun Changxiao's investigation, he found that from small villages to large cities, there were corpses engraved with numbers. They could be servants, or fighters. There were a lot of them and they were absolutely obedient. If there's a fight, the system said, all the corpses in the star spirit world will be mobilized. Yes. Jun Changxiao said, this is what I'm worried about. Corpses were just corpses. Even if they were killed, their souls would still exist, and they could be continuously produced. Even if they were not strong, they were top-level cannon fodder. If the corpses can lose their power, there should be no problem, the system said. So we have to research it as soon as possible. Jun Changxiao merged into the pagoda of prison and came to the cell where the demon ancestor was imprisoned. Through the crack of the door, he saw Arya waving the whip hard and listening to the beautiful music made by the screams. A smile gradually appeared on his face. Warden. Zhao Daoda said, this guy fainted again. Little Lulu, wake him up. Splash, a basin of cold water hit, waking up the fainted demon ancestor. Then he painfully raised his head and looked at Jun Changxiao through the crack of the door. He said weakly, I will cooperate, on the same day. The half-dead demon ancestor was sent to the array hall. Then, he was tied up and laid on the bed. There was a light shining on top of him, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. Ta. The various elders and hall masters of the sect of all times gathered around. They were wearing white coats and masks. They communicated with each other in low voices, just like a group of surgeons discussing how to operate on the patient. The demon ancestor wanted to cry. He could no longer survive in the star spirit realm, and now he was being used as an experimental subject. Endure it, live on, the demon ancestor comforted himself again and again. He, who had been tortured by the vicissitudes of life, had a strong state of mind. Even if he was in a dangerous situation now, he would wipe away his tears and face it. This was a pitiful and inspirational villain. He had been in limitless glory and had fallen to the bottom. He had tasted all the hardships of life but still lived on strong. Let's do it. Jun Changxiao said seriously. The surgeons led by the Taishan old man looked at each other and then took out their dissection tools. Swish, the anesthetic powder provided by Miao Siphon was poured into the demon ancestor's mouth. This was actually a poison, but its effect was only to numb the body and soul, ensuring that the patient would not feel any pain during the operation. About a moment later, the drug took effect and the demon ancestor fell asleep. However, he was only in a light sleep state. He could clearly feel that the sharp scalpel was moving on his skin, bringing about a burst of itchiness. Pucci, the chief surgeon, the Taishan old man, quickly dissected the demon ancestor's corpse. Everyone looked carefully. From the structure and shape, the corpse was no different from a normal human. It had meridians, blood vessels, internal organs, and various bones. Open the skull. Jun Changxiao ordered. When a soul was integrated into a corpse, the most important thing was the head. There might be some secrets hidden in it. Swish, the Taishan old man changed a brand new scalpel and began the craniotomy on the demon ancestor. This was more of a test of skill. If there were any problems, the worst would be death or a vegetative state. Star Spirit Realm, Law Enforcement Hall. A group of high-level officials sat in the conference room. The light screen on the left showed 9527's portrait. 12 first-class aristocrats were killed. He must be severely punished, an old man said angrily. Everyone agreed. Corpse number 9527 killed 12 aristocrats. His method was extremely cruel and the nature was extremely bad. The law enforcement hall will discuss and sentence him to soul punishment. It will be executed immediately. The law enforcement hall master sat at the head of the table and announced to a Den Mushi. His voice was transmitted through the internal array and resounded in the major cities of the Star Spirit realm. Warriors could hear it clearly. Killed 12 aristocrats? Is 9527 servant corpse rebelling? This kind of thing hasn't happened in a long time. For our safety, we must punish that guy. The natives of the Star Spirit world were filled with righteous indignation. Serving corpses, as a characteristic of the plane, had long been integrated into their daily lives. They were already used to being in control, so naturally, they were extremely resistant and disgusted towards those who disobeyed them. On the contrary, when the other corpse attendants heard this, a trace of sorrow and fear appeared in their eyes. They did not sympathize with 9527. They only sympathized with themselves because no one knew if they would be punished by the law enforcement hall in the future because of small conflicts. Especially soul punishment. This was a very cruel form of torture. The reason why the zombies had consciousness was because their souls were placed in them. The Star Spirit world's highest punishment for corpse servants was to attack their souls, so that their souls would slowly dissipate while ensuring that they would suffer great torment. When Xianxia killed the nobles, the demon Alpha guessed that once he was identified as the murderer, he would have to suffer soul punishment. Carry out the punishment. The hall master of the law enforcement hall said. No feelings, no pity. Corpse attendants were just tools in the eyes of Star Spirit boundary martial artists. After meeting certain conditions, although they could obtain freedom, they would still be bound by many restrictions. Yes. The executioner in robes walked out of the hall and stopped on the ground outlined by various patterns. He then took out a special compass with many light spots gathered on it. Each dot of light represented a soul. Among them was the demon Alphas, also numbered 9527. In fact, this was very similar to the soul origin. As long as it was controlled by others, it was equivalent to controlling life and death. Whoosh, the executioner first summoned the soul of 9527, then gently placed it in a small sunken hole in the ground. Whoosh. Whoosh, lines were activated, and flames appeared. 9527's soul struggled wildly in the hole, as if it was experiencing the cruelest fire punishment. Sizzle, after a while, the fire pit became a pot of oil, and the soul was suffering inside. Next, there were other punishments such as whipping, hanging, and so on. 9527's soul was like a helpless child, suffering torture that was worse than death, until it slowly disappeared. The execution scene was broadcasted live. When the Star Spirit boundary martial artists saw the lowly corpse attendants' souls finally turn into nothingness, they all had satisfied smiles on their faces. Insubordination. Being sentenced to death was very satisfying. On the other hand, the corpses that had no status or dignity felt their hair stand on end as they trembled in fear. In fact, the reason why the law enforcement hall carried out the execution was to let the other corpse attendants understand that if they did not obey orders and did not know their place, this would be their fate. The effect was outstanding. The corpse attendants who originally had complaints in their hearts, after witnessing the execution process, worked even harder to serve the Star Spirit boundary martial artists. Death. It was not scary. What was scary was the destruction and the scattering of the soul. A few hours later, the effect of the anesthetic gradually disappeared. The demon Alpha woke up in a daze. What he saw was no longer dazzling lights, but an exquisitely carved ceiling. His thoughts were a little chaotic, and his mouth was dry. Water, his voice was weak. As soon as the demon Alpha shouted, the cold spring water flowed into his mouth through his lips, making him gulp crazily as if he had encountered an oasis in a harsh desert. The water entered his stomach. His thoughts gradually became clear. Brother. Xianxia's voice sounded, how do you feel? Only then did the demon Alpha realize that the guy was standing beside him with a bowl. He was furious and was about to curse when he suddenly felt like his brain was about to explode. You just opened your head. Xianxia said, don't move, don't think too much. The demon alpha forcefully suppressed his anger and said weakly, what did you do to me? Save you. Save me? The demon alpha laughed with difficulty. Xianxia sat down, took out a thing the size of a fingernail, and said, this is something I found in your head. According to my preliminary judgment, it should be an explosive device related to the soul. Patriarch, there's something in this guy's head. What is it? It's beating like a heart. Xianxia walked over with a mask on. After careful observation, he guessed, it can't be a bomb, right? Beep. Beep. Suddenly, the thing sounded. Xianxia, who was just guessing, immediately judged that this was definitely some kind of explosive device. It suddenly made a beeping sound, and it might be about to explode. Shwa. He picked up the scissors next to him as fast as he could and cut toward the thread-like thing. Crack. The line broke, and the sound stopped. Phew. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and raised his hand to wipe away the sweat on his forehead. Actually, that thing had many different colored lines, but because time was tight, Gosheng decisively chose to cut the red line. Why did he choose red? Because Xianxia subconsciously thought of the color of roses. Maybe his wife gave him a lucky buff, and he actually guessed correctly. He successfully saved the demon alpha, who was about to undergo soul punishment and have his soul explode. P.S. Actually, this chapter was written at 10 in the morning. I received a call from the renovation master, and the house in the neighborhood was changed to backfill. In the end, it took me an entire day. Because there was no elevator, I had to run back and forth to the 17th floor countless times. For someone like me who has never exercised, it was simply an anatomy. My legs are still weak. That's right, I have a house. I paid the down payment 5 years ago, and it's been unfinished for 5 years. You guys are always worried that the book will be unfinished, but in fact, I've been unfinished for 5 years, 5 whole years. It was obvious. Although Xianxia dissected the demon ancestor, he also happened to save him. The so-called soul punishment was actually to detonate the time bomb embedded in the skull after going through hundreds of hellish torments, causing the soul to scatter. At that time, the law enforcement hall punished the demon ancestor with all kinds of torture. The other party happened to be in a state of soul and mind paralysis, so he didn't feel any pain at all. Later, the bomb was about to explode to announce his death sentence, but it was removed by Xianxia in time. In other words, the demon ancestor, who should have experienced pain and torture, successfully resolved the danger with the help of Gosheng. He didn't even feel any pain, as if he had really done a craniotomy without knowing anything. Was he miserable? No, he was very lucky. He was lucky to meet Xianxia, who tortured him thousands of times but still treated him like his first love, at the darkest moment of his life. It was strange that the demon ancestor didn't even realize that there was a bomb in his head. If the Taishan old man didn't have a craniotomy, no one would have thought that there was a fingernail-sized thing hidden in his extremely small head. Very vicious. Xianxia commented, very thoughtful. Looking at the bomb device removed from his head, the demon ancestor fell into silence. Some things didn't need to be explained too much. That's right. He was saved by him. He was saved by a guy who took away his physique, subordinates, and body. The seed that represented complicated emotions was planted in his heart and was slowly growing. One day, it would sprout. The bomb has been removed. Xianxia said, you're free. Buddha says that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. You don't have to be grateful to me. The demon ancestor almost roared. I was cheated so badly by you, and you want to be grateful for saving me once? Want? Bullshit. Eat. The demon ancestor recuperated in the ward of the medical hall for half a month. After his injuries gradually healed, he had to admit that after removing the bomb in his head, he was much more energetic than before. Even the oppressive feeling that always existed had completely disappeared. The way to control the zombies in the star spirit world was to put a bomb in the head. Not only could they control the body, but they could also control their thoughts. As long as it was removed, they would be free. Humph. The demon ancestor clenched his fists and swore in his heart, I will not be grateful to that guy. Now that he was in a good mood, he couldn't forget his grudge. He cultivated resentment almost every day. However, Xianxia treated this villain who used to be his enemy by providing him with the best medical facilities and top-notch meals, allowing him to fully understand the meaning of warm love. The fiend ancestor was not human. However, he was also a living being from the upper universe. He had many human characteristics, so after a while, the anger in his heart slowly faded. No. The demon ancestor roared in his heart, I haven't forgotten. I'm enduring hardships. I'm biding my time. Smack, smack. In the cafeteria, he, who was wearing a hospital gown, gently put down the bowl. Then, he narrowed his eyes and said, another bowl. When it was dark, he brought the fried rice again. Then, he returned to the kitchen and asked unhappily, how long is this guy going to freeload? The patriarch said so. Lu Wancher, who was busy, said, eat until he thinks it through. All right. Ihei said, I still have to serve you for a long time. The next day, the demon ancestor came to the cafeteria on time again. As soon as he sat down, Xianxia appeared in front of him and said with a smile, your face is rosy and lustrous. Your injuries are recovering well. The demon ancestor became vigilant. He still knew himself. He did not think that the other party would let him freeload. The more selfless the care, the more hidden the trick. Xianxia ordered a spicy fish head and sat next to him. While waiting for the dishes to be served, his fingers tapped the table regularly. Tap. Tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. The atmosphere was slightly oppressive. The demon ancestor became more cautious and did not even dare to eat. In the end, he could not help but break down and say, what do you want? Xianxia stopped tapping the table and said with a serious expression, do you want to do something big? No. The demon ancestor answered very decisively. This guy must be tricking me. I must stay true to my heart and not be fooled by his expression and words. Are you sure? Yes, seeing Gosheng's serious expression, the demon ancestor was a little shaken. According to the investigation during this period of time, Xianxia said, the number of corpse servants in the star spirit world is basically the same as the martial artists. It might even be slightly higher. The demon ancestor did not speak. Indeed, there were many corpse servants in the star spirit world. Although they had no status or dignity, they were spread across the entire plane. Whether it's humans or other creatures, they should enjoy fair rights since birth. If they are oppressed and exploited, they should stand up and resist. Xianxia said. You want me to rebel against the star spirit world? That's right. The demon ancestor rolled his eyes. Although the bomb had been removed and he had regained his freedom, to rebel against a top upper plane was definitely crazy. As a big shot of the wasteland, he also had ambitions. However, after living in the star spirit world for more than 10 years, the more he understood the order and strength of this plane, the less he had any fantasies of resistance. Fair rights were only in the hands of a small number of people. Even if he was free now, he still could not get rid of his identity as a corpse servant. In the strict star spirit world, he was destined to be a marginal existence. From the layout to the resurrection, the demon ancestor's actions might not be inferior to the celestial demonic emperor. However, many years of living at the bottom and being treated as a slave had gradually smoothed out the edges of his heart. Try to survive. This was the only thought in the demon ancestor's mind. That was why the sect of all times was so friendly to him that he shamelessly freeloaded on food and drinks. If it was before, even if he had to die, he would not eat that meal. You might think that this is a fantasy, Xianxia said. The demon ancestor said, it is a fantasy. Swoosh, Xianxia put the white rice on the table, then divided it into 2 halves, pushing one half to the left and the other to the right. He said, the star spirit world is like this bowl of white rice. The left side represents the nobles, and the right side represents the corpse servants. After saying that, he spread out the rice on the right side. The corpse servants have no freedom or rights. They can only be scattered all over the place. Jun Changxiao paused, then kneaded the rice together and said, if someone gathers this power, is it not enough to fight against the nobles? The demon ancestor fell silent. He was not a fool. He already understood Gosheng's intention. However, the demon ancestor shook his head and smiled bitterly. The corpse servants are controlled by the star spirit world. They are destined to be fish on the chopping board. What if someone can help them get rid of the control? Jun Changxiao said meaningfully. The demon ancestor was stunned. He suddenly understood, if this person could help him remove the bomb, he could naturally help the other corpse servants. Without any restrictions, would everyone still be willing to work like a cow or a horse? Brother. Jun Changxiao stood up, looked out the window with his hands behind his back, and said, nobles, generals, ministers, what do you think? Kings, lords, generals, and ministers. After hearing these words, the demon ancestor's blood instantly burned. Although his edges and corners were gradually smoothed out in reality, he was still the ancestor of the Moang clan after all. After all, he was a man who once had a big plan. People did not die. The heart was there. Seeing the sharpness in the demon ancestor's eyes gradually returning, Jun Changxiao said, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I hope you can cooperate with me and turn it upside down. He. Referring to the star spirit world. In fact, when Jun Changxiao removed the soul bomb in the demon ancestor's head and successfully let him live and regain his freedom, he had been discussing the plan with the higher-ups. Patriarch Ryu Sinan said, since we know how the star spirit world controls the zombies, why don't we help them get rid of the shackles and then use the power to overthrow this plane? Makes sense. Jun Changxiao deeply agreed. If they went head-to-head, not to mention whether they could win, they would definitely pay a painful price. The zombies in the star spirit world were large in scale and lived like slaves. He could totally rescue them to fight against the star spirit world. Bastard! Shaoji scolded angrily, using the zombies as cannon fodder. He really has no morals. Don't laugh. He could really say that. Because he stood at the highest point of the black spot. No matter how he looked at Jun Changxiao, no matter what he did, he always thought that it was wrong. In fact, the star spirit world controlled so many souls and forcibly placed corpses to control them. No one should be willing. They were limited by bombs and laws and could only be cattle and horses. They could only live a life worse than death. At this time, if someone stood up, by giving freedom to raise their arms and make a call, they would not hesitate at all, even if the price was sacrifice and blood. Of course. Who would carry the flag? Jun Changxiao definitely could not. After all, he was a human. To mobilize the zombies in the star spirit world and encourage them to fight for freedom, it must be someone of the same kind. Therefore, the suitable candidate was undoubtedly the demon ancestor. As a result, dog leftovers came looking for him. It's very simple. Jun Changxiao said, I am responsible for helping the zombies to remove the bombs. You are responsible for commanding them. TSK, the ancestral fiend said in disdain, you want me to take the lead and let the zombies be cannon fodder while you hide in the dark and reap the benefits? You can interpret it that way. Jun Changxiao was very frank. That was right. He was using the zombies to overthrow the star spirit realm and reap the benefits. Although this was not a noble act, it was not a dirty thing either. If you want freedom, you have to wear bulletproof vests. Besides, Gosheng was neither Buddha nor God. Without absolute confidence to fight against the star spirit world, the zombies had to fight for their freedom and dignity on their own. All right. The demon ancestor clenched his fist and said, this ancestor agrees. Even though he knew that Jun Changxiao was using him, he still decided to cooperate. In the past, he had been forcibly placed in a corpse and suffered from the crazy oppression of the star spirit realm. He had no choice. Now, he just wanted to be a free and dignified big shot of the demonic tribe, put it bluntly. In the star spirit world, he was not treated as a human. He had suffered all kinds of injustice, suffered all kinds of oppression. He had had enough. He had to fight back. Follow me. Jun Changxiao brought the demon ancestor to a relatively remote place at the back of the mountain. At first, this place was rather deserted, but under the cultivation of Li Qingyang and Page, It had already turned into a place similar to a military camp. Pa. Xianxia snapped his fingers and said, "Come out." Swish. 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 In an instant, black shadows rushed out from the tents in the distance and lined up neatly. There were about 100 of them. This was a group of creatures with different appearances. Their heads, shoulders, and exposed chests all had tattoos with strange numbers engraved on them. That's right. They were all zombies. In the half a month that the demon ancestor was recuperating from his injuries, Xianxia had gone to the star spirit world many times and saved them all. Although the numbers engraved on these people were different, there were obvious stitches on their foreheads. It could be seen that they had all undergone craniotomy. "Greetings, June Patriarch." The zombies all knelt down on one knee in unison with the most sincere respect in their eyes. They had been zombies for a long time, living a life worse than death in the star spirit world. After being rescued to the eternal world and defusing the bomb, they definitely regarded Xianxia as their benefactor. In fact, except for the most evil people, the creatures in the upper universe all knew how to be grateful. Swish. Xianxia waved his hand and helped the zombies up. "I'll say it again," he said with a serious expression, "any creature can only worship their parents." Kneeling was the custom of the star spirit world. To be exact, it was the unique custom of the zombies. When they saw someone with a higher status than them, they had to kneel. When they saw their master being controlled, they had to kneel. Therefore, after kneeling for a long time, they became the kneeling clan. "Understood," everyone said loudly. The demon ancestor muttered in his heart, he subdued a group of powerful zombies so quickly. This person has some tricks up his sleeve. Nonsense, if he didn't have any tricks up his sleeve. How could he end up like this? Thinking of this, the demon ancestor not only did not get angry out of embarrassment, but even felt a little relieved. It was not that he was not strong enough, but that his opponent was too good. He lost everything, but it was not very embarrassing. Damn. This guy really knows how to comfort himself. His name is the demon ancestor. A person with ambition and a plan. Xianxia said, "From today onwards, you must listen to his orders unconditionally." Yes. The zombies followed Gosheng's lead. They would listen to whoever he told them to. Not only because of respect, but also because after the bomb in the star spirit world was defused, another bomb was installed on them. See. Little Dude jumped out and roared, "This bastard has no morals." Xianxia could not be blamed. He needed to help the oppressed zombies, but he was afraid that some of them would rebel, so he could only control them in a gentler way so that they could work together to overthrow the star spirit world. Xianxia also promised. In the future, they would definitely regain their freedom. Xianxia. The demon ancestor was tied up on the operating table. His veins bulged as he roared, "We agreed to cooperate, you are shameless." "Sorry." Xianxia, who was standing outside, said helplessly, "I was also worried that you would betray me." Pa. An anesthetic needle was injected. The demon ancestor instantly fell into a coma. When he woke up again, a bomb was installed on his body. It could be said that he had just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. "Slow down." Yes, you can hang it up." Under the busy disciples, a plaque with the words Avengers was slowly hung up in the hall that had just been built in the back mountain. The demon ancestor wore a custom-made Avengers uniform and sat at the head of the hall. His former sharpness had been restored, and his eyes were cold and sharp. "We are waiting." The neatly arranged crowd below shouted, "Greetings, Hall Master." At that moment, they were no longer zombies in the star spirit world, but Avengers in the Sect of all times. The tattoos on their bodies were not erased because they were no longer serial numbers, but code names, 9527. The leader of the Avengers. "Listen up." The demon ancestor said domineeringly, "We Avengers only have one mission, and that is to overthrow the star spirit world." Overthrow the star spirit world. The Avengers roared loudly, and their voices echoed between heaven and earth. Xianxia, who was sitting on a weeping willow in the distance, drank a mouthful of drunken dream, looked up at the sky, and smiled. The show is about to begin. Jun Changxiao's plan was very simple. He would be the mastermind behind the scenes and secretly manipulate the Avengers to fight against the Star Spirit world. Even if he could not directly overthrow them, he would at least peel off a few layers of skin. Was it reliable? If it were someone else, he might not be at ease. But the leader of the Avengers was the demon ancestor, so it was very safe. This was a ruthless character who had ambition but no chance to show it. It would definitely be effective to let him fight against the Star Spirit world. Moreover, he had been treated inhumanely, so he must be full of anger in his heart. It had to be said. Jun Changxiao's move was very beautiful. As for how much trouble he could bring to the Star Spirit world, it would depend on his own ability. Master. Jun Changxiao came to the array hall and said, "You must build more warships during this period of time. Don't worry about ores, I will do my best to provide them." After that, he went to the forging hall and the battle cavalry hall. All in all, using the Avengers to fight against the Star Spirit world was only one of the plans. After consuming a lot of the other party's energy, he still had to come forward to clean up the mess. A few days later, the demon ancestor began to act. He did not foolishly bring people to the Star Spirit world to cause trouble. Instead, he quietly sneaked in and used all kinds of methods to capture the servant corpses. Relying on 100 people to deal with the upper planes, his head must have been kicked by a donkey. So he had to recruit more subordinates and let them all join the resistance camp. Jun Changxiao supported him. He even set up a surgery department. All the captured servant corpses would be opened first, the original bomb inside would be removed, and a new bomb would be installed. It only took a few days. The number of Avengers soared from 100 to 500 or 600. Sun Wukong and the others were performing craniotomy for patients almost all the time in the operating room. They were so busy that they almost had no time to rest. The demon ancestor was kidnapping people. Jun Changxiao was stealing the ores, herbs, and other resources hidden in the major cities of the Star Spirit world were secretly moved to the Eternal World by him. These facilities were all used to manufacture mechas, warships, and equipment. In other words, the Star Spirit world was equivalent to a natural treasure, constantly replenishing the Sect of all times. Of course, they were not fools. When the theft happened one after another, it quickly alerted the law enforcement hall. They began to investigate and inferred from the crime scene that it should be the same murderer, so they increased the vigilance. Seeing this, Jun Changxiao did not dare to be too unbridled. The strange disappearance of the servant corpse also attracted the attention of the law enforcement hall. However, they didn't take it seriously at all. In fact, after confirming his disappearance, they directly announced the soul torture. In short, in the eyes of the Star Spirit world, servant corpses were like ants. No matter what reason they disappeared, they would not ask for the reason. They would treat it as a violation of the law and would be severely punished. Unfortunately, the law enforcement hall used torture every day. In the end, the missing zombies were safe and sound in the Eternal World. They were undergoing professional training from the demon ancestor. The reason was that the bomb had been defused long ago. Speaking of training, there was a need to mention it. Back then, in order to revive and fight against the 10 great immortal sects, the demon ancestor had done his best to nurture 1,000,000 soldiers. He definitely had rich experience. It was because of this that Jun Changxiao made him the leader of the Avengers. He was an ambitious man. He also had a wealth of experience in nurturing. Such a person could at least hold the situation. The demon ancestor did not let him down. After he had more and more subordinates, he not only nurtured them vigorously, but also brainwashed them vigorously. He instilled the concept of freedom and the spirit of resistance in them. When Jun Changxiao was free, he would also come over to act as a lecturer. For example, freedom, 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 resistance, 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 yeah, good. In terms of brainwashing, Jun Changxiao and the demon ancestor were both masters. Under their indoctrination, the Avengers' hatred for the Star Spirit world grew day by day. In fact, it was not that they were doing something bad. The main reason was that they had been oppressed enough. After gaining freedom, they would definitely launch revenge and trample on the high and mighty aristocrats. In terms of the setting of One Piece, In the star spirit world, all creatures with status were celestial dragons. And no matter how strong or weak the servant corpse was, they were still grass that could be slaughtered by them. Today, Xianxia and the demon ancestor did not stand up. Tomorrow, perhaps Xianxia and the immortal ancestor would lead them to revolt. Half a year later, the number of Avengers had increased to tens of thousands. They came from all over the star spirit world and used to have different low identities. Now, they were all brothers and sisters. Their purpose was to fight for freedom and revenge. Of course, their strength was also extraordinary. Tens of thousands of Avengers, their overall strength was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, and there was no lack of half-step truth-seeking realm. In particular, Xianxia had provided them with a large number of equipment and weapons, arming them to the teeth. What's the next step? In the Vengeance Hall, Gosheng asked. In the past half a year, he had wandered all over the star spirit world. Although he had obtained a lot of martial arts resources, they were not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. To be exact, it was nothing more than petty theft. Many resource areas were heavily guarded, and there was no chance at all. If it were any other plane, Gosheng would definitely feel guilty. Only the star spirit world did not have any burden, because this was a world that mainly killed and plundered others. You snatched others. Can't I snatch from you? The demon ancestor came to the sand table of the star spirit world that had been prepared long ago and pointed at a city. Guerrilla warfare. It was impossible to fight head-on at the moment. He had to make full use of his advantages to discuss the other party step by step. Let's do it together. Xianxia and the demon ancestor looked at each other, and an extremely scary smile gradually appeared on their faces. That night, the 20,000 Avengers had gathered. They were well-trained and well-equipped. One look and one could tell that they were tigers and wolves. Swish, the demon ancestor strode out of the hall. There was fire in his heart and light in his eyes. He said loudly, "This operation must be fast." Yes. Everyone shouted. Let's go. Swish. Swish. Swish, the 20,000 Avengers poured into the teleportation token and disappeared into thin air, reappearing in the star spirit world. Awoo. Awoo. A wolf howl sounded in the distance, making the atmosphere especially gloomy. Swish swish swish, under the leadership of the demon ancestor, the 20,000 Avengers flew at top speed and soon arrived at their destination, a city of decent size. Go. Swish 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 swish, in an instant, the Avengers were no longer careful. They rushed to the city with their full cultivation. Their angry aura filled the surroundings. The cold killing intent also meant that a fierce battle was coming. Patriarch. Ryu Sinan stood on the mountain peak in the distance and said with pity, "It seems a little, don't worry." Xianxia said, "I have already instructed them to focus on plundering resources after breaking into the city. They will not harm the innocent." Although the star spirit world made a living by plundering others, it did not mean that they were all bad guys. There were definitely many innocent creatures, so he would not massacre them wantonly and would not give little Dodo any chance to slander him. "I want to be an evil person through and through, regardless of the comments and criticisms of the world." Xianxia looked at the firmament Dao with his hands behind his back and said helplessly, "But I can't be kind." It was rare that the system did not ridicule him. Because sometimes the host's actions were very scoundrelly, but in the cruel martial arts world, there was no fault to be found. Kill. Kill. Boom. Boom, the demon ancestor led the Avengers to attack the city. All kinds of gorgeous lights shot out, dyeing the dark environment colorful. The corpse servants are rebelling. The corpse servants are rebelling. Before the city was breached, the soldiers in the city cried out in horror. For a long time, they had regarded the corpse servants as slaves. They had never thought that one day, they would encounter such a sudden situation in their sleep. Boom, boom, the frequency of all kinds of energy bombardment increased. Because the Avengers led by the demon ancestor had launched a sudden sneak attack, they did not give the city defense forces any chance. In just an hour, they broke through the main gate and rushed in like a tide. A long period of peace. Xianxia stood outside and said, "Let them lose their guard." Jian Guishu said, "In just half a year, to be able to train tens of thousands of Avengers so well, that demon ancestor is quite a character. Yes. Gu Tianqing nodded and said, June Patriarch used the right person. Normally, the Avengers were brainwashed every day and preached hatred every day. They should not be able to control their anger after breaking through a city. However, after they entered, they were orderly and did not kill civilians. Instead, they went straight to the city lord's mansion. An hour later, the city lord's mansion, which represented the heart, was completely breached. The fat city lord was stepped on by the demon ancestor. Hall Master! Someone roared, kill him. This city lord was famous for being ruthless. Countless corpse servants came here and were either crazily tortured or obliterated depending on their mood. Therefore, when they caught him today, they could not wait to tear him into pieces. Don't kill me, Poochie. Before he could finish, the demon ancestor's sword had already slashed down. The head that was like a big watermelon rolled out. There was still fear in his eyes. The city lord was dead. Everyone cheered. Hang the head on the city gate. The demon ancestor said loudly, tell those noble star spirit world martial artists that we corpse servants are rebelling today. Yes. Soon, the city lord's head was hung on the city gate. This day was destined to be recorded in history. Because the Avengers who represented freedom had completely revealed their cards to the high and mighty celestial dragons, the demon ancestor who commanded this battle would also be remembered by future generations and even be called the ancestor of freedom. Nothing to do with Gosheng, no. He was the one behind the scenes, hiding his achievements and fame. It was daybreak. The sky had also changed. The Avengers successfully occupied Huitian City. The residents who lived here were so scared that they hid in their rooms, afraid that someone would suddenly rush in. He was worrying too much. The Avengers did not harass any innocent creatures. They only targeted the nobles with status and power. After searching for all the martial arts resources, they also took away the oppressed zombies. Retreat. With Ancestor Fiend's order, everyone quickly retreated. The purpose of this surprise attack on Huitian City was very simple. After the fight, they would snatch the resources and run away. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Avengers flew dozens of miles away from the city and disappeared into the deep mountains and forests. They held the tokens and were transmitted to the Eternal World. Awesome! After returning to the Avengers base, the demon ancestor could not hide the excitement in his eyes. After coming to the Star Spirit World for so many years, he had never been taken seriously by anyone. His life was worse than death. Today, he finally stepped on that group of high and mighty aristocrats. He was in a great mood. Regrettably, he didn't massacre the entire city to maximize his enjoyment. Jun Xianxia would still consider the three views and wouldn't be too cruel. The demon ancestor was different. He was a complete villain. He was an unscrupulous hero. He had no burden in slaughtering people. Unfortunately, he was pinched to death by Jun Xianxia. Therefore, after breaking into Huitian City, he did not massacre the entire city. How are the casualties? The demon ancestor calmed down and immediately asked about the battle situation. After statistics, 20,000 zombies broke into the city and plundered a lot of martial arts resources. The price was the death of 500 to 600 Avengers. When the Sect of all times fought, no one died. So many cannon fodders died. Hee hee. Brothers and sisters. The demon ancestor walked out of the hall and said in a thunderous voice, fighting for freedom requires sacrifice. We have to face everything fearlessly. Only in this way can we comfort the souls of the dead in heaven. Fight for freedom. We are not afraid of sacrifice. Fight for freedom. We are not afraid of sacrifice. The Avengers roared in unison, their eyes filled with fearlessness. The power of freedom and hatred forged their iron will. Jun Xianxia said in admiration. Tisk, the system was speechless. Are you sure it's not brainwashing power? One by one. In the time and space secret realm, the disciples were extremely busy. After breaking into Huitian City, they brought over 100,000 zombies. With Sun Wukong as the leader, the surgeons had to remove the bombs in their brains in the shortest time possible. Time was very tight, because no one knew if the Star Spirit World would immediately punish them. Therefore, they could only place the operation room in the time and space secret realm to try to do more craniotomy. One day inside, nearly 10,000 zombies removed the bombs and regained their freedom. At the same time, they put on bulletproof vests. The so-called bulletproof vests meant that they were no longer zombies, but Avengers. However, after all, manpower was limited. The Sect of all times' medical team worked tirelessly, but they still couldn't stop the nightmare from coming. When there were still a few thousand people waiting in line, they suddenly knelt down in the secret realm, screaming miserably with ferocious expressions. Their bodies and souls seemed to be in a sea of fire or a pot of oil. What's going on? Xianxia hurriedly walked in. Soul torture. An Avenger who had witnessed it said in grief, they used soul torture. Xianxia frowned. Sure enough, the Star Spirit World was not limited by plane or distance in controlling the life and death of these zombies. Shwa. Xianxia grabbed the wrist of a zombie and merged his spiritual sense into his sea of consciousness. He felt a terrifying power surging inside and didn't know what to do for a moment. Let me die, the zombie begged in pain. Let me die. Xianxia was silent. After a while, he turned around and said, inject anesthetic. Yes. Sun Wukong hurriedly controlled the zombie and injected anesthetic into it before it calmed down. He lay on the ground, but his thoughts and strength were still there. He squeezed out a smile with difficulty and said, Thank you. Boom, the bomb detonated and turned into flesh and blood. Boom. 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 In an extremely short period of time, the zombies who couldn't defuse the bomb all exploded. Some of them were injected with anesthetic and died peacefully, but many of them didn't have time at all. Therefore, not only did their souls dissipate, but they also suffered hellish torture. Plop. Sun Wukong knelt on the ground and clenched his fists. As a doctor, his duty was to save the dying and heal the injured. Now, he could only watch as so many souls were tortured in front of him. Grief, self-blame. Xianxia patted him on the shoulder and said, You've done your best. Patriarch, Sun Wukong could no longer control his emotions. Tears fell like rain as he said, I really want to save them. There are too many creatures in the world who have experienced death. Xianxia comforted him, Don't blame yourself because you didn't lend a helping hand. Because one person's strength is limited, and you can't change the overall situation. I understand. Sun Wukong wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. He understood. However, Xianxia returned to the study and was silent. In fact, he was so silent that it was a little scary. Are you okay? Rose of Flowers put down the tea and asked worriedly. Xianxia leaned back in his chair and looked up at the ceiling. He said, A plane that treats living beings like grass should do a craniotomy. Rose of Flowers heard this and knew that her husband was angry. No. Xianxia's gaze gradually turned cold and fierce. He said in a gloomy tone, I want to change its head. Change its internal organs. Change its body. A doctor had the heart of a parent. Sun Wukong's heart was in extreme pain as he watched so many souls being annihilated. Xianxia was the same. Especially when he thought of how the servant corpse had chosen death to end the torture, he could no longer suppress his anger. Wrong. I was wrong. What needed to be saved was not the servant corpse, but the entire Star Spirit World. He had to help it change its blood, flesh, and bones, inside and out. There are too many dark places in the world. This is just the tip of the iceberg, the system said. So, Xianxia said, since I've encountered it, I have to change it. He came to the Star Spirit World for revenge, but now his mentality had changed. To put it shamelessly, Xianxia wanted to be a savior at this moment. He wanted to completely change the Star Spirit World and even the entire universe system. It's here. Zhang San, who was imprisoned in Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, suddenly sensed something and excitedly raised his head. The person who will change the upper universe's structure is finally here. He had this feeling before. However, it was particularly strong today, as if it was close at hand, not only Xianxia. Many powerhouses in the upper universe also realized it, so they were more active in fighting against the Sky Devil Emperor. They didn't care who could change the upper universe's structure. They only cared about whether they could obtain luck and merit in this unprecedented change, so as to break through to a higher level and even enter the land of eternal life. Kid. That night, the old man from Taishan came to the study and said, "It's not enough to do craniotomy alone. We have to find a more convenient way." Because he was the supreme elder and the master in name, he usually didn't call him patriarch. "Is there a way?" Jin Changxiao asked. The old man from Taishan placed a dismantled bomb on the table and said, "According to my research during this period of time, this thing contains an extremely complicated array. If it can be cracked, it might lose its effect without needing to be taken out by craniotomy." "Is that so?" Jin Changxiao's eyes lit up. During the day, so many servant corpses were tortured to death. Although he couldn't stop it, he felt that there were indeed signs of array fluctuations in the other party's sea of consciousness. However, the old man from Taishan said, "It will take a lot of time to study." Jin Changxiao expressed his understanding. He was the master of the eternal world, but he couldn't stop the servant corpses and could only let them disappear. It was enough to show that the formation was very profound and could ignore the space barrier between the visual world and the mortal world. "Master," Jin Changxiao said, "I'll leave this matter to you. I'll do my best." The next day, the Taishan elder selected a group of disciples who had high attainments in array formations and brought all kinds of tools and facilities into the secret realm of time and space. He didn't plan to come out until he had studied the array thoroughly. Star Spirit World, Law Enforcement Hall. The upper echelons sat at a huge round table, and the atmosphere was extremely stifling. Huitian City was suddenly attacked by zombies, and the situation was extremely serious. This made them have no choice but to be serious. "Everyone." The hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall said in a deep voice, "This is definitely a premeditated rebellion." Pa, he snapped his fingers. A scene slowly appeared on the light screen in front of him. It was the scene of a large number of zombies attacking Huitian City. The devil ancestor was also clearly captured, and it was quite handsome, 9527? After someone saw the number clearly, he frowned and said, "How is he still alive?" The upper echelons present were also stunned. The zombies who had announced to the entire Star Spirit world that soul punishment would be carried out were actually alive and well. This was a bit inconceivable. "One thing is for sure," the hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall said with a serious expression, "this zombie rebellion was instigated by him." "Humph," someone said disdainfully, "instead of being a good slave, he actually wants to cause trouble." "How audacious." The hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall said in a deep voice, "The zombies in Huitian City have all been taken away by that guy. This seat is worried that they will continue to cause trouble. Use soul punishment. Let these disloyal zombies have their souls scattered." The upper echelons expressed their opinions. "As soon as we received the news that Huitian City was breached, the Hall of Law Enforcement has already taken action." The hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall frowned and said, "However, this seat is worried that they will be safe and sound like 9527. He was half right. There were indeed many zombies that were safe and sound. Everyone fell silent. The upper echelons have already known about this and ordered the Law Enforcement Hall to investigate thoroughly. The hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall said, "Investigate." A bad-tempered martial artist said angrily, "We must investigate." On the same day, the Law Enforcement Hall began to take action. However, after a few days of investigation, they still couldn't find 9527 and the large number of zombies that were taken away. They couldn't help but suspect that they might have left the Star Spirit world. "Don't be careless." The hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall said, "Order all the cities to enter a state of alert." The zombies suddenly attacked Huitian City and took away a large number of martial arts resources and zombies. It was definitely premeditated and might even appear out of nowhere. As expected, he guessed right. About a month later, the Fiend Ancestor led the Avengers to appear once again. With the force of a thunderbolt, they broke through another city and took away a large amount of martial arts resources, taking away nearly 10,000 zombies. Before they retreated, they even smiled at the projection array. This is a blatant provocation. Damn it. The upper echelons were all furious. The hall master of the law enforcement hall was calmer. He took out the zombies' serial numbers and compared them one by one through the light screen. In the end, he concluded that at least 80% of the people who participated in the attack were taken away from Huitian City. In other words, they were not sentenced to death. They were still alive and had become rebels. This was a big problem. No. The hall master of the law enforcement hall realized that the situation was not good. He immediately wrote a report and sent it to a higher organization, hoping to get the attention of the upper echelons. Kill. Kill. More than half a month later, the Avengers appeared in another city. Although the Star Spirit world had entered a state of alert, they were often caught off guard because they couldn't determine the specific location of the rebels. In terms of overall strength, the Avengers were definitely not as good as the Star Spirit world. However, as the base of the Eternal World, they could hide in the shadows and change places after a shot. They could concentrate all their forces to break into a certain city and then retreat safely. Quick! Quick! After returning, the members of the medical hall began to get busy. They had to race with the Grim Reaper and remove the bombs in the heads of the new zombies in the shortest time possible. Fortunately, the demon ancestor had experience. The 2 consecutive attacks on the cities of the Star Spirit world were small in scale and there were not many zombies. It was just enough for Sun Wukong and the others to perform craniotomy in time and to a large extent to avoid the detonation of the bombs after the law enforcement hall found out. Unfortunately, the cities were small and there were few zombies. After breaking into the cities twice, the resources obtained were not many. Xianxia didn't care. He just took it as training for the Avengers. In just a few months, the demon ancestor had made 3 successful attacks in a row. However, he didn't get carried away by the victory and immediately ordered a truce. To deal with an upper-class plane, one couldn't be too hasty. One had to take it slowly. Xianxia didn't care how the demon ancestor played. He now hoped that the Taishan old man could develop a way to crack the bombs so that he could be more unscrupulous. Success. Half a year later, the Taishan old man walked out of the spacetime secret realm excitedly. Because he was too engrossed in the research, his hair was disheveled, his beard was unkempt, and he looked extremely haggard. Buzz. In the open area of the back mountain, the flowing light formation appeared. The Taishan old man said proudly, "This is a soul isolation formation that I developed based on the internal structure of the bomb. As long as the zombies enter, their souls and bodies will be completely isolated from the outside world. Having an old man at home was like having a treasure." This sentence was specially used to describe the Taishan old man. While the medical hall was busy with the craniotomy for the zombies, he lived up to his expectations and created a great array that could isolate the soul and body. Is it okay? He needed to test it. Swish. Swish. In the dark night of the Star Spirit world, one figure after another sped forward like a ghost, and then stopped outside a heavily guarded city. The demon ancestor stood on a tree, looked at the moonlight, and said, "Get ready." Shwa. Shwa. Dozens of Avengers stood up from the bushes. They picked up the RPG rocket launcher and locked onto the indestructible city gate in front of them. Ka-ka. Ka-ka-ka. The other members hiding in the dark took out their fully automatic rifles or sniper rifles and skillfully loaded the bullets. The firearms were provided by Xianxia. High-level spirit stones were used as energy sources, allowing the originally outdated weapons to still possess powerful destructive power. Every Avenger was equipped with a special bullet. The bullet was not stored by spirit stones, but by the power of immortal sound. Tisk, the demon ancestor said, "Does this strange thing really have an unfathomable power?" As a traditional martial artist, he disdained to play tricks and believed more in his own fists. However, when they came, Xianxia specially instructed them to use it during the siege and to strive for a quick battle. Only then did they agree to let the members take it out. Ka. Ka. The Avengers who were carrying the rocket launcher also loaded the cannonballs gathered by the power of immortal sound and stood in place, waiting for the hall master to give the order to attack the city. The demon ancestor was calm. After waiting for 2 hours, in the middle of the night, he pointed at the city and shouted, "Fire!" Bam! 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 The deafening sound caused the demon ancestor's eardrums to buzz. Damn, was there such a big commotion? There was no time for the demon ancestor to think, because he was completely shocked by the scene in his field of vision. That door. The seemingly indestructible door, under the bombardment of dozens of cannonballs that dragged streams of light, it was directly blown into nothingness, and a huge gap was blown out. Dang dang dang. Dang dang dang. The dozens of Avengers who fired the cannonballs took more than 10 steps back before stabilizing their bodies, their faces full of shock. They had previously received the most professional training from Xianxia and were familiar with the recoil of firearms. However, the vibration caused by the special cannonballs was too exaggerated. If not for the support of their strong bodies, they would have been torn apart. The demon ancestor's mouth twitched. The equipment given by that kid was too powerful. The equipment was not very scary, but the cannonballs gathered by the power of immortal sound were terrifying. The demon ancestor quickly recovered from his shock. His veins bulged as he roared, "Kill!" Swish! Swish! Tens of thousands of Avengers charged in with AK-47s. In a world of martial arts, a group of martial artists charged in with firearms. The scene was simply too unnatural. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The alarm in the city sounded, and the stationed guards rushed in from all directions. The Avengers who had already rushed in through the gap in the city gate stood in the ruins with their legs crossed, raised the AK-47s in their hands, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. In an instant, the bullet-emitting blue light was shot out with a trail of light behind it. In slow motion, they were densely packed like a waterfall. If there were only a few of them, the guards could still use their secret technique, repeated horizontal jumps to dodge. Now, they could only be live targets. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The bullets hit the soldiers, piercing through their armor and bodies. In the end, they all fell to the ground. The demon ancestor who witnessed this scene was deeply shocked again. The strength of these guards was not bad, and their equipment was also very good. Under normal circumstances, the energy gathered by the members' martial arts might not be able to penetrate them easily, but they were all killed. Boom! At this moment, there was an explosion on the main street of the city. The demon ancestor hurriedly looked over and saw that the dust had dispersed, and there was a huge crater in the ground. Hundreds of soldiers appeared around it, and they were all dead. Swish! He hurriedly looked up at the city wall. Under the moonlight, Xianxia carried a smoking rocket launcher, a cigar hanging in his mouth, and the cloak behind him rustled. Xianxia decided to give the Star Spirit World a makeover, so when the demon ancestor attacked the military fortress, he sent out the core disciples of the Sect of all times. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. On another street in the city, the soldiers rushed over like a flood. However, they soon stopped. In their field of vision, at the corner of the street, a monk in a kasaya put his palms together and said, "Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot." The soldiers rushed to support the front line, so they couldn't stop. They gathered their strength on their swords and rushed over. Dunan shook his head helplessly, then waved his sleeves and said, "Buddha is merciful." Whoosh whoosh. The golden Buddha's light erupted behind him, gradually condensing into a benevolent Dharma idol, and then, it turned into 8 palms, carrying a powerful force as they rushed toward the soldiers. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Dunan put his palms together and strolled leisurely on the street. The Dharma idol behind him was like a bulldozer, blasting the soldiers who rushed over in all directions as if they were garbage. Because the power was too strong, their souls flew to the next heaven on the spot. Although Buddha is merciful, his fists can transcend souls. The corner of the demon ancestor's mouth twitched. How could a Buddhist be so decisive in killing? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the corner of his eyes swept across another street. The airtight sword energy interweaved into a gorgeous picture until it gradually disappeared. The soldiers who rushed out were all still. Clang, standing opposite, Zhou Hong put his sword into the sheath and then continued to stand proudly. Plop. Plop. With that, 100 soldiers fell to the ground. Similar scenes were playing out in other places. In short, Jun Changxiao sent out a large number of elite disciples, including Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and Yi Xingchen, to help the Avengers stabilize the situation, so that they could smoothly take down this city. Oh. Yi Xingchen was not here. At this point, the author took off his glasses and gently wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He missed the cold, proud, and a little cute second male lead. Cry. A certain reader first wiped his nose with a tissue, then wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said with a grin, "Cry for me." It was dawn. An important military base in the star spiritual world had fallen. In this battle, only a few thousand of the 50,000 guards escaped. When the experts of the law enforcement hall rushed over, they could only stomp their feet in anger when they saw the collapsed city walls, the corpses everywhere, and the empty city lord mansion. Execute! The hall master of the law enforcement hall roared. Buzz! Buzz! The formation representing the soul punishment appeared, and the hundreds of thousands of corpse servants who had disappeared in the city were punished. It had only been 10 minutes since the demon ancestor broke into the city and looted the resources. With the ability of Sun Wukong and others, it was impossible to perform craniotomy for them in such a short time, so the tragedy probably did not happen. Eternal world. Soul isolating formation. When the law enforcement hall punished the missing corpse servants, energy invisible to the naked eye tried to break through the flowing light barrier, but they were always rejected. They were unwilling to give up, so they used violence to break through. In the end, only insignificant fluctuations were caused when they hit the barrier. Ha ha ha. The Taishan elder laughed with his hands on his hips, successfully isolated the connection between the bomb and the outside world. Amazing. Jun Changxiao immediately gave him a thumbs up. When it came to studying strange things, he was still the best. Thud. Thud. Time passed slowly, and the corpse servants who had defused the bomb walked out of the formation. Not only did they escape punishment, but they also became members of the Avengers. There is such a formation. Jun Changxiao sat in the main hall, crossed his legs, and said, "I must save all the corpse servants and let them fight for freedom." P.S. Too lazy to think of a chapter name, 2 in 1. After the zombies entered the soul isolation array, their souls and bodies would be temporarily separated and completely cut off from the outside world. In this way, even if the astral spirit realm executed them, they would not be harmed. Of course, the array was only a temporary suppression. Whether the zombies could regain their freedom depended on Sun Wukong and the others. So they were very busy, so busy that they had to perform craniotomy for patients in the soul isolation array for several days. When they were tired or sleepy, they would lie on the ground for a while. Thank you. After each zombie successfully removed the bomb, they would express their gratitude to all the medical staff. You're welcome. This is what we should do. Every time they heard the patient's gratitude, Sun Wukong and the others would always show a bright smile, and their fatigue seemed to disappear. Jun Changxiao, who was standing in the distance, said seriously, "I salute your professionalism and attitude, your efforts, and your selfless dedication." Taking down the astral spirit realm's military base not only gave them a large number of zombies, but also a lot of martial arts resources and many scientific research results. This was not. The Taishan elder and Fan Yezi were already immersed in it and could not extricate themselves. In order to master the advanced array and advanced forging of the astral spirit realm as soon as possible, the two brothers had already forgotten to eat and sleep. I see. I finally understand. There was always something to learn. This saying was not wrong at all. The Taishan elder and Fan Yezi had a new understanding of array and forging through reading about the astral spirit realm, and even began to modify the mech and equipment. The biggest improvement was that the core CPU of the Diablo had finally been upgraded from 14 Gosheng to 12 Gosheng, with better performance and better cooling. The Taishan elder patted his chest and said, "The new generation Diablo's performance improvement is definitely more than 50%. Only 50%? Jun Changxiao was not satisfied. In his opinion, the new mech must be improved by 200%, otherwise it would be like squeezing toothpaste. There's no other way. The Taishan elder said helplessly, this is already the limit. The 50% performance improvement of the new mech came from better materials, better array technology, and better spirit stone resources. But if they were to improve it, the effect would be minimal, unless there was a better energy source. That was it. The Star Spirit Realm spirit stones were already of the highest standard. Then go and use the power of the celestial music. Jun Changxiao said, let's unleash the full potential of this power. The old Taishan man rolled his eyes. It was easy for this fellow to say that. Unleashing the power of the celestial music required technical support and time to research. Back to the Star Spirit world. The demon ancestor led a group of people to attack an important military base, causing the entire plane to explode. One had to know that because of the previous successive attacks, all the major cities had entered a state of alert, not to mention the cities that were heavily guarded. In the end, they were still swept away by them. Hall Master. In the main hall of the law enforcement hall, an old man said with an ugly expression, I'm afraid this is not a simple rebellion. Today, they dared to launch a sneak attack on Linhua City. Tomorrow, they might even dare to launch a sneak attack on the state capital. One of the higher-ups said worriedly. The Star Spirit world was also divided into states, and the main city of each state was called a state capital. The higher-ups have already taken action. The hall master of the law enforcement hall said with a solemn expression, they should be sending someone here soon. Kakik. Suddenly, a strange laughter sounded in their ears, I'm already here. Who? Everyone hurriedly got up and looked around vigilantly, but they did not see anything. Could it be? The hall master of the law enforcement hall thought of something and said in shock, the higher-up sent Lord Yin? Little guy. Suddenly, a sinister voice sounded in their ears again, you guessed right. As a reward. For your recent crime of not doing well. The hall master of the law enforcement hall stood stiffly on the spot because a sharp dagger appeared out of thin air at his neck and slowly moved away. Buzz, the space behind him distorted slightly, and a wretched middle-aged man appeared. He first grinned, then licked the blade with his tongue. Unfortunately, it was not poisonous, otherwise, it would be a masterpiece. This person did not emit any aura, as if he appeared out of thin air. It was too strange. The hall master of the law enforcement hall swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Just now, he could feel the chill of the dagger, and he could feel that he had walked out of the gates of hell. Swish, he turned around and knelt down. The hall master of the law enforcement hall, Yang Shihong, greets the Honorable Lord Yin. Plop, in an instant, the higher-ups present all knelt down, and they were so frightened that they did not even dare to raise their heads. The powerhouses who could serve in the law enforcement hall all had first-class VIP status. Only the SVIP, which was above the VIP, could make them kneel down. The so-called SVIP referred to the highest level of the Star Spirit world. Yin. He was one of the higher-ups. He had the ability that men dreamed of, which was to master the spirit of concealment. He could turn invisible anytime and anywhere, and he could come and go without a trace. As for his strength, he was definitely not weaker than the ruins of Sword Saint. As a higher-up of the Star Spirit world, he definitely had to have a reputation. With immediate effect, Yin sat casually on the conference table, crossed his arms, and said, I will command the law enforcement hall. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Present the recent information about the Servant Corps rebellion. Yin did not care about the situation at all and lay on the conference table as if he was lying on his own brick bed. Everyone was speechless. It was rumored that Lord Yin was unrestrained and unrestrained. Now that they had seen him, he really lived up to his reputation. The higher-ups of the law enforcement hall acted one after another and presented all the information about the Servant Corps rebellion. After Yin analyzed them one by one, he said with a lazy gaze, in other words, the missing servant corpses are not dead, and they all participated in the rebellion. Yes, Lord Yin. It's not a big problem. Yin stretched and said, the best way to prevent the Servant Corps rebellion is to put all the servant corpses in the Star Spirit world under the soul torture. Huh? The people of the law enforcement hall were all dumbfounded. Indeed. From the looks of it, all the missing servant corpses eventually became the culprits of the star spirit world. If they did not want them to continue to be the accomplice of the villain, killing them in advance could be considered to prevent future trouble. However, the law enforcement hall only thought about it and did not dare to put it into action. Because the servant corpses in the star spirit world had existed for hundreds of thousands of years and were deeply rooted. All walks of life needed them. Directly erasing them would paralyze the entire plane. "Can't I?" Ian asked. No one dared to say it, but in their hearts, they said, "My lord Ian, your idea is too unrealistic. Forget it, forget it." Ian jumped down from the table and walked to the map of the star spirit world hanging in front. He circled the cities that the demon ancestor had attacked. After careful analysis, he held his chin and said, "Don't you think that the cities they attacked have a pattern?" Everyone gathered around. From the labels between the cities, it was obviously a 5-pointed star. No, it was still at the 4 corners for the time being. Because the demon ancestor had only attacked 4 cities for the time being. Lord Ian slapped a city on the map, which was the last corner, and said with a cold gaze, "Mobilize all the forces of the law enforcement hall and the surrounding forces of this city. We will catch all these small fishes in one fell swoop tonight. My son has to go to kindergarten. Today, I have to go through all the enrollment procedures. I originally planned to send him after the new year, but because of the epidemic, it was delayed for half a year. Sigh, when I think of sending him to kindergarten tomorrow, I am so excited that I want to sing." The little divine beast has finally left his parents' embrace to torture his little classmates and teachers. Sect of all times. Xianxia sat in the Avengers Hall, carefully listening to the demon ancestor's next plan. Wait. When the other party talked about the cities they were going to attack, he suddenly interrupted, "You seem to have a pattern." The demon ancestor was puzzled. What pattern? Xianxia came to the sand table and pointed at the 4 cities that had been attacked, then pointed at the 5th city, saying, "Don't you think it looks like a pentagram when connected?" The demon ancestor carefully observed and said in surprise, "It really does look like it." Xianxia was speechless. From this guy's expression, it seemed that he had chosen the cities as he pleased, coincidentally giving off a sense of pattern. The demon ancestor's choice of cities was strictly calculated. As for the pentagram, that was purely an accident. If Goshing had not pointed it out, he would not have noticed it himself. "What do you mean? It's too obvious. Let's change cities." Xianxia was worried that the star spirit world would realize this pattern and set a trap in the 5th city in advance, waiting for everyone to walk into the trap. He guessed right. Lord Ian had already led the law enforcement hall over. According to the pentagram pattern that was inadvertently formed, he vowed to catch all the rebels in one fell swoop. "All right," the demon ancestor said, "then let's change." Xianxia pointed at a city on the sand table that was of a decent size, saying, "How about attacking this one?" The demon ancestor's expression was a little dazed. There was no other reason. The city that Xianxia had chosen was called Great Heaven City. There were a total of 10 states in the star spirit world, and Great Heaven City was the main city of one of the 10 states. Attacking a state's main city was a little exaggerated. If we attack a state's main city, it will definitely alarm the higher-ups of the star spirit world, the demon ancestor said worriedly. After taking down an important military base, they would obtain a lot of martial arts resources and zombies, but in the end, they did not have the courage to attack a state's main city. After all, the level was too high. At least they would need to develop for a while. "Do you think the higher-ups of the star spirit world will not be alarmed after attacking 4 times in a row?" Xianxia asked. The demon ancestor was silent. As long as the other party wasn't an idiot, they definitely wouldn't be able to sit still. "Actually," Xianxia said, "now that things have developed to this point, it doesn't matter whether the astral spirit world is alarmed or not. All we can do is fight them to the end. Fight to the death." Fiend Ancestor said through gritted teeth. All these years, he had been struggling at death's door like a slave, and he had long since accumulated boundless rage. Now that he had the ability to contend against him, he had to toy with him to death. Fiend Ancestor, he was not to be trifled with, when it came to the star spirit realm, he had nowhere to vent his viciousness. When it came to Xianxia, sorry, he was as cowardly as a dog. I've decided. Xianxia slapped his thigh and said, let's attack this provincial capital. Pung pung pung. In the workshop of the Foundry Hall, brand new equipment and weapons modified by Xianxia with the technology provided by the Astral Soul Realm were being formed one after another. Ka ka ka. In the workshop of the Hall of Arrays, the new Diablo models were being assembled one after another. Without a doubt, the resources obtained from plundering a military base had allowed the Sect of all times equipment and mechas to be upgraded to a new level. Ka. Xianxia put on the new mecha and clenched his fingers tightly. He said in satisfaction, not bad. Patriarch. Xianxia smiled. With the current level of mecha, even if a revolving core realm martial artist were to wear it, they would not be weaker than a lower-level truth-seeking realm martial artist. Oh? Xianxia was surprised. That strong? The difference between the revolving core realm and the truth-seeking realm was an entire realm, and it was a bit exaggerated to be able to make up for it with equipment alone. What about the weapons? How's the research going? Pa. Xianxia took out a weapon that looked like a fully automatic rifle from his space ring and placed it on the table. He smiled and said, I modified this based on the AK-47. Xianxia's mouth twitched slightly. The Hall Master of the Sect of all times Foundry Hall did not study sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, but studied firearms instead. The system said, it's all because of you. I've sinned. Xianxia said loudly, test the gun. Yes. Xiaoziji suddenly appeared in front of him and picked up the new rifle. After loading the bullets, he walked out of the factory, aimed at a mountain peak 10,000 feet away, and pulled the trigger decisively. Jingzhou's driving points were maxed out. In terms of shooting, Xiaoziji was also maxed out. Bang, there was a loud bang, like the sound of a cannon. In slow motion, the muzzle of the gun spewed flames, and the bullet condensed from high-level spirit stones shot out. With Xiaoziji as the center, an energy fluctuation was generated, and layers of dust were stirred up. He remembered that when he first used this kind of firearm, because he could not bear the recoil, he was either Li Tianshan or himself. Now, he was as steady as Mount Tai, and was no longer the young man from before. Boom! The bullet pierced through and directly flattened the mountain peak. It was a bit exaggerated that a rifle could cause such damage. Not bad. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction and ordered, mass-produce this type of weapon as soon as possible and let every Avenger have one. No problem. Xianxia smiled. However, after Xianxia left, he came back to his senses and roared, there are so many Avenger, how long do I have to make them? Patriarch. Li Luoqiu came to the main hall and said, we've saved a few thousand more corpses, and they've been handed over to the medical hall for rescue. The demon ancestor needed more Avenger to join in and fight against the entire astral spirit world. However, there was still risk in attacking cities to plunder, so Xianxia ordered the Drizzle Hall to sneak into the major cities when they were free and save the corpses with decent strength. Is this saving? The system was speechless. This is robbing, okay. The Drizzle Hall's efficiency was still very high. Almost every few days, they would rob, save hundreds to thousands of corpses, so that they could get rid of the slave label and gloriously become Avenger. Half a year. A whole half a year. The demon ancestor did not take action. He was waiting for Xianxia's orders to attack a prefecture's capital. To be honest, the demon ancestor was under a lot of pressure now. A city, there must be many experts inside. If he were to lead a group of people to attack, he might not be able to return. Don't worry. Xianxia said, I don't do things that I'm not confident in. The demon ancestor said, when do we make our move? Tonight. Ah? That night. The entire sect of all times was brightly lit, and all the halls were actively preparing. Quick! Quick! On the mountain where the war cavalry hall was located, disciples in full armor ran out and stood neatly on the training field. Behind them were newly modified Diablo. The scene was very grand. Ta. Ta. In the Spirit Beast Hall's main hall, the Purple King shook his head and walked out. At the same time, he did not forget to take off his school uniform, revealing his strong muscles and sexy red underwear. The camera turned to the training field. Elder Niao and the other higher-ups of the hall stood neatly. Their eyes flashed with strong fighting spirit. All of them were naked and wearing underwear. They just received the news. There was going to be an important operation soon. Since that was the case, why didn't the Spirit Beast Hall wear any clothes? There was no other reason. They were afraid that their uniforms would be damaged during the fight and Yuan Gongzi would take the opportunity to deduct their beast cores. All the halls were actively preparing. They were either activating their armor or wearing their battle armor. Only the group of demonic beasts on the Spirit Beast Peak were naked. That scene was extremely unnatural. The Patriarch said. Z said solemnly, "This time, we will be attacking the city of the Star Spirit Domain. If our Spirit Beast Hall performs well, the beast cores will be multiplied next month." All the beasts' eyes lit up. "So," Z roared, "for this battle, all of you have to do your best for this king. In this battle, we have to make the Spirit Beast Hall famous." "Yes." All the beasts roared, and their voices shook the surroundings. "Paji." The beast word on the signboard couldn't withstand the impact and instantly fell off. At this moment, Jun Changxiao's voice came through the loudspeaker, "All troops, attack." Swish. Swish, swish. Swish. In just an instant, all the disciples of the Sect of all times that were prepared at the various halls vanished. When the camera cut to the Star Spirit Domain and the Great Sky City, the densely packed space battleships, mechas, and soldiers had completely surrounded the main city. Damn it! The Devil Ancestor's eyes almost popped out. This lineup, this momentum, it was simply too powerful. The Demon Ancestor worked for Jun Changxiao and did not join the Sect of all times. Although he was in the Sect, he was still restricted to the back mountain, so he did not know much about the Sect's strength. Now, today, he completely understood. In the sky, there were thousands of space battleships, tens of thousands of tall mechas, and the devil army that he had once nurtured surrounded Great Heaven City. This formation could be described as the sky collapsing and the earth sinking. The Demon Ancestor was dumbfounded. A moment later, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Although he was pushed to the front by Jun Changxiao to command the Avengers to fight against the Star Spirit World, he still had hatred in his heart. He dreamed that one day, he would be able to trample Jun Changxiao and his Sect of all times under his feet. "Everyone," the Demon Ancestor turned his head and looked at you outside the screen. He said sorrowfully, "Do I still have hope?" No. It was already gone. Anyone who had been dealt with by Jun Changxiao, regardless of whether they were on the right or wrong side, would not have the possibility of making a comeback. Therefore, the Demon Ancestor's current fate was to accept his fate. Since he couldn't take revenge, he might as well vent all his resentment on someone else. Who? The Demon Ancestor gathered power in his hands and roared, "Kill." At first, he was quite worried about whether he could take down the state capital of the Star Spirit World. Now that the Sect of all times had attacked with all their might, the aura that erupted shook heaven and earth. Naturally, there was nothing to worry about. "Kill! Kill!" The Avengers roared in anger. Unlike the Demon Ancestor who still secretly hated Jun Changxiao, these rescued zombies only hated the Star Spirit World and the aristocrats who controlled life and death. Therefore, they could not wait to rush into the city and kill. However, this time, they were not needed to attack the state capital. Since Jun Changxiao had chosen to mobilize the entire sect, it meant that he was not willing to be the mastermind behind the scenes and was preparing to officially participate in the war. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In Great Heaven City, the alarm rang. Shoo shoo shoo! One by one, the aristocrats with enhanced strength gathered on the city tower. When they saw that the city was surrounded inside and out, their expressions immediately became interesting. Being surrounded by others in their own territory, what was going on? Quickly contact the law enforcement hall and Lord Yin. The city lord of Datian City immediately ordered. He was still relatively calm and did not show any signs of panic. The reason was simple. The city was impregnable. Even if it was surrounded, it should be able to hold on until reinforcements arrived. City Lord. The subordinate replied, I've already contacted the law enforcement hall. They'll probably arrive in half an hour. An hour? The city lord of Datian City smiled and said, it's not a big problem. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Humph. A certain expert said coldly, a group of slaves actually dares to resist? They must be tired of living. There was no denying it. The scale of the invading army was huge, and their battle formation was terrifying. However, our great heavenly city's defenses are extremely high, and our reinforcements can arrive within an hour. Why would we be afraid of you? Seeing the fearless expressions on their faces, Xianxia, who was sitting in the cockpit, took a sip of his cappuccino. Then, he gently placed the cup on the tray and said calmly, Human cannon, level 1 ready. Buzz, buzz, as soon as he finished speaking, cannons appeared at the bottom of the space battleships hovering around him. Powerful energy converged and gradually formed a colorful light. Human cannon, level 2 ready. Crack. Crack, crack. Crack, tens of thousands of Diablo soldiers lined up on both sides raised their arms. Gatling-like cannons extended from their palms. Don't ask. Ask was the joint research of the Taishan Elder and Fan Yezi. Huff. Huff, the wind howled. The atmosphere was tense. Seeing this, the city lord of Datian City's expression changed slightly. He immediately shouted, strengthen the city protection array. Buzz, tens of thousands of array masters scattered in every corner of the city worked together. The defense array hidden in the dark was activated and shone brightly. It covered the entire city like an eggshell. As the array was strengthened, everyone felt safer. They looked at the battleships and mechas outside and laughed even more mockingly. Damn, the villains are too brainless, otherwise. The city was completely surrounded. It was impossible to go out and fight. So, they could only stand on the city tower and look down on them strategically. In the distance, the ancient fleet and mechas were ready to go. Datian City, one of the top 10 cities in the Star Spirit realm, had its defenses fully activated. The scene was grand. After only a few seconds, Xianxia waved his hand and said, break the city. Boom. 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 In an instant, the cannons in the bottom of the battleship and the cannon barrels in the mecha's palms shot out all kinds of lights. Cannonballs and bullets pierced through the void and burst out. The demon ancestor hurriedly covered his ears. His eyes were filled with shock. The commotion was too big, swish, swish, in the far west, outside a city that the demon ancestor was about to attack. The elites of the law enforcement hall and hundreds of thousands of soldiers were moving quickly. Damn it. The leader, Lord Een, said angrily, we were fooled. He had grasped the attacking pattern of the rebels and had set up many traps outside the city. As soon as the rebels appeared, he would catch them all in one fell swoop. In the end, after waiting for a long time, he received news that Datian City was under attack. Boom, boom. Boom, on the way, there were explosions. Een immediately determined that the sound came from Datian City. He shouted, full speed ahead. Lord Een. The law enforcement hall master followed closely behind. Datian City's defense is extremely high. Those rebels will need time to break through. If we rush over, we can take the opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. That's right. Een agreed. I have such a plan. Humph, one of the law enforcement hall's upper echelons sneered. These slaves are crazy. How dare they attack our state capital? Listen up. Een said loudly. When we reach Datian City, we can't let any of the rebels go. We must kill them all. The servant corps system had existed for many years, but now they dared to rebel. They must be dealt a fatal blow as a warning to others. Yes. Everyone shouted. Although they were shouting loudly now, they were all dumbfounded when they arrived at the scene. Datian City, one of the top 10 state capitals in the astral spirit realm, had been breached. The indestructible city walls were shattered into nothingness, and the city protection formation was gone. The city lord and most of the nobles were tied up and kneeling on the city tower. From the frequency of their bodies trembling, they seemed to be terrified. Behind them, The disciples of the sect of all times were holding firearms, and the muzzles were pointed at the back of their heads. Sorry. Xianxia sat in front of the relatively intact city tower with his legs crossed and a cigar in his hand. He smiled and said, "You're 59 minutes late." Lord Yin's expression was extremely ugly. When he received Datian City's call for help, he replied that he would arrive in an hour. He was very punctual. Not a second late. However, when the message was sent, Datian City was breached by the sect of all times in just a minute. The so-called city protection formation, which was said to be impregnable, was like a piece of paper that could be broken with a single poke. Kill. Yin said in a deep voice, "Kill them all." He was furious. He wanted to take back Datian City. He wanted these rebels to be executed. Kill. 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 The law enforcement hall and the elite soldiers sent over rushed toward the state capital like a wave. However, what awaited them were fully automatic rifles, sniper rifles, and RPG rocket launchers. Xianxia shook his head and said, "Since our sect of all times has taken down this city, we don't intend to give it up." The demon ancestor almost fell to the ground. He had always thought that this attack on the state capital would be the same as before, mainly to plunder resources and servant corps. He did not expect that guy to not plan to leave after taking down the city. He planned to take over the city. Why did Xianxia want the entire army to attack? It was because he wanted to take down Datian City and was not going to leave. As he grew stronger and stronger, he did not plan to play tricks anymore. Instead, he decided to occupy a city with a good geographical location and use it as a stronghold to fight the astral world head-on. State capital. It was very suitable. Some people would ask, what if you can't win? Very simple, just flee. Anyway, it was not a city that he spent manpower and resources to build. He was just using it as a foothold. If the other party wanted to take it back, then he would give it to them. This guy, after knowing Xianxia's intention, the demon ancestor said with admiration, "His vision is bigger than mine." After becoming the leader of the Avengers, he had always emphasized guerrilla warfare. Even though he had recruited many zombies, he still did not dare to snipe at the astral world. On the other hand, Xianxia was really daring. Boom, boom, while he was thinking, the sound of cannons entered his ears. Turning around, the scene in front of him seemed to have entered a slow-motion state. The disciples of the sect of all times held firearms in their hands and stood on the broken city wall. They fired wildly at the astral world soldiers charging at them. Bullets and cannonballs pierced through the void and pierced through bodies, intertwining with brilliant colors. The demon ancestor slowly closed his eyes and listened to the sound of cannons and gunshots. His soul seemed to have been sublimated, and the corner of his mouth was filled with a smile. Listen. How beautiful the sound was. Swoosh, suddenly, the demon ancestor rushed over. He fought side by side with the disciples of the sect of all times and took out an AK-47 from his space ring. He had obtained this weapon long ago. He used to disdain using it, but today, he was infected. Ah. Da-da-da, the demon ancestor fired at the crowd. Every time he fired a bullet, his expression gradually became ferocious, excited, and go-sheng. A villain-level powerhouse stood in front of the broken city wall and fired wildly with his gun. It was obvious that he had integrated into the rhythm of the sect of all times. He did not use secret techniques or internal energy when fighting. He only relied on firearms. Xianxia's mouth showed a gratified and satisfied smile. Playing with guns. It was a man's nature. The demon ancestor was no exception. Kill. The Avengers also joined the battle. They raised all kinds of firearms and rushed to the city wall, madly pulling the trigger. The scene was like the survivors of the apocalypse, in order to protect the only pure land, madly using all kinds of firearms, to fight the zombies. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The Star Spirit World Army surged forward like a tide, and the density of the bullets caused the charging soldiers to fall one after another. Of course. With the lethality of firearms, it was impossible to kill a person with one shot. In a situation where a large number of soldiers were attacking a city, It was common for them to miss out on a lot of soldiers or even be unable to suppress them at all. Therefore, the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. It seemed like the time for a bayonet fight was coming. Boom, right at this moment, the ear-shattering sound of cannons rang out from the highest point in the city. A huge stream of light that was visible to the naked eye flew over in an arc before landing in the midst of the Star Spirit World soldiers, causing a huge explosion. Boom. White light blinded the titanium alloy eyes. Mushroom clouds slowly rose into the sky, and dust filled the air, covering the sky and the sun. Dang dang dang. Demon Ancestor was forced back a few steps. He was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. In front of them, the tens of thousands of Star Elf soldiers that were originally charging down had already turned into ashes. After the dust had settled, a pit that was thousands of feet deep appeared. This, Demon Ancestor turned his head with difficulty and saw Xiao Ziji standing proudly on the sentry tower. Next to him was a smoking tube. Behind him stood Li Tian and the others. They had their hands on each other's backs, and the residual special energy had not completely dissipated. The field cannon combined with the power of the heavenly sound was very explosive. Not only did the cannon blast stun the ancestral fiend, but it also stunned the charging astral soul world soldiers. They truly felt the horror as they stopped their charge and retreated in horror. In front of them, the huge pit was like a lightning pool, and no one dared to take half a step forward. Sigh. Xianxia leaned on the chair and stretched. Being invincible is so lonely. Jian Guishu, who was standing at the side, twitched his mouth. Although this guy was very pretentious, the energy released by the special device was really terrifying. If it were to happen a few more times, the hundreds of thousands of enemy soldiers outside the city would be turned into ashes. Whoosh! Suddenly, a faint sound of wind rang in their ears. Gu Tianxing and the upper echelons of the sect of all times did not notice it at all, but Jian Guishu did. His expression changed. Jun Patriarch, little, boom. Before he could finish, the area where Jun Changxiao was suddenly exploded, and the entire city tower collapsed instantly. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone staggered as they tried to stand up. Thump. Thump. Thump, in the dust-filled area, Jun Changxiao staggered back. After stabilizing his body with difficulty, he looked inside with a serious expression. Kakik. A figure gradually emerged from the dust. Qing Yarao stood sideways and laughed strangely. Your reaction is quite fast. Jian Guishu and the others were vigilant and secretly shocked. This guy seemed to be the leader of the Star Spirit World. He was just outside the city commanding soldiers to attack the city. When did he sneak in quietly? Ding. Side quest triggered. A notification sounded in Jun Changxiao's ears. He immediately opened the mission panel. The content was, get rid of the upper echelons of the Star Spirit World who have the spirit of concealment and can hide between heaven and earth. Damn it. The system roared, to write the other party's ability so clearly, the spoiler is too crazy. Spirit of concealment? Jun Changxiao shook his arm and said, no wonder he could get close without anyone noticing. To be honest, he was envious. The ability to become invisible was something that every man had dreamed of, and Goxing was no exception. If he could master this kind of spirit seed, where in the world could he not go? Yin's body gradually materialized. He took out a book and said while flipping through it, inciting others to rebel is a capital offense. Destroying city buildings is a capital offense. He listed dozens of crimes one after another, and the result was all death. Sorry. Jun Changxiao shrugged his shoulders and said, the laws of the Star Spirit World can't control me. Yin closed the book and said with a smile, to add, any living thing that comes to the Star Spirit World has to abide by the rules of the plane. What if you don't confess? It doesn't matter, because it's all death. Hee hee. Jun Changxiao laughed, laughing at the other party's naivety. That's all I have to say. Yin lowered his head and walked over step by step, saying, sorry for my rudeness. Whoosh, suddenly, he disappeared. Boom. Gu Tianxing and the others didn't see anything. They only saw Jun Changxiao being blasted out of the ruins of the city tower, and then, in a rather sorry state, he stabilized himself in the air outside the city. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. The sound of punches and kicks could be heard in the air, but no one could be seen. Xianxia, on the other hand, was flying left and right in a sorry state. He was beaten to the point where he couldn't distinguish between north and south. This is troublesome. Xianxia frowned. The star spirit world expert was completely one with heaven and earth. With his spiritual sense, he couldn't accurately detect his location. Damn it. Xianxia stabilized himself in the air, rubbing his face that had been hit several times, and his eyes gradually filled with anger. You can become invisible, you're awesome. But, can you not hit my face? Kid. At this time, Yin's body gradually appeared in the air. Because he was still in a half-invisible state, he looked illusory and illusory. He could be completely invisible when fighting, but he had to be half-invisible when talking. Otherwise, the cartoonist could openly slack off and just draw Goshen fighting with the air. The strength of the spirit of concealment was that it could allow the user to completely enter a state of concealment. During this period, there would be no aura released, as if it was really one with heaven and earth. As a cheater, Xianxia's spiritual sense was strong. There was no need to explain. In the process of being beaten up just now, he did not catch the opponent at all. Fortunately, the opponent only hit his face, so Goshen was not hurt. Not only him. Xianxia was the same. Being able to feel a trace of wind just now was also a deliberate flaw by Yin. Otherwise, even if his face was close to his face, it would be impossible to be discovered. This spirit of concealment was really a little tricky. Xianxia covered his face and said to himself, how should I deal with him? If he couldn't beat him, he could escape. But now that there was a side mission, for the reward, for the reputation, he had to fight to the end. Unsettled. The system said, refresh the store. Xianxia rolled his eyes. At this juncture, he still did not forget to promote. He was really dedicated to his job. However, counting the time, it seemed that he had not refreshed the store for a long time. Since the collapse of the contribution point, since the VIP could only refresh at a fixed time, Xianxia was too lazy to open the store, because nothing good would come out if he was unlucky. There was another reason. Equipment, mecha, and other things could be made in the sect. The store had changed from a timely help to the current icing on the cake. He he he. At this time, Yin laughed strangely and said, are you desperate now? Xianxia said, what kind of hero is hiding in the dark? If you have the ability, fight with me openly. Boom, as soon as his voice fell, his whole body was instantly sent flying. Yin stood in the area where he was just now in a semi-concealed state, tilting his head and said, in my eyes, being open is equivalent to hiding in the dark. If you are not convinced, you can also hide. There is nothing wrong with this. The system said. The other party had the function of invisibility, which was a reflection of his strength. If he abandoned it during a battle, his brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Okay. Xianxia stabilized in midair, rubbed the shoulder that was kicked, and said, since you like to hide, then continue to hide. Boom. 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 Yin launched another attack. Xianxia was in a state of complete concealment and did not reveal any aura, so he could only passively take the beating, his body swaying in the air. To tell the truth, ever since he transmigrated, Goshen had never been in such a sorry state. Not to mention that he was beaten to the point where he could not retaliate, he could not even find the person who beat him up. Aggrieved. It was 2F** king frustrating, boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. In midair, Xianxia swayed to his heart's content. In just a short while, he had been beaten black and blue. Being beaten was very satisfying. Yin still did not understand his opponent. He thought that the best way to humiliate his opponent was to slap his opponent's face, but what was the truth? Goshen could be weak in any part of his body, but he was afraid of pain, so he put all his defensive points on his face. It was indeed swollen. But it didn't hurt. Yin was in a semi-concealed state. He waved his hand and said, I've slapped many people's faces, but I've never met such a thick one. My hand is numb. Really? Jun Changxiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled indifferently. You're so thick-skinned. It's meaningless to humiliate you. So. Yin's body gradually disappeared, and he said in a cold voice, go to hell. Whoosh, the air trembled, and killing intent filled the air. This was killing intent. Jun Changxiao closed his eyes, as if he was listening to the whole world with his heart, as if he could capture the other's every move. When he approached, he suddenly waved his hand and said, preservation of all things. Hula. A layer of plastic wrap appeared in front of him out of thin air. Bang, a muffled sound came out, and a human face gradually protruded from the membrane. From the looks of it, it seemed to be. That's right. It was Yin. Although he was invisible, his body still existed, so when he hit the plastic wrap, it was equivalent to exposing his position. Boom. Seeing a face protruding out, Jun Changxiao raised his fist and punched it without saying a word. This punch was very strong, and it directly sent Yin flying, turning him from full invisibility to half invisibility. He covered his face and stabilized his body, looking at the membrane that blocked him before, and said in disbelief, what is this? Whoosh. At this moment, Jun Changxiao jumped up, quickly formed a hand seal, and coldly shouted, Almighty Dragon of Heaven. Revered Xidagarba. Damn. Plastic wrap. Whoosh, Jun Changxiao waved his hand, and layers of plastic wrap flew out from his cuffs, neatly arranged around him, and gradually closed in. The system roared, shouldn't the line be Xianxia? Not good. Yin realized that something was wrong, and immediately broke out in a certain direction, constantly gathering power to bombard, hoping to break the plastic wrap that was constantly closing in. In the end, no matter how strong the explosion was, as long as it touched it, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, still here? You don't take me seriously at all. Jun Changxiao pulled the plastic wrap behind him and shouted, get ready to catch the demon. Buzz buzz. Buzz buzz. The plastic wrap that was pulled instantly connected together, quickly closing in from all directions, and the space was constantly shrinking. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Yin would not sit still and wait for death. He exploded with all his strength, bombarding the plastic wrap again and again, but every time he hit it, it felt like he was hitting cotton. He had just spent 10,000 reputation points to buy the godly modified plastic wrap. Its effect was not only to preserve the freshness of food, but also to absorb all kinds of power. Puff. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao spat out blood, and his body seemed to be overturned. Although the godly modified plastic wrap could absorb power, the side effect was that it was passed to the user. Therefore, Yin bombarded the plastic wrap wildly in the limited space. Although he did not directly break it, all the power that he blasted out was absorbed by Jun Changxiao. That feeling was very satisfying. How dare you show off your slight skill in front of an expert? Almighty Heavenly Dragon. Jun Changxiao suppressed his injuries and shouted coldly. The plastic wrap around him began to close in on him even faster. In the end, Yin, who had nowhere to hide, was trapped inside the plastic wrap. His body, which was hidden in the shadows, was perfectly revealed through the plastic wrap. Woo woo woo, woo 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 woo, boom boom. Boom boom boom. Jun Changxiao took the opportunity to rush over and unleash a barrage of attacks on the bound Yin. He even gathered the power of heavenly sound. When the final punch landed, the other party's form was completely revealed, and he fainted with crooked eyebrows. At this point, the battle was over. Jun Changxiao, who was in a state of abuse, used the plastic wrap he had just bought at the critical moment and successfully defeated the Invisible Man, once again defending the dignity of the protagonist. Ding. Ding. When Yin was thrown into Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, he met the conditions of the side mission. Frequent notifications rang in his ears. As for what reward he would give, he had not thought about it yet. He would think about it later. This, Jian Guishu and the others were all dumbfounded. Jun Patriarch was originally in a disadvantageous situation. Why did he turn the tables by taking out layers of plastic wrap? Jun Changxiao did not explain to them. He landed on another tower and looked at the terrified soldiers of the Star Spirit world outside. He said coldly, "Your leader has been taken down by me. Hurry up and get lost." As soon as these words came out, the enemy army collapsed. Shua. Xianxia sat down cross-legged and put his hands on his legs. Under the backdrop of the rising sun, he said in a low voice, "Almighty heavenly dragon, all Buddhas are merciful." Yin was captured. The remaining soldiers of the star spirit world fled. The dilapidated Great Heaven City temporarily regained its tranquility. Pfft. Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged, vomited blood again, and his face became even paler. Although he had caught sixth baby with the help of the godly modified plastic wrap, the other party had still caused him quite a bit of damage. In short, it was a bit of a coincidence that he was able to win this time. If he had not obtained this good item within the refreshed times, it would have been very difficult to deal with it. As expected, Xianxia shook his head and sighed, "If I can't solve something, I'll use the store." Although he had been trying his best to get rid of his dependence on the system store all these years, sometimes the special items that came out were really unpredictable. He had to admit that. Relying on yourself to work hard is indeed admirable. The system said, but in your long life, you can't do without the help of a benefactor. Me. System. He's your benefactor. He too. The sun rose, dispelling the darkness. The disciples of the sect of all times began to clean up the corpses outside the city, as well as the weapons and equipment scattered all over the ground. Most of them were broken, but they could be handed over to Xianxia to recast. The formation masters, led by the old man from Taishan, wandered to every corner of the city and began to set up formation flags and outline a line of defense. Buzz. A moment later, a stronger defensive formation was formed. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. On the other side, Paige worked hard to eat and spit out soil, gradually repairing the damaged city walls and towers. Xianxia wanted to use the Great Heaven City as his base, so he naturally needed to invest in manpower and resources to repair it. He's going to play big. Standing on the city tower, the demon ancestor's eyes gradually became shocked. At this moment, he had already realized that Xianxia wanted to use this city as his base and then launch an attack on other cities, thus, conquering the entire star spirit world. That's right. Goshing really thought so. The reason why he came to gather the power of the entire sect to attack the city was to prepare for conquering the star spirit world in the future. In the past, the demon ancestor would take down the city, plunder the resources and corpses, and leave. Very quickly, the other party would take it back. Xianxia did not plan to play like this. He wanted to fight with the star spirit world. The conspiracy turned into an overt one. This was not courage, but strength. Ta. Ta. On the wide main street of the city, Diablo fighters were patrolling. The warriors who lived here were all on tenterhooks. They were afraid. The zombies were overjoyed. After the city was occupied, the old man from Taishan had set up a soul-isolating array to help him defuse the bombs. They gained their freedom and naturally became the Avengers. There were a total of 3 million corpses in the city, and all of them had joined the battle, greatly increasing their military strength. Listen up. After treating his injuries, Xianxia sat in the main hall of the city lord's mansion and shouted through a loudspeaker, "From today onwards, Big Sky City will be taken over by the sect of all times. You can live as usual without fear." Hearing this, everyone calmed down a little. However, the city had been taken over by the sect of all times, and the upper echelons of the astral spirit world would definitely not let this matter rest. They would definitely launch another attack, and it would be hard to say whether or not he could keep his life. Xianxia was not worried that the upper echelons of the astral spirit world would retaliate. In fact, he could not wait for them to attack. That way, they would not have to travel a long distance to take the initiative to attack. As expected. Just a few days later, the astral spirit world gathered an army and attacked Big Sky City. A city had been taken over by the rebel army, and one of the upper echelons had been captured. This was a great humiliation, and anyone with courage could not tolerate it. Thief. The commander of the army said coldly, "Release Lord Yin, hand over Big Sky City, and leave your corpses intact." Xianxia shook his head and said, "Naive." Seeing that the rebel army had no intention of compromising, the commander of the army did not waste any time and immediately gave the order to attack the city. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Battleships flew over one after another, and rows of siege weapons appeared. When Ing came to help, he did not expect the city to be breached, so he did not prepare any siege weapons at all. This attack could be considered to have done their homework. Jun Changshao smiled. The astral spirit world was giving him equipment. In that case, he would accept it. My babies. Jun Changshao clapped his hands and said, "Come out and welcome the guests." Swoosh. Shwa. Whoosh. The disciples of the Sect of all times and the Avengers on top of the newly built city walls all carried their modified AK-47s and rocket launchers. After experiencing the thrill of being shot and bombed by firearms, they felt that their lives had reached the climax, so they couldn't stop. Painting style. He gradually turned into a sand sculpture. You're an idiot to begin with. The system roared. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. The tragic defense of Great Heaven City began. Batches of Star Spirit World soldiers charged over fearlessly, only to fall under the rain of bullets. Jun Changshao did not watch the battle. He had already entered Tianyuan Prison Pagoda when the battle started. Pa. Ah, the blood-curdling screams resounded throughout the 9 floors of the prison. Since the Night King Alliance had been merged into the June Alliance, Feng Wanli had been released. Otherwise, he would have been so shocked that his scalp would have dropped off by 3 layers. Who was being abused? Kane. This guy was also quite pitiful. He clearly had a special spirit seed that couldn't be spied on, but in the end, he fell on a plastic wrap. Especially after entering, he was taught a lesson by the prison trio every day. His life could be described as an abyss of suffering. Creak. Jun Changshao pushed open the door and walked in. Master. Arya stopped and said while panting, "How long are we going to torture him?" She, who took pleasure in educating others, was already tired. She was already bored. How crazy was this abuse? Torture him until he's willing to hand over the hidden spirit. Jun Changshao said indifferently. F***ck. The system said, "I knew that this guy took her in to fulfill a man's dream. It could turn invisible and not be discovered." With such a good spirit seed, Jun Changshao naturally had to think of a way to control it. Kane's face was unusually ferocious. "The hidden spirit has already merged with me. It's impossible to hand it over, the truth. Other than the reincarnation spirit, the other spirit seeds would usually be separated after the host died." Of course, Kane smiled with difficulty. You can't kill me, because if I die, the spirit seed will return to the universe again. To find it is tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. Once the host died, the spirit seed would return to the universe and wait for the next successor. For example, the Night King. In order to break through to a higher level, he directly chose to commit suicide. All the spirit seeds in his body would return to the universe again. In the years to come, Gu Zhaoxi would become the new successor of the reincarnation spirit. Don't worry. Jun Changshao leaned over and smiled. I won't let the spirit seed disappear. I will make it appear on its own. Arya. Torture him to death. Yes. Pa pa pa. Pa 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 pa. Ah ah, screams sounded again. As the soul-suppressing whip whipped his body again and again, Kane's soul and body suffered hellish torture. I can't hold on anymore, I can't take it anymore. Whoosh. Suddenly, a stream of light rushed out of his body and escaped toward the prison door. How dare you, evildoer! Jun Changshao waved his hand and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" Whoosh whoosh. The god-modified plastic wrap played its role again. It was like an indestructible barrier in front of the door. When the stream of light hit it, it quickly wrapped it up. Woo woo woo, the little guy who was tied inside made a little noise that deserved a beating. In the end, he realized that he couldn't escape even if he had wings and could only obediently stop resisting. Master. Arya was surprised. What is this? Jun Changshao took back the plastic wrap that had melted into a ball and said, "The hidden spirit." Puff. Hanging in midair, Kane spurted blood. He seemed to be unable to bear the fact that the spirit seed had left his body without permission and fainted. Poor Eva. It meant that the last of her pride and dignity was gone. Everyone may have forgotten that the real function of the Tianyuan prison pagoda was to purify things that were not clean. This thing could be defined as an attribute. Although the hidden spirit was born in the universe, it still did not transcend the level of attributes. When the hidden spirit was crazily whipped by the soul-subduing whip, it could no longer resist and ran out. To put it bluntly, it was a deserter. After being ravaged for so long, the hidden spirit had withstood it, but it could not withstand the attribute leaving its body without permission, so it fainted on the spot. Sure enough, Xianxia said, the spirit seed is also afraid of the soul-subduing whip. Ing ing ing. Ing ing ing. The little guy was trapped in the plastic wrap and made a weak sound, giving people a feeling that it deserved a beating. In fact, the Tianyuan prison pagoda alone might not be able to stop it from leaving. However, Gosheng bought a brand new prop that specialized in curing all kinds of invisibility and slipperiness. Don't be afraid, Xianxia said gently, as long as you are willing to surrender to me, I will not hurt you. Zhao Daodu and Dai Lu were speechless. The patriarch's meaning was very obvious. If you don't surrender to me, I will hurt you severely. Overbearing. Worship. Impossible. The hidden spirit said in a more unyielding tone, I only surrender to the master who has been recognized. I will not surrender to a stranger. Oh. Xianxia said, in that case, why did you escape? The hidden spirit was speechless. Boom. Xianxia directly pressed the plastic wrap on the ground, and his gentle face turned ferocious. In my territory, you can only surrender. There is no other choice. Killing intent. Anger. It suddenly rippled in the prison. This sudden change in expression shocked Zhao Daodu and Dai Lv so much that their hair stood on end. Area. Whip. Shua. Area obediently handed over the soul-subduing whip. Seeing this, the hidden spirit hurriedly said, I surrender. Bah. Zhao Daodu and Dai Lu spat at the same time and said, what af** king coward. It was inevitable. Just as Xianxia had said, if it had a backbone, it wouldn't have escaped from its master's body. Relax your mind. Sign the contract. Xianxia already had 2 spirit seeds, so he was quite experienced in fusing them. Therefore, he did not go overboard in describing it. In short, at this moment, he was achieving the dream of a man. It would only take 2 hours. His dream was complete. Who? Xianxia sat cross-legged in the monitoring room of Tianyuan prison pagoda. He first exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, then slowly opened his eyes. His first reaction was that he didn't feel anything. The second reaction was that he still didn't feel anything. As for the concealment spirit, it shrunk into his dantian like a child who had been wronged. At this point, Gosheng had 3 spirit seeds. The concealment spirit had turned into a streak of light and fled, so he couldn't accurately determine its form. Now, he could clearly see that although it was pocket-sized, it was about the same as an adult, which meant that it had reached adulthood. Speaking of which, he had to mention Xiaohua and little Xia. Although the 2 sons had been nurturing, they were still at the level of teenagers. It wasn't that they didn't want to grow up quickly, but growth required a lot of time. Remember, Xianxia said, the 3 of you must get along well. Yes, father. Xiaohua and little Xia said innocently. However, as soon as their master retracted his consciousness, they immediately surrounded the concealment spirit. Xiaohua clenched his fists and said sinisterly, from today onwards, I'm your big brother, and he's your second brother. Wait. Little Xia said. Unhappily, why are you the big brother? I came first. You only came a few years earlier than me. Even if I came a day earlier, I came first. Don't talk nonsense. I'm the big brother, you're the second brother, and he's the third brother. No, I'll be the big brother, and you'll be the second brother. You've got guts, haven't you? Seeing the 2 spirit seeds of the same kind quarreling and even having a feeling of fighting, the concealment spirit was extremely scared. Then, it suddenly entered a state of complete concealment. Don't misunderstand. This wasn't because it was afraid that it deliberately hid, but because Xianxia in the outside world used this power, and he turned from a real existence into an invisible figure without a trace. I feel it. Sheng, who had entered a state of complete concealment, felt as if he had become one with heaven and earth. So, he locked his gaze on the mountain peak where the disciples lived, and a smile gradually appeared on his invisible face. Just being invisible wasn't enough. He had to prove it. Splash, 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 the sound of water sounded beautiful and pleasant. The female disciples wore their school uniforms and brought bath lotion, chatting and laughing as they walked in. After cultivating for a day, they must be very tired. Only a hot bath could relieve them, so they would come to the bathhouse every day. Of course. The bathhouse's security was very high. Layers of isolation arrays protected it, and thoughts couldn't pry in at all. However, the door was open, and one could enter and exit at will. Xianxia, who was in a state of complete concealment, tiptoed over and even stopped at the entrance of the bathhouse to look around, fearing that others would see him. Bathing was a very secretive thing. Therefore, it was best to test the effect of invisibility. I wasn't discovered. Seeing the disciples walking past, Xianxia stuck to the wall and said to himself, "It's indeed magical." The system was speechless. "Host, do you really want to do this?" "I have to do this." Xianxia said, "This is a man's dream. Your character will collapse." The system said, "Please think twice before you act." "Shut up." Xianxia scolded, "I know what I'm doing." The system was speechless. If you had any idea, you wouldn't have gone straight to the bathhouse after obtaining the invisibility ability. Indeed. It was really inappropriate to sneak into the bathhouse with invisibility. Xianxia stuck to the door for a long time. After comforting himself many times, he walked in resolutely. Splash, 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 the sound of running water became clearer. The steam filled the bathhouse. The fragrance permeated the air and refreshed the mind. Xianxia kept his head down. It could be seen that the line of morality was still very heavy on his head. Very soon. In his field of vision, he saw legs. Many, many legs walked to and fro from the side. Phew, Xianxia's breathing quickened. The disciples didn't realize that someone was hiding in the dark, so they were still talking and laughing. Very good. Very good. After confirming that he wasn't discovered, Xianxia removed the invisibility state, put his hands on his waist and laughed. "Ha ha ha, you didn't discover me, right?" The bathhouse quieted down. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma and the others stood in place in shock. They were all bare-chested and wrapped in bath towels. Some were preparing to enter the shower room, some were resting on the wooden bed, and some were applying facial masks. At this moment, they all looked at the patriarch who suddenly appeared. The camera moved to the outside, and the words "male bathhouse" were clearly written. Ha ha ha. Are you surprised? Are you pleasantly surprised? Li Qingyang and the others looked like they were about to collapse. They thought, what's so surprising about the patriarch coming to the male bathhouse? What's there to be surprised about? Xianxia went to the male bathhouse and was not discovered by the disciples. This meant that the test was very successful. Pa. After returning to the study, he bumped his fists together and laughed, "Since I won't be discovered, I can do a lot of things in the star spirit world." Invisibility. He couldn't see it. It could be used to do a lot of sneaky things. Moreover, the star spirit world was equivalent to a huge treasure trove. If they were not discovered, they could really do whatever they wanted. Speaking of which, was the Great Heaven City defense battle over? It had long ended, and the star spirit world left with heavy losses. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others would only come to the bathhouse to take a bath after cleaning up the battlefield. Judging from the strength of the sect of all times stationed in the Great Heaven City, if the star spirit world did not increase their troops and efforts, even if they came once a day, they would only be delivering equipment. Of course. Xianxia could not wait for them to take the initiative to attack. During the calm period, he had to find something to do, such as stealing some resources and equipment. At night, he flew out of the city like a ghost. His body gradually faded into nothingness, as if he had completely merged with heaven and earth. 1,000 miles away from the Great Heaven City, there was a relatively large city. At this moment, it was heavily guarded, and the atmosphere was quite serious. The remaining soldiers who had failed to attack the city earlier came here. The commander and the higher-ups were standing in the barracks, discussing how to take back the occupied city. General, someone said, we must increase our troops. They did not break through the Great Heaven City. Firstly, the defensive firepower was too strong, and secondly, the overall quality of the soldiers was not strong enough. If the higher-ups could give more attention and transfer stronger troops, they should be able to take it down easily. The Elder Council has sent a message. Soon, the most elite army of our Star Spirit world will be deployed. The general said seriously. The most elite army? A deputy general was shocked. Could it be the Flying Tiger Army? That's right. Everyone was overjoyed. The Flying Tiger Army was the trump card army of the Star Spirit world. Every soldier was carefully selected, and they had gone out to carry out missions many times. They had never failed. Whoosh, suddenly, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. Who? Everyone turned their heads in shock and found a woman with messy long hair standing behind them. Although she was wearing heavy armor, it could not hide her graceful figure. General Yu. The general hurriedly saluted. When the deputy generals heard the two words Marshal Yu, their expressions changed at first. Then, they all saluted him with high standards and exclaimed in their hearts, the Flying Tiger Army's Marshal. That was right. The leader of the most elite legion in the Star Spirit world was a woman who was not inferior to men. Don't be fooled by her beauty. Not only was she powerful, but she was also vicious and merciless. She had killed countless living beings and destroyed countless realms. Trash. Yu Shui sat at the head of the table. Her beautiful eyes flashed with coldness as she said, you can't even take down a single city, yet you still want my Flying Tiger Army to mobilize? Everyone lowered their heads in shame. General Yu, the general said bitterly, the rebels who took over Datian City are too strong. No matter how strong they are, how can they be stronger than the Tianhe realm? The general was silent. The Milky Way realm was a first-class realm that had been invaded by the Star Spirit realm. At first, they had sent a large number of warships and soldiers to attack, but they had been defeated repeatedly. At that time, all the generals had participated and were taught a harsh lesson by the enemy. Later, they had to mobilize the Flying Tiger Army to take them down. During the final battle, they all thought it would be very tragic. In the end, the largest main city of the Milky Way realm was taken down in just 1 hour. They would never forget the scene of the slender Yu Shui carrying the head of the enemy commander and walking out of the city gate step by step on high heels. My men are on the way. Yu Shui crossed her long legs and gently interlocked her fingers. She said, you can get lost now. No need, the general originally wanted to say, do you need help? But he remembered that the Flying Tiger Army was the most elite legion in the Star Spirit world. If he said that, wouldn't it mean that he was questioning them? Whoosh, whoosh, that night, many agile and well-trained soldiers flew into the city. They were all wearing black armor, with bows and crossbows on their backs and swords hanging on their waists. Their helmets barely revealed 2 eyes, which were shining with a sharp luster like that of a fierce tiger. The Flying Tiger Army. There were not many of them, only a few tens of thousands. However, when they stood neatly on the drill ground, the aura they exuded made the ordinary soldiers blush with shame. Swoosh, Yu Shui walked out of the barracks, leaned to one side, and put his right hand on his waist. He said, the army will rest for 1 night. Yes. The soldiers received the order and went into the tents to rest. They were very strong, but they had rushed here overnight after receiving orders from their superiors. They must be mentally exhausted, so they had to rest up and then take down the Great Sky City as quickly as possible. Tisk, tisk. On the city tower, Xianxia thought, so professional. This was a god's perspective. Everyone could see him leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. The real scene was in a state of full concealment. They could not see anything at all. Goshen came early. He heard the conversation between the general and the deputy generals. Flying Tiger Army? Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, it sounds very imposing. I hope it's not a paper tiger. Whoosh, he disappeared and landed in front of the tent. The soldiers of the Flying Tiger Army had enough time to rest, so they all took off their armor and placed it neatly. This gave Jun Changxiao a chance to attack. Bow. Take it away. Crossbow. Take it away. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, tridents. Take it all away, because it was in a state of concealment and avoided all kinds of warning formations. Jun Changxiao stole effortlessly. Hua. The sound of water entering could be heard. Jun Changxiao, who was about to leave, suddenly found that the woman who was respectfully called Yu Shui was actually taking a bath, so he sneaked in without blushing and took the armor on the shelf. It's over. The system said, your persona has collapsed. Collapse my ass. Jun Changxiao said, I just stole the armor, I didn't even look at it. Who would believe you? I, Jun Changxiao, am upright. If I'm upright, I'm not afraid of a crooked shadow. Believe it or not. Tui. The system spat and said, if you're upright, why are you stealing? The star spirit world is the enemy. How can it be called stealing? Jun Changxiao said, this is a strategy, this is a battle tactic. What do you know? The system was speechless and said, okay. Jun Changxiao quietly left the barracks, but did not return to the eternal world. Instead, he continued to wander in the city. As soon as he left, he heard Yu Shui screaming, where's my armor? Hearing this, the soldiers who were resting woke up from their sleep. When they were about to put on their armor skillfully, they found that the hangars were empty, so they exclaimed in unison, the armor has been stolen. It was a mess and cracked. The most elite army in the star spirit world. Jun Changxiao, who was discussing strategy and tactics in the city, said disdainfully, Tui. The most elite army of the astral spirit world had just arrived, and all their equipment was stolen by Jun Changxiao. For better or for worse, he was the master of a sect and the master of a realm. Yet, he was doing such despicable things. Goxing would do anything to deal with his enemies. Besides, didn't he know to put the armor and equipment in the spatial ring? Why would he put it on the hanger? Was he not waiting for him to steal it? Be careful next time. Jun Changxiao shook his head. Don't make a mistake. In fact, he wanted to steal it along with the spatial ring, but most of it was worn on his finger, and he would be discovered if he took it off. Let's go. Jun Changxiao left the city. The treasuries of the aristocrats were all cleaned out. This line. He took a lot of things. Especially the Flying Tiger Army's equipment, which was of extremely high level and quality. Patriarch. In the forging hall, Xianxia touched the armor and said in surprise, the material is good. Can it be improved? Jun Changxiao asked. No. Xianxia said seriously. The armor made from this ore is of the highest level. There is no need to improve it. You mean, it can be given to the disciples directly? Yes. That will save us a lot of trouble. Jun Changxiao left one for Xianxia to study and gave the rest to the war cavalry hall. Diablo had always been black, and the Flying Tiger Army's black armor was in line with the Sect of all times' mainstream color scheme, so the members did not feel uncomfortable wearing it. Instead, they felt comfortable wearing it. Who should I give this armor to? Jun Changxiao thought. In fact, in terms of level, the armor Yu Shui wore was already a top-level treasure, but there were very few female disciples in the sect, and there was no one in the war cavalry hall, so he could only consider other disciples. At this moment, Xianxia walked out from the back of the mountain. She had not been in the limelight recently because she had been cultivating. Judging from her cold aura, her strength should have improved by quite a bit. Xianxia. Jun Changxiao called her and said, I have an extraordinary armor. Do you want it? Yes. Xianxia did not hesitate. When she first entered the sect, Goxing had taken the initiative to offer her weapons in the shop. This was a world of difference. They were humans after all. Everything will change. Of course, even though it wasn't as exaggerated as Xianxia's, at least he knew that the Patriarch's gift was definitely extraordinary. Take it. Jun Changxiao tossed the armor over. Thank you, Patriarch. Xianxia gave a simple reply and returned to her residence to rest. Jun Changxiao was used to his eldest disciple's cold personality, so he did not mind. He returned to the study and opened the system panel. Now that he had dealt with Yin, his mission was complete. He had obtained 20,000 reputation points, which he planned to use to purchase a transcendent secret realm. Goxing had only purchased the spacetime secret domain out of the 3 transcendent secret domains he had obtained from the previous quest. Now that he had enough reputation points, he planned to purchase another one. F***CK. The system roared, "I thought you forgot." Bullshit. Xianxia said, "I won't forget unless I can't remember. What should I choose?" Goxing began to consider. The 2 secret domains were the Transcendent 10,000 Arts secret domain and the Transcendent Heaven Veins secret domain. As for their functions, he would only know after he bought them. Buy whatever you want. The system said, they will definitely be useful. Xianxia believed this, so he prepared 2 pieces of paper and wrote down the names of the secret domains. He crumpled them up and began to draw lots. Finally, he drew the Transcendent Heaven Veins secret domain and bought it without hesitation. Ding! The host has spent 20,000 reputation points and obtained the Transcendent Heaven Veins secret domain X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding! Sect reputation points, 200. Seeing that the reputation points were almost spent, Xianxia said with heartache, "When will this thing collapse into Zimbabwe dollars like the contribution points?" As usual. Buy a secret domain, give an instruction manual. Xianxia read carefully. The more he read, the more excited he became. Then, he couldn't control his emotions and kissed the face next to him. Rose of Flowers was stunned and then shyly lowered her head. Xianxia's expression suddenly froze, and then he held his head and shouted, "When did you come in?" "I just came in." Goxing was so engrossed in reading the instruction manual that he didn't notice Rose of Flowers pushing the door and entering. Because he knew the function of the Transcendent Heaven Veins secret domain, he couldn't control his emotions and did something irrational. Everyone pretended not to see it. "What made you so happy?" Rose of Flowers also knew that under normal circumstances, her husband wouldn't do such a thing, so there must be a reason. "Let's go." Xianxia took her hand and said, "Let me show you something good." Rose of Flowers didn't resist and let him take her out of the study. She thought to herself, "My husband is so relaxed now." Of course. Holding hands was no pressure for Goxing. Just now, he accidentally kissed her, and there was a little shyness and obscurity of a young man. Young man? Oh, as long as there was a new secret domain, it naturally had to be placed in the back of the mountain. So Xianxia came with Rose of Flowers and directly placed the hot entrance of the Transcendent Heaven Veins secret domain. "Is there a new secret domain?" Seeing this, all the disciples surrounded them with burning eyes. At this time, Su Xianma stopped them and scolded, "Don't you see that the Patriarch and Madam are alone together? What are you doing here? Hurry up and stay where you are." It had to be said. Although Big Mouth Su liked to gossip, he still had good eyesight. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone hurriedly suppressed their curiosity and retreated. "What is this?" Rose of Flowers in front of the secret domain asked. "Go in and you will know." Xianxia didn't know if he was deliberately keeping her in suspense or deliberately taking advantage of her. He took her hand and walked into the Transcendent Heaven Veins secret domain. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 merged into the vortex and were in the Red Land. Rose of Flowers looked around and found that there was nothing special except for the environment. She was puzzled and asked, "Is it very ordinary?" Xianxia pointed to a mountain in the distance and said, "Look carefully." Rose of Flowers looked at it attentively. At first, she didn't find anything special, but gradually realized it and said in surprise, "This is a spiritual stone vein?" Goxing nodded. Rose of Flowers' spiritual thoughts had spread out and found that there were mountains in the area where they were, all of which revealed the majestic nature of heaven and earth. So she covered her mouth in disbelief and said, "These mountains are all veins." "No." Xianxia said with a smile, "The mountains, stones, and plants in the secret domain are all transformed by spiritual stones." "What?" The shock in Rose of Flowers' eyes was more intense. Then she looked down at the stone covered with moss under her feet. After careful observation, she was sure that this was indeed a large, spiritual stone. The transcendent heaven vein's secret domain. Xianxia put his hands on his hips and said proudly, "It means that the whole world is a spiritual stone vein." After saying that, he waved his hand and picked up a leaf. It was just a spiritual stone that looked like a leaf. The nature of heaven and earth inside was not inferior to the highest level of spiritual stones in the upper realm. At this time, the camera zoomed out infinitely and hung at the highest point of the secret domain. Xianxia and rows of flowers were like ants. Everything around them was gathered by spiritual stones. The majestic nature of heaven and earth formed a sea of clouds floating between heaven and earth. There were spiritual stones everywhere. There were veins everywhere. The transcendent heaven vein's secret domain. It was terrifying. Plop. Su Xiaoma fell to the ground. Plop. Li Qingyang also fell to the ground. Any disciple of the sect of all times who entered the secret realm with rich heaven and earth attributes and felt that every blade of grass and tree was transformed from spirit stones did the same thing. The heaven vein's secret realm. It was actually equivalent to a plane. Although its scale was not as big as the eternal world, it was not inferior to the upper realm. It was composed entirely of spirit stone veins, which was really shocking. It's over. Ren Shan leaned against the wall, tears falling like rain. I'm unemployed. As a famous koi in the sect of all times, he could often find spirit stone veins by accident. Now that the secret realm was full of them, he did not need to look at them at all. His sense of existence must be even more insignificant. There were indeed many spirit stone veins in the secret realm, but what about their level? Even the leaf-shaped spirit stones were not weaker than the highest level in the upper realm, which was enough to show that they were very strong. Do you like it? Xianxia asked loudly. I like it. All the disciples shouted in unison. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and mine it. Yes. Li Qingyang and the others dispersed and plunged into the deep mountains and old forests. They did not look at the stones and trees beside them at all, because their intuition told them that there must be more high-level spirit stones hidden there. As expected, after a while, Xiao Zuiji lifted a heavy mountain rock and flew into the air. He couldn't hide his excitement and said, "Look what I found." Everyone looked over, and their eyes were suddenly filled with envy. The rock Xiao Ziji lifted was very heavy, belonging to the superlarge ore. The surface was surrounded by heaven and earth attributes, obviously stronger than the top-level spirit stones in the star spiritual world. Haha. Xianxia looked up and laughed. At present, the highest level of universe spirit stones in the upper realm was in the star spiritual world, but there were higher levels in the secret realm, which was definitely going to be awesome. Not only that, the disciples found even stronger spirit stones one after another. Boom! Li Qingyang flew out, placed a hill on the ground, and said excitedly, "This is even stronger." Oh my God! Everyone's eyes widened. They had seen hills piled up by spirit stones, but they had never seen a spirit stone that was as big as a hill. How many years will it take? Just how much heaven and earth attribute does it contain? Unbelievable. The disciples spent most of the day in the secret realm, and each of them had a great harvest. They had all obtained high-quality and huge spirit stones. It was no exaggeration to say that they were in an environment full of spirit stones and mineral veins. As long as they stretched out their hands slightly, they could obtain a large amount of mineral veins. Moreover, it was inexhaustible. It was worth it. Xianxia said, "It was so worth it." With the ability to become invisible, wouldn't it be a matter of limited resources if he went out to steal? Now that the heaven vein's secret realm was filled with powerful resources, he could really squander them to his heart's content. AI. The system sighed and said, "This hack is crazy." However, it said proudly, it also proves the strength of the system even more. It also proves that it only provides timely help, not icing on the cake. Indeed. A secret realm full of mineral veins was definitely a timely help. The array hall, forging hall, and other departments had already reached a technological bottleneck. Now that more powerful resources had appeared, it would definitely bring in huge profits. If the disciples used it to absorb and cultivate, their cultivation speed would definitely skyrocket. There was no denying it. The power of the celestial music was a very powerful energy. However, this was the upper universe after all. After all, it was mainly heaven and earth spiritual energy. The attributes from the land of eternal life could only be used occasionally to unleash unpredictable power. When it came to fighting on the battlefield, the real battle of attrition still depended on the heaven and earth attribute. The appearance of the heaven-veined secret realm was equivalent to giving the sect of all times unlimited energy. Page. On the mountain peak, Xianxia said, "It's been hard on you all these years." Page was very emotional. It had not had a heart-to-heart talk with its master for a long time. "Do you still remember the promise between you and me?" "Yes." Page said, "I won't forget until I die." What promise? When Xianxia ascended the mountain peak, he hoped to have it by his side. This sentence had been deeply motivating Page. No matter whether it was the most tiring work or the most difficult work, every time it thought of it, it would be full of fighting spirit, as if it had been injected with chicken blood. It could not admit defeat, it could not admit defeat. It had to continue to become stronger, it had to accompany its master. "I'm very pleased that you can grow and become stronger all the way, but this seems to be far from enough." Page lowered its head and said in shame, "I'm ignorant." In terms of beast quality, it was not as good as the master of the dragon clan, Little Long Long. It had barely not dropped the ball because of its almost crazy cultivation. However, there was still a limit to its race and bloodline. Xianxia naturally understood this, so he patted Page's head and said, "If there's a chance, I'll let you completely sublimate." "Thank you, master." Page was so touched that it was about to cry. However, Xianxia waved his sleeve and pointed to the seemingly endless world in the distance. "Your first task now is to dig out all the spirit stones here." "Hee hee." The system said, "After all this fuss, it's still a tool." "Yes." Page jumped down. If it could hear the system's thoughts, it would definitely bare its fangs and brandish its claws. "I'm willing to be a tool." Huff huff. Huff huff huff. Inside the heavens-veined secret realm, Page seemed to have turned into a diligent old yellow ox, crazily mining the mountains, rivers, and plants that the spirit stones had turned into. Although it was a bit tiring, it was enjoying it. Speaking of which, Xianxia had our mining tools. Why did he still use Page? The system only saw that Goxing used Page as a tool, but it did not know that mining spirit stones was also a kind of cultivation. All these years, Page was still able to keep up with the large group because it was constantly busy. Although it was quite miserable, it could improve itself time and time again, stimulating itself time and time again. Early contract beasts such as the purple lightning spirit tiger and the ice lion did not even have a camera at the moment. Wasn't it because their strength was seriously out of line with their masters, in short? For the time being, Xianxia did not have the means to make his contract beasts stronger easily, so he could only train them by enduring hardships. Unfortunately, many people could not understand Goxing's good intentions and really treated him as a capitalist who desperately exploited his contract beasts. Others laugh at me for being too crazy. On the mountain peak, Xianxia held his hands behind his back and shook his head. "I laugh at others for not being able to see through me." Patriarch. A voice sounded in his ears, "The star spirit world is attacking." "Oh." Xianxia responded and appeared in front of the great sky city's gate tower out of thin air. He casually looked into the distance and saw tens of thousands of star spirit world soldiers lined up neatly, exuding an aura that could shake mountains and rivers. Flying Tiger Army. They were here. However, because their flagship-level equipment was stolen, they were all wearing sub-flagship-level equipment. This did not matter. For the Flying Tiger Army soldiers, equipment was nothing more than a small bonus. As long as they were strong enough and had good teamwork, they could naturally make up for it perfectly. "You are the leader of the rebels?" Yu Shui stood in front of the formation and locked onto Xianxia. "Eh?" Goxing looked at the armor she was wearing. The quality was not inferior to the one he had stolen before, and said, "So you have more than one piece of equipment of this level." Yu Shui's entire face suddenly darkened, and said, "You were the one who stole this marshal's armor?" "Yes." Xianxia confessed. Suddenly, a very bold idea appeared in his sea of consciousness. The things he bought in the system store were all stolen, and he was now happy to steal. Could it be? Was it really the system that he created in the future and inherited the personality of stealing? F***ck. Goshing roared, it's really possible. The system was silent for a moment, and said weakly, don't come if you have diabetes. Xianxia started to let his imagination run wild again. This guy was sick. He either thought that he had a transcendent identity or that the system was created by himself in the future. For such patients, the best way was to prevent diabetes from coming, lest he get a taste of the benefits. Shameless thief. Yu Shui said angrily with a cold face, I will tear you to pieces. Sorry. Xianxia said, you don't have the ability. Yu Shui obviously did not want to argue with him. She first adjusted her anger, then waved her hand and said coldly, 1 hour. Take down to Tian City. 1 hour? Xianxia almost laughed out loud. You're that confident? Swish, swish, at this moment, the tens of thousands of flying tiger army soldiers had already moved. They did not use the most primitive charging tactic but quickly split up into groups of dozens and charged over from different angles. Interesting. Xuerengui's lips curled into a smile. Swoosh. Swoosh, the disciples of the Sect of all times and the Avengers summoned all kinds of firearms again and stood around the city wall, loading bullets and waiting for the enemy to get close. The Flying Tiger army had obviously understood the situation of the failed siege. When the defenders entered battle mode, the soldiers at the front took out special shields from their spatial rings. These shields were similar to Xiao Ziji's flowing light shield. A few people crossed in front of them and protected their companions behind them. One word. Professional. Xianxia sat on the city wall with a smile on his face. Xuerengui was in charge of defending the city. He was just there to watch the show and find a way to capture that woman called Yu Shui and take off her armor for his disciples. Huff. Huff, huff. Huff, the tens of thousands of flying tiger army soldiers advanced layer by layer. They were very close to the city, and the murderous aura on the battlefield was getting stronger. Fire. At this moment, Xuerengui gave the order. Da, 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 da. The disciples of the Sect of all times and the Avengers, who were already prepared, pulled the trigger. The screen was filled with bullets that swept toward the tens of thousands of enemies like a tide. Ding, ding. Ding, ding. The bullets hit the shield one after another, producing sparks and crisp sounds. However, they did not penetrate the shield and only pushed the person holding the shield back a few steps. Shua. Seeing this, Xuerengui raised his hand immediately. Xiao Ziji, who was leaning against the wall of the fort with his arms crossed, kicked the muzzle of the cannon. This action was so cool. Crack. The muzzle of the cannon stopped precisely at the charging area outside the city, then detonated with a loud boom. The cannonball tore through the air like a shooting star and flew out in a beautiful arc. Xianxia closed his eyes and listened. Art originates from explosions. Whoosh. Whoosh. Suddenly, one soldier after another flew out from the continuously charging enemy square formation. They quickly took out mirror-like treasures from their space rings and shone them at each other. Instantly, they formed a series of lights that interweaved into an inescapable net, standing in the path of the cannonballs. Xianxia opened his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the cannonball arrived as expected. However, when it came into contact with the stream of light, not only did it not explode, but it also bounced back. That works? Xianxia's face was full of surprise. Not good. Xiao Ziji's expression changed drastically. He immediately jumped down from the fort and activated the lines on the back of his hand. His entire body was instantly mechanized. He placed the stream of light shield in front of him and shouted, "Shield up." The text effect burst out and merged into the shield, causing it to expand rapidly and cover a wide enough area. Boom. The moment the shield was set up, the cannonball that was bounced back directly hit it, creating the explosive art Xianxia was looking forward to, in the distance. Near the city walls of Datian City, a mushroom cloud slowly rose. The entire world seemed to tremble. Even the defensive array around the city was directly shaken to the point of being exposed. From this, one could directly understand how terrifying the power of the field artillery after receiving a stronger energy source could be. F***ck. Jun Changxiao waved his hand to disperse the billowing smoke. The expression on his face was extremely interesting. Ha ha ha. The system couldn't help but laugh. This kind of hot weapon had always been used to blow up others, but in the end, it blew itself up. It was a bit funny. Cough cough. In the center of the explosion, Xiao Ziji's coughs could be heard. The huge stream of light shield was still standing in front of him. Although it was densely packed with cracks, it didn't directly shatter. It was resolved, however, the consequences were a bit serious. Plop. Xiao Ziji couldn't support himself anymore and half-knelt on the ground. The shield in front of him shattered into streams of light. Even the mech armor on his body began to crack. Taking the bombardment of the field artillery made him lose all his defenses. In a place filled with dust and sand, the slightly weathered back suddenly stopped. The camera slowly moved over, and a cold face gradually appeared. "What's wrong?" the woman next to him asked. Although the environment was harsh and sand was everywhere, it couldn't hide the beauty of a country. Perhaps due to her maternal instincts, her right hand was placed on her abdomen to protect the fetus. That's right. She was Jia Lingyao. The aged man who suddenly stopped was naturally Xianxia. As the second male lead of the book, he appeared in the camera again. Although he was still incomparably arrogant, his eyes were full of warmth. Xianxia didn't say anything, but his heart was aching. Jia Lingyao saw that his face was a bit ugly and asked, "Are you not feeling well?" Swoosh. Suddenly, Xianxia turned around and carried her up. His eyes were cold as he said, "Let's go back to the sect." When Xiao Ziji took the bombardment of the cannonball, when his defenses were broken, he, who was far away in another plane, felt it. This was the love of a fellow sect member that surpassed friendship. Whoosh, the two figures disappeared into the yellow sand. Wah! On the city wall of the Star Spirit World's big sky city, Xiao Ziji spat out a mouthful of blood. The mech armor on his body had been shattered. It was obvious that taking the bombardment of the cannonball with his own strength had caused great damage to his body. Mother ***. Seeing that his disciple was injured, Jun Changxiao got up in anger. He pointed at the soldiers who were constantly charging and shouted, "Kill them all!" Swoosh! Swoosh! The disciples put away their firearms and took out all kinds of weapons made by Fan Yezi. They directly flew out of the city wall. Since bullets couldn't break it, they would fight with bayonets. Humph! Seeing this, Yu Shui said coldly, "A bunch of idiots." They were clearly the defending side of the city. Instead of choosing to defend properly, they jumped out to fight with the attacking side. Their brains must have been flooded with water. Fine. This saved him a lot of trouble. Change the formation. Yu Shui had a whole set of plans to deal with the enemy charging out. However, before the soldiers and the vanguard were ready to change, an extremely strong cold current spread from the city wall. Ka ka ka. Ka ka ka. The cold current spread down from the city wall and gradually formed a layer of ice wherever it passed. Whoosh! Lu Qianqian slid down and stood at the city gate. F***ck. Su Xiaoma, who was about to jump down, suddenly stopped. His eyes were wide and round. Li Qingyang and the others were the same. Eldest senior sister had never participated in a fight before. Was there a need to make such a fuss? In fact, what shocked them was not Lu Qianqian's appearance. They were shocked that she had changed from her usual white clothes and was now wearing a pitch-black armor. In everyone's eyes, eldest senior sister was an otherworldly fairy. Because she cultivated the ice element, she had always been related to the color white. However, she suddenly changed her outfit today and changed to the opposite color black. It was really unexpected. Don't say it. Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, "She has a different temperament in black." Lu Qianqian's appearance in her pitch-black armor shocked the disciples of the sect of all times. It was understandable. After all, first senior sister had always liked to wear white, like an otherworldly fairy. Now that she suddenly changed her style, it would be difficult for her to adapt. She was beautiful. She looked good in everything. This was perfectly reflected on Lu Qianqian. The black battle armor was draped over her body, covering that ice-cold immortal aura, adding a type of coldness and viciousness. Actors with good acting skills did not need smoky makeup. They could change from innocent to villainous with just their eyes. Lu Xianxia, on the other hand, had completely changed from a beautiful and refined woman to a murderess witch with just a disguise. It had to be said. With the black armor, her temperament changed drastically. Kill. Kill. The soldiers of the Flying Tiger Army in the front row charged with weapons. Their mission was to break through to Tian City. Anyone who blocked their way must be crushed to powder. Zero region freeze. Lu Xianxia raised her hand and cold air surged out. Ka ka ka, ka ka ka. The cold air froze the ground like a tide and spread to the soldiers charging at her. Ice particles stuck to their bodies, causing them to slow down and even stiffen. Xianxia said in surprise. She broke through? The cold air released by Lu Xianxia was obviously colder and purer than before. There was only one possibility. She broke through to the heaven's secret state? This kid is enlightened, the old man from Taishan thought. Elder Wei thought to himself, she should be enlightened. Ka ka, the cold air was like a surging flood, instantly filling the battlefield. The thousands of soldiers of the Flying Tiger Army were all in a charging posture and turned into lifelike ice sculptures. Ga, the soldiers behind saw this and stopped at the edge of the battlefield in fear. At this moment, the ground in front of them was covered in ice, like a natural giant ice skating rink. This was the Zero region. This was Lu Xianxia's new ice god art. After using it, an ice rink would form in a specific area in front of her. As long as one's strength was weaker than hers, they would either be slowed down or frozen. He was able to comprehend this kind of divine ability because he had seen through many things and understood many things. Swish. Swish. Lu Xianxia drew her sword, and an extremely cold light appeared. Bang bang. Pung pung pung. Thousands of ice sculpture-like soldiers were instantly cut into pieces and then scattered in the frozen null domain. Awesome. Su Xianxia gave her a thumbs up and thought to himself, eldest senior sister has really gotten over it. First, it was the Taishan old man. Then, it was Elder Wei. Now, he was saying something that was hard to understand. Could it be that there was something that Go Sheng and everyone else did not know? Let's not talk about that for now. The most important thing was to retreat. Swish, Lu Xianxia flew over with her sword in hand. As she moved, the fixed null domain began to spread forward. Retreat! A deputy general roared. Ka ka ka. As soon as he finished speaking, the null domain had already spread under his feet. His body was quickly stuck with ice shards, and his mobility was greatly reduced. In the end, he was completely frozen. Swish! A sword light flew over, and a head fell to the ground. Lu Xianxia pressed the tip of her sword against the ice and walked toward the enemy step by step. It could be said that one person could stop 10,000 people. Damn it! Yu Shui was furious. It was one thing for this woman to wear his armor, but she even killed his subordinates without any scruples. If he could tolerate this, what could he tolerate? Break her ice rink. Yes. Swish. 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 Hundreds of Flying Tiger Army soldiers landed on the path that the null domain had to pass through. They all made strange hand seals and opened their hands. They stuck out their heads and spat out hot flames from their mouths. Sixth baby was here. How could fourth baby be missing? But this was too much. Whoosh whoosh. The flames that everyone spat out gathered together and formed a sea of fire that pressed down on the null domain. Obviously, they wanted to solve the problem with the simplest principle of water and fire. Water could carry a boat, but it could also cook porridge. Similarly, when the heat of the fire reached the extreme, it could also restrain both ice and water. However, Lu Xianxia's extreme cold attribute was very terrifying. Even if the rolling flames pressed down, she was not affected. Instead, she became even colder under the stimulation of the high temperature. So cold that all the hot flames that pressed down were frozen. Oh my god! Su Xianxia was shocked. The fire is frozen. Xianxia was delighted. My eldest disciple must have broken through. Let's not talk about this first. Retreating from the enemy was the most important thing. Ka ka. Ka ka. Not only were the flames that surged over frozen, but they also spread along the source. The fourth baby that was spitting fire did not have time to shut up and was frozen on the spot. This woman. Yu Shuai frowned. To be able to freeze the flames, she must be very strong. If the soldiers continued to charge, they would be sending themselves to death. Hence, he ordered, everyone, retreat. Swish. Swish. The soldiers that were hesitating whether to continue charging heard the order and retreated to the back. They were so fast that they were afraid that they would be frozen if they were slow. The Flying Tiger army surrendered just like that? No. When all the soldiers retreated safely, Yu Shuai raised his hand. A pitch-black halberd appeared out of thin air. Then, he jumped over and landed at the edge of the region. Ka ka ka. The cold air was blocked and could not spread forward at all. Lu Xianxia did not continue to strengthen the spreading force. She looked indifferently at the woman in front of her who was wearing the same type of armor. Xianxia. Jun Changxiao said, take her down. Capture the leader first. As long as this woman was dealt with, the Flying Tiger army would be useless. Huff. Hearing the patriarch's words, Lu Xianxia did not answer. The words engraved on the back of her hand were activated. Her black hair seemed to be covered by snow and gradually turned silver white. Everyone in the same sect knew that eldest senior sister's hair would turn this color after activating the special effects of the words. But now that she was wearing the black armor, her hair was as white as snow. The change in her temperament was really earth-shattering. Pretending to be mysterious. Yu Shuai sneered. The next second, his eyes shrank and he hurriedly bent back. Whoosh, the cold sword energy swept past her body. Although it did not hit the target, it killed dozens of Flying Tiger army soldiers in the distance. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly raised their shields. Die. Yu Shuai adjusted her body and stabbed the heavy halberd in her hand at a strange angle. Judging from the explosive power, her strength should not be weaker than Yin. The commander of the Flying Tiger army was definitely one of the higher-ups. Of course. She did not have the ability to turn invisible. Her specialty was not her cultivation but her ability to command. The Star Spirit realm had launched so many invasions, and most of the wars were personally led by this woman. She was beautiful. She could lead troops to war. She was definitely the model of a main character's harem. Unfortunately, she met Jun Changxiao. The two of them were destined to have no emotional interaction. The result of being her enemy was either death or being reduced to a tool. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. In the null domain, Yu Shuai waved her halberd and continuously broke through layers of ice walls. Although she was a woman, she erupted with extremely strong combat power. Lu Qianqian's 2 fingers kept mobilizing the ice attribute, forming an absolute defense in front of her. However, from the way she kept retreating, it was obvious that she was a little weak. Of course. Since Yu Shuai was on the same level as Yin. Then, for a powerhouse of this level, it would at least require Jun Changxiao or Jian Guishu to take action. It would be a bit difficult for a core disciple to fight. Goxing realized and was ready to find an opportunity to enter the battlefield. Die. Right at this moment, Yu Shuai leaped up and poured all the strength in her body into the halberd. This blow shattered the space, shattered the ice layer on the ground, and even shattered the null domain formed by Lu Qianqian. The latter suffered a backlash and her face instantly turned pale. Chance. Jun Changxiao's eyes turned cold and was about to rush out of the tower. However, just as he lifted his foot, he came to an abrupt stop. His eyes and mouth gradually widened. In his field of vision, the pale-faced Lu Qianqian gave up resisting. Rolling cold air emerged from her body and gradually condensed into a huge figure. She said in a sacred voice, "This world was born in ice and snow, and it will also end in ice and snow." Huff huff, in an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with cold air and covered in ice and snow. The figure standing behind Lu Qianqian had materialized. It was a woman wrapped in thick layers of ice. Her face was very white, and her eyes were filled with coldness. Even a glance at her gave off a bone-chilling feeling. Li Qingyang and the others found her familiar until they remembered seeing her on the wall of the secret realm. They exclaimed in unison, SSS level heroic soul. End of chapter 1927. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.